The man suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a dilapidated apartment. The dust and peeling wall paint on the wall made people shudder. The sky outside the window seemed to be swallowed by the sick lead gray color, which was so depressing that it made people breathless. Outside the door, there were bursts of harsh scratching sounds, as if something was approaching quietly. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and then a dark silver metal ring suddenly appeared on his skin. Then a light blue holographic interface suddenly exploded, and the words seemed to have some strange power, striking his heart. "Welcome to the wasteland city, survivor Lin Mo." Under the guidance of this mysterious metal ring, Lin Mo awakened his only S-level ability, Mechanical God. This ability gave him the ability to decompose metal and create mechanical creations, and every time he killed someone, he could harvest precious blueprints. This was his way of survival and his last hope. However, his luck did not last long. Just as he realized his power, the security doors suddenly trembled violently, and a huge bulge rushed in. Outside the door, the breathing of the zombies was getting closer and closer. Between life and death, Lin Mo did not hesitate and quickly took out the award-winning mechanical dog model from the drawer. Time waits for no one, and he must build the first combat robot before the door is broken. Otherwise, death will be the only outcome. Scanning successful. Obtained the Standard Robot Dog Production Blueprint. Standard Robot Dog. 50 basic metal units required for production. 50 metal units. Lin Mo's eyes quickly swept across the dilapidated apartment, and his sight first fell on the stained refrigerator in the corner. Old-fashioned refrigerator, decomposed to obtain basic metal units, extent not bad. He immediately stepped forward and placed his palm on the cold metal shell of the refrigerator. Metal deconstruction. The refrigerator instantly turned into a data stream and then dissipated, leaving only 10 units of basic metal suspended in the air, emitting light blue light spots, and then disappeared into his bracelet. There are still 40 units left. He turned his eyes to the washing machine next to him. Drum washing machine. Disassemble to obtain basic metal units X10. Another 10 units. 30 more to go. There is a water heater and a shower head on the wall in the bathroom. Storage type electric water heater and shower head set. Decomposable basic metal units times 15 deconstruction. There's still 15 units left. Lin Mo's eyes scanned the room and suddenly stopped at the corner, where a folded wheelchair was leaning against the wall, and there was a thin layer of dust on the wheelchair. This is what he used during his recovery from the car accident. Manual wheelchair, aluminum alloy. Decomposed to obtain basic metal units X10. Deconstruction. Only the last 5 units are left. Lin Mo searched eagerly, and his eyes finally stopped at a black object that was exposed under the bed. It was a dumbbell. He quickly dragged out the dumbbell he had used to exercise. The dumbbell was a small object made of pure iron. Cast iron dumbbell. Decomposed to obtain basic metal unit times 5. That's enough. Finally, they are all gathered. Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately activated the second skill. Mechanical creation. Select blueprint. Basic mechanical dog. Consume basic metal unit times 50. All the basic metal units just collected, those suspended light blue light spots instantly gathered together, bursting out with a dazzling white light. In the light, the metal units seemed to have life and began to merge, flow, and reshape. After a few seconds, the light dissipated. A mechanical dog more than half a meter tall, with a metallic cold light all over its body, appeared in front of Lin Mo. Its shell is smooth and solid, full of power. Its head is shaped like a bionic canine skull, and its eyes are 2 red electronic sensors that flash with alert light. Sharp alloy teeth were revealed in its mouth, flashing a cold light. Its limbs were thick and powerful, ending with sharp metal claws that firmly grasped the cracked wooden floor, and its tail was raised high like a sharp blade. This cold and murderous mechanical creature made Lin Mo feel an unprecedented sense of security at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. The security door was still being hit crazily, and the deformation of the door panel became more and more serious. But at this moment, Lin Mo was no longer alone. He had a partner made of steel. Lin Mo looked at the cold mechanical creature in front of him, reached out his hand, and gently stroked the cold shell of Steel Tooth and whispered to it, "You could be called Steel Tooth." The bracelet vibrated slightly, and a stream of data silently passed through Lin Mo's retina. Named successfully, Standard Mechanical Dog Type 1, Steel Tooth. Material: alloy frame, 60%. Carbon steel armor, 40%. Loading capacity: alloy chainsaw tail blade, can easily tear regular steel plates. Hydraulic claw attack: instantaneous peak pressure, can reach 300 kilograms. Thermal scanning: effective detection range of live heat source signals within 500 meters. Self-destruction mode: after activation, the built-in battery will overload and cause a small explosion. Evolution template: reserve core interface, can load special core for directed evolution. Every piece of information was like a shot in the arm, especially the evolution template, which gave Lin Mo hope for the future. There was a loud bang, heavier than any previous one. The battered security door suddenly caved inwards, and the wall dust on the edge of the door frame fell off. It was obvious that it was about to collapse. Lin Mo's pupil shrank, and he immediately ducked and hid in the corner, and casually stood the bedboard that he had removed earlier in front of him to comfort himself a little. Boom! Rotten wood chips and metal fragments exploded, and the deformed security door was completely knocked away, hitting the opposite wall with a whistling sound. 3 staggering and rotting figures squeezed into the narrow doorway, and their turbid eyes immediately locked onto the only living creature in the room. They let out low growls and rushed towards Lin Mo with a disgusting stench. Lin Mo's heart was in his throat, but at the same time he gave a stern order: Gang Chi attack. The moment the order was given, Gang Chi's body suddenly burst out at an astonishing speed, and the hydraulic rods of its hind legs exerted force violently. The whole body pounced out like a silver lightning, and the alloy claws scratched deep grooves on the floor, making a harsh friction sound. Almost at the same time, its alloy tail blade suddenly straightened, making a sound of breaking through the air like a deadly blade sweeping across. Puff, puff, puff. There were 3 consecutive muffled sounds. 3 rotten heads flew up into the sky, drew strange arcs in the air, fell heavily to the ground, and rolled several times before stopping. The headless body swayed and collapsed weakly. Dark green rotten blood splattered everywhere, and the walls were instantly stained with large patches of filth. The bracelet vibrates at the right time, and a prompt pops up. Kill 3 ordinary zombies, get 30 points. Floor clearing progress 13%. Lin Mo carefully poked his head out from behind the bed, trying to suppress the discomfort in his stomach and deliberately avoiding the blood on the ground. He looked at the few spots of blood on Gongchi's body and frowned slightly. Steel Tooth, explore outside and be careful. The red sensor in Steel Tooth's eyes flashed, and then he took a step and walked out the door. Lin Mo followed closely behind, his eyes falling on the completely scrapped security door. Damaged fine steel security door. Decomposed to obtain basic metal units, X10. Just what I need. Lin Mo stretched out his hand without hesitation and placed it on the cold metal wreckage. Metal deconstruction. The data flow surged, and the security door turned into a light blue light spot, which quickly sank into his bracelet, and 10 units were obtained. Lin Mo followed Gang Chi out of the room and stepped into an even darker and more dilapidated corridor. The corridor was in a mess, with all kinds of debris and dried blood scattered around. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust and decay. Lin Mo looked at the unfamiliar floor with a dazed expression. Except for his own room, Lin Mo was relatively familiar with it. Why did everything become so unfamiliar after he came out? Is it possible that only my room traveled through time, and everything else is just a wasteland city? He thought of the bracelet reminding him that he had arrived at the 99th area, edge layer, of the wasteland city. It seemed that this was no longer the blue planet. Most of the doors on both sides of the corridor were open or half closed, and through the cracks in the doors one could catch a glimpse of the equally chaotic and bloody scene inside the house. Crack! A slight sound of bones breaking came from not far away, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Steel Teeth had already dealt with a zombie wandering around the corner. The bracelet vibrates again. Kill 1 ordinary zombie. Gain 10 points. Floor clearing progress 16%. Lin Mo took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He felt too insecure with only Gang Chi by himself. If he encountered a stronger monster or was besieged, he would have no protection at all, and the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Mo urgently needed a second, or even more mechanical creations to protect himself. Steel Teeth, stay alert. Let's clean up this floor and look for metal first. In the following time, Lin Mo directed Gang Chi to carefully clean the rooms on both sides of the corridor. Steel Teeth demonstrated its efficient killing ability. Those ordinary zombies that were alone had almost no resistance in front of it and were often torn to pieces at the first sight. Lin Mo followed behind, quickly searching the room for all the metal products that could be decomposed: a burnt computer host, twisted metal hangers, and damaged kitchen utensils. Lin Mo understood the principle of not letting go of anything and accumulating little by little. It was just that this place seemed to have been cleaned up, and there weren't many things left. No food or medicine was found. When they had cleaned up most of the floor, the number of basic metal units in Lin Mo's bracelet finally reached 50 again. He immediately stopped and activated the skill, Mechanical Creation, in the middle of the relatively clean corridor. Mechanical Creation, select Blueprint, Standard Mechanical Dog, consume basic metal units times 50. The familiar white light lit up again, and light blue metallic spots appeared out of thin air, as if being pulled by an invisible force, quickly converging, merging, and taking shape. The light faded, and a second identical mechanical dog appeared in front of Lin Mo. Just call it dog number 1. It's simple and direct. Lin Mo casually gave a code name. With 2 mechanical dogs, the cleaning efficiency is greatly improved. Steel Teeth is responsible for frontal assault and vigilance, while dog number 1 is responsible for protecting Lin Mo and providing flank cover and finishing blows when there is no danger. Lin Mo followed behind them and felt much safer. He was also more relaxed in searching for metals. He could now carefully check some corners of the room that he had not dared to go into before. Soon, the scattered zombies on the floor were wiped out, and Lin Mo's metal unit count increased to 32. The number on the bracelet kept jumping. Killed ordinary zombies x18. Earned 180 points. Floor clearing progress 88%. 88%? Lin Mo frowned. This meant that there was still 12% of the cleanup that had not been completed. Could it be that there were still zombies hiding in the corners that had not been discovered? He commanded Steel Teeth and number 1 to begin a carpet search of the entire floor, leaving no possible corner untouched. At this moment, in the deep shadow at the fire escape at the end of the corridor, a sharp metal scraping sound suddenly erupted. Crack! The sound was so sharp that it seemed to pierce the eardrums, and a distorted figure suddenly jumped out from behind the fire cabinet. The figure still vaguely resembles a human, but the right arm has been completely transformed into a gigantic crab-like claw that gleams with a metallic luster. The surface of the giant claw is covered with a layer of silvery and smooth material, like the chrome plating of a car, reflecting a cold light in the dim light. Bracelet prompt. Discover the aberration Iron Claw. Chapter 3. Deformation Iron Claw. Lin Mo's heart suddenly tightened. The deformed body in front of him made him feel a sense of oppression. Steel Tooth rushed forward almost instantly and aimed its sharp alloy claws at the huge metal pincer of Iron Claw. However, even though Steel Tooth's claws were extremely sharp, they only left a shallow white mark on Iron Claw's silver metal claws. When Lin Mo saw this scene, he felt nervous. The defense of this deformed body was far beyond his expectations. What a strong defense! Lin Mo took a breath and thought to himself. This battle was much more difficult than expected, and the situation suddenly became very dangerous. Retreat! Lin Mo suddenly shouted loudly. A hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes, and a chill came from behind him. But as soon as he finished speaking, Iron Claw let out a roar, and the huge metal claw swept out suddenly with a strong sound of breaking wind. Crack! With a crisp sound, the left forelimb of Steel Tooth, which was used to block the attack, was instantly deformed, and parts and metal fragments flew everywhere. Lin Mo watched with his eyes, his heart shivering. The power of the Iron Claw was far beyond his expectations. At the same time, dog number 1 did not flinch, but pounced on the Iron Claw, trying to bite its relatively fragile ankle. However, Iron Claw just casually swung his leg, and dog number 1 was thrown away fiercely, hitting the wall next to it heavily, with a noticeable dent in the metal shell and its hind legs twisted into an unnatural angle. Seeing this, Lin Mo's face turned pale, and he reacted almost instantly. He stepped back quickly. A hint of urgency flashed in his eyes, and at the same time issued an order: Steel Tooth. Entanglement it. Although Steel Tooth's left forelimb was unable to move, and its movements were slow, it still desperately used its remaining 3 legs and tail blade to frantically attack Iron Claw, trying to attract its attention. Dog number 1, stand up. Keep attacking. Lin Mo's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that the outburst just now had made him a little breathless. Dog number 1, which had hit the wall, shook its head, and its red electronic eyes locked onto its iron claws again. Although its hind legs were severely deformed and it was inconvenient to move, it still stood up indomitable and launched another charge. While the steel teeth were restraining the iron claw, dog number 1 quickly jumped up, opened its sharp alloy fangs, and bit the only remaining human eyeball of the iron claw. Following a disgusting puff sound, Iron Claw let out a shrill scream. His eyeballs exploded instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Mo looked at this scene, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He issued the final order without hesitation. Dog number 1, self-destruct. The red-eye light of dog number 1 instantly lit up, and the energy battery began to overload rapidly, followed by a deafening explosion. The shock wave from the explosion swept around, and the iron claw was blown away, hitting the load-bearing wall behind it heavily, which immediately cracked. The metal shell of the iron claw was charred black, and its body was covered with wounds caused by the explosion. Its huge claws drooped down, and it seemed to have lost all its ability to resist. However, Tiezhua still did not die. Seeing this, Lin Mo's heart sank slightly. Although Tiezhua had lost the ability to resist, his vitality was still strong. Steel Tooth dragged its broken body, and its tail blade accurately scratched Iron Claw's neck. With a puff, Iron Claw's head rolled off, and the battle ended. Lin Mo gasped for breath and leaned against the wall. Cold sweat continued to seep out of his forehead, and his heartbeat was still violent. The life-or-death moment just now almost suffocated him, but he noticed that the floor cleaning progress on the bracelet was still at 88%. His heart sank, and he realized that Iron Claw was not the cleaning target of this floor. What bad luck! Lin Montag smedet bitterly. Obviously, Iron Claw was not part of the target. It just appeared here by chance, and he ended up paying such a high price for it. Lin Mo stood up and cast his eyes towards the remains of the deformed body on the ground. The charred body and the falling head of the Iron Claw were silently telling of the danger just now. Lin Mo thought to himself, according to the novels he had read before, there should be something useful hidden in the head of this kind of monster, such as a crystal core or something. Steel Teeth, go cut open that head. Lin Mo ordered. Steel Teeth slowly walked to Iron Claw's head, and the tail blade flashed coldly, quickly slashing along the center line of the head. Iron Claw's skull cracked open, revealing some chaotic biological tissue and unknown liquid inside. Lin Mo leaned in to check, but there was nothing but rotten stuff inside, no lumps at all. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What the hell? Where's the crystal core? Isn't that what is written in the novel? I waited in vain. Obviously, he didn't find anything valuable, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. At this moment, his eyes fell on the huge metal claw of the Iron Claw. This huge claw had withstood all the force in the previous self-explosion and looked incredibly strong. Lin Mo's heart moved, and he wondered if this giant turtle could undergo metal deconstruction. Steel Teeth, Lin Mo ordered again, cut off that giant claw for me. Steel Teeth accurately cut the part where the giant claw was connected to the Iron Claw arm, making a sharp cutting sound. A few seconds later, with a click, the huge metal claw was cut off completely and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Mo walked forward and looked at the giant metal claw. The surface was covered with fine lines and felt heavy. He placed his palm on it and activated the skill Metal Deconstruction. Soon, ripples appeared on the surface of the metal claw, and the structure quickly disintegrated, eventually turning into a light blue spot of light and disappearing into the bracelet. Abnormal body tissue, right arm. Decomposable super energy metal, sturdy ×5. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Super metal, sturdy. This rare metal is obviously extraordinary and can increase the hardness and structural strength of machinery or equipment. He immediately checked the detailed information. Super metal, sturdy. Rare metal that can be used to strengthen machinery or equipment, increasing the physical hardness and structural strength of the target. Lin Mo's eyes widened, and he was obviously delighted with this unexpected gain. Rare metal. It can directly improve the hardness and defense of the machine. His mood instantly recovered from the disappointment just now, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the process was thrilling and the sacrifices were huge, the gain seemed to make up for a lot of the losses. Lin Mo had already thought in his mind that if these metals were used on Steel Tooth, or If new mechanical equipment was made in the future, the defense would definitely be improved. He put away the super metal and padded steel tooth beside him. Let's go, steel tooth. The work is not over yet. Lin Mo then took a look at the charred remains of dog number 1 on the ground after its self-explosion. Although it could no longer be used, he turned his attention to other possible resources. Then, he checked the injured steel tooth and activated the skill, mechanical creation, to repair it, consuming 10 metal units. After the repairs were complete, steel teeth looked like new, his forelimbs were back to normal, and his armor was as good as new. The brand new steel tooth continued to perform his duties faithfully, checking the remaining bathrooms and storage rooms, and finally taking out a few miscommon zombies. At this moment, the bracelet vibrated and a new message popped up. Killed 3 ordinary zombies, obtained 30 points, floor clearing progress 100%. Current floor is safe, unlocked regional chat. Interface, unlocked, regional trading. Interface, obtain novice survival pack, ×1. Chapter 4, Chat Channel and Trading. A series of prompts lifted Lin Mo's spirits. Chat channel, trading channel, and gift packs? The opening of these new features seemed to indicate that this cruel survival game had just begun. Lin Mo calmed down a little, cast his eyes on the newly unlocked regional chat channel, and clicked in with a hint of curiosity. As soon as he entered, a dense stream of information poured out like a flood that broke through the dam, refreshing the screen at an extremely fast speed. Ha! I've awakened the fireball technique. Who doesn't agree? Come, I'll give you a barbecue. The coordinates are an XX building. Are there any brothers nearby who want to team up? I can summon a hound. I just finished cleaning a floor. I'm so tired. What's going on in this place? Does anyone know how to kill this aberration? I saw one that was really fast. I didn't dare to get close to it, so I ran away. Holy crap. I can punch through the wall with one punch. I feel like a Superman now. The new recruits are really motivated. The quality of this batch of new recruits is quite high, but I don't know how many of them can survive. Lin Mo continued to browse the chat interface and noticed that the chat channel of District 9 was now displayed. There is also a world chat interface next to the regional chat, but since it had not been unlocked yet, the interface was gray. The trading interface is now available, but there is no trading information at the moment. Everyone is obviously still busy surviving in the tense environment and has not yet adapted. In addition, the mall interface is also gray, and you need to reach a certain number of points to unlock it. It seems that if you want to get more resources, you need more efforts. Checking the regional chat again, Lin Mo discovered that as time went on, the voices in the chat channel also became different. I'm starving. Who has food? I'll trade it with what I find. Water. Do you have extra water? I'll trade it with anything. I searched the entire building and only found a pack of biscuits, and they're expired. I'm starving to death. Food. Buy food at a high price. If you have any, open a trade. Food and water have become the hottest topics in the chat channel besides showing off and asking for help. Lin Mo frowned slightly. It seems that the scarcity of food resources is a common phenomenon. He closed the noisy chat channel and decided to search the floor he had just cleaned carefully again. He was busy collecting metals just now and ignored many details. Gangshi, follow me. Let's look for it again. Lin Mo called out. The repaired Gangshi immediately followed, its red electronic eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Lin Mo took steel teeth and carefully checked every apartment on this floor. This time the main goal was to find food. The kitchen and cabinets were not spared. Hard work pays off. After several rounds of searching, he finally found something. Although there are not many things, they are particularly precious at this moment. There were a few bottles of dusty mineral water, 2 well-packaged bags of potato chips, an individually wrapped piece of hard bread, and most importantly, half a box of black elephant instant noodles, a total of 12 bags. Not bad. I finally got something. Lin Mo carefully put the food into his backpack, feeling a little relieved. At least for a short period of time, he no longer had to worry about food. After finishing all these, he remembered that there was a novice survival gift pack that he hadn't opened. With a hint of anticipation in his heart, Lin Mo clicked on the gift pack and ended up with 2 more things in his hand. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread that looked similar to what I just found. Lin Mo, that's it. He looked at these 2 meager rewards and then thought of the 10 metal units he had just spent on repairing the steel teeth, as well as the completely scrapped dog number 1. And he couldn't help feeling a little amused. This novice gift pack is like sending away beggars. Forget it, it's better to have it than not. Lin Mo comforted himself and stuffed the water and bread into his backpack. After checking the apartment on this floor, Lin Mo was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He leaned against a relatively clean wall and took out the metal core he got after killing Iron Claw from his backpack. According to the prompt, this thing could be used to upgrade steel teeth. Lin Mo immediately used mechanical creation to upgrade the steel teeth, but found that the upgrade required 30 more metal units. He counted the metal units he had and found that even with the ones he had just found, there was still a gap. What should I do? Should I clean up another floor? But now there's only steel tooth and one robot dog, which is still too dangerous. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought that the elevator was also made of metal, so why not just disassemble it? He immediately ran to the elevator excitedly, put his hand on the elevator door, and activated metal deconstruction. But he heard the system prompt tone. Metal deconstruction. The level is insufficient, and items over 100 kilograms cannot be deconstructed. Please upgrade the level. Lin Mo's face fell instantly. Hey, my family, who knows the feeling of being able to see, but not being able to eat. Just when Lin Mo was feeling a little depressed, he suddenly thought of the half box of instant noodles in his backpack. Those people in the chat channel were willing to exchange almost anything for food. Now food is hard currency and can be used for trading. He immediately opened the chat channel, edited a message, and sent out, "Sell white elephant instant noodles, a legitimate brand, plenty of them. You can exchange them for any metal material, iron, steel, copper, aluminum are all fine. I am also reluctantly giving them up, selling them at a discount. You will never see them again if you miss this opportunity." As soon as the message was sent out, the channel that was just filled with requests for help and bragging instantly exploded. Fuck, I stole noodle? Is it the real thing, boss? Greetings, boss. There's still some food. I have an office metal filing cabinet here. Can you exchange a pack? Please. Brother Fu, look at me. I have a broken fire axe. The axe head is made of good steel. Exchange it for half a pack. Half a pack will do. I found a broken treadmill. If you take it apart, there should be a lot of metal parts inside. Boss, I have a stainless steel cabinet. It's big enough. How many packs can you exchange? Looking at the messages that were flooding the screen, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. He quickly screened the information, picked out a few sellers that seemed to have a high metal content, and started chatting with them one by one. Lin Mo, I want your stainless steel cabinets, 1 pack. Zhou Rui, thank you, big guy. Can I exchange it if I find it? Lin Mo, it depends on the situation. You can keep it for now. I will contact you when I need you. Zhou Rui, okay, thank you, boss. He continued to communicate with others. Lin Mo, the fire axe is good, but there are too few. Half a pack is enough. Chengyi, how can I eat half a pack? At least 1 pack. Lin Mo, there's only half a pack. How about I find someone else? Chengyi, okay, you get a bargain this time. Finally, he made a deal with a man who said he had a safe. Lin Mo, you have a safe? How about 2 bags? Shun Liming, boss. My safe is locked, and there's still things inside. The safe itself is definitely enough. You only gave me 2 bags, which is a little less. Can you give me 1 more bag? Lin Mo, what kind of world is this now? Even if the safe is full of money, it's useless. All I want is the safe. I'll give you 2.5 bags. No one wants these junk except me now. Shun Liming. Okay, I can't open it anyway, so I'll give it to you. Chapter 5. Steel Teeth Upgrade. As Lin Mo continued to communicate and confirm the transaction, a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and a pile of miscellaneous things appeared on the floor out of thin air. A deformed stainless steel cabinet, half of the rusty remains of a treadmill, a mountain bike, several broken windows, and a fire axe with only the axe head but no handle, and an old-fashioned safe that looked quite heavy with the lock tightly closed. These things cost Lin Mo 8 packs of instant noodles, and now he only has 4 packs left. Lin Mo walked forward, stretched out his hand, and pressed on these wastes, preparing to deconstruct these items one by one. After he activated the skill, he received a prompt. Metal deconstruction. Level is insufficient. Unable to perform range deconstruction. Please increase the level. Lin Mo sighed helplessly and had to activate metal deconstruction one by one to decompose these items into metal units one by one. These items quickly decomposed into light blue dots and merged into his bracelet. Metal deconstruction completed. Decomposition obtained metal units X15. Metal deconstruction completed. Decomposition obtained metal units X10. Metal deconstruction completed. Decomposition obtained metal units X25. Prompts continued to sound, and Lin Mo obtained a total of 140 metal units. Wow! Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he felt that this wave of harvest was really a big profit. The inconspicuous safe actually contributed 25 units, and the treadmill and cabinet were also obtained. The total of other miscellaneous items added up far exceeded expectations. He immediately called up the upgrade interface of steel teeth, invested 30 metal units, put in the metal core, and also added the piece of super metal solid he had obtained before. With a flash of light, Steel Tooth's originally thin body began to expand and deform, and the thick metal armor quickly covered its entire body. The structure became thicker, the joints flashed a faint blue luster, and the red electronic eyes became sharper. Heavy armored robot dog type 2, steel teeth. Material, alloy frame, 70%. Composite armor, 20%. Super metal, sturdy, 10%. Loading capacity. Heavy armor covers 90% of the body, with a peak impact resistance of 5 tons. Alloy chainsaw tail blade. Can easily tear apart regular steel plates. Shock claw. Upgraded hydraulic system. Instantaneous peak pressure can reach 600 kilograms. Thermal scanning. Effective detection range of life heat source signals within 500 meters. Self-destruct bomb. Triggers a small explosion within 10 meters after activation. Evolution template. Defense specialization. Giant horn siege type. Magnetic storm counterattack type. Looking at the brand new steel tooth, which was almost a circle bigger, reaching 1.2 meters in height, with sharp claws and tail blades flashing cold light, full of a sense of technology and power, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. This appearance is simply too scary. He counted his metal units and found that he still had 110 left. Without hesitation, he chose to use 100 metal units to make 2 new mechanical dogs. After consuming 100 units, 2 standard mechanical dogs appeared beside Lin Mo. Like dog number 1, he named them dog number 2 and dog number 3 respectively. Now he had a heavy armored mechanical dog and 2 standard mechanical dogs. The 3 mechanical dogs surrounded Lin Mo like guards, and their electronic eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Looking at this small mechanical team, Lin Mo's heart was filled with confidence. As the sky gradually darkened, the zombies would become stronger at night, so Lin Mo decided to have a good rest for the night and clean up other floors early tomorrow morning. Now he had very little food left. He had just traded most of the food, and the remaining few days might not be enough for him to survive. The next morning, the sun shone into the room through the window, and Lin Mo woke up from his sleep. After a night's sleep, he was refreshed. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were 3 mechanical dogs. Steel Teeth squatted beside the bed, like a loyal guard, its red electronic eyes constantly scanning the room. 2 standard mechanical dogs, dog number 2 and dog number 3, are stationed at the door and window, also guarding the surroundings. With them around, Lin Mo's sense of security was greatly enhanced, but when he saw the room without a door, he felt that he seemed a little too hasty. The safety of the room was greatly reduced. He thought to himself that he had to find a door to block the danger, otherwise it would be quite dangerous. Lin Mo stretched his body, moving his stiff body, and smiled. "Good morning, guys," he said. Although he was just talking to the robot dog, the feeling of being protected made him no longer feel isolated and helpless like when he first crossed over. He got out of bed and walked to the window. The street downstairs was still in a mess, with groups of zombies stumbling around. In the sunlight, the air was filled with a foul smell, reminding Lin Mo of the cruelty of this world. There are so many zombies downstairs. Lin Mo looked at the scene downstairs, frowning slightly, feeling that the situation downstairs was obviously different from that upstairs. Downstairs led to the outside world, and he didn't know if there were any mutants or other dangers entering the building. Lin Mo thought of the various mutant creatures he had seen in apocalyptic novels, and he couldn't help but feel alert. No, I can't take the risk. He immediately decided that the situation downstairs was unclear, and it would be too risky to go down rashly. At this time, he only had 3 mechanical dogs. Although Steel Teeth had upgraded their heavy armor, they were still insufficient in number. If there really was a powerful mutant downstairs, he might be in for a tough fight. Go upstairs first. Lin Mo decided, clean up the upper floors first, collect more metal units, and then make a few mechanical dogs. Let's go, guys. Our goal today is the top floor. Lin Mo waved his hand. With 3 mechanical dogs, He left the 10th floor and started to move upwards. The corridor was silent, with only the sound of their footsteps and the slight electronic movement of the mechanical dog echoing. They arrived at the 11th floor, and Steel Teeth's thermal scan quickly reported that there were only about 20 zombies on this floor, and they posed no threat at all. Lin Mo patted dog number 3, signaling it to stay on guard, and then gave a clearing order to Gangchi and dog number 2. The 2 mechanical dogs sneaked into every corner silently, and half an hour later, the floor returned to silence. Lin Mo received a reminder from the bracelet. Kill 23 ordinary zombies, get 230 points. His points reached 580 points. Looking around, Lin Mo saw only traces of violent destruction, broken furniture, and scattered documents, as if swept by a hurricane. He deconstructed some of the remaining metal objects and harvested 140 metal units. There was no sign of living people on the entire floor, and the air was filled with dust and stench. Lin Mo did not stay for long and continued to move upwards with a mechanical dog, eventually reaching the 12th floor. The layout of this floor is somewhat different. It seems to be the office area of a certain technology company, and it is also in a mess. Zombies roamed among the shattered cubicles and desks, and Lin Mo glanced at the bulky printers and computers, most of which were made of plastic and provided limited metal value. On the contrary, the few inconspicuous metal filing cabinets in the corner seemed more worthy of deconstruction. Chapter 6. The Choice of Doom. Lin Mo ordered dog number 2 and dog number 3 to enter each room to clean up. The sound of metal claws tearing rotten flesh and the roar of zombies could be heard intermittently. Lin Mo found the most impressive-looking office, sat down in a large boss chair, and turned around gently to get a feel for what it was like to be the boss. Listening to the bracelet prompting the points for killing zombies, not bad. It feels great to be the boss. Steel Teeth quietly crouched at his feet, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Lin Mo even thought leisurely that if it were in the past, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to interview for this company. Suddenly, a sudden crash came from the corridor, which didn't sound like the sound of a mechanical dog. Lin Mo became alert instantly, jumped up from his chair, and whispered, "Steel Teeth, explore the way ahead." He followed closely behind, moving cautiously outward to an open area to avoid being surrounded. When Lin Mo came to the corridor and was about to approach Steel Tooth, the cement floor cracked without warning, and several tough vines with strange green light suddenly sprang out, entangled Steel Tooth's limbs, and fixed it firmly in place. The metal shell rubbed against the vines, making a harsh sound. Almost at the same time, a gust of wind came from the side. Lin Mo instinctively rolled to the side to avoid it. He looked up and saw the attacker, a middle-aged man with a sinister face, wearing a wrinkled white shirt and stained suit pants, holding a fruit knife that flashed with cold light in his hand. "Food! Hand over the food!" When the man saw that his attack missed, his eyes became more and more crazy, and he roared in a hoarse voice, swinging his knife at Lin Mo again. Seeing the fruit knife coming towards him, Lin Mo tried to block it in panic, only to feel a chill in his left shoulder, followed by a sharp pain. The warm liquid quickly soaked his clothes. Although he was young and strong, he was unarmed, and his previous dodge had made him lose the upper hand. Stimulated by the severe pain from the wound, he quickly roared towards the depths of the office. "Gather! Get closer to me!" At the same time, the steel-toothed hydraulic claws exerted force to break free from the vines, and the scarlet electronic eyes locked onto the attacker. It shook its head violently, and the hydraulic device on its feet once again burst out with powerful power. Bang! Bang! A shallow pit was stepped on the hard ground, and the steel teeth rushed towards the middle-aged man like a cannonball. Inside the office, dogs 2 and 3, who were nailing a zombie to the wall, also heard their master's call. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically when he saw the menacing metal beast. He tried to wrap the vines around Steel Tooth again, but as soon as the vines wrapped around Steel Tooth's legs, they were instantly broken by the terrifying impact. Steel Tooth was almost unaffected by the full-speed impact and crashed directly into the man's chest and abdomen. Puff! The man was knocked away like a broken sack, hitting the wall at the end of the corridor with a dull sound. His body slid softly to the ground. His mouth open, blood mixed with internal organs continued to flow out, and his body continued to twitch. The man's wide eyes showed greed and ecstasy, but the sudden arrival of death left him no time to show fear. The warm blood quickly spread under him. Lin Mo stood up with difficulty. The wound on his left shoulder was in great pain. He looked at the man lying on the ground in a miserable state of death. Looking at his frozen expression, his stomach churned. He staggered back until his back hit the cold wall, unable to hold on any longer, and slowly slid to the ground. Then he suddenly bent over and retched violently, leaving only the bitter taste of bile in his throat. His clenched fists turned white from the force he exerted, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time he had seen a living person die in front of him at such close range, and it was because of his orders that he died. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, mixed with the feeling of relief for surviving the disaster and the unfamiliarity with his own behavior. Lin Mo knew very well that if Gangxi had been a step slower, he would be lying there now. In this world, if you don't kill someone, someone else will kill you. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and supported himself against the wall, moving up from the ground. The pain in his left shoulder was like a sharp blade piercing his bones, and every breath he took was pulling at the wound. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and the blood on the ground had not yet dried. The pair of eyes that were still open in death seemed to be staring at him. His stomach churned again, and he forced himself to look away, and bitterness rose in his throat again. Dog number 2 and dog number 3 continued to clean the floor. Lin Mo ordered in a hoarse voice. The scarlet electronic eyes flashed, and dog number 2 and dog number 3, who had just returned, turned around again. The metal claws easily tore through the fragile wooden door, followed by the low roar of the zombies and the teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking. Steel Teeth crouched quietly at his feet, his head slightly turned, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for possible threats. He himself was not idle either, enduring the pain and carefully searching under the desks and collapsed filing cabinets in each office. But apart from thick dust and scattered waste paper, he did not find even a medicine packaging bag. The makeshift bandage on his shoulder had once again been stained red by the seeping blood. The sticky feeling and constant pain reminded him of the urgency of time. Several smashed metal cabinets and several scrapped computer hosts provided metal parts. Lin Mo used metal deconstruction to decompose them one by one, and finally had 200 metal units. Steel Teeth and number 2 cleared the zombies in the corridors and rooms, and the total score increased to 800 points. 200 metal units, 800 points, still not enough. Lin Mo looked at the empty floor filled with the smell of blood, and the scene of being cornered by the fruit knife flashed again. If Gangxi hadn't arrived in time, he wouldn't dare to think about it anymore. We must increase our combat power as soon as possible. Lin Mo activated the skill Mechanical Creation without any hesitation. Select Blueprint, Standard Mechanical Dog. Consume basic metal units times 50. The metal unit was instantly cleared. The familiar white light lit up again, and a pale blue metal light spot appeared out of thin air. As if being pulled by an invisible force, it quickly gathered, merged, and took shape. The light faded, and 4 brand new mechanical dogs stood quietly in front of him. Their electronic eyes lit up with faint red light at the same time. You are called dog number 4, dog number 5, dog number 6, and dog number 7. Lin Mo pointed casually. The name is just a code name for the convenience of command. The ability to fight and carry is the most important thing. 7 mechanical dogs were guarding Lin Mo in a fan-shaped formation. He looked around at his troops, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. At least if he encountered an attacker again, it would not be so easy for the attacker to get close to him. It was really pleasant to lead a group of mechanical dogs to conquer the world. Let's go to the 13th floor, he ordered in a deep voice. The 7 mechanical dogs immediately took steps, their metal claws stepping on the ground, making regular and heavy click sounds. Lin Mo followed closely behind, his eyes scanning the shadows at the corner of the stairs, his ears carefully catching any slight, unusual sounds that might come from above. Chapter 7. The Person Who Controls the Zombies. Lin Mo and his group walked up the stairs and headed for the 13th floor. The footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. The 13th floor was surprisingly quiet, with only a few zombies that were missed. The air was filled with a mixture of corruption and dust. Some office doors were open, and the tables and chairs inside were turned upside down. The ground was littered with torn documents and empty packaging boxes, which clearly showed signs of a thorough search. Lin Mo frowned, asked Steel Teeth to protect him and the 6 standard mechanical dogs to deal with the zombies. He quickly checked several rooms, and sure enough, Apart from a few broken metal chair legs and more than 40 metal units decomposed for the cabinet, he did not find anything else of value. It seems that guy has already cleaned this place. Lin Mo muttered to himself, thinking that the middle-aged man should have searched this floor. He did not stop and immediately led the team to the 14th floor. It was even quieter here than on the 13th floor. There was not even the roar of zombies. The environment seemed unusually clean. Occasionally, some metal scraps that had been missed could be found in a corner. Lin Mo immediately used metal deconstruction. No matter how small a mosquito leg was, it was still meat. Whatever could be collected should be collected. Never waste it. When he arrived at the 15th floor, Lin Mo's doubts grew even stronger. This floor had also been cleaned, and all that was left were some miscellaneous items that were difficult to move or of little value. He plundered some more metals and gathered more than 100 metal units. Lin Mo used mechanical creation, again without hesitation, to make a new mechanical dog. A flash of light passed, and 8 brand new standard mechanical dogs appeared in the team. From now on, we'll call them Dog Number 8 and Dog Number 9, Lin Mo casually named them. At this point, he already had the heavily armored beast Steeltooth and 8 standard mechanical dogs under his command. The metal hounds with flashing scarlet electronic eyes formed a semicircle to protect him in the middle, and their cold metal bodies brought him a strange sense of security. Let's go to the 16th floor. Lin Mo ordered in a deep voice. The wound on his shoulder felt a sharp pain as he moved. The higher he went, the more uneasy he felt. This clean floor itself was not normal. When he reached the staircase on the 16th floor, he could smell a faint stench mixed with the pungent smell of engine oil. Lin Mo immediately stopped and raised his hand to signal. Gangchi, thermal scan. Gangchi's scarlet electronic eyes flashed. A moment later, a message appeared on Lin Mo's bracelet. The moment Lin Mo saw the content, his pupils suddenly shrank. Dense red dots of light filled the entire corridor and some rooms on the floor. It was roughly estimated that there were at least 60 or 70 of them. This number exceeded the density of normal wandering zombies. He held his breath and carefully moved to the corner of the stairs, using the wall as a cover to look inside. He saw that the zombies in the corridor were not wandering around in a disorderly manner, but were arranged in a weird formation. The zombies in the front row were holding dismantled iron doors in their hands, the rusty iron doors barely serving as shields. From the gaps between the shields, several steel pipes or mop poles were sticking out, flashing coldly. The zombies further back were holding something that was still smoking and seemed to have just gone out, ready to throw it at any time. There seemed to be a wire mesh hanging from the ceiling above. On the ground, large pieces of dark greasy liquid were splashed, giving off a strong smell of motor oil. This was definitely not an ordinary zombie. Lin Mo's heart was shocked, and he instantly understood why the floor was so clean before. This was not cleaned by the middle-aged man, but was cleared by some force and set as a trap. Someone is controlling these zombies. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, feeling that this place was like a carefully arranged hunting ground. He looked at the large number of zombies on the other side and wanted to retreat. However, the zombies that were originally arranged in an orderly manner began to squirm and growl restlessly, and the turbid light in their eye sockets all stared at the stairs. Maintaining that strange formation, they pressed forward step by step. The iron gate and shield made a dull friction sound, like a slowly moving steel barrier. Oh no, it's the smell of blood coming from my bleeding shoulder. The other party didn't even try to attack, and just attacked directly. Lin Mo's heart sank. The other party's decisiveness was beyond his imagination. This was either a completely irrational aberration, or the controller was extremely confident and didn't care who the enemy was. Lin Mo was more inclined to the latter, as those crude but practical weapons and formations all revealed the cunning of humans. Lin Mo's eyes became fierce, and there was no time to hesitate. Steel teeth, tear them apart. The heavily armored mechanical dog Steel Teeth's engine roared and rushed out like a flash of lightning. It ignored the rusty iron gate shields, and the alloy chain knife at its tail made a piercing scream. Amidst the flying sparks, an iron gate broke. Steel Teeth didn't stop, and its huge body knocked away the zombies that had lost their shields and plunged into the relatively vulnerable back row. The tail knife danced wildly. Limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and in just a few seconds, it cleared a small area, showing its amazing destructive power. However, the zombies reacted just as quickly. The gaps in the front row shields were immediately filled by the zombies on the side. The zombies in the back row carrying burning objects through their mops and sticks, which were emitting black smoke and a burnt smell without hesitation. They landed on the route that Steel Teeth had just advanced on, forming a short wall of fire, temporarily blocking the follow-up support. Dogs 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go to support. Dogs 7, 8, 9, protect me. Lin Mo quickly adjusted the order. 5 standard mechanical dogs immediately rushed out from the side, trying to bypass the firewall to assist Steel Teeth. But the remaining front row shield zombies immediately turn around and block their way with the iron gate again. At this moment, there was a sound overhead, and several wire meshes with iron hooks were covering their heads. The 2 mechanical dogs were unable to dodge and were immediately entangled. They scratched the net with their metal claws, trying to tear open the barbed wire. Before the barbed wire could be torn open, the zombies behind immediately surrounded it and smashed the trapped mechanical dog with steel pipes, iron rods, and even any water pipe parts they could find. The metal shell immediately clanged and sparks flew. Steel Teeth, come back for help. Lin Mo's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately ordered. Steel Teeth, who was killing people in the back row, received the order and turned around without hesitation. With its huge body, it knocked aside several shield zombies that were blocking the way and rushed to the 2 trapped mechanical dogs. Its tail blade spun again and cut through the tough barbed wire in a few strokes. Then the hydraulic claws of Steel Teeth's front limbs suddenly lifted up and then slammed heavily to the ground. Bang! With a dull, loud noise, the whole corridor seemed to shake. The large amount of oil spilled on the ground was shaken by this force and splashed into the sky like an oil rain. The burning wall of fire suddenly jumped up, and the besieging zombies were caught off guard. Their feet slipped instantly and were burned by the flames. The originally strict formation suddenly fell to the ground, and the scene was in chaos. Steel Teeth and 5 mechanical dogs formed a team, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and took advantage of the zombies' chaos to launch another charge. This time, the zombies who had lost their formation and shield protection were like lambs to be slaughtered. The mechanical dogs' alloy claws and tail knife were extremely efficient, leaving limbs and arms flying wherever they passed. In just half a minute, more than a dozen zombies were completely torn apart or paralyzed. Seeing that the number of zombies had been reduced to about half, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a slightly teasing laugh came from the depths of the corridor, clearly drowning out the zombies' roars and the sound of metal colliding. Aha! These little toys of yours are quite unique. Chapter 8, Soul-Destroying Song. A young man in a black hoodie, his face obscured by shadows, slowly walked out from behind the fallen zombies. He looked relaxed, but his voice was full of playful cruelty. It's a pity, no matter how good a toy is, after playing with it for a long time, you either get bored or it breaks and you have to throw it away in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly formed several complicated seals with his hands, and the eyes under the hood suddenly flashed with an eerie blood-red light. Soul Song. With a low shout, invisible waves spread out instantly. The remaining 30 or so zombies seemed to be injected with some kind of violent energy. Their bodies shook violently, and their eyeballs instantly became bloodshot and turned terrifyingly scarlet. The bones in the bodies of these zombies made crackling sounds, and their bodies expanded. Their originally slow movements suddenly became swift, and their strength increased dramatically. They pounced on the mechanical dog like out-of-control monsters. Steel Teeth immediately felt unprecedented pressure. The originally easy slaughter turned into a hard fight, and the metal shell was constantly scratched by the zombies, and the sound of the collision was harsh and unpleasant. There were only 3 mechanical dogs left around Lin Mo, and he was considering whether to send reinforcements. His intuition told him that the hooded young man's strength had not yet been fully demonstrated, and he must have more ruthless means. It's almost over. The hooded young man sneered and stared at the mechanical dog that was struggling. The game is over. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. The gas tank deep inside exploded, and the shock wave of the explosion swept through the entire corridor like a gale. Steel Teeth was at the front and was blown away, hitting the wall hard. The flying sparks made the surrounding scene blurred. The explosion triggered a chain reaction. The originally fragile ceiling began to fall off in large pieces. A huge cement slab quickly fell down and landed precisely on the mechanical dogs that were fighting the zombies. They were pressed under the cement slab, and the light of their electronic eyes gradually dimmed and stopped moving. Lin Mo was also blown away by the shock wave of the explosion and rolled into a dead corner of a load-bearing wall. The tinnitus made it almost impossible for him to hear the sound around him. The thick smoke and dust made him cough violently, and his vision was blurred. Lin Mo calmed down and looked through the smoke and saw that the majority of the number 2 mechanical dog was pressed down by the concrete slab, and the number 5 dog underneath was completely buried and could no longer be seen. Several faster, enhanced zombies smelled an opportunity and were staggering towards this side. Steel Teeth. Stop the zombies and rescue number 2 and number 5. Lin Mo quickly ordered. Steel Teeth shook its huge head to shake off the rubble on its body. The obvious dents and charred black on its shell were shocking. Its huge body was like a mobile fortress, blocking the front of the suppressed mechanical dog. The other intact mechanical dogs quickly gathered and formed a defensive formation, while trying to cut the ceiling in the hope of rescuing the crushed mechanical dog. Lin Mo knew that dogs number 2 and number 5 were seriously damaged and could not escape for the time being, but the number of zombies was increasing, so he had to take more decisive action. Disperse immediately, number 2 and number 5. Initiate the self-destruct sequence. He gritted his teeth and ordered. Steel Teeth led the other intact mechanical dogs to quickly move away from number 2 and number 5. The electronic eyes of number 2 and number 5, which were pressed under the cement slab, suddenly lit up and then emitted a dazzling red light. The next second, an explosion that was more violent but more concentrated than the previous gas tank explosion occurred again. The hot energy and metal fragments spread rapidly, devouring the surrounding zombies. Broken flesh, charred bones, and twisted metal parts flew everywhere. The shockwave of the explosion even knocked over several zombies that were a little further away, like a strong wind blowing past. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Mo gave an order in a cold voice. Steel Teeth, break the wall. Split them. After receiving the order, Steel Teeth quickly launched a violent shock claw attack on a non-load-bearing wall. With a loud boom, the wall collapsed, knocking down several zombies, and the remaining zombies in the smoke and dust were temporarily separated. Number 3, 4, 6, clean up the fallen zombies. Lin Mo ordered decisively. The mechanical dogs cooperated tacitly, and their tail knives rotated quickly, accurately cutting the necks of the zombies that were overturned by the blast wave or knocked down by the wall, with extremely high efficiency. The hooded young man at the end of the corridor obviously didn't expect Lin Mo to be so decisive. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. His face became increasingly gloomy, and he suddenly growled, his face full of unwillingness. He bit his finger violently, blood dripping onto his palm, and his hands quickly formed a more complicated seal, muttering in a low voice. Use my blood to feed your soul. Go wild. The remaining 7 or 8 zombies once again made crackling sounds of bones bursting. Their bodies expanded again, their blood vessels wriggling under their skin like earthworms, their eyeballs almost bursting out of their sockets, and they exuded an even more crazy and destructive aura. Their strength and speed soared again, and they pounced on the mechanical dog without hesitation. At this time, the hooded young man's face was pale, and it was obvious that the second strengthening had consumed a lot of his energy and his body was shaky. Despite this, the disadvantage in the number of zombies was still obvious, but these strengthened zombies were obviously overdrawing their lives. Steel Teeth swung his shock claws vigorously, and with a loud bang, a zombie that pounced on him was shattered and flew backwards. The other mechanical dogs used their agility to move around and cut, and soon, the last enhanced zombie was also cut in half by Steel Teeth's tail knife. Seeing that the situation was about to be completely reversed, the hooded young man looked at Lin Mo with resentment and staggered back to the broken window. Kid, just wait. The Vulcan Alliance will not let you go. Before he finished speaking, he jumped directly from the window on the 16th floor. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he quickly rushed to the window and looked down through the window. He saw that several zombies on the street seemed to be guided by some force. They quickly gathered into a pile and almost perfectly caught the falling young man. Despite this, the huge impact force caused the young man to spit out blood, and then he limped away into the shadows of the street corner, surrounded by the group of zombies. At the same time, A message came from Lin Mo's bracelet. Kill 62 ordinary zombies. Get 620 points. Total points 1480 points. The reminder sound of the bracelet finally relaxed his tense nerves. He leaned against the wall, tiredly, looking at the mess around him and the scars on the mechanical dogs, and smiled bitterly. Although he won the fierce battle in the end, the price was also very heavy. The mechanical dogs were all injured, and even lost 2 of them. Lin Mo felt a pang of regret in his heart. Chapter 9, Mechanical Dog Squad. Lin Mo lay on the ground, and after a short rest, he began to clean up the battlefield. At the end of the corridor, he found an intact room with some signs of living inside. It should be the room of the hooded young man. There were some supplies in the room, and Lin Mo finally got something. 10 packs of compressed biscuits, 8 packs of instant noodles of various flavors, 4 bottles of mineral water, and a box of Waha AD calcium milk. What's even more amazing is that there was actually a first aid kit, which contained antibiotics, cold medicine, stomach and digestion tablets, iodine, and a roll of clean gauze. Waha, stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. Lin Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the hooded youth had not missed anything that could be used. He quickly took out a few antibiotics and swallowed them, then drank half a bottle of mineral water. Then he carefully cleaned the wound on his shoulder with iodine and put on new gauze. The slight comfort brought by the medicine made him feel alive again. Lin Mo then plundered all the remaining metal materials and activated metal deconstruction to decompose them one by one, obtaining more than 260 metal units. Lin Mo looked at the setting sun outside the window. The sun was sinking rapidly into the horizon, and darkness was about to cover this dead city. Without electricity, darkness greatly strengthened the zombies. Lin Mo decided not to commit suicide anymore, and it was better to hide quietly. There was a faint noise coming from upstairs, maybe the sound of the wind, or maybe something else. Lin Mo's shoulder wound was still aching, and the continuous fighting had pushed his physical strength to the limit. Finally, he gave the order to retreat and cautiously walked down the stairs with the surviving mechanical dog. The huge body of Steel Tooth walked in the front. Each step was steady and powerful, and the sensor kept scanning the surrounding darkness. Lin Mo followed closely behind, and the other mechanical dogs remained alert, protecting Lin Mo firmly. They returned to the familiar apartment on the 10th floor, and Lin Mo found a door panel to block the door. Since he had removed the anti-theft door, Lin Mo could only let Gangxi act as the doorman. Lying on the familiar bed, Lin Mo checked the wound on his shoulder and confirmed that it had not split again, which made him feel a little relieved. He looked at the more than 260 metal units in his hand, and without hesitation, he activated the mechanical creation skill, selected the blueprint of the standard mechanical dog, and consumed 200 metal units. As the white light flashed, the light blue metal light spots quickly merged and took shape. Soon after, 4 brand new standard mechanical dogs appeared in front of Lin Mo, and their electronic eyes flashed red lights on standby. Lin Mo named them Dog Number 2 and Dog Number 5 to commemorate the 2 mechanical dogs he had just lost. Now, Lin Mo has 1 heavy-armored robot dog, Steel Tooth, and 10 standard robot dogs, a total of 11 mechanical creations. Finally, the number has exceeded double digits, and Lin Mo is very pleased. Among them, Steel Tooth is the largest and full of power, while the 10 standard robot dogs are relatively more flexible. They are quietly distributed throughout the apartment, guarding the door and windows, and their cold electronic eyes are like the most loyal sentinels. Lin Mo looked at this mechanical army that belonged to him completely. The unprecedented sense of security made him relax his previous tension and fear. Finally, he could relax, and a strong sense of fatigue came over him like a tide. Under the protection of the mechanical dog, Lin Mo fell into a deep sleep. Nothing happened overnight. On the morning of the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the faint morning light shone through the dusty windows, dispelling the darkness in the apartment. Lin Mo opened his eyes, and the fatigue in his body had mostly subsided. The wound on his shoulder no longer caused severe stinging pain. He checked the wound and found that it had begun to scab over. It looked like it would heal within 2 days. After awakening his superpowers, his physical fitness had improved a lot. The mechanical dogs were like loyal guards, distributed in every corner, their electronic eyes flashing red lights regularly, keeping alert. The huge body of Gangxi was still blocking the door like a steel barrier. Lin Mo could sleep so peacefully, all thanks to these cold mechanical dogs. Lin Mo stood up and stretched his muscles, then ate some compressed biscuits and mineral water for breakfast. After replenishing his energy, he decided to continue clearing the zombies upstairs today. This way he would not be attacked from both sides, and he could focus on exploring downwards and eventually walk out of the building. Let's go. Lin Mo gave the order. The heavy metal footsteps of Gangchi sounded first, leading the team out of the apartment. Lin Mo walked in the middle, and the remaining standard mechanical dogs formed a battle formation to protect him in the center. The electronic eyes of the mechanical dogs constantly scanned the surrounding environment, capturing any movement. The stairwell was still dark and depressing, with only the footsteps and the faint sound of mechanical operation echoing in the empty corridor. The fire door at the staircase on the 17th floor was open, and the messy corridor inside was filled with a foul smell. A dozen staggering figures were startled, and when they turned around, their empty eyes stared at the intruders, making low hoarse sounds and dragged their tattered bodies around. These zombies were ragged, covered with dried blood and dirt, and their movements were slower than the previous zombies, and they were much less threatening than before. Steel Teeth charged first, its huge body rolling over like a tank, instantly knocking the zombies in front of it away and shredding them. Other standard mechanical dogs quickly pounced from different directions, their sharp tail blades easily cutting through the rotten flesh. The sound of metal cutting flesh, the crisp sound of bones breaking, and the meaningless roars of zombies. The whole process was fast and efficient, and in less than a minute, the corridor returned to silence. Only the broken limbs and the cold electronic eyes of the mechanical dogs were left on the ground. Kill ordinary zombies X12. Get 120 points. Current total points 1,600 points. Lin Mo looked at the score prompt. His heart was not fluctuating at all. This level of zombies could no longer pose a threat to him. With the cooperation of the mechanical dogs, they were simply vulnerable. Search in a scattered manner. Lin Mo ordered, and the mechanical dogs quickly dispersed and entered each room to search for supplies. Lin Mo also began to carefully search this floor. The supplies on the 17th floor were scarce, and most of the rooms had been severely damaged. There were not many valuable things left. After searching for a while, he found some scattered metal materials and activated metal deconstruction to decompose these materials. Obtain metal units X70, current metal units 124. The metal unit exceeded 100 again. Lin Mo thought for a while and decided to keep some as repair materials. So he activated mechanical creation, selected the blueprint of the standard mechanical dog, consumed 100 metal units, and added 2 more standard mechanical dogs. 2 brand new standard mechanical dogs appeared in front of Lin Mo. They were number 12 and number 13. Their electronic eyes flashed red, and they stood quietly. Looking at these loyal mechanical dogs, Lin Mo felt more confident than ever before. If it was 2 days ago, he would not have dared to imagine that he could have so many mechanical dogs. Now, even if 100 zombies appeared in front of him, Lin Mo was not afraid. Absolutely not afraid. Chapter 10. Abnormality. Iron Melter. With this confidence, Lin Mo stepped onto the 18th floor, his steps even lighter than usual. But this feeling of ease did not last for 3 seconds, as a violent roar suddenly exploded deep inside the floor, and the air seemed to tremble. The complacency on Lin Mo's face froze instantly, his body subconsciously tensed, and a sense of vigilance surged through his body like a tide. He realized that at this time, he still had to grow slowly and not be too arrogant. Lin Mo quickly retreated to the back and gave an order. Dog number 13, go up and investigate. The newly joined dog number 13 received the order and quickly rushed out. Its metal claws hit the ground with a slight tapping sound, and then disappeared into the shadows of the corner. However, a few seconds later, a dull but violent explosion sounded from the corridor in front. Lin Mo's heart jumped suddenly, and the light that representing dog number 9 on the bracelet screen instantly went out. This was the self-destruction program activated, and it only lasted less than 1 minute. Lin Mo quickly checked his bracelet, and the last moment of dog number 9 on the screen was transmitted back. In the picture, there was a field of red dots of ordinary zombies, with a low density, but there was a huge red dot with a surprising proportion, like a blazing sun surrounded by stars. The 3 words, abnormal, appeared in Lin Mo's mind, bringing a chill. Only abnormalities could make dog number 9 completely defenseless, and even left him with only the choice of activating the self-destruction program. Seeing the 18th floor corridor return to silence, with only a few faint growls, Lin Mo did not leave immediately. He wanted to find out what kind of aberration it was so that he could make plans for the next step. He held his breath and waited quietly for nearly a minute to make sure that the sound inside had completely disappeared. Then he gestured and moved forward carefully with steel teeth, while the remaining mechanical dogs stayed where they were and waited. Lin Mo took every step carefully, fearing to alarm the unknown, terrifying existence. When he walked to the corner, he leaned close to the wall and slowly leaned his head out. Through the messy zombies, Lin Mo saw a huge figure deep in the floor. The height of the monster was at least 3.5 meters, standing there like a little giant. The text on the bracelet prompt appeared in time. Discovered aberration. Iron melter. Lin Mo looked at the iron melter nervously. Its right arm turned out to be a huge steam forging hammer that was still emitting white steam. The surface of the forging hammer was covered with burn marks. Its chest was covered with a thick layer of material that shone with a dark silver metallic luster, as if it was a steel armor that had been solidified after smelting. Its muscles were tight and full of strength. Not far away from it, the charred marks and fragments of dog number 9 after its self-explosion were scattered all over the ground. Roar! Another more angry and violent roar erupted from the iron melter's mouth. It seemed to sense something and looked around. Just that roar brought a sense of oppression. Lin Mo's scalp tingled, and he realized that this was not an existence that he could contend with at this stage. Fighting hard would be tantamount to suicide. He didn't dare to look any further and retreated without hesitation, quickly leaving the 18th floor with all the mechanical dogs. Now, the 18th floor was designated as a restricted area by Lin Mo. Without sufficient combat power and more than 20 mechanical dogs, he dared not enter easily. The huge monster, Iron Melter, on the top floor was like an insurmountable mountain, standing in front of Lin Mo, breaking, and was tantamount to suicide. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in his heart, and turned his eyes to the stairs below. The direction of exploration must be changed. He decided to clean up first, accumulate strength, and work hard to make more mechanical dogs. This was the only option. Let's go, he ordered in a low voice. With 7 mechanical dogs, Lin Mo turned and walked down. The sound of metal claws hitting the ground echoed in the empty corridor. The group soon arrived at the 9th floor. The corridor on the 9th floor was filled with a familiar stench. More than 30 zombies were shaking their bodies and wandering slowly. They were the only residents on the 9th floor. A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Clean them up. Needless to say, the mechanical dogs quickly started up, their metal bodies turned into afterimages, and pounced on the defenseless zombies, leaving 4 mechanical dogs to guard Lin Mo. Biting, colliding, cutting. The efficiency of the machines far exceeded that of flesh and blood. The zombies were torn into pieces before they even had time to scream. Points fell into Lin Mo's bracelet like raindrops, and a total of 330 points were obtained. Lin Mo looked at the empty 9th floor and began to collect metal materials. It took more than 20 minutes to obtain more than 80 metal units. This relaxed rhythm made Lin Mo's mouth curl up slightly, and his confidence rose again. The 9th floor is just SOSO. Continue to go down. The situation on the 8th floor was similar to that on the 9th floor. 35 zombies were wandering in the abandoned office. After the mechanical dogs rushed up, Lin Mo got the same result, earning 350 points, and the total score reached 2,280 points. After searching, he also obtained 65 metal units. Looking at the more than 160 metal units displayed on the bracelet, Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately activated Mechanical Creation. Select Blueprint, Standard Mechanical Dog. Consume basic metal units times 100. White light flashed, and the light blue metal spots quickly merged and shaped, and 2 brand new standard mechanical dogs appeared in front of Lin Mo. The 2 mechanical dogs were numbered dog number 13 and dog number 14. Dog number 13 died too fast, and someone was needed to inherit its legacy and continue the battle with Lin Mo. Lin Mo patted the metal shell of dog number 13, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It takes a little time to accumulate strength. Let's go to the 7th floor. The number of zombies on the 7th floor seemed to be a little less, about 25 or 26, sparsely distributed on the floor. This is not good news for Lin Mo. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. These zombies are all points. With the current combat power configuration, let alone more than 20 zombies, even 100 or so are not a problem. It is easy for the mechanical dogs to clean them up. Lin Mo was still cautious. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, he ordered 4 mechanical dogs to stay by his side and guard the surroundings to prevent accidents. The other mechanical dogs followed the established clearing tactics and scattered, quickly entering the rooms on the 7th floor. The cold metal claws scraped across the dusty ground, making a harsh friction sound, and the figures of the mechanical dogs disappeared behind different doors. The cleanup has begun. Lin Mo stood there, with his back against the cold wall, and heard the short roars and metal collisions of zombies in the room far away. Cleaning up these ordinary zombies has become a routine for him and the army of mechanical dogs. As Lin Mo waited for the result of victory, the air around him seemed to become sticky, and the stench was mixed with a faint metallic smell. Danger often comes at the most relaxed moment. Chapter 11. Robot Dog Rescues the Master. The mechanical dogs guarding Lin Mo suddenly entered combat mode. Their electronic eyes flashed red, and their metal heads suddenly raised up and locked onto the top. Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he looked up. On the ceiling, a black shadow emerged from the shadows of the ceiling like a ghost. It was a zombie, but not an ordinary zombie. It was skinny, with sickly gray skin tightly wrapped around its bones. The most eye-catching thing was its arms. They were not made of flesh and blood, but 2 metal blades flashing with cold light, strangely fused with its shoulders. Aberration. Its target is Lin Mo. It was incredibly fast, and the metal blades in both hands slashed towards Lin Mo's face. Protect. Lin Mo blurted out, and robot dog number 2 reacted quickly. Its alloy body suddenly blocked forward. Clang! There was a sharp sound of metal collision, and sparks flew all over dog number 2. At the same time, dogs number 3 and number 4 next to it suddenly jumped up and slammed into the side of the black shadow. Lin Mo's bracelet's prompt: discover the aberration razor. Come back. Everyone, come closer to me. Lin Mo's voice echoed in the empty corridor. The fatal blow was blocked by dog number 2. The deformed creature called Razor showed extraordinary agility. With the help of the impact of dog number 4, it made an incredible roll in the air and landed lightly. With a few extremely swift leaps, he distanced himself from Lin Mo and stuck to the wall. His pupilless eyes stared at Lin Mo intently. A cold and pure murderous intent made Lin Mo's spine chill. Lin Mo saw that dog number 2, which had just blocked the attack, had an extremely smooth crack on its solid alloy shell, which almost cut through the external armor. Razor's double blades were incredibly sharp, and with just one strike, they severely injured a standard mechanical dog. Razor did not give Lin Mo and his guard dog a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of the brief gap when Steel Tooth and the other mechanical dogs had not yet arrived, it turned its body into a blurry shadow again and pounced on them. Second attack. The 4 mechanical dogs once again bravely faced the enemy, including the injured dog number 2. They were the last barrier in front of Lin Mo. Razor's figure was like an arc, and the 2 metal swords drew 2 icy blade beams. A teeth-grinding cracking sound was heard, and dog number 2's body, which was already cracked, was almost split in half by the knife. The armor completely collapsed, and it fell to the ground. One of dog number 4's front paws was cut off, and its body hit the wall, flashing electric sparks, but dog number 4 still struggled to stand up and stood in front of Lin Mo without taking a single step back. Dog number 3 and number 5 were not hurt, but their tail blades were also dodged by Razor because Razor was too fast. At this critical moment, heavy footsteps came from afar, and Steel Tooth's huge and heavy figure was the first to rush over, followed by all the other mechanical dogs. Lin Mo's tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed, and then a feeling of displeasure surged up. Damn it, little Razor, my army wasn't here just now, so you were able to show off. Now my army is here, you're screwed. Lin Mo's eyes flashed fiercely. Surround it. Kill it. The order was given, and Steel Tooth took the brunt of the attack, fearlessly facing the metal blade swung by Razor. Dang! Another crisp sound. The razor-sharp blade hit the thick armor of Steel Tooth. Sparks flew, but Steel Tooth remained motionless. There was only a tiny gap left on the mechanical armor, and the protective capability of the heavy mechanical dog was not to be underestimated. Taking advantage of the moment when Razor's attack was blocked, Steel Tooth's huge hydraulic claw slammed out and hit Razor's relatively fragile leg accurately. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Razor let out a sharp hiss and staggered. Its ability to move was damaged, and its proud jumping ability was destroyed. Now, there was no way to escape. The standard mechanical dogs rushed forward like sharks smelling blood, biting, crashing, cutting. Having lost its speed advantage and being restrained by the steel teeth, Razor was quickly overwhelmed by the pack of mechanical dogs, with metal parts and mutated flesh flying everywhere. After a moment, the battle was over. The remains of the Razor lay on the ground, completely lifeless. Lin Mo's bracelet vibrated again. Kill the aberration Razor. Get 100 points. Energy Core X1. Lin Mo let out a breath. The sense of crisis just now still left a lingering fear. He looked at the twisted remains of the aberration on the ground, and the last experience came to his mind. These special aberrations often have good things on them. Steel teeth. Lin Mo gave the order. Cut off its two blade arms. Steel teeth stepped forward, and its heavy metal claws grabbed the connection between Razor and the shoulder. An uncomfortable metal twisting sound was heard, and the two metal blade arms that were flashing with cold light were torn off. Gangshi placed the knife arm in front of Lin Mo, and Lin Mo stretched out his hands and pressed on the two weapons. Activate the skill, Metal Deconstruction. An invisible force enveloped the blade arm, and a strange luster appeared on the surface of the metal blade arm. Then it began to decompose, turning into a light blue light spot and sinking into Lin Mo's bracelet. Metal Deconstruction completed. Obtain Super Energy Metal Sharp X5. As expected, there was something to be said for it. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the energy core he had just obtained. The energy core, plus this super energy metal, made him unable to suppress his smile. It seemed that he would have another powerful general under his command. He looked at dog number 2, which was struggling to stand up, but half of its body was broken, making it difficult to maintain balance. Just now, it used its body to withstand 2 fatal blows from the Razor. Without it, I would probably be a corpse now. Lin Mo walked to dog number 2 and looked at the hideous crack on its shell and the constantly flashing electric sparks. Thank you for your hard work this time. He patted the relatively intact half of the metal shell of dog number 2. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt in vain. Lin Mo raised the bracelet, and the light of the energy core and the sharpness of the super energy metal seemed to be intertwined in the bracelet. Steeltooth, thoroughly clear the 7th floor and collect all usable supplies and metal. The order was given. Steel Teeth led the mechanical dogs and dispersed again. The heavy metal footsteps echoed in the floors. Soon, sporadic sounds of fighting were heard again, but they quickly subsided. Lin Mo checked the condition of dog number 4 again to see how many metal units were needed to repair it. Mechanical creation prompts that 10 metal units are needed. It seems that general damage requires 10 metal units, while serious damage like that of dog number 2 requires 30 metal units to repair. About 10 minutes later, the mechanical dogs returned one after another, and the 7th floor was completely cleared. Lin Mo received 260 points, and the total points reached 2,640 points. Chapter 12 Type 2 Mechanical Dog Fangs. Lin Mo collected usable metals and decomposed them to obtain 66 metal units. Looking at the current 120 metal units, Lin Mo did not hesitate. He activated the skill Mechanical Creation on dog number 2. Standard mechanical dog detected. Severely damaged. Repair requires 30 metal units. Use Energy Core X1, 60 metal units. Super Energy Metal Sharp X5 can be upgraded. Lin Mo chose to upgrade dog number 2. After a soft light, mechanical dog number 2 kept changing. The damaged armor began to repair itself automatically, and its appearance was also reshaped. Sharper lines appeared on the originally smooth shell. Its limbs became thicker and more powerful, and the ends of its claws flashed with a cold light like a metal blade, as if it had incorporated the characteristic of sharpness. The whole body seemed more agile and full of explosive power than before. The light faded, and the brand new mechanical dog number 2 stood in front of Lin Mo. Its electronic eyes lit up again, the ice blue eyes flashing a cold light, completely different from the previous scarlet light. The lines are sharper, the limbs are sturdy, and the claws are shining with cold light, silently telling of the deadly threat brought by the sharp characteristics. An invisible sense of oppression emanates from it, even more than that of a larger steel tooth. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. This was a real killing machine. Very good from now on. Your name is Sharptooth. Blade Robot Dog 2 Fangs. Material, alloy skeleton, 60%. composite armor 25%, super metal sharp 15%. Loading capacity, double blade rotary cutting, increase the number of tail blades, and can cut alloys at high speed. Ejection claw, the hydraulic system is upgraded to magnetic rail ejection. The sprint speed reaches 80 kilometers per hour, and the impact force is 800 kilograms when it hits. Dynamic scanning, scan the enemy's dynamics to more clearly see the enemy's attack behavior. Self-destructing bomb, when it explodes, it sprays 108 blades in a 360-degree angle, with a maximum killing radius of 10 meters. Evolution template, high-frequency cutting type, shadow hunting type, electromagnetic explosion type. The new code name gave it a new mission. Lin Mo looked at the mechanical creation in front of him with almost full attack capability. An indescribable sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. This was the killing machine he wanted. Now the iron smelter upstairs must die. Lin Mo is not a forgetful person. Although dog number 13 followed him for a short time, that revenge must be avenged. Of course, he was definitely not coveting the energy core or super energy metal exploded by the iron smelter. All of this was purely out of deep comradeship. The feelings are deep and revenge is necessary. Yes, that's it. He looked down at the number of metal units and spent another 10 metal units to repair number 4. In the end, there were less than 100 metal units left. Lin Mo looked at the current mechanical dog team. Although they had the powerful General Sharp Fong, the number of standard mechanical dogs was still not enough. If we want to kill the iron smelter, we have to rely on the human wave tactic. We have to expand the number of mechanical dogs to at least 20. This amount of metal is far from enough. Accumulation still takes time. Continue going down. Lin Mo's voice rang out in the empty corridor with a hint of unquestionable determination. Target the 6th floor. Steeltooth growled and took the lead with heavy steps, followed closely by Sharp Fong, whose movements were light but full of explosive power. The other standard mechanical dogs formed a formation and followed silently. The group walked downstairs along the dusty and dried blood-stained stairs. The stairwell was filled with a foul stench mixed with decay and blood. The light was dim, with only the emergency lights flickering, casting strange spots of light. The fire door on the 6th floor was open, and the roars of zombies could be faintly heard from behind the door. There were quite a few of them. Lin Mo's eyes were calm, and there was no ripple in his heart. Clear all. The order was given. Steel teeth slammed into the corridor on the 6th floor like a small, armored vehicle. Several zombies blocking its way were instantly smashed and sent flying backwards. Fong's figure turned into a silver lightning in the narrow space. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Its alloy claws accurately scratched the zombie's neck, bringing up a puff of dirty black blood. The standard mechanical dogs worked in perfect harmony, efficiently tearing apart any enemies that tried to get close. The battle on the 6th floor was almost a one-sided massacre. The more than 40 zombies were unable to organize any effective resistance under the impact of steel teeth, the cutting of fangs, and the encirclement of standard dogs. They couldn't even get within 10 meters of Lin Mo. The ground was soon covered with rotten corpses. Kill 43 ordinary zombies. Get 430 points. Total points, 3,070 points. In a short while, all the zombies on the 6th floor were eliminated. Lin Mo commanded the mechanical dog to collect the metal on this floor, put them all together, and activated metal deconstruction, one by one. A light flashed, and the metal unit increased to 156 points, which was not bad. Lin Mo did not manufacture the mechanical dog immediately. There was no pressure to clear the current number. He would wait until the time came and manufacture them together. Lead the mechanical dog team to continue downwards. The situation on the 5th floor is similar to that on the 6th floor. The number of zombies is almost the same, and the ending has not changed at all. Same formula, same taste. The mechanical dog is like a silent god of death, efficiently harvesting these moving points and metal materials. The huge body of Steeltooth roared and knocked away the zombies rushing over from the ground, while the fangs showed amazing flexibility. With a swoosh, the ejecting steel claws of the front paws accurately pierced into the concrete structure of the ceiling. The next second, the Fong leaped into the air like a swing. In midair, the double-blade rotary cutting device on its tail made a sharp buzzing sound. Puff! A zombie was cut in half, and its internal organs and black blood were scattered all over the ground. Lin Mo was like an old farmer harvesting the materials. He watched the mechanical dogs pull the materials in front of him, then stepped forward and used metal structure to decompose them one by one. Finally, he accumulated nearly 300 metal units. Fourth floor. Lin Mo's voice sounded again, and he went to the fourth floor to clean up. The battle on the fourth floor was a little more intense. A mutated zombie dog appeared here, its body covered in blood red, and it was extremely fast, and it almost sneak attacked Lin Mo. But there were always 4 mechanical dogs guarding Lin Mo. In the collision between machines and flesh, the machines were still stronger. The zombie dog was cut into 2 halves by the tail blade of number 4, and blood was all over the ground. The fourth floor was quickly cleaned up, and Lin Mo's total score reached 3,430 points. Lin Mo commanded the robot dog to search this floor carefully. Compared with the upper floors, the room structure on the fourth floor seems to be a little different. It is divided into several larger rooms, most of which are for entertainment purposes. Lin Mo didn't have to wait long before the mechanical dogs brought back some metal materials one after another. Lin Mo used metal deconstruction to decompose them one by one. Before he had finished breaking down the batch of materials, a mechanical dog, dog number 10, ran towards him with red eyes and stood beside him, signaling Lin Mo to follow it. Lin Mo was curious about what dog number 10 had found, so he followed it to the corner of the floor. Lin Mo walked closer and took a look at the sign, which turned out to be a gym. Chapter 13, Unlocking Battle Formations. This is a gym. Lin Mo was extremely surprised by this discovery, and he quickly ran in. The scene inside made Lin Mo's breathing suddenly stop. Although the space was not large, various equipment were neatly arranged. Treadmill, elliptical machine, gantry, bench press, and a row of dumbbells. 20 or 30 fitness machines stand there quietly. In the dim light, the metal parts reflect an alluring luster. They are like sleeping metal treasures, waiting to be awakened. Even the steel support of the worn-out boxing sandbag in the corner seemed to be shining in Lin Mo's eyes. How can this be a gym? This is clearly a small metal mine. Lin Mo felt his heart skip a beat. In previous searches, most of the items found were scattered metal products, which had a low decomposition efficiency. However, the main structures of these fitness equipment in front of us are almost all made of high-strength metal. Now I'm really rich. Sharp Fong, Steel Tooth, come and guard me. I want to disintegrate them. Lin Mo's voice echoed in the silent gym, carrying a hint of unquestionable command. Sharp Fong moved swiftly to the door, its ice-blue electronic eyes scanning the corridor vigilantly, while Steel Tooth stood steadily beside Lin Mo, its heavy metal body bringing an invisible sense of security. Lin Mo no longer hesitated and took action immediately. He first walked toward a spinning bike, grabbed the frame with both hands, and activated the skill Metal Deconstruction. Spinning bike. Disassemble to obtain basic metal units X30. Dumbbell bar. Disassemble to obtain basic metal unit X20. Bench press rack. Disassemble to obtain basic metal units X20. Goat extension machine. Disassemble to obtain 30 basic metal units. The fitness equipment quickly disintegrated in Lin Mo's hands, turning back into light blue dots and entering the bracelet. As for those big guys that weigh more than 100 kilograms, the burr machine, smith machine, etc., Lin Mo commanded the sharp teeth to cut them open. He was in urgent need of metal units, and not a single bit could be wasted. Fong used the tail blade to cut it. Upon receiving the order, a sharp blue blade light popped out from the end of Fong's flexible tail. Hila! Sparks flew everywhere, and the hard metal was cut easily like tofu, split into pieces. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he stepped forward to perform metal deconstruction. Time passed by minute, and in the gym, the only sounds were the cutting sound of the Fong's tail blade and the sound of Lin Mo deconstructing metal. Lin Mo devoted himself to the task, and all he had in his eyes were those instruments gleaming with metallic luster, which were the guarantee of his survival. Finally, the last piece of equipment, the huge smith machine, was completely disassembled. Lin Mo stopped panting and looked around. The gym, which was originally full of equipment, was now empty. All of them were replaced with metal units and stored in Lin Mo's bracelet. It's finally done. He let out a long breath, but with an uncontrollable smile on his face, he checked the metal units obtained from this decomposition. Obtained metal unit plus 1,250. Total 1,560. The number of metal units in the bracelet cheered Lin Mo up, and he laughed crazily. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement. He didn't hesitate at all. Use skill, mechanical creation. Selected the standard mechanical dog blueprint. Consume basic metal units times 1200. Are you sure about the manufacturing? Confirm. Lin Mo. In an instant, light blue metallic spots peeled off from the surface of parts, flying in the air like countless fireflies, converging, merging, and taking shape. White light filled the entire gym, and standard mechanical dogs appeared one after another. Soon, 24 brand new standard mechanical dogs appeared in front of Lin Mo in an orderly manner. They're made entirely of silver-gray metal, with smooth lines and a sense of power. The electronic eyes flashed a cold red light, and the joints of the limbs were flexible, making slight metallic friction sounds. Adding the previous 13 standard mechanical dogs, the heavy armored steel teeth and sharp blade-type fangs, the total number of Lin Mo's mechanical team suddenly soared to 39. Steel Tooth X1, Fang X1, Standard Type X37. The number is ranked to 39. Number 1 died in battle. Number 2 was promoted to Fang. 39 mechanical dogs were neatly arranged in front of Lin Mo. Their red electronic eyes flickered in unison like sparks in the dark night. Their metal bodies reflected the dim light like silent steel guards. A strong sense of self-confidence surged into Lin Mo's heart. He felt that it could no longer be called the Mechanical Dog Squad, but should be called the Mechanical Dog Legion, and Lin Mo was the Legion commander. This army commander now has 39 mechanical dogs at his disposal. What's a mere iron forger like that? Lin Mo took a deep breath and glanced at the iron army in front of him. Sharp Fang stood in the front, its streamlined body full of explosive power, its tail blade ready to go, and Steel Tooth like a mobile fortress, its heavy armor bringing a steady sense of oppression. Behind them were 37 standard mechanical dogs, arranged in neat formations, emitting cold, murderous intent. Just as Lin Mo was about to give the order to command this nascent mechanical army to march towards the 18th floor, the bracelet screen lit up and a new prompt message popped up. The number of mechanical creations detected exceeds 30, unlocking the Battle Formation module. Unlock Formation 1. Attack Formation, Front Arrow Formation. Formation Configuration. Vanguard, Fangs plus 15 standard mechanical dogs. Main attack, Steel Teeth plus 15 standard mechanical dogs. Raiding formation, remaining standard mechanical dogs. Tactical description. The Vanguard troops use speed and sharp blades to tear open the defense line, eject steel claws to restrict the target's movement, and alloy tail blades to cut the weak points of the joints. The main attack force is led by the heavy armored steel teeth to create impact and disrupt the enemy formation, and the standard cluster follows up to encircle and kill. The raiding troops are responsible for battlefield support, ready to make up the enemy's losses at any time, and to protect the commander's safety and prevent the enemy from counterattacking before their death. Unlock Formation 2. Defense Formation, Iron Shield Formation. Formation Configuration. Outer layer, Steel Teeth plus 15 standard mechanical dogs. Middle layer, Fangs plus 10 standard mechanical dogs. Back row, remaining standard mechanical dogs. Tactical description. The outer layer troops are based on heavy armored steel teeth, with standard coordination, quickly forming a combined shield wall to effectively resist physical impact. The formation can adjust the tilt angle. 60 degrees is recommended to deflect or weaken high temperature and energy beam attacks. The middle-level troops are led by the sharp-edged Fangs, who use the small space to pop out their steel claws and double tail blades to quickly cut and counterattack any enemy who tries to break into the formation. The rear troops serve as the last line of defense, protecting the commander and, if necessary, using their own bodies to form the final physical barrier. Lin Mo looked at the clear formation diagrams and tactical instructions on the bracelet screen, the excitement in his eyes almost overflowing. This is like timely help. What was originally just an advantage in numbers has now directly resulted in an improvement in the tactical level. Chapter 14 Target. Iron Forger. The sharp attack of the arrow formation and the solid defense of the iron shield formation made him more confident. Facing the unknown mutant, the Iron Melter, he now had more means to deal with it. This time there was no more hesitation. Lin Mo waved his hand suddenly. His movements were clean and neat. Mechanical Legion. Attack Formation. Prepare the arrow formation. A uniform sound of metal friction was heard, and the 39 mechanical dogs quickly adjusted their positions. Their movements were smooth and swift withaut any confusion. The whole process took only a few seconds, and an offensive arrow formation had taken shape, with a cold, murderous aura filling the empty floor. Lin Mo stood at the back of the formation, feeling the slight vibration coming from under his feet, which was the resonance caused by the roar of the mechanical dog's engine. Let's go target the 18th floor. His voice was particularly clear amid the echo of the metal. Aberration Ironforger, huh? Very Dio, huh? I'm sure you'll be my enemy. The mechanical dogs let out low roars. The torrent of steel began to move, and the heavy footsteps gathered together, like the beating of war drums, shaking the floor beneath their feet and even making the dust on the walls fall. This mechanical army created by Lin Mo himself, with an indomitable momentum, moved along the stairs towards the higher darkness. The group stepped onto the 18th floor. The air seemed to become even more stagnant, filled with a smell of decay and ominousness. There was no hesitation in Lin Mo's eyes, and the command was instantly transmitted through the invisible link. Charge par formation, charge. The heavily armored Steeltooth started first, roaring and rushing forward like a cannonball. Its heavy metal body knocked away the debris blocking its way, making a dull sound. The fangs followed closely behind, moving flexibly on both sides, with sharp alloy claws tearing through the air, looking for an angle to attack. The rest of the standard mechanical dogs were spread out in a fan shape. Their task was to clear out the ordinary zombies wandering around the floors and ensure that the core combat forces assault was not disturbed. The hard head of the steel tooth hit the iron smelter's leg hard, making a harsh metal friction sound and sparks flying. At the same time, the sharp claws of the fangs scratched across the iron smelter's side, leaving a few shallow scratches. The standard dogs followed closely behind, and 9 of them spread out to pounce on the ordinary zombies scattered around, biting and hitting them. In just a few seconds, more than 20 slow-moving zombies were completely dismantled, turning into twisted parts and rotten meat on the ground. The sudden blow caused the iron smelter to stagger, and its huge body let out an angry roar, like a mixture of the noise of metal friction and steam eruption. The 3.5-meter height brought a huge sense of oppression, and the shadow shrouded the mechanical dog in front. The iron smelter's thick right arm suddenly raised up, and the steam hammer at the end of the arm roared, and the internal structure ran at high speed. A faint blue flame instantly burst out from the surface of the hammerhead, and a scorching air wave rushed towards him. The giant hammer, with destructive power and blue flames, fell fiercely towards the center of the mechanical dog formation. Iron shield formation, defend. Lin Mo's order was issued quickly. The mechanical dog pack quickly changed its formation. The standard dogs in the front dispersed to both sides, revealing the steel teeth at the core of the formation. The hydraulic system of Steeltooth's limbs made a hissing sound, and it stomped its forelimbs heavily on the ground. It lowered its body and aimed its thickened alloy carapace at the oncoming giant hammer. Several standard mechanical dogs huddled closely behind Steeltooth, linking their metals to each other to share the coming impact. Boom! The blue flame giant hammer collided head-on with Steeltooth's head. The deafening sound echoed in the building. The shock wave stirred up dust and debris on the ground. Steeltooth's body sank suddenly, and the floor under his feet cracked inch by inch. The powerful force made its metal skeleton groan under the heavy load, but it managed to block it. The standard mechanical dog, behind, it shared some of the impact, and the iron shield formation was stabilized. Just when the iron smelter's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, the fangs on its flanks moved. It flexibly moved around to the gap where the iron smelter was blocking, and its alloy claws popped out, grabbing fiercely at the exposed joints of the iron smelter. There was another sharp scraping sound. The iron smelter felt pain and twisted its body angrily. The silver-white metal armor on its body began to change. The color quickly changed from silver-white to a dazzling red, and an indescribable high-temperature force field suddenly spread out with it as the center. The air around the iron smelter was distorted by the high temperature. His vision became blurred, and nearby wood debris, paper, and even some low-quality plastic products began to spontaneously combust, emitting black smoke and then flames. The entire floor seemed to be thrown into a furnace. The temperature rose rapidly, the walls were burned black, and there was a slight crackling sound. The iron melter held high up a huge steam hammer that had turned red and emitted terrifying heat. This time, there was no longer a blue flame on the hammer head, but a red light like a branding iron. It once again locked onto the steel teeth that had withstood its attack and smashed down with the momentum of burning everything. The high temperature contained in this hammer is enough to melt steel. Disperse. Evade. Lin Mo didn't dare to let Gang Chi take this devastating blow head-on, so the order was conveyed immediately. The iron shield formation dispersed instantly. Steel teeth received the command, and the hydraulic claws on its limbs exerted force suddenly. The powerful bouncing force allowed its heavy body to instantly rise from the ground and leap to the side and rear. Boom! The red hammer brushed past the afterimage of the steel teeth and slammed heavily on the spot where it had just been. A huge hole was smashed into the floor, and the edge was molten, flashing red light and steam rising. Steeltooth managed to dodge the fatal blow. But not all mechanical dogs have such reaction speed and evasive ability. The two standard mechanical dogs responsible for support were unable to dodge and were hit by the edge of the giant hammer. With the teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting, they were instantly smashed into two piles of scrap metal emitting black smoke. Parts flew everywhere, and the electric sparks flashed a few times before completely extinguishing. The high-temperature force field was still raging, and the air on the floor was hot and sticky. Lin Mo's gaze penetrated the distorted air and locked onto the iron melter again. He must not let it continue to accumulate power. Sharp arrow formation. Sharp Fong attacks the left arm. The order was as fast as lightning. The formation was reorganized in an instant, and the fangs suddenly shot out from the flank like a silver lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. The alloy steel claws popped out in the air, making a crisp click sound, and the ejected steel claws accurately wrapped around the iron melter's left arm that was not holding the hammer. The fang's limbs suddenly plunged into the ground. The hydraulic system overloaded and made a shrill scream. It used all its strength to pull backwards. The huge pulling force made the iron smelter's more than 3-meter-tall body stagger, and its balance was instantly broken. Standard synchronized attack. 10 standard mechanical dogs rushed towards the unstable iron smelter from different angles like arrows from a bow, and their target was the iron smelter's lower body. The iron smelter roared angrily, and the sound of steam erupting became more intense. It twisted its huge body, and the red giant hammer in its right arm swept out with a devastating heat wave. Chapter 15. Blow it up hard. Boom! The heavy wind from the hammer blew past, and the 3 standard dogs in the front were unable to dodge and were hit directly by the giant hammer. The sound of metal twisting and breaking was terrifying. They instantly turned into 3 balls of burning scrap metal, and parts mixed with electric sparks flew in all directions. They died before they could even self-destruct. The remaining standard mechanical dogs seized this fleeting opportunity and successfully rushed to the iron melter's ankles. They bit down hard with their sharp alloy teeth and tore frantically at the relatively fragile joints. Snap! Snap! The muscle tissue of the legs was exposed and instantly turned into a bloody mess. The standard mechanical dog succeeded in one strike, then immediately let go and leaped backwards with its powerful jumping force, avoiding the possible trampling of the iron melter. The iron smelter felt the pain and let out an even more violent roar. The area on its chest that had originally only been emitting high-temperature metal suddenly began to glow. The silvery white metal quickly turned into a blazing white color. Unimaginable high-temperature energy was rapidly compressed in its chest cavity, and a dazzling beam of light was about to erupt. Lin Mo's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly ordered, "Iron shield formation. Tilt 60 degrees. Try to deflect." The command was almost shouted out, and the surviving mechanical dogs, including the 8 that had just retreated, quickly surrounded Steel Teeth again and formed a defensive formation. This time, they were no longer fighting head-on. All of the mechanical dogs tilted their bodies, adjusted the alloy armor on their backs to a precise 60-degree angle, and connected them closely to form a steel slope, attempting to use the angle to refract the incoming high-temperature beams. Laugh! A blazing white beam of light, brighter than the sun, suddenly shot out from the iron melter's chest. Wherever the beam passed, the air exploded, and the beam fell on the tilted iron shield formation. However, the energy and temperature contained in the light beam were so terrifying that the tilted surface of the alloy armor instantly turned red and then began to melt. The refraction was not completely successful, and the light beam was only slightly deflected. Still, a considerable amount of energy penetrated the formation. Puff! 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 A dull, penetrating sound was heard, and the five standard mechanical dogs at the back of the formation, their metal bodies were like paper, and a huge hole was melted in them the moment they came into contact with the light beam. The internal structure was completely destroyed. The electric sparks flashed wildly for a few times before completely going out. 5 pieces of debris fell down helplessly, emitting smoke. The iron shield formation was forcibly torn open again. Then the iron melter's giant hammer followed up with a heavy blow, hitting Steeltooth. Steeltooth's armor had been deformed and twisted, and it could not withstand a few blows. Lin Mo quickly switched formations, and the Mechanical Dog Legion took advantage of the intervals between the iron smelter's attacks to quickly counterattack. Time passed slowly in the tense battle, and the suffocating high-temperature aura around the iron melter finally began to slowly dissipate due to the continuous battle consumption. The air was no longer distorted. The burning sensation was significantly reduced, the surrounding metal walls no longer glowed a dangerous red light, and the temperature seemed to have returned to normal. But this did not bring any respite. The giant hammer in the iron melter's hand still carried destructive power. Every swing was accompanied by the dull sound of wind and thunder. Every time it fell, the entire floor shook violently. Lin Mo's orders were issued at a rapid speed, and the mechanical dog formation changes had almost reached their limit. Even so, the strong shock waves still penetrated everywhere. The impact penetrated the alloy armor and was transmitted to the fragile internal structure of the mechanical dogs. Sparks flashed intermittently in the gaps in the armor. Several mechanical dogs were slow to move and were knocked to the ground by the shock wave, with their joints twisted and deformed. In just a few minutes of fierce fighting, more than a dozen mechanical dogs have completely lost their combat effectiveness and are paralyzed, emitting thin black smoke. Lin Mo swept his eyes across the battlefield, looking at the mechanical dog army that was getting smaller and smaller, and knew that this could not go on. The iron melter's physical strength is simply a bottomless pit. Once it has recovered and reaccumulated energy, it can once again launch that terrifying high-temperature force field, or shoot out the destructive beam just now, and its own mechanical dog troops will completely collapse. Its rhythm must be interrupted, and the brief window in which its power is weakened must be seized. Lin Mo made the decision in a split second. Gang Chi lead 10 mechanical dogs, target the left knee joint, and initiate a strong charge. The core combat for Steel Teeth is the arrowhead, and the 10 mechanical dogs that still have spare power. The engines roar at maximum power and accelerate suddenly. They gave up their defensive posture, pushed off the ground with all 4 legs, and transformed into 11 steel torrents, rushing directly towards the relatively vulnerable knees of the Molten Iron Man. Bang! Steel Teeth collided first, making a deafening metallic collision sound, and the 10 mechanical dogs that followed closely also slammed violently into the same area one after another. Bang! The continuous collisions caused sparks to fly from mechanical dog's body. The huge body of the Iron Molten Man shook violently, and its legs were obviously bent due to the force. It still relied on its terrifying tonnage and brute force to withstand the impact, and its huge body stood firm like a mountain. Lin Mo's brain was working. The impact force was not enough to destroy the structure, and a stronger destructive force was needed. Without any hesitation, he gave the order again. Standard number 3 dog, number 7 dog, number 8 dog, start the self-destruction program. Blow it up hard. The 3 mechanical dogs that received the order had red light flashing in their eyes. They broke away from the team and accelerated again to rush towards the left knee of the Iron Molten Man that had already endured several hits. Their charging posture was filled with an indomitable determination. A dangerous humming sound came from inside the machine, and the energy core began to fluctuate violently and unstably. Boom! A violent explosion far more powerful than any previous collision suddenly sounded, and the dazzling white light swallowed everything. The violent energy shock wave mixed with metal fragments spread wildly in all directions. At the center of the explosion, the Iron Molten Man's left knee was completely blown off. The only remaining leg was unable to support his huge body, and the Iron Molten Man let out a painful roar. It could no longer maintain its balance and collapsed to the left like a felled tree. Chance! Fangs! Eject the claw hook. Wrap it around its neck. Lin Mo's order followed closely. The Fong that had been lurking on the flank suddenly jumped out like a cheetah, and a sharp claw hook with a steel cable shot out. The ejection steel claw accurately wrapped around the molten iron's thick neck that was falling. The steel cable instantly tightened and groaned as it could not bear the heavy load. Double tail blades attack the eye socket, steel teeth, and bring the other mechanical dogs to crush him to death. The moment the iron smelter fell to the ground, steel teeth had already sprang into action and pressed hard towards the iron smelter's head. The other mechanical dogs followed steel tooth, surrounding the iron smelter and biting its huge body fiercely. Several mechanical dogs also stood on the iron melter's chest to ensure that he could not get up. Chapter 16, Guardian Mech, Blueprint. Fong tightened his steel claws and flew towards the iron smelter. The two sharp blades behind him, flashing with cold light, had already found the right position. Puff, puff. The twin tail blades pierced the eye sockets of the iron smelter with unerring precision. Roar. The iron melter let out a violent roar that shattered the eardrums. The pain made it completely violent. Its right hand, which had fallen to the ground, was still tightly grasping the huge warhammer. Driven by uncontrolled rage, the giant hammer smashed heavily to the ground as his body collapsed. Boom! The hammer head collided with the floor, and the remaining high-temperature energy exploded instantly. The ground groaned, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly with the impact point as the center. The fragile floor structure could no longer withstand such a horrific impact. Click, click. The sound of breaking was heard frequently, and the area hit by the iron melt, along with nearly half of the ground around it, suddenly collapsed downwards. The huge body of the iron melter, the fangs wrapped around it, the steel teeth on it, the mechanical dogs around it, along with countless broken concrete blocks and steel bars, penetrated the floor and fell to the 17th floor. The smoke-filled scene made it difficult for Lin Mo to see the battle situation, so he hurriedly led the mechanical dog beside him to the 17th floor. Lin Mo's footsteps crushed the scattered rubble, and he rushed to the 17th floor. The dense smoke and dust were choking, with a mixed smell of concrete powder and burning metal. The vision was unclear under the swaying emergency lights. He quickly locked onto the center of the battlefield. The massive iron smelter lay on the broken floor like a collapsed metal mountain. The fanged steel cable was still tightly around its neck, with its claws deeply embedded in its skin, like a thorn in its flesh. Steel teeth used its heavy body to firmly press down the iron smelter's head, preventing it from raising its head at all. The double tail blades with sharp teeth flashing coldly were cutting into the hard skull of the iron melter, leaving deep scratches and sparks constantly bursting out. Several mechanical dogs were obviously hit hard by the bricks and stones when they fell. Their shells were dented and deformed, and electric sparks burst out from time to time. But they still struggled, surrounding the iron smelter's body, biting, cutting, and assisting the fangs and steel teeth in suppressing. The iron melter did not completely lose its resistance. It waved its only remaining right arm awkwardly, trying to push away the restraints on its body. Its heavy body twisted and struggled on the ground. Every movement made the surrounding gravel jump, making a teeth-grinding sound of metal friction. It wanted to get up. This thought was like a warning bell ringing in Lin Mo's mind. He must not give it a chance. Lin Mo gave orders to the few remaining mechanical dogs on standby, his voice concise and hurried. Go! Push forward, everyone! There is no need for guards. The most important thing now is to completely end this huge threat. The newly added mechanical dog immediately pounced on it like an arrow. Look for a place to bite or apply pressure, turning your own weight into part of the suppressing force. A dozen mechanical dogs, like a colony of steel ants, covered the body of the iron smelter, their mechanical claws dug deeply into his body. The alloy teeth gnawed frantically at the relatively weak joints of the iron smelter, and the tail blade indiscriminately destroyed the iron smelter's body. There is only one purpose: to consume its strength, destroy its body, and make it unable to move anymore. Fong seized this opportunity, and with the help of many companions, the iron forger struggle was effectively limited. Fong's double tail blades suddenly accelerated their rotation, making a piercing scream. Phew! This time, its target is still the eye socket that had been severely damaged before. The eye socket, without protection, is now a direct passage to the core area inside. The double-edged sword penetrated deeply without any hindrance, and after penetration, the blade suddenly extended forward, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, and penetrated deep into the eye sockets, towards the brain area of the iron melter. Roar! The unprecedented pain made the iron smelter roar madly, as if it was on the verge of death. Its body burst into its final and most violent struggle, and its huge body shook and rolled wildly like an earthquake. Several mechanical dogs lost their footing and were thrown away in an instant by this huge force. They crashed into the broken walls and fell into the rubble on the ground, making dull noises. Some of them flew with sparks and couldn't stand up, while others even disintegrated directly, with parts scattered, and the smoke and dust were stirred up again, filling the entire space. Only the steel teeth were like rivets, firmly nailed to the iron smelter's head. No matter how frantically the behemoth under it twisted, its sharp claws and weight always pressed the opponent's head to the ground, without moving at all. Fawn was also thrown out and rolled on the ground for several times before stabilizing its body, but did not stop at all. The damaged alarm flashed in the internal system, but the core command was above all else. It quickly adjusted its posture, exerted force on all four legs, and turned into a silver lightning again, rushing back to the iron melter, with its double tail blades still remaining in an extended and rotating state. Once again, he found the target accurately, penetrated deeply, and then stirred wildly. Snap sizzle. A head-numbing cracking sound came from inside the iron melter's head. The double tail blades of the fangs were like ruthless blenders, completely turning the iron melter's fragile brain into an unrecognizable paste. The iron smelter's struggle suddenly stopped. The huge body that was shaking wildly gradually weakened in amplitude at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a few unconscious twitches, and then it became completely still. The huge deformed form, the iron melter, completely lost all movement and lay quietly in the ruins of the 17th floor like a pile of scrap metal. Lin Mo exhaled heavily. The oppressive feeling in his chest finally dissipated as the iron smelter fell. This tragic battle was finally over. Looking around, it was a mess. Many mechanical dogs lay quietly in the ruins. They were in order to carry out his orders at all costs until the battle was over. The result was that the mechanical dog corps suffered heavy losses. Of the originally mighty team, only a few were still standing, and the rest were mostly mutilated and their armor was broken. Lin Mo's eyes fell on the prompt message that popped up on the bracelet. Killed 1 aberration, melter. Obtained 200 points, obtained energy core, ×1, standard wearable light mecha Guardian Blueprint X1, Guardian Mech Blueprint, energy core. The value of these two items far exceeded the loss of the mechanical dog, especially the mecha blueprint. Lin Mo's breathing became slightly rapid. Mechas are a romance that every man cannot refuse, especially in this perilous end times. The meaning of mecha is not only romance, but also safety and strength. Chapter 17, Where is the Metal Unit? Lin Mo couldn't wait to open the blueprint, and a sci-fi three-dimensional projection unfolded before his eyes. The complex structure, precise parts, smooth lines, just looking at the blueprint is enough to make one's blood boil. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth slightly lifted up, and he had only one thought in his mind. I'm going to become Iron Man. This is the rhythm of being invincible. Ha ha ha. However, when Lin Mo's eyes swept over the production conditions below the blueprint, he calmed down instantly as if a basin of ice water was poured over him from head to toe. Production requirements. Basic Metal Unit X 500, Energy Core X1. The Energy Core is already there, but the metal unit is still a little short. The originally high enthusiasm was instantly extinguished by the cold reality. The baby feels sad, but he doesn't say it. Lin Mo wanted to roar to the sky, but he lowered his head helplessly. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without metal units, no matter how good the mecha blueprint is, it is just a piece of paper. There's no other way. Let's dismantle the damaged standard mechanical dogs first, and then slowly replenish the number of mechanical dogs after the mecha is made. Lin Mo looked out the window. The sky was dark, with only the last rays of sunset left, about to sink completely below the horizon. Night is about to fall. Lin Mo took a deep breath. The iron smelter's body needs to be dealt with. It is a huge metal deposit. Lin Mo commanded Sharp Fong to cut off the iron forger's giant hammer and the armor on his chest, and then launched metal deconstruction. Deformed body tissue, right arm. Decomposition, super metal solid X5. Deformed body tissue, torso. Decomposition, super metal molten fire X5. The giant hammer and the armor on the chest began to disintegrate, and finally turned into a light blue light that sank into Lin Mo's bracelet. It turned out to be two kinds of super metals. What a pleasant surprise. No wonder this iron smelter is so much stronger than ordinary aberrations. Lin Mo looked at the information of the new super metal molten fire. Super metal molten fire, a rare metal that can be used to strengthen machinery or equipment. It contains flame capabilities, increases the fire resistance and flame conductivity of items, and has a chance to gain flame enhancement. Lin Mo thought that he would have to add more powerful generals to his team, but unfortunately, he was too short of metal units. Too many mechanical dogs were damaged in this battle, and the available combat power is not enough. Every mechanical dog is Lin Mo's partner, an important combat force he can rely on, and must be repaired as soon as possible. Lin Mo took a deep breath and began to clean up the battlefield with the remaining mechanical dog troops. The air was filled with the pungent smell of burnt metal mixed with some indescribable fishy sweetness. The ground was littered with the wreckage of the deformed creatures and the broken parts of the mechanical dogs. Every scrap of debris silently told of the brutality of the battle that had just taken place. The cleanup work went quickly. The mechanical dogs followed the instructions meticulously. They collected metal materials from every room on the floor and gathered the damaged mechanical dogs together. Finally, Lin Mo decomposed them one by one and obtained a total of more than 800 basic metal units, and the score reached 3,850 points. But there are only 23 usable mechanical dogs left, plus steel teeth and sharp fangs, a total of 25 mechanical dogs, and basically all of them need to be repaired. Lin Mo calculated the resources needed for the repair. To repair it completely, he would need 360 metal units. Just repairing the steel teeth and fangs would require 60 metal units. Looking at the more than 800 metal units, it is temporarily impossible to make the Guardian mech after repairing them. Lin Mo frowned. Resources are never enough. Steel teeth and sharp fangs were also covered with traces of battle. Their shells were dented, and sparks were visible at the joints. Lin Mo looked at these two most capable men, whose conditions were directly related to their future survival. Prioritize the repair of steel teeth and fangs. Lin Mo used the skill, mechanical creation, and chose to repair the steel teeth and fangs. 60 metal units were consumed instantly. A light blue light flowed through the steel teeth and fangs. The broken shell slowly healed, and the internal structure began to reorganize. Now that it has been repaired, let's repair it all. The 25 mechanical dogs, all fully repaired, escorted Lin Mo downstairs. Only traces of battle and a lingering smell of blood remained at the scene. The night had completely enveloped the building. Lin Mo watched the mechanical dogs retreating and felt the unique coldness of the night. The fierce battle almost exhausted all of Lin Mo's energy. Lin Mo returned to the apartment on the 10th floor and just wanted to have a good sleep. He lay on the soft bed in the apartment, enjoying the rare moment of safety. Outside the window was a deep night, with only the occasional unknown roar from afar reminding people of the cruelty of this world. The air seemed to still linger with a mixed smell of rust and blood brought back by the 18th floor. Lin Mo turned on the bracelet, and the light blue light illuminated his face. He clicked on the chat channel, and the information kept refreshing. Today was the third day of the doomsday, and the survivors were no longer as confused as they were at the beginning. My ability seems to be able to control plant growth, although it can only grow weeds now. Aha! I awaken my speed enhancement. I was almost surrounded by a group of zombies yesterday, but I managed to escape. I was in an abandoned factory. There were rusty iron lumps everywhere. There was nothing to eat. I was starving to death. Most people have gained a preliminary understanding of their own abilities, and their strength is slowly improving. Exploring the surrounding environment has become a necessary means of survival. I found a bicycle dump. Lots of broken bicycle racks. This news made Lin Mo's eyes light up slightly. Bicycle frames are also made of metal. Although not as much as car frames, there's still a large amount of metal units. Then, another message popped up. Bicycles are nothing. I have a car graveyard right here. They're piled up like a mountain. Car, cemetery. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. That meant a vast amount of metal resources. It was a treasure land tailor-made for him. Some people even boasted, I'm in a supermarket. There's so much food. I can't finish it in several lifetimes. Aren't you envious? There was an immediate burst of envy below. Boss, please give me a seat. Brother, I'm a college student 163 centimeters tall with a 36C cup. Please support me. Boss, take me with you. Boss, please speak up. If you don't want to tell me the address, are you going to sell the food? The man in the supermarket also chose to remain silent. Food is hard currency in this era. He didn't dare to reveal it to others, and he would probably regret it after he said it. Lin Mo's attention was focused on the information about bicycle garbage dump and car graveyard. He really needed to get these two locations. Although he cannot disassemble a car now, bicycles are the best choice at this stage, but it does not mean that he cannot disassemble a car in the future. He must be prepared for everything. Lin Mo first clicked on the profile picture of the person who said he found the bicycle and initiated a private chat with this person named Yang Sheng. Friend, I heard you found a bicycle dump. Can you tell me the address? I'll exchange it for a pack of instant noodles. Chapter 18, Trading Intelligence. Yang Sheng quickly replied to Lin Mo. Oh, you want the address? It's all just a bunch of garbage. There aren't many resources. I'm looking for some parts that might be on the bike, so I'd like to go take a look. Okay, I've searched anyway, but one pack is not enough. I need 5 packs of instant noodles. Lin Mo looked at the number, and his brows instantly frowned. 5 packs of instant noodles? This price is a bit high. Although he got the supply package for controlling the zombie hooded youth, he has been consuming it. I only have 8 packs of instant noodles on me now, which is enough for trading. However, in a doomsday environment, no one knows whether food can be found, so I must save on food. So Lin Mo bargained with Yang Sheng. 5 packs are too many. I'm just looking for a few parts. 2 packs at most. 2 bags is a bit too little. I'm the only one who knows that place now, and I haven't seen anyone else. The other party had an indifferent attitude. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. He needed metal so badly. I can only sell 3 bags at most. 3 bags, that's still a little too little, but I'm kind-hearted, so I'll sell you 3 bags. Yang Sheng also knew that it was impossible for Lin Mo to really offer 5 packs, and there were indeed no resources in that place, so he decided to sell it to Lin Mo. Soon, Lin Mo used 3 packs of instant noodles to buy a note posted by Yang Sheng on the trading channel. The note had the address of the bicycle garbage dump written on it. In the abandoned industrial area in the north of the city, follow the main road all the way north for about 15 kilometers. You will find the location when you see a very tall crane. The other party wrote in great detail and was not too far away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo got the location of the bicycle garbage dump and opened the private chat of Lu Jiang, who posted the location of the car graveyard. Hello, brother. I saw you said you found a car graveyard. Are you willing to sell the location? I can sell 2 packs of instant noodles. Lu Jiang didn't expect that someone would ask him about the resources of the car cemetery, because there are many cars on the streets now, and some of them can still start. He will go looking for a scrap car. But he was still very happy when someone gave him 2 packs of instant noodles in exchange for a spot. He is a reconnaissance-type psychic. His skill is that he has strong hearing and can hear sounds farther and smaller. His physical fitness is slightly better, but his combat ability is insufficient, so he is quite short of food. What did you say? 2 packs of instant noodles? Sure. How do we trade? Write your address on a piece of paper, then put 2 packs of instant noodles up for sale on the trading channel. When they see that it's me who's buying it, they'll agree. Lin Mo was very happy to see that the deal went so smoothly. He had thought that he would make a huge profit. Soon Lin Mo completed the transaction with Lu Jiang and obtained the location of the car cemetery. It was actually in the northwest of the city, more than 20 kilometers away from Lin Mo and less than 10 kilometers away from the bicycle cemetery. It seemed that the area was the city's garbage dump. Lin Mo got the information he wanted and paid the price of a few packs of instant noodles, but it was very crucial for Lin Mo's subsequent development. Lin Mo closed the chat channel, and the room returned to silence. He decided to set off for the car cemetery tomorrow. With his next goal in mind, Lin Mo slept soundly that night. He seemed to dream that he had disassembled the bicycle and car and had hundreds of thousands of metal units. He made 100,000 mechanical dogs, which surrounded him in a huge crowd. He would kill any god or Buddha who stood in his way. Lin Mo always woke up with a smile in the morning. On the 4th day in the doomsday world, the faint light of early morning shone through the dusty windows, barely dispelling the haze deep in the room. Lin Mo opened his eyes, and the full spirit brought by a good night's dream filled his limbs. He quickly got up and ate something simple. The wound on his shoulder no longer affected his movement, and it looked like it would heal tomorrow. The supplies in the backpack have been greatly reduced after last night's transaction, but thinking of the metal resources that will soon be obtained, this expense is completely worth it. Today, his goal is to completely clean the building and then walk out to the bike dump. Lin Mo led the mechanical dog army to the stairs on the third floor. The air was filled with a strong stench. Lin Mo did not hesitate at all and commanded Steel Teeth and Sharp Fangs to lead the mechanical dogs to rush in. Dozens of zombies wandered aimlessly in the former office area, and rotten desks and chairs were scattered all over the floor. The mechanical dog didn't stop at all and charged into the zombies in a spearhead formation. Sharp Fang was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and killed 2 zombies with its double tail blades in one encounter. The tail blades swung, accurately cutting the zombies' necks and limbs. The rest of the mechanical dogs advanced steadily from the front, and the battle was almost a one-sided massacre. The zombies' attacks are like tickling to the mechanical dog made of alloy, and the mechanical dog's counterattacks can take away a zombie every time. Lin Mo stood at the stairs like a calm commander, adjusting the formation and attack focus of the mechanical dogs. He watched the zombies fall one by one, and the information on his bracelet kept refreshing. Kill 32 ordinary zombies. Get 320 points. Total points, 4,170 points. In less than 10 minutes, the third floor was completely cleared, and after the collected metal materials were decomposed, 55 metal units were added. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction, then ordered the mechanical dogs to continue moving downwards, heading for the second floor. The number of zombies on the second floor is slightly less than that on the third floor, with about 30 or so. The mechanical dog army has a very high cleaning efficiency. They're like the most skilled butchers, harvesting these mobile resources with extremely high efficiency. The claws tore the rotten flesh. The tail blade cut the bones, the sound of metal collision, the roar of zombies, and the dull sound of limbs falling to the ground intertwined together. Another wave of points and metal units were credited, bringing the total points to 4,400, with the metal units increasing by more than 50 units. And now, only the first floor of the entire building has not been cleaned. Lin Mo took a deep breath and led the mechanical dog army towards the first floor, walking down the stairs leading to the first floor step by step. The closer they got, the stronger the sense of oppression in the air became, and the stench was mixed with a strange, heart-pounding energy fluctuation. When Lin Mo stepped onto the last step and saw the scene in the lobby on the first floor clearly, his pupils shrank slightly. The scene before him was really too strange. There were more than 200 zombies squatting in the wide hall on the first floor. More importantly, in the center of the zombies, there were piles of messy tables, chairs, and rubble, forming a crude platform. An abnormally fat, deformed zombie sat on it. Its head had an abnormal metallic luster and was nearly twice as big as an ordinary zombie, making it look extremely out of place. 200 zombies surrounded it, guarding it tightly. The bracelet also sent a message to remind Lin Mo. Discovery of the Aberration Giant Brain. Chapter 19, Super Metal Spiritual Motion. Around the deformed giant brain, a lavender energy field visible to the naked eye was emanating. With the giant brain as the center, it slowly spread out like water waves. More than 200 ordinary zombies, like the most devout believers, knelt on the ground in unison, lowering their heads, as if they were worshiping their king. This energy field covered the entire hall. As soon as Lin Mo stepped into the hall, he immediately felt an invisible mental shock, as if his head was hit hard by a sledgehammer. A strong feeling of trance came over him, and his vision became briefly blurred. He groaned and quickly concentrated on resisting. Fortunately, the impact of this mental shock on him was not fatal. It just made him feel a little uncomfortable. What made him feel more at ease was that the group of mechanical dogs around him were completely immune to this kind of mind control attack. Their electronic components and mechanical structures are obviously not within the scope of the influence of mental ripples. A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He arranged for Steel Tooth to lead 4 mechanical dogs to guard him, then slowly retreated to the rear and ordered Sharp Fang to lead the team to form an attack formation and slowly advance towards the giant brain. The group of mechanical dogs that received the order moved instantly. Dozens of mechanical dogs quickly changed positions to form a standard attack formation. The Iron Legion stepped in unison on the floor tiles, making light and dense tapping sounds, and rushed towards the group of zombies in the center of the hall. The kneeling zombies seemed to have received an order. They stood up one after another and roared as they rushed towards the oncoming mechanical dogs, but their movements seemed clumsy and slow in front of the well-trained mechanical dogs. The mechanical dog army formed an attack formation, the sharp arrow formation, and rushed into the horde of zombies. Their tail knives, sharp teeth, and claws killed all the zombies in the horde, and the surrounding zombies were quickly reduced in number under the attack of the mechanical dogs. Fong slowly advanced towards the location of the aberrant giant brain in the central area. When it got close, Fong's limbs burst out with powerful strength, and it leaped suddenly, directly crossing the layers of zombies in front of it. It had only one target, the aberrant giant brain on the platform. Fangs pounced forward suddenly, and the double tail blades, flashing with cold light, were like scissors, with a sound of breaking wind, slashing fiercely at the head of the iron-headed deformation. Zang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the tail blade collided with the head of the iron-headed deformed monster, and a series of dazzling sparks burst out. The hard alloy tail blade did not even leave a noticeable mark on the shiny metallic head. What hard head? Lin Mo, who was far away, was shocked. But Sharp Fong's attack did not stop. After failing to hit the target in the first attack, it immediately changed its strategy. The moment it landed, Sharp Fong flexibly turned sideways to avoid the thick arms swung by the iron-headed deformation. Its tail blade swung out again, but the target was no longer the indestructible head, but the fat limbs of the deformed giant brain. Puff! This time, the tail blade cut into the rotten flesh easily. With a teeth-grinding cutting sound, one of the iron-headed deformed monster's arms broke off, followed by the other arm, and then the legs. The iron-headed deformed monster roared in pain and anger. Its huge body lost its support and fell heavily onto the platform. It tried to hit the fangs with its huge head, but was dodged flexibly. The iron-headed deformed monster that had lost its limbs was like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Without any hesitation, Sharp Fangs slashed its neck accurately with the last blow. Crack! The huge metal head rolled down, making a heavy sound on the ground. With the death of the iron-headed mutant, the lavender energy field that filled the hall dissipated instantly, and the zombie group that was originally controlled fell into chaos like a puppet that had lost its strings. Some looked around in confusion and stopped moving, while others continued to rush towards the mechanical dogs unconsciously. The mob, without unified command, could no longer pose any threat to the mechanical dog army. Lin Mo raised a smile and gave cold order. Clean it up. The mechanical dog army immediately dispersed, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and began the final harvest. In less than 20 minutes, there was not a single zombie left standing in the entire first-floor hall. The strong smell of blood and stench was almost suffocating. Lin Mo walked slowly into the hall, looking at the debris on the ground and the prompt message on the bracelet. Kill the deformation giant brain. Get 100 points, energy core X1. Well, good, another energy core. Together with the one given by the Iron Forger, there are now 2 in total. As long as there are enough metal units, the upgrades of the Guardian Mech and the mechanical dog can be completed. After Lin Mo cleared out the ordinary zombies on the first floor, he earned 2080 points, bringing his total points to 6,490 points. Lin Mo commanded the mechanical dog to collect metal materials on the first floor, but the first floor was too empty and there were not many metal materials. After sorting, only more than 40 metal units were obtained. He walked to the headless corpse of the Ironhead deformation, looked at the huge metal head that was cut off by fangs, and activated the skill Metal Deconstruction. Deformed body tissue, head, decomposed super energy metal, spiritual inspiration times 5. Lin Mo looked at the new metal information. Super energy metal, spirit, rare metal, with a small chance of granting low-level artificial intelligence capabilities to mechanical bodies, including vehicles, electronic machinery, technological weapons, etc. If used on artificial intelligence, there's a very low chance of awakening a combat AI core with autonomous consciousness. Lin Montak was shocked. Isn't this Jarvis from Iron Man? He's rich. Lin Mo is now in a very good mood. The metal units on his body are enough to build Guardian mechas and upgrade new mechanical dogs. Before leaving the building, Lin Mo will have an epic enhancement. Lin Mo no longer hesitated. With a thought, he activated the skill, Mechanical Creation, and a virtual operating interface popped up in front of him. Selected the long-awaited blueprint, standard wearable light Guardian mech. Consume Energy Core X1, Metal Unit X500, add Super Metal Solid X5. Are you sure about the manufacturing? Lin Mo's thoughts did not stagnate at all. Confirm. The moment the command was issued, countless light blue metallic spots appeared in the air out of thin air. These spots seemed to have life, pulled by an invisible and powerful force. They spun rapidly, collided and merged with each other, and the structure began to take shape at an astonishing speed. First there was a vague outline, then clear limbs, then precise joints, and finally all the light was restrained, and a silver-gray, humanoid mecha shining with a metallic texture quietly floated in front of Lin Mo. Its surface is not completely smooth. The area covered by the nanocomposite armor has a matte texture, while the joints of the titanium steel alloy skeleton reflect a cold and hard luster. Super energy metal solidity is perfectly integrated into key parts, forming several slightly darker reinforced structures with special textures. Chapter 20 The Guardian Mech is completed. Lin Mo, check the mecha's detailed information. Guardian Mecha Type I. Material, titanium steel alloy frame, 50%, nanocomposite armor, 35%, super energy metal, sturdy, 15%. Loading capacity, holographic scanning, real-time dynamic scanning with a radius of 500 meters, can penetrate conventional walls or smoke and accurately identify living things and mechanical units. Energy barrier, unfolds an arc-shaped energy shield covering 180 degrees on the front, capable of absorbing 15 tons of physical impact at its peak or resisting high-temperature burning of up to 8,000 degrees Celsius. Full-band interference, release high-intensity electromagnetic fog to effectively paralyze enemy basic detection equipment within the specified range. Portable and wearable. The built-in energy core can operate continuously for 4 hours. In non-combat mode, the mecha can be quickly transformed into a suitcase form for easy carrying. The fastest wearing time is only 1 second. Evolution template. Energy shield type. Upgrade the energy barrier to a 360 degrees full coverage spherical force field. Light and shadow stealth type. Integrates advanced optical camouflage technology to achieve flexible switching between shield and stealth modes. Full area detection type. The scanning radius is extended to 1 kilometer, and the penetration detection capability is increased to a depth of 200 meters underground. Lin Mo walked around this brand new creation. The mecha had smooth lines and was full of power and technological aesthetics. Every component fit perfectly and exuded a cold metallic scent. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the cool and hard shell of the mecha with his fingertips. Feeling the thick protective power and the powerful functions contained therein, Lin Mo's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. Facing unknown dangers, this guardian mecha is undoubtedly an extremely important trump card in his hand, which increases his chances of survival. The guardian mech stood quietly, its huge body full of power, but unfortunately, its energy core could only maintain high-intensity operation for 4 hours. Continuous wearing of it was undoubtedly a huge waste. Lin Mo walked to the mech and used the portable command. The guardian mech was quickly folded and eventually turned into a suitcase. Lin Mo picked up the suitcase, and the cool touch of the metal was transmitted to his palm. Only when encountering an unavoidable battle would it show its true form again, and it could be put on in as fast as 1 second. Lin Mo's gaze moved away from the guardian mech and fell on the backpack interface. He took out the energy core belonging to the deformation giant brain, and then he took out the special material he had obtained from the iron melter before, super energy metal molten fire. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the neatly arranged group of mechanical dogs behind him, and finally stopped on one of the standard mechanical dogs. It's you. Lin Mo activated the skill, Mechanical Creation again. He chose to upgrade the mechanical dog. Consume Energy Core X1, Metal Unit X30, add Super Metal Molten Fire X5. Confirm to upgrade. Confirm. The command was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples, and light blue metallic light spots appeared out of thin air again. They were like summoned fireflies surrounding the selected standard mechanical dog, and the light spots gently covered the cold metal shell of the mechanical dog. Super Energy Metal Molten Fire turned into a stream of red light and shot into the group of light spots. The blue light spots and the red light collided and blended violently, and the wrapped mechanical dog's body began to undergo visible changes. The originally silver-gray shell gradually turned a deep dark red, like fine iron that had been repeatedly forged in a furnace. Under the dual effects of the energy core and the super energy metal, the metal units that made up the body began a deep structural remodeling. A faint smell of sulfur filled the air, mixed with the breath of molten metal. The energy fluctuations were far more active than when the mecha was manufactured, and even a little violent. After a moment, all the lights suddenly dimmed, as if it was completely absorbed by the new body, and a brand new mechanical dog appeared in front of Lin Mo. The outline of a brand new mechanical creation appeared clearly in front of Lin Mo. Its size grew to 1.2 meters, and its overall temperament changed drastically. The dark red shell flickered with a dangerous luster, as if there was a flame suppressed inside that was about to burst out. The joints of the limbs were no longer cold metal connections, but instead had a faint lava-like red light flowing through them, and every tiny movement brought out a breath of heat. The most eye-catching thing is its tail. The chainsaw tail blade is glowing red with high temperature, and there's even a small flame dancing at the end. Lin Mo's eyes were focused on the burning tail, and a name naturally came to mind. I'll call you Firetail. Elemental Flame Mechanical Dog Type 2, Firetail. Material, Flame Iron Alloy Frame, 50%. High Temperature Resistant Silicon Carbide Armor, 35%. Super Energy Metal Molten Fire, 15%. Loading Capacity. Purgatory Jet. The throat is equipped with a high-pressure flame jet tube that can spray out bluish-white flames as high as 2,000 degrees Celsius. The continuous burning is enough to melt through a 30-centimeter thick reinforced concrete wall. Its maximum range can reach 25 meters. Fire-spinning tail blade. The special chainsaw at the tail has a built-in micro-fuel injection. After it is started, the saw teeth rotate at a high speed of 200 times per second, with a high temperature of up to 300 degrees Celsius, which can cause double destructive damage of burning and tearing to the enemy target. Flame shock. When this ability is activated, the entire body will be covered in a layer of blazing burning, and the charge speed will instantly soar to 95 kilometers per hour. When it hits the target, it can trigger a small-scale flame shock wave. Giant flame explosion. When self-destructing, the body will turn into countless burning fragments and shoot out in all directions at high speed. After the fragments hit the enemy, they can cause a secondary explosion, causing large-scale flame damage. Evolution Template. Incandescent Destruction strengthens the flame temperature and penetration to the point of incandescence. The projectiles of the lava blast type are transformed into highly sticky lava shells. Laser Shock type compresses flame energy into a high-energy laser beam for attack. Lin Mo looked at the firetail that was filled with pure destructive power. It is no longer a standard mechanical dog that relies on physical biting and limited firepower. Firetail is a walking mini incinerator, a killing machine focused on fire damage. Its appearance added new tactical possibilities to Lin Mo's mechanical army. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the brand new team in front of him, with 3 powerful generals forming the core. The indestructible heavy armor mechanical dog. The steel teeth are the shield, the blade-type mechanical dog. The fangs are the spear, and the newly born firetail has long-range flame suppression, which can be regarded as half a bow and arrow. There are still 22 standard mechanical dogs. The advantage of numbers cannot be underestimated. He thought slightly and decided to renumber these standard units. The mechanical dogs are arranged in order from dog number 1 to dog number 22. The previous dogs number 1 and number 2 have made great contributions to the cause. It is hoped that the mechanical dogs that inherit their numbers can carry forward their spirit. Chapter 21 Supermarket Encounter. After the team was organized, Lin Mo took a deep breath and decided to leave this temporary shelter. He pushed open the heavy door with a clear goal in mind. Heading to the bicycle junkyard on the other side of town, he found the metal material he needed. But he still needed to collect food along the way. The food in his backpack could only last for 2 days at most, and the pressure of survival was always there. This wasteland city seemed to have been cleaned up by someone, and food was still in short supply. Lin Mo looked outside the building. The sun was glaring on the street near noon, and the air was filled with a faint smell mixed with decay and dust. Groups of zombies wandered aimlessly on the streets. They seemed to dislike too strong light and prefer to stay in the shadows. Their movements seemed a little slow, but the sunlight did not cause any substantial harm to them. Perhaps it was just an instinctive aversion of the creatures. Then Montag found it. With so many zombies swaggering through the streets, they were simply seeking their own death. You must move forward cautiously. The open terrain will make the battle full of variables, and any loud noise may bring about unknown terror. There is no telling how many zombies and mutants there are on the streets. If we are surrounded, the consequences will be disastrous. He glanced at the figures wandering aimlessly and a plan formed in his mind. Fong, go and lure them in. Lin Mo gave the order. The blade-shaped mechanical dog's fangs shot out from the shadow of the building like a streak of silver lightning. Instead of attacking directly, it sped along the edge of the street. The sound of metal claws scraping against the ground was particularly harsh in the silence. The zombies nearby slowly turned their necks, attracted by the sudden movement. Sharp Fong nimbly changed direction, leading more and more staggering figures towards the open fire door of the building. Nearly 100 zombies, as if pulled by invisible threads, rushed into the preset death trap. Inside the door, Steel Teeth, Firetail, and 18 standard mechanical dogs were already on full alert. A short but fierce fight broke out in the relatively closed space. The sound of metal tearing through the zombies' bodies, the dull sound of bones breaking, and the low roar of machinery running were effectively blocked by the thick walls. After a moment, silence returned to the building. Lin Mo's points increased by more than 1,000, and the total jumped to more than 7,000. He didn't let up. Keep going. Sharp Fong took the order and rushed out again. This time it took significantly longer. The zombies nearby had already been attracted last time. Only the scattered and distant zombies were not attracted. Fangs need more delicate seduction to attract zombies hiding in the dark. Lin Mo waited patiently, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the wall next to him. Finally, another wave of nearly 100 zombies were led into the building. The mechanical dog army once again completed the cleanup efficiently, and Lin Mo's points increased by more than 1,000 points, bringing the total points to 8,420 points. Then Lin Mo walked to the door and carefully explored the outside. The number of zombies on the street had dropped sharply, with only a few still wandering in the distance. The threat had been reduced to the lowest level. Seeing that the time had come, Lin Mo gave an order in a low voice. Everyone set off. Destination: the abandoned industrial area in the north of the city. The mechanical army followed closely behind, sticking to the shadow of the building, and began to move forward cautiously, stepping on broken concrete blocks or dusty ground with every step, trying to avoid making loud noises. The Fang scout ahead, while the tail blade kills the zombies blocking the way, adding a tiny amount of points to Lin Mo. Walking carefully along the way, Lin Mo kept observing the shops on the roadside and found a convenience store, but they had basically been searched and no usable supplies were left. Only the remaining shelves allowed Lin Mo to decompose some metal units. After walking for a long time, they finally found a large supermarket. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he walked toward the supermarket. The outside of the supermarket was in a mess, with scattered debris and some dried blood everywhere. There was a faint stench in the air. There were not many zombies gathered around, and they were easily killed by the mechanical dog army. Lin Mo walked carefully to the door of the supermarket, looked around, and found that the glass door of the supermarket had been broken, revealing a huge gap. You can go in directly. It seems that the supermarket has been searched. However, Lin Mo is not discouraged. Such a large supermarket should still have some supplies left. Lin Mo was not careless. The broken glass door could not block anything, including zombies. He looked at the mechanical dogs beside him. Sharp Fong, Firetail, you take the mechanical dogs and go search for food and metal. Steeltooth, you take dogs number 1 and number 2 to protect me. The three generals hummed in low voices, immediately took orders, and took action with the mechanical dogs, heading towards the interior of the supermarket. They were divided into groups and searched every corner of the supermarket quickly and orderly, including between shelves, behind checkout counters, warehouses, and even toilets. Watching the mechanical dog army enter, he also stepped into the supermarket. The sound of glass breaking came from under his feet, crisp and harsh. The air in the supermarket was filled with a strong smell of mold and various rotten food odors, which was disgusting. The scene inside the supermarket was in a mess, with goods scattered all over the floor and dark red bloodstains on the ground. Lin Mo carefully observed the surrounding environment, not missing anything suspicious, and at the same time looking for useful supplies, food, water, and medicine. These were all what he needed. Although the supermarket had been searched, there were still quite a few products scattered on the ground and in the corners of collapsed shelves. It was probably because the people who were searching were quite panicked. Lin Mo bent down and picked up a pack of compressed biscuits. Seeing that the packaging was intact and there were no leaks, he put the compressed biscuits into his backpack with confidence. I found some canned food in the corner, but unfortunately, they were inedible. There were also some bag snacks, some of which had leaked and were also inedible. Lin Mo didn't search for long before he got something. Although it wasn't much, it was at least enough food and water for one day. Lin Mo felt a little comforted. Such a large supermarket must have other supplies. At this moment, there was a noise coming from the front, and the mechanical dog let out a low roar, as if it had discovered something. Lin Mo's heart trembled, and he walked towards the direction of the noise. He walked through several shelves and came to a corner. Lin Mo looked under the shelf and found a skinny zombie hiding underneath the shelf. It has a hunched body, ragged clothes, and its skin is a sickly, grayish white. Its face is covered with signs of decay, and it exudes a disgusting stench. Its eyes are cloudy and dull, but full of bloodthirsty desire. It was lying on the ground, making low roars and creepy sounds in its throat. Obviously, it was discovered by the mechanical dog. Lin Mo directly ordered to get rid of it. Then continue searching the shelves, which are filled with daily necessities, shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrushes, etc. Although these things are not necessary for survival, they are also very important. Keeping them clean in the apocalypse can effectively prevent diseases. Chapter 22, I'm not afraid of being outnumbered. Lin Mo picked up a few bottles of shampoo and shower gel and put them into his backpack, and also took out a few tubes of toothpaste and a toothbrush. He had thought very carefully, not only collecting food and water, but also daily necessities as much as possible so that he could survive better. Just as Lin Mo was carefully searching for available supplies, a noise came from the entrance of the supermarket. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a team of 4 survivors walking in arrogance. Their eyes scanned the scene in the supermarket unscrupulously, and when they saw the several mechanical dogs around Lin Mo, a trace of vigilance flashed in their eyes. The sturdy young man in the team was tall and muscular. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Boy, you're in our territory. If you know what's best for you, hand over the food." His voice was rough and arrogant, as if declaring his own strength. "Why?" Lin Mo's eyes were cold. He spoke sparingly, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. "Why? Because we have more people." The burly young man grinned grimly, flipped his hand, and a huge 2-handed sword appeared out of thin air. The sword body flashed with cold light, and a sharp blade seemed to be able to tear the air. "Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Be obedient and you will suffer less." He waved the giant sword and pointed it at Lin Mo, the threat evident in his words. The other 3 members of the survivor team also showed off their special abilities. The air suddenly dropped, and it was obvious that the ice-type psychic was gathering strength. There was a buzzing sound. It was the sound of insect wings vibrating. The only woman in the team had a sinister look in her eyes. A middle-aged man with a sinister smile on his face and a sticky liquid flowing in his mouth. Facing the threats from the 4 people, Lin Mo's face showed no fear at all. He sneered as if he had heard some funny joke. "Are there more people than you? I'm not afraid. I just hope you don't run away." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone with a kind of confidence that despised everything. The suitcase in his right hand deformed instantly. The sound of metal collision was crisp and pleasant, and the guardian mech quickly wrapped around his whole body. In just 1 second, he had put on a mecha. The silver mecha gleamed with metallic luster and was full of power. "Assemble." Following Lin Mo's order, more than a dozen low roars were heard in the supermarket. The sound came from far away and got closer. Mechanical dogs came like a tide and quickly gathered behind Lin Mo. The number of 25 made the faces of the survivors' team instantly turn ugly. They never expected that Lin Mo actually possessed such powerful strength. The battle was about to break out. The survivor team is now in a dilemma. The team leader is the first to launch an attack. He's an ice-type mutant. With a wave of his hands, a thick and low ice wall rises from the ground and surrounds the team, forming a defensive formation to resist the mechanical dogs. Then, countless ice cones shot towards Lin Mo like sharp arrows. The sturdy young man roared, wielding the giant's sword and slashing at Lin Mo. The giant sword made a whistling sound, as if it was going to tear the space apart. The only woman in the team also commanded countless killer bees to rush towards Lin Mo like a black tide, making a creepy, buzzing sound. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and spewed out streams of foul-smelling, corrosive mucus, which accurately hit the mechas of several mechanical dogs, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. A big hole was corroded in the mechanical dog's mecha, and the steel teeth in the front were also sprayed, but its mecha was strong enough and the corrosive mucus only left some traces on its surface. Lin Mo's anger was instantly ignited. These mechanical dogs were all repaired by him with great effort, and he poured his heart and soul into each one of them. "You're looking for death," he roared, his voice echoing in the supermarket like thunder. The broken glass doors of the supermarket poured in violently with a foul smell and blood, and the shelves made distorted wails in the shock wave of supernatural power. Lin Mo stood in the middle of the mechanical dog group. His eyes were filled with anger. He looked at the mechanical dogs with corroded armor and felt heartbroken. The red animal eyes of the 21 mechanical dogs around him locked onto the survivors at the same time. The captain, an ice-type mutant, slammed the ground with both palms, and a deep blue cold wave exploded instantly. 30 centimeters thick ice condensed on the ground. The hydraulic pipes of the feet of the 6 standard mechanical dogs made a crisp metallic sound, and their joints were completely frozen by ice crystals. "Iron shield formation," Lin Mo ordered in a low voice, and the defensive formation with the heavily armored mechanical dog steel tooth as the core was quickly deployed. The mechanical dogs tightly surrounded steel tooth and moved close to each other, forming an iron defense line. The sturdy Man-Tai 2, who held the giant sword, slashed with the force of wind and thunder and slashed down on the thick armor of Gangchi. The steel teeth were tightly connected to the mechanical dog pack, combining layer by layer to offset the heavy blow. "Fire tail, flame spray," Lin Mo ordered again. Fiery flames burst out of the red mechanical dog's eyes. The fuel tank booster valve in its body made a sharp hissing sound. Billowing white smoke gushed out from the gaps, and a column of blazing white flames roared out from the mouth of the fire tail. The high temperature of 2,000 degrees instantly melted a huge gap in the ice layer. The ice water vaporized in a thick white mist before it hit the ground. The entire supermarket was completely shrouded in thick smoke in an instant. Lin Mo ordered a change to the sharp arrow formation. Chunja rushed forward in smoke, and the 6 standard mechanical dogs slammed the ice wall with their claws. The sharp blades on their tails burst out with high-frequency vibrations, cutting the ice layer frantically, and ice chips flew like dazzling diamond dust. The steel-toothed, heavy armored dog let out a dull roar and took heavy steps to resist the slashing blows of the Iron Butcher's giant sword. The steel-toothed armor was hit by the giant's sword. Sparks flew everywhere, and the solid ice wall collapsed. At the same time, sharp fangs suddenly jumped out of the formation, and the double-tailed knives stabbed out from a strange and tricky angle, instantly cutting off the tendon of the left leg of the young man with the giant sword. The young man's burly body fell to the ground with a bang, and he howled in pain, and then was stabbed in the chest by the sharp tooth's tail blade. The only female in the team had a distorted face and let out a creepy grin as she watched her companions die. She controlled countless killer bees, which rushed towards Lin Mo like a black tide of death, wanting to capture the leader first. Unfortunately, Lin Mo was wearing a sturdy guardian mech, so he allowed the deafening buzzing sound around him and was not afraid of the swarm's impact. He ordered grimly, "Firetail, turn around and burn the swarm with flames." The firetail immediately changed direction, and scorching flames spurted out, instantly engulfing the black bee colony. The smell of burning mixed with green smoke quickly spread, and the bee colony fell like burning raindrops. "Firetail, charge!" Then Montauk shouted angrily. The red light in Holway's eyes became brighter. It locked onto the woman's position and accelerated its charge. With a flash of fire, the woman was slammed hard onto the shelf by Holway. Her sternum cracked with a chilling sound, her eyes widened, blood gushed out of her mouth, and it was clear that she was dead. Chapter 23. Total Annihilation. The middle-aged man seized the opportunity to spray out corrosive mucus, which precisely corroded the mechanical joints of the steel teeth, trying to slow it down and buy time for the captain to reseal the ice wall. However, Steel Teeth was not afraid at all. It rushed towards the middle-aged man, forcing him to retreat again and again. 3 standard mechanical dogs pounced forward in a triangle formation, and their sharp alloy claws fiercely cut open the middle-aged man's abdomen. The tail blade cut towards the throat like lightning, and the steel-toothed hydraulic claws ruthlessly crushed the head, killing the middle-aged man instantly. The captain of the survivors was completely furious. He frantically summoned a rain of icicles, which smashed towards the mechanical dog army like a torrential rain. Although the attack range is wide, the dispersion means the lack of strength, and the mechanical dog under the steel armor is unharmed. The 6 mechanical dogs suddenly charged forward collectively, with the sharp blades on their tails spinning at high speed. As the frost tried to freeze the ground beneath its feet, the steel-toothed heavy-armored dog's hydraulic claws suddenly slammed into the ground. The shock wave instantly destroyed the ice structure, and the solid ice cracked under the tremendous force. The mechanical dog's charge continued without any pause, and the ice captain's retreat was blocked. The mechanical dog's tail blade was already against the ice captain's throat, and the cold metal touch brought a sign of death. Goodbye. Lin Mo's cold voice echoed in the supermarket. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, carrying an unquestionable verdict. Before he finished speaking, the captain of the survivors had his head chopped off by a sharp blade. The astonishment and unwillingness in the eyes of the survivor captain froze. The broken glass of the supermarket let in cold wind that smelled of decay and blood, and the air was filled with the scent of death. The twisted shelves groaned under the heavy weight, and the metal bent and deformed under the impact of the supernatural power. Everything spoke of the violence that had just occurred. Lin Mo stood in the center of the mechanical dog group, surrounded by the devastation left by the battle that had just ended. His figure seemed exceptionally calm in the dilapidated environment. There was a cold light in his eyes, like a bottomless cold pond, without a single ripple. The red electronic eyes of the 25 mechanical dogs turned off the fierce light of combat mode and turned into a dark red of standby mode. Standing quietly, like a silent sentinel made of metal, loyal and deadly. The bodies of the survivors fell in different corners, blood spread on the ground, emitting a faint warmth. Lin Mo's eyes swept over them, without any mercy or fluctuation. He had already understood the cruelty of the apocalypse when the building was attacked. This is not a game. If you don't kill people, others may not necessarily let you go. This is a life and death survival rule. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and continued to command the mechanical dog to clean up the supermarket. The targets are mainly food and medicine. Of course, drinks are important too. High-concentration alcohol has many uses in the end times. The mechanical dogs immediately took action, with clear division of labor and amazing efficiency. The standard dog is responsible for searching, the steel tooth is responsible for carrying and demolition, and the sharp tooth is responsible for cutting. Most of the shelves in the food area collapsed, and cans and packaging bags were scattered all over the floor. Many of them had been trampled or affected by previous battles, and the ground was sticky and dirty. Steeltooth trudged forward, its hydraulic claws humming low. A severely deformed metal bracket was easily lifted up, and the bracket made a harsh friction sound under the force of the hydraulic claws. There were several layers of pallets under the support, with the edges of 2 cardboard boxes exposed at the bottom layer. The box is intact and has no signs of damage. This caught Lin Mo's attention, and the fanged dog quickly followed. It popped out the alloy steel claws on its front limbs, which flashed with cold light and pierced into the gap in the cardboard box accurately. The blade at the tail emits a high-frequency vibrating humming sound and cuts quickly along the gap with smooth and precise movements. The carton was cut open neatly, with smooth edges, and 30 cans of luncheon meat tumbled out. There was a dull thud on the dusty floor. The sound is not loud, but it sounds like pleasant music, and the can label is intact. There are many flavors including braised, mushroom, steamed, etc. Lin Mo walked over, picked up a can, and weighed it. It was heavy. In the end times when food is scarce, this is a life-saving substance, and every gram is precious. On the other side, several standard mechanical dogs were searching the beverage area. The shelves of high-end liquor were almost completely stripped clean. There were many empty boxes of Matai and Wuliangya scattered on the ground. There were also broken glass bottles and a faint smell of alcohol in the air. Lin Mo's gaze did not linger on these empty boxes. These were of no value to him, and he looked around, searching for corners that might have been overlooked. While I looked up at the ceiling, I noticed that one of the ceiling gypsum boards had slight signs of collapse, and the edge was not aligned with the surrounding area. This caught Lin Mo's attention. Fangs! The Montauk Gestchut. The sharp-toothed dog immediately leaped over, pushing off the ground with its hind legs and leaping up. It was very agile, its front paws accurately hooked onto a fire pipe exposed on the ceiling. He steadied his body, suspended in the air, with the blade at the tail popping out. As deft as a scalpel, he quickly cut open the unusual piece of plasterboard. The drywall fell away, revealing the hidden space behind. A black travel bag was stuffed in the gap between the suspended ceiling and the ceiling. It was hidden so secretly that it was obviously done by someone on purpose. Fong hooked the strap of the travel bag with his tail blade and pulled it off. The travel bag fell to the ground with a dull sound. Lin Mo walked forward and opened the travel bag. There were 12 unopened bottles of liquor neatly stacked inside. Classic glass bottle with 52 degrees printed on the red label. It's all high-concentration liquor. It looks like it was found by a previous survivor. They probably thought the target was too big, or they didn't have the ability to transport it for the time being. I just hit it here, but I didn't expect that Lin Mo would get the advantage. High-concentration liquor is not only drinkable, but also an important disinfectant and fuel material. In the end times, these liquids are more precious than gold. Lin Mo commanded the fangs to cut the shells and activated metal deconstruction to decompose them. Lin Mo is in dire need of metal units right now and doesn't want to waste even a single bit. These discarded metal racks are an important source of resources. Just as Lin Mo was concentrating on decomposing it, 3 dark shadows suddenly jumped out from behind the broken container. They were 3 wandering zombies, moving very fast and attracted by the previous noise. They roared, made creepy noises, and pounced on the nearest Firetail. Firetail didn't even turn completely as its red electronic eyes picked up the threat. The chainsaw tail blade at the rear was swung back violently, and the flaming tail blade swept across accurately. He cut the 3 zombies in half in an instant with quick and decisive moves. The upper body was still twitching on the ground, and the internal organs mixed with black blood were flowing out, emitting a foul odor. There was a slight smell of burning at the cut, and the burning tail blade ignited the zombie's rotting fat tissue. It also ignited a discarded supermarket flyer scattered nearby. As the flames flickered, the buy one get one free promotional advertisement on the flyer turned to ashes and drifted away in the polluted air. The former prosperity is in stark contrast to the current devastation. Lin Mo continued to direct the cleanup without being affected at all. Chapter 24. A bumper harvest of supplies. The shelves in the clothing area were completely overturned, with metal racks, plastic mannequins, and various clothing fabrics piled together. A small mountain of ruins had formed, and the air smelled of dust and cloth fibers. The fangs moved forward again, and the tail blade reached into the crevice of the ruins, cutting through the entangled metal rods in preparation for subsequent decomposition. Lin Mo stretched out his hand towards the cut metals and activated the skill, metal deconstruction. The twisted fragments of the shelves decomposed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into tiny spots of light blue. Then they gathered into Lin Mo's bracelet, increasing Lin Mo's metal unit stock. Each decomposition meant an increase in strength. After clearing the space, Lin Mo began to rummage through the pile of clothes. The clothes he was wearing had been worn for a long time and were stained and smelled of sweat. Some places were worn out, and there were still bloodstains on his shoulders from the sneak attack. He had wanted to change his clothes a long time ago. He needs more wear-resistant and practical clothes. Now that he has the Guardian mech, the defensiveness can be reduced, but there must be some comfort. Soon Lin Mo found some suitable clothes. A couple of pairs of khaki canvas overalls, thick fabric with padded knees and hips. Very wear-resistant. 2 black windbreaker jackets with simple styles and pre-stitched abrasion-resistant leather patches on the elbows for extra protection. 3 pairs of high-top hiking shoes made of brown cowhide, with thick and puncture-resistant soles and steel-toed toes, which can effectively protect the toes and make walking in complex terrain safer. A black tactical belt with multiple hanging points for hanging small items. Improved convenience. There are also several pure cotton long-sleeve t-shirts and long-sleeve shirts that are sweat-absorbent and breathable. There were even a few unopened boxes of men's underwear. In this way, a set of clothes from head to toe is complete. While these garments are not professional combat uniforms, they provide better protection and durability during daily activities. Lin Mo was very satisfied. It was rare to have such comfort in the apocalypse. Lin Mo couldn't wait to put on new overalls and a windbreaker jacket and put on high-top hiking shoes. He felt a lot more comfortable all over. He walked to a dressing mirror with only half of it remaining. Most of the mirror was cracked and could barely reflect his entire body. Lin Mo adjusted his collar slightly and looked at his new image in the mirror. Just as he was looking at his new image in the mirror reflected that behind him, a billboard with the words "Summer Clearance" was suddenly knocked over with a loud noise. Two zombies roared and rushed out from behind at an extremely fast speed. Almost at the same time, Steel Tooth's hydraulic claws swept out, and the heavy force directly knocked the zombie on the left away. The force was so great that the zombie crashed into the shelf in the distance, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. It turned into a pile of rotten meat. The zombie on the right was struck by a flash of silver light, and the tail blade of the fangs was like lightning, accurately slashing across the zombie's neck. The cut was smooth, and the zombie's head rolled to the ground. Its body swayed, and then it fell weakly. The whole process took less than a second, and Lin Mo didn't even turn around completely. His army of mechanical dogs had dealt with the threat efficiently, without his having to do anything himself. The shelves in the home furnishing area of the supermarket were also in a mess, as if they had been swept by a tornado. Steel Teeth's massive hydraulic claw flipped over a collapsed bathtub display, shattering cement and tile. There was a shrill sound, and under the display stand was a half-deflated cardboard box. The cardboard box had been deformed. Inside was a camping set, which included 10 boxes of windproof matches, with each box containing almost 100 matches. A multifunctional engineer shovel lies quietly in the corner, folded, and its label clearly shows its transformation capabilities, including an axe, a hoe, and even a sharp cone for breaking windows. These are undoubtedly extremely practical tools for survival in the wild. In the kitchenware section, the sharp-toothed dog's tail knife once again demonstrated its amazing dexterity. It easily cut open several shelf panels that had been stuck and deformed due to the impact. A set of stainless steel soup pots were then pulled out. Pots, bowls, ladles, and basins are all available, shining with the unique cold and hard luster of metal. On the bottom of one of the pots, a bright red promotional price label is still eye-catching, special price 99 yuan. This label, which was cheap before the end of the world, now seems extremely precious. Steel-Tooth Dog dealt with another collapsed cutlery shelf in a more direct manner. Its heavy body crashed into the shelf so hard that it could not bear the weight and fell apart completely. A set of well-packaged ceramic knives emerged from the shattered glass slag. The blade still flashed a cold light in the dim light, and was extremely sharp. Firetail, disinfect. Lin Mo pointed to the pot and the set of knives he had just found. Huawei responded by stepping forward, bluish-white flames spewing from his mouth. The temperature of the flame is controlled extremely delicately, and the hot flame gently sweeps across the stainless steel pots and ceramic kitchen knives. Under the high temperature, the dust and stains attached to it instantly vaporize and disappear without a trace. After such high-temperature disinfection, it can be used with greater confidence. In the end times, any negligence can be fatal. When a mechanical dog responsible for carrying the sterilized pots and pans turned and walked towards the supermarket entrance, a rotten and swollen arm suddenly stretched out from the gap between a nearby shelf that was filled with all kinds of sundries. The skin on its arms was a terrifying gray-green color, and its nails were long and black, and it grabbed at the mechanical dog's legs. Almost the moment the arm was extended, the sharp-toothed dog reacted. Its neural processing unit far exceeded the reflex limits of humans. The double blades at its tail rose up like lightning, with a sharp sound that tore through the air. An incredibly fast 180-degree spin and chop. Puff! A dull cutting sound was heard. The rotten arm, along with the rest of the broken body, was cut off at the root, and dark green, smelly blood spurted out. There was a dull thud of a zombie's body falling to the ground from behind a shelf. There were a few involuntary, nervous twitches, and then complete silence. The whole process happened in a flash. Unfortunately, Lin Mo commanded the robot dog to search the entire supermarket carefully, especially the medicine area. He didn't find the medicine he really needed. All that was left on the shelves were some insignificant vitamin tablets, calcium tablets, and the like. Gone were antibiotics, strong painkillers, or anything else that could treat a serious infection. It is likely that they were beaten to the spot by previous survivors or other plunderers. This result was within his expectations, but it still made him frown slightly. However, he still found some basic emergency items. A few rolls of relatively clean bandages and 2 full bottles of medical alcohol. These things can only treat some simple external injuries and perform basic disinfection. It's better than nothing. Lin Mo still carefully put them into his backpack one by one. It is better to have them than not. With these things in my backpack, it feels heavy and I feel more at ease. At least when facing some minor wounds, you won't be helpless. Finally, Lin Mo began to count all the spoils from this raid on the supermarket. His eyes swept across the pile of supplies, and a rare hint of fluctuation flashed across his eyes. 30 cans of military-grade luncheon meat, each one generously portioned. 12 bottles of strong liquor can be used for disinfection, provide heat on cold nights, and even be used as a trading item. A new set of durable outdoor clothing and shoes to replace the old clothes stained with blood. A set of multi-functional camping tools, including a practical engineer shovel. A complete set of stainless steel pots and cutlery, and a set of sharp ceramic knives. Some basic medical supplies, bandages, and alcohol. In addition, through the ability of metal deconstruction, he decomposed a large number of abandoned metal shelves and billboards in the supermarket and obtained a lot of metal units. Such a rich harvest finally made Lin Mo's tense face reveal a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. Chapter 25: Unlocking the Vehicle Blueprint. The collection in the supermarket has been completed, and Lin Mo left with his army of mechanical dogs. The sunlight outside was a little dazzling, the streets were empty, and only the wind blew up the discarded leaflets. Lin Mo's target was the abandoned industrial area in the north of the city. The mechanical dog ran so fast that it could almost catch up with the car, but Lin Mo himself became a burden. It seems that I must find a drivable car. There are many vehicles parked on the roadside, most of which are in tatters. There are not many intact vehicles. Some of the windows are broken and the interiors are empty. It seems that they have also been searched. Lin Mo's goal was to find a drivable car, and he didn't care whether there were any supplies inside. He glanced at a car that looked relatively intact and directed Sharp Fong to go over and check it out first. Fong immediately stepped forward and scanned the car with his electronic eyes to confirm that there were no lurking zombies or other threats. Lin Mo approached the car, opened the door, and bent down to take a closer look. There was no key, the dashboard was smashed, and it couldn't start. He closed the car door and walked toward the next one after another. Fangs always went forward to investigate and let Lin Mo pass after confirming it was safe. Lin Mo always returned disappointed. After checking more than a dozen cars, none of them could start. Time passed, and his brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, the bracelet screen lit up and issued a reminder. Tank blueprint scanning progress. 35%. Tip: detailed disassembly of the vehicle structure can significantly speed up the scanning progress. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. The chariot blueprint. This way, he wouldn't need to look for a vehicle. He could just build one himself. Lin Mo's motivation was immediately ignited, and he pointed at a broken pickup truck on the side of the road. Sharp Fong, take 2 mechanical dogs and dismantle that pickup truck for me. Fong growled and rushed forward with 2 standard mechanical dogs. Its alloy claws easily tore open the door of the pickup truck, and the sharp blade of the tail rotated at high speed, cutting the sheet metal of the car body. The sound of metal twisting and breaking echoed in the empty streets. Sparks flew from time to time, and in just a few minutes, a pickup truck was dismantled into pieces. The bracelet prompted again that the scanning progress was greatly improved. It worked. Before Lin Mo could break down the vehicle fragments, many zombies had heard the sound and surrounded Lin Mo. It is really too dangerous to dismantle vehicles on the street. The zombies that came this time were ordinary zombies. If they were some deformed ones. Lin Mo commanded the mechanical dog army to eliminate all the zombies, then moved away and commanded the Fangs to continue dismantling them. Tear down that off-road vehicle. Lin Mo pointed to another abandoned SUV. The mechanical dogs once again carried out the order efficiently. There was another sharp sound of metal tearing, and the second car was also torn into pieces. Seeing more and more zombies approaching in the distance, Lin Mo did not let Sharp Fong stop, but commanded the mechanical dog army to help him clean up the zombies. Let Fong dismantle the third car. After dismantling 5 cars, the tail blade of Fong is almost bent, and there are no less than 300 zombies lying around him. The bracelet finally made a sound indicating that the task was completed. Battle vehicle blueprint unlocked. Lin Mo immediately checked the details. Manufacturing requires metal unit X350, energy core X1, super energy metal X10, optional. Lin Mo looked at the materials list. He had just dismantled 5 cars and decomposed nearly 1,400 metal units in total. Now he was missing the energy core. There are only super metal spirit, X5 of super metal. If you want to obtain these 2 materials, you must hunt down an aberration. It seems that I have to take a detour and find an aberration to get enough materials for the chariot. Lin Mo retracted his gaze and repaired the tail blade of the Fong, spending 5 metal units. Then he scanned the surrounding buildings. The tallest building nearby was an office building covered with cracks. There might be a deformed body there. Lin Mo changed direction and walked towards the office building, with the mechanical dog army following closely behind him. The metal claws stepped on the rubble, making regular clicking sounds. On the outer wall of the office building, scarlet vines climbed and spread like giant blood vessels. These were mutant plants spawned by radiation and were extremely aggressive. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and a blood-sucking vine shot out without warning, accurately wrapping around a standard mechanical dog walking on the edge. The surface of the vine was covered with tiny barbs, which deeply tightened the alloy shell of the mechanical dog. The alloy blade on the entangled mechanical dog's tail slashed at the vampire vine, making a harsh friction sound, and instantly cut off the tough vampire vine. A sticky dark red juice flowed out from the cut of the broken vine. Huawei on the side stepped forward. The flamethrower in his mouth lit up, and a high-temperature flame was accurately sprayed on the vines. With a sizzling sound, the vines quickly turned black and curled up. The remaining living blood-sucking vines felt threatened by the flames, and their main bodies suddenly shrank into the wall. At the same time, some branches and leaves affected by the flames broke off and fell off, preventing the fire from spreading. Lin Mo just glanced at the retreating, blood-sucking vines. Although these plants were troublesome, they were not enough to stop him. He arrived at the entrance of the office building. The broken glass door had long disappeared, leaving only a dark entrance that exuded a mixture of decay and dust. Deploy the iron shield formation and use the steel teeth to scan the situation. Lin Mo gave the order. More than 20 mechanical dogs immediately stepped forward, connecting their bodies to form an airtight metal barrier, guarding Lin Mo. Steel Teeth took a step forward, and his scarlet eyes carefully scanned the internal situation and potential threats. After a moment, the scan results showed that it was safe. Lin Mo walked into the hall. It was darker inside than outside. There was an indescribable, musty smell in the air. Broken office supplies and dried stains were scattered on the ground. The mechanical dogs maintained a guard formation, surrounding Lin Mo and moving towards the stairs. The first floor was empty, with no signs of activity. The same was true of the second floor, which was unnaturally quiet with only overturned tables and chairs and scattered documents. Lin Mo's brows twitched slightly. It seemed that this place had bin cleaned up by someone. Just as he was thinking, heavy footsteps were heard above the stairs, and a figure appeared at the corner of the stairs on the third floor. It was a burly man with an unusually large build. His entire body was covered in a thick metal armor. The surface of the armor was not of the cold, original metal color, but was flowing with a layer of faint light that flickered like breathing. This light was definitely not a product of technology, but more like the external manifestation of some kind of supernatural power. The big man obviously also saw Lin Mo down the stairs, and the group of mechanical creatures with flashing scarlet electronic eyes behind him. He paused and turned his helmet with a visor on to face Lin Mo. Although his expression could not be seen clearly, the pause for a moment revealed his inner surprise and perhaps a hint of fear. After all, a team of more than 20 mechanical dogs is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated in the Doomsday. The two sides confronted each other silently in the stairwell, and the air seemed to freeze. After a few seconds, the big man broke the silence first, and a dull voice came out from under his armor. "Friend, I haven't explored the top. You can go up." He deliberately slowed down his speech and slightly moved his body backwards to make way for the stairs leading up. "I'm leaving now and will never stay." He was very humble and took the initiative to give in. His intention to avoid conflict was very obvious. Lin Mo glanced at him. Since the other party chose to retreat, there was no need for him to create trouble. Hunting down the deformed monsters was the current primary goal. Chapter 26, Searching for the Aberration. Lin Mo nodded slightly, then staggered his body and continued to walk upwards. The mechanical dog army followed him. The sound of metallic footsteps echoed in the silent corridor as they passed by the big man. The big man kept making way until Lin Mo and all the mechanical dogs disappeared around the corner of the stairs leading to the fourth floor. Only then did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief, turn around, walk quickly downstairs, and quickly leave the office building. Lin Mo led the pack of mechanical dogs all the way up, the sound of metallic footsteps echoing monotonously in the empty corridor. Most of the office doors on the third floor were open or broken, and the scene inside was in a mess. Desks and chairs were overturned, and documents and papers were scattered all over the floor. It was obvious that this place had been thoroughly ransacked. There were only a few wandering, ordinary zombies, which were quickly cleaned up by the mechanical dogs, and Lin Mo collected dozens of scattered metal units. He continued to move up. The scene on the fourth floor was exactly the same as that on the third floor, with garbage and waste. The signs of the search were more obvious, and there were not even a few zombies. There was a stale smell in the air. Lin Mo frowned slightly and moved forward again. The fifth floor was still empty and silent. The sunlight struggled to squeeze in through the grimy windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Lin Mo slowed down his pace and scanned the empty corridor. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the armored man had deceived him? Lin Mo was a little upset, thinking that if he went up to the second floor and found nothing, he would remember this grudge. Next time he saw the armored man, he would definitely blow his armor apart. Humph! The sixth floor was no different from the floors below. It was completely empty, and even the collectible metal units were scarce. Lin Mo stopped and stood at the staircase on the seventh floor. He looked up at the upper floors, unsure if he still needed to go up. Just when he was about to give up, roar! An extremely violent roar suddenly came from upstairs. The sound waves seemed to be real, shaking the dust in the corridor to fall. The roar was full of inhuman brutality and power. Lin Mo's spirit was suddenly shaken, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. This sound was definitely not made by an ordinary zombie, but by a deformation. Lin Mo's heart was shocked. He would not come back empty-handed this time. He commanded the mechanical dogs to rush upstairs. Sharp Fong and Firetail walked in front, and the regional mechanical dog army followed closely behind. The heavy metal footsteps became rapid and dense. I quickly climbed the stairs leading to the seventh floor and arrived at the corridor on the eighth floor. A strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of motor oil hit me in the face. In the center of the wide floor in front, among the chaotic group of zombies, there stood a huge figure. It was a behemoth nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall. The outline of a human could be vaguely seen in its upper body, but it had long been distorted and deformed. It has muscular body and gray skin, but the most striking thing is its legs, which are two extremely thick hydraulic steel pillars. The cold metal flashes with a chilly light. Every time its heavy footsteps landed, the end of the hydraulic steel column would rub violently against the concrete floor, splashing out dazzling sparks and making a dull bang sound. The bracelet sent a prompt, "Aberration Ironfoot found." Lin Mo's eyes flashed with coldness, and without any hesitation, he ordered the mechanical dog army to form a fengshui formation. The uniform sound of metallic footsteps suddenly accelerated, and the formation was like a sharp arrow shot from a bow, piercing towards the deformed Ironfoot in the center of the corridor. Steel Tooth rushed to the front, crouching its body, its metal shell flashing a cold luster, and Sharp Fong followed closely behind, its body more flexible and the double blades at its tail ready to strike, like the fangs of a predator. The fire tail is located in the middle of the formation, with a faint red light coming from the nozzle on its abdomen, ready to spit out flames at any time. On both sides were standard mechanical dogs, forming the two wings of an arrow, forming a siege and blocking all the retreat routes of the mutant. Facing the charging mechanical dog army, Ironfoot let out a deafening roar. It suddenly raised its heavy hydraulic steel column legs and then stomped down heavily. War trample. Boom! The terrifying impact force spread violently in all directions with a landing point as the center. The concrete floor cracked instantly. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out, and an invisible shock wave swept across. The surrounding standard mechanical dogs were knocked to one side and the other by this force. Their formation instantly became chaotic. Several of the ones that were close to them were even knocked to the ground and struggled to get up. Only the steel teeth were nailed in place like a rock. The shock wave hit its thick armor, making a dull sound, but failed to shake it at all. It ignored the vibrations, accelerated forward, opened its huge mouth full of sharp alloy teeth, and bit hard at Tiezu's thick metal left leg. Crunch! A sharp and piercing friction sound was heard. Sparks flew, and the teeth of the steel teeth were deeply embedded in the metal shell of the hydraulic steel column, trying to tear apart this solid defense. The Iron Foot felt pain, and rage appeared on its gray face. It suddenly raised its other metal leg and kicked hard at the steel teeth that were biting tightly with tremendous force. The hydraulic device made a shrill hiss and power exploded instantly. Bang! Steel Tooth was hit directly by this huge force, and its huge body flew backwards like a stone, hitting the wall heavily, making a loud noise. At the moment when Tiezu kicked Steel Tooth away, a swift black shadow cut in from the flank like lightning. It was the brief stiffness of Sharptooth after he grabbed Tiezu and attacked. The double-tailed knife drew two deadly cold lights in the air. The speed was so fast that the trajectory was almost invisible. Along with the sharp sound of metal being cut, Tiezu's two twisted and tangled arms broke off, and dirty blood spurted out from the broken ends. After Fong's successful strike, he immediately leaped back, deftly avoiding Tiezu's attack that caused him to lose balance. The severe pain and anger completely ignited Tiezu's ferocity. Although it had lost both arms, it still had more destructive weapons. It locked onto the fangs that had just severely injured it, and its huge body suddenly leaned forward, while its two hydraulic steel legs burst out with amazing power, steel flying kick. It rushed towards the fangs like a heavy truck out of control, with the momentum to crush everything. The ground shook violently under its tread. Iron shield formation. Lin Mo's voice sounded calmly, and the order was given again. The mechanical dog army quickly changed its formation, and Steel Tooth, who had just been kicked away, quickly adjusted its posture. It growled and rushed to the front of the fangs immediately. The surrounding standard mechanical dogs also immediately moved closer to the steel teeth. The clips on both sides of their bodies popped out and connected with each other. In a blink of an eye, a steel shield made of mechanical dog bodies appeared in front of the fangs. The steel teeth were located in the center of the shield array, bearing the greatest pressure. Boom! Tiezu's violent steel kick hit the iron shield array hard. The huge impact force caused the entire shield array to slide back half a meter, and the metal at the connection made a groaning sound as it could not bear the heavy burden. But the iron shield formation finally blocked the devastating blow. The steel teeth took on most of the force, leaving a clear dent in the metal shell. Chapter 27: Metal Deconstruction and Upgrade. Just when the impact force of the iron foot was exhausted and the old force had not yet been regenerated, the flame jet nozzle of the fire tail suddenly erupted with a hot torrent. The body turned into a streak of fire, carrying high temperature and huge impact force. The tail of fire was like a burning cannonball, slamming into the huge body of Tiezu. Bang! The iron feet that lost balance could no longer support the huge body, which fell backwards with a bang, hitting the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fong caught this fleeting opportunity. It leaped up like a ghost and landed precisely on the chest of the fallen Tiezu, and its double-tailed knives began to spin at an astonishing speed. The alloy blade made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, aiming directly at Tiezu's ugly and twisted head. SHHHHHHH. The high-speed rotating blade cut into the gray skin and knotted muscles as smoothly as cutting into tofu. The crisp sound of breaking bones was heard, and finally accompanied by a dull sound of landing on the ground. Tiezu's head was completely separated from his body and rolled to the side, with an expression of incredible rage still on his face. The battle is over. The whole process was swift and efficient, without any drag. The strong smell of blood filled the air, announcing the end of the killing. Lin Mo looked at the fallen body of Tiezu and the mechanical dog army that had reformed around him and nodded slightly. The current mechanical army is indeed much stronger than before. The bracelet's prompt came into view. Kill one abnormal Ironfoot, get 100 points, get 1 energy core. Seeing that the points were indeed credited to his account, and glancing at the energy core lying quietly in the inventory, Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly. He raised his hand, pointed at the ordinary zombies wandering around, and gave orders to the mechanical dog army around him. Clean it up. The mechanical dogs immediately dispersed and pounced on the remaining targets with precision and efficiency. Lin Mo's gaze turned to Tiezu's huge corpse, especially the 2 abnormally thick legs that shone with a metallic luster. Sharptooth cut off its legs. Fangs growled, and the double-tailed knives spun again, making a teeth-grinding friction sound, and quickly approached Ironfoot's corpse. The alloy blades easily broke through the flesh and cut through the metal-like hard bones, making a harsh sound. Soon, the 2 huge metal legs were completely separated. Lin Mo walked forward and covered the cold metal legs with his palms. Metal deconstruction activates. Invisible forces penetrated, and the complex metal structure began to decompose and reorganize. Obtain super metal solid X10. Very good. Now that he has two kinds of super metals in hand, Lin Mo calculated in his mind, plus the ordinary metal materials he had looted in this building before, the total amount of metal units reached 1,600 points, and the points accumulated to 9,100 points. These materials are enough to build chariots. There is little point in exploring further. The main goal of this trip has been exceeded. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and prepared to order an evacuation. Just as he turned around, the bracelet vibrated again and a new prompt popped up. Your unique S-level ability, Mechanical God, Metal Deconstruction upgraded to LV.2. Metal Deconstruction Level 2. Can decompose metal objects or metallized tissues within 300 kilograms and can perform precise decomposition in a small range. Gained branch ability, Metal Smelting. Metal Smelting, ordinary metal units are consumed and can be smelted into refined iron units. The smelting ratio is 100:1. Refined iron units can be used to create more powerful mechanical creations, which greatly improves the performance of the creations. Lin Mo paused, his gaze fixed on a line of description, metal smelting. Ordinary metal units were melted into refined iron units at a ratio of 100:1. There was a huge improvement in the mechanical creations, and Lin Mo's breathing quickened for a moment. This mechanical deification ability really concealed a deeper power. When metal deconstruction is upgraded to level 2, a branch called smelting appears. So what kind of qualitative change will it bring when the mechanical creation skill is upgraded to level 2? The power of mechanical creations made with fine iron units would probably be far greater than it is now. It was just a 100:1 smelting ratio, which meant that he needed a huge amount of ordinary metal units as a foundation. This was truly a bottomless pit. I originally thought that 1,600 metal units were a lot, but now it seems that it is just a drop in the bucket. It seems that I cannot stop collecting materials for a moment, and I must work harder to collect them. Lin Mo walked out of the building. The shadow of the building behind him was lengthened, and the fishy smell of blood still lingered in the air. Now he needed a place that was both hidden and spacious enough to complete the construction of the chariot. He took a step forward, and the army of mechanical dogs behind him followed silently. Their metal claws stepped on the cracked concrete road, making subtle but regular sounds. Walking all the way to the edge of the city, it is almost noon now. The scorching sun has made the zombies on the road scarce. The mechanical dog kills the lone zombies on the road and moves forward carefully. Less than half an hour later, we finally found a huge factory building corroded by rust. On the modeled exterior wall, we could still vaguely make out the logo that once belonged to a water plant. The gate of the factory was twisted open, like a huge broken mouth. Lin Mo waved his hand, and several mechanical dogs immediately spread out in a fan shape, guarding the surroundings. He walked toward a small, heavily rusted iron door next to the main gate. The sharp blade cut through the iron door, and it opened, revealing the dark space inside the factory. A strong smell mixed with rust and corruption hit me in the face, almost suffocating me. Lin Mo frowned and walked in. The interior of the factory was extremely spacious, but in a mess. The high dome was full of holes and broken glass remains. The sunlight shone down obliquely, forming bright beams of light that cut through the darkness. The air was filled with suspended dust that floated slowly in the beams of light. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and dark brown bloodstains could be seen everywhere. It seemed that there had been quite a turmoil here at that time. A few low roars came from the corner, and without Lin Mo's order, the mechanical dogs had already pounced over. Their scarlet electronic eyes lit up in the dim light. Their movements were swift and deadly, their metal claws tearing through the rotten flesh and their tail blades precisely chopping off heads. The last zombie that tried to approach Lin Mo was suddenly pounced on by a mechanical dog. Its sharp claws pierced its cloudy eye sockets, ending its movement. Its rotten body fell heavily to the ground, splashing a pool of filth. The factory building returned to dead silence, with only the sound of dripping water coming from nowhere, echoing in the empty space. Lin Mo looked around and found this place suitable, with enough space and concealment. He walked to the center of the factory and cleared out a relatively clean area, preparing to manufacture the chariot here. Just then, The roar of an engine came faintly from outside the factory and seemed to be wandering around. Chapter 28. The Vulcan Alliance Attacks. Lin Mo paused and listened for 2 seconds. Was it a convoy of human survivors or something else? He did not pay much attention to it. He could encounter the supply collecting team anywhere, and the most urgent task was to complete the manufacture of the chariot. With a legion of mechanical dogs and the upcoming chariots, he has enough confidence to deal with most situations. He retracted his attention, concentrated his mind, raised his hand, and activated the skill Mechanical Creation. A light blue light appeared in front of him, and he quickly selected the tank blueprint. Whether to consume metal units X1200, super metal solidity X5, super metal inspiration X5. Confirm manufacturing. Lin Mo confirmed it in his mind. In an instant, a blue-white light suddenly burst out in the open space in front of him, like a small energy singularity. The stored metal units turned into countless tiny streams of light, which were drawn by invisible forces and poured into the center of the light. They twisted, blended, and shaped. 5 points of brighter light, representing super energy metal and solidity, merged into it, quickly forming the core skeleton of the chariot, exuding a calm and heavy atmosphere. Afterwards, another 5 points of light, representing super energy metal spiritual power, like elves with life, flew around the skeleton, penetrated into key nodes, and endowed the mechanical creation with deeper performance. The light lasted for a full 3 minutes. The energy fluctuations gradually subsided, and the dazzling light slowly retreated and dissipated. A brand new war machine stood quietly on the ground in the center of the factory. The entire body of the car is a cold dark gray. The armor is angular, as if cut by a knife or an axe, full of power. The thick titanium steel alloy frame is faintly visible at the seams of the armor plates, flashing the unique cold light of metal. At the front of the car, an extremely impactful, overclocked vibration collision horn protrudes forward, like a rhinoceros ready to go, and the surface of the collision horn is covered with complex energy diversion grooves. A 360-degree rotating Hawkeye detection system is installed on the roof. Multiple sets of composite observation lenses are like vigilant eyes, reflecting a faint red scanning beam, slowly sweeping across the surrounding environment. The chariot is completed. Armed transport vehicle, Rhino. Material, titanium steel alloy frame, 60%. Fine steel armor, 20%. Super metal sturdiness, 10%. Super metal spiritual, 10%. Size, length 7.2 m times width 3.5 m times height 2.8 m. Curb weight, 15.8 tons plus load, 8 tons. Power source, energy core, gasoline, electricity. Adaptability to extreme environments, -40 degrees Celsius to +120 degrees Celsius. Loading capacity, overclocked vibration impact horn, titanium steel alloy material, wall breaking thickness increased to 2 m. Iron dome defensive shield, 120 degrees arc shield on the front, can absorb up to 20 tons of impact. Hawkeye reconnaissance system, detection radius 800 meters, enemy formation scanning, can cooperate with mechanical dogs to transmit reconnaissance images. Cargo space, maximum volume 15 cubic meters, built-in constant temperature system. External weapon parts, no weapons available, can be added. Evolution direction, mobile fortress type, barrier breaking pioneer type, all-round maintenance type. The advent of the Rhino tank means that Lin Mo only has 400 metal units left. Alas, Lin Mo sighed. The task of collecting metal units is still a long way to go. However, Lin Mo was very satisfied with the Rhino chariot. This war machine was an important supplement to his current strength. The angular and thick armor, as well as the extremely intimidating overclocked vibration impact horn, every detail was in line with his pursuit of power. Lin Mo commanded the mechanical dog to put all the harvested supplies onto the vehicle and circled the tank several times, his eyes full of delight. Before Lin Mo got into the car, a standard mechanical dog on guard at the door started to emit a sharp and piercing combat alarm with rapidly flashing red light in its electronic eyes. A rough engine roar was heard outside the factory, coming from far away at an extremely fast speed. The tires rolled over the scattered gravel and glass on the ground at high speed, making a teeth-grinding sound, which clearly penetrated the walls of the dilapidated factory. Boom! With a loud bang, a roughly modified off-road vehicle directly crashed through the already shaky side door of the factory building and rushed in violently, carrying smoke, dust, and broken wooden boards. A very eye-catching logo was spray-painted on the body of the car, a blazing star, exuding the breath of arrogance and destruction. Lin Mo didn't know the situation and didn't go out rashly. He held the Guardian Mecha's briefcase tightly and hid in the factory, letting the mechanical dog surround him for protection. The off-road vehicle braked suddenly, and the tires left charred marks on the concrete ground. A man with a fleshy face and a hideous scar at the corner of his eye leaned out from the passenger seat. His eyes immediately locked onto the several mechanical dogs on guard in the factory, and greedy light instantly burst out in his eyes. Ah, it turns out to be the guy that Boss Joe is looking for. Scarface's voice was harsh and unpleasant. When I saw these broken iron dogs, I knew it was right. He slammed the car door and shouted to the back. Brothers, let's get to work. We're going to make a fortune this time. Hee, after we catch this guy, we'll have to have a good chat with that guy Lu Fei when we go back. A voice came from the back seat of the SUV, full of ridicule and malice. Just think about it. The man who almost killed him was carried back by us brothers. TSK, TSK. Lu Fei's face must be uglier than if his father had died. Ha ha ha. An extremely burly man suddenly jumped down from the back seat. There was a dull thud when he landed, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to vibrate slightly. This sturdy man was none other than their team leader, Lu Dehai. His muscles were knotted all over, as hard as granite, and his chest rose and fell noticeably with every breath, full of explosive power. He clenched his thick fists, and the joints made crackling sounds. A layer of blue-gray ripples visible to the naked eye was faintly wrapped around the tip of his fists. That was the shock field generated by his physical fitness-enhancing supernatural powers being pushed to the extreme. This force can not only cause huge physical damage, but even cause the body's internal organs and bones to suffer recoil when attacking. Following closely behind him, a few more people came down. A relatively thin man named Zhang Debao stood behind Lu Dehai. He looked alert with his hands slightly raised. Energy spots faintly gathered between the palms, and the shadow of a hexagonal energy shield flashed by, with the edges and overlapping parts of the shield emitting a strange molten golden light. This is his ability to summon an energy shield for defense, which can be stacked up to 3 times, with amazing defensive power. At the back of the team, a taciturn man walked down slowly. He was Chun Zhao. He had a low presence, but he was one of the most dangerous people in the team. He raised his hand, and the dark purple energy light condensed on his arm. In an instant, a peculiarly shaped sniper rifle appeared. The gun had a slender body, was dark purple all over, and the surface was engraved with dense skull patterns, exuding an ominous aura. Chapter 29. Transformed Sniper Rifle. This is Chun Zhao's rare firearms materialization ability. In the wasteland city where gunpowder weapons cannot be used, weapons materialized by this ability are unrestricted, scarce, and deadly. If Chun Zhao wasn't solitary and not good at building personal connections, with his strength, he would at least be ranked in the top 3 in the Fire God Alliance. Now he's suppressed by Lu Fei, who has come from behind. But Chun Zhao seems not to care about it, and still goes out with the team to carry out missions every day. The scarred man in the passenger seat, Luo Jijun, also jumped out of the car. He licked his cracked lips with a cruel gleam in his eyes. It was obvious at first glance that he was a criminal with a notorious record before the end of the world. He clenched his hands violently. His bones made an unsettling crisp sound. The muscles and blood vessels under his skin dilated. His hands rapidly swelled. His nails became sharp and curved like a tiger's claws. He even excitedly tore off his tactical vest, revealing his beast-like chest muscles covered with scars. The last person to get off the bus was Wu Qiming. His ears were oddly shaped, with alien oracles covered with fine wrinkles, like some kind of radar device. He raised his fingers and tapped his temple lightly. Invisible ultrasonic waves spread out with him as the center like ripples on the water. This is his detection ability, which allows him to sense the surrounding environment through sound wave feedback with extremely high accuracy. The maximum detection range can reach 1 kilometer. It was he who just discovered the signs of mechanical dog activity in the factory. Wu Qiming emitted ultrasonic waves again, and fine ripples swept across the entire factory. He narrowed his eyes and instantly locked onto the approximate location where Lin Mo was hiding. He immediately gestured to Chun Zhao behind him and pointed to the location. Chun Zhao understood what he meant, and without hesitation, he jumped onto the roof of the SUV and raised the dark purple energy sniper rifle. He pointed the muzzle silently at Lin Mo's position, and a barely perceptible purple light condensed to the muzzle. The next moment, the bullet was fired. There was only a slight gunshot, but no flash of fire. A subtle energy wave penetrated the air, and the bullet easily tore through the rusty thin iron wall in front of Lin Mo's hiding place, making a slight puffing sound. Just as the bullet was about to hit Lin Mo, a silver-white figure leaped up like lightning. It was the standard mechanical dog responsible for vigilance. The alloy armor collided with the dark purple energy bullet, and it used its alloy body to block Lin Mo. Bang! A deux explosion sounded. The power contained in the energy sniper bullet exploded instantly. It was not just a simple physical impact. The solid alloy at the joint of the right front paw of the standard mechanical dog was instantly crushed and torn by the violent energy, turning into metal scraps flying all over the sky. The huge impact force made Lin Mo feel a gust of air rushing in his face, even from a distance, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. The steel tooth next to him immediately growled and blocked Lin Mo with its huge body. Lin Mo immediately put on the Guardian mech wrapped in the sturdy mech. Lin Mo felt full of security. Firetail. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold, and he quickly gave the order. Burn that gun. In the shadows on the side, a red figure rushed to the window of the factory like an arrow, opened its huge mechanical mouth, aimed at Chun Zhao in the distance, and sprayed out a stream of hot flames without hesitation. With a maximum spray distance of 25 meters, the orange-red high-temperature flame instantly illuminated the dim factory building, and the air was distorted by the burning. However, before the pillar of fire got close to Chun Zhao, Zhang Debao in front of him had already taken a step forward. Buzz! 3 layers of hexagonal energy shields appeared out of thin air, stacked up like a honeycomb structure, blocking the path of the flames. Molten golden light rapidly flowed on the surface of the shield, and the hot flames slammed into the shield, making a sizzling, burning sound. The high temperature caused the outermost energy shield to fluctuate violently, and even fine cracks appeared on the surface, but it still blocked all the flames. At the moment when the firetail attack was blocked, Lu Dehai moved. He stomped the ground hard, making a heavy muffled sound, and rushed into the factory like a cannonball. Facing the steel teeth standing in front of Lin Mo, the fist wrapped in blue-gray shock waves, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, smashed hard into the steel teeth. Bang! A loud noise. The huge alloy body of Gangchi was knocked off the ground by Lu Dehai's punch, and hit the abandoned machine behind it heavily, making a series of harsh noises of twisted metal. Seeing Gangchi being knocked away, Lin Mo quickly retreated. Gangchi was knocked away, and he was not sure whether the Guardian Mecha could withstand Lu Dehai's fist. At the same time, Chun Zhao in the distance calmly adjusted the muzzle of his gun, and the second silent sniper bullet had already hit, aiming directly at Lin Mo. This time, it was the Fong that moved. With its double-tail knives, it was swift and ghostly, appearing in front of the trajectory in an instant. The 2 alloy tail knives, flashing with cold light, crossed and slashed, accurately blocking the incoming sniper bullets. A sharp sound of metal clashing was heard, and the tail blades successfully blocked the core part of the bullet, deflecting it away. However, the residual power of the energy sniper bullet was still strong, and some of the exploded energy fragments hit the shoulder of Lin Mo's Guardian mech. The shockwave caused Lin Mo's body to shake. Boy, I wonder how long you can hide. Lu Dehai knocked Gangchi away with one punch. Without stopping, he used his strong legs to exert force again and strode towards Lin Mo, ready to get rid of him in one go. The remaining standard mechanical dogs immediately roared and rushed forward desperately, trying to stop Lu Dehai's steps. Lin Mo had sharp eyes and quickly assessed the situation. There were more people on the opposite side, and they cooperated well, so fighting hard was definitely not the best strategy. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated towards the brand new Rhino chariot behind him, which was his reliance for counterattack. At this moment, scarred Luo Jijun, who had been waiting for an opportunity, suddenly had a fierce light in his eyes and jumped high from the side. He stretched his body in the air, and his pair of tiger claws, which were glowing with a dark blue poisonous light, made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and went straight for Lin Mo's head at an astonishing speed. Seeing that the sharp claws were about to touch Lin Mo, Sharp Fong once again demonstrated its amazing reaction speed. After blocking the sniper bullet, it spun around with almost no pause, and the two alloy tail knives crossed out again, like two sharp scissors, heading towards Luo Jijun's tiger claws. Clang! Sparks flew as the metal tail blade and the mutated tiger claw collided fiercely, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. Immediately afterwards, a clear sound of bone cracking was heard, and Luo Jijun let out a short cry of pain. The two sharp nails on his right tiger claw were actually cut off at the root by the sharp tooth's tail blade, and the broken nail fragments mixed with a few drops of poisonous blood splashed everywhere. Luo Jijun felt the pain, but his ferocity did not diminish. He suddenly raised his right leg and kicked Jinya hard. Luo Jijun, who had the strength of a tiger, kicked with great force, and Jinya was kicked back, leaving a deep dent on the alloy armor. Chapter 30: Counterattack and Escape. Lin Mo took advantage of this rare time to come to the chariot and dive into the driver's seat of the rhino chariot. He roared and gave orders. "Start autopilot," the command echoed in the cockpit. Almost at the same moment, Lu Dahai's thunderous roar came from outside the car. "Explode for me." Before he finished his words, a terrifying fist shockwave had already torn through the air, emitting a teeth-grinding shriek. Lu Dahai's fist, as big as a casserole, was filled with destructive energy. It fell like a meteorite and slammed into the hood of the rhino tank. Bang! With a deafening roar, the sturdy and heavy rhino chariot shook violently, as if it had been hit by a battering ram. The shock almost blew Lin Mo off the driver's seat. His forehead almost hit the cold and hard steering wheel, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back, which was pressed against the seat. At this critical moment, the rhino tank's artificial intelligence was fully activated. The engine burst into an angry roar like a beast, and the heavy steel body suddenly exerted force, like an awakened steel behemoth, and crashed into Lu Dahai, who was blocking the way ahead. Lu Dahai's pupils shrank slightly. Facing the impact of the steel monster, he did not resist. Instead, he jumped to the side flexibly and avoided the impact of the rhino chariot. He landed steadily, leaving a circle of tiny spiderweb cracks on the ground where he stepped. "Wu Qiming." Lu Dahai turned his head and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. "Keep an eye on him. Go drive." Wu Qiming responded quickly, turned around, and ran towards the off-road vehicle parked not far away. Lin Mo captured this scene through the eagle-eye camera of the chariot and could not let them catch up by car. "Fong, turn around and kill Wu Qiming." Lin Mo gave the order. Following the command, the sharp Fong that was fighting with Luo Jijun suddenly turned sharply. Its metal limbs scraped against the ground, making a harsh noise and raising a cloud of dust. It locked onto the running Wu Qiming and pounced on him like a silver lightning. Three more standard mechanical dogs met Luo Jijun and continued to fight. Almost at the same time, the firetail also moved, and a stream of red flames spurted out from its body, forming a burning trajectory, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards Chun Zhao, who was looking for a shooting angle. The high-temperature air waves brought by the flame charge distorted the air, forcing Chun Zhao to retreat in a panic, temporarily giving up shooting and seeking cover. Seeing that Wu Qiming was in danger, Zhang Debao forced himself to activate his supernatural powers once again. A pale yellow energy shield quickly condensed and expanded in front of him, trying to block the path of the fangs and buy time for Wu Qiming to get on the car. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he commanded the Rhino tank's intelligent driving system to hit Zhang Debao and open up an attack route for Sharp Fong. The huge body of the Rhino chariot suddenly turned its head at a rude angle, gave up the straight-line breakout, and rammed hard in the direction of Zhang Bao. The target was the energy shield that had just been condensed. Bang! The first layer of shield touched the ramming horn in front of the Rhino chariot, and a dazzling light burst out instantly, like broken glass, splashing energy fragments all around. The second layer of shield followed closely, lasting less than half a second before also shattering. The third layer of shield, which was also the last layer condensed by Zhang Debao, wailed and turned into light spots all over the sky under the violent impact of the Rhino chariot. Crack! The backlash force from the three layers of shields being shattered one after another came, and Zhang Debao's arms made teeth-grinding, cracking sounds. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was knocked away by the huge impact force. The Rhino tank did not stop. Its heavy tracks crushed Zhang de Bao's broken body. The gaps in the tracks were instantly covered with a blur of flesh and blood. Ah! Wu Qiming witnessed Zhang de Bao's tragic death and was so frightened that he let out a sharp scream. He no longer cared about driving and crawled towards Lu Dehai to seek shelter. Lu Dehai's face turned pale, and he roared, trying to step forward to protect Wu Qiming. But once Zhang de Bao died, there was no more obstacle in front of Sharp Fong, and its speed increased to the extreme. At the moment when Wu Qiming was about to pounce on Lu Dehai, Sharp Fong had already arrived beside him. The cold metal tail blade pierced Wu Qiming's throat accurately with a sound of breaking wind. Blood splattered. Wu Qiming's scream stopped abruptly, his eyes filled with unbelievable fear, and his body fell limply. The Fong completed the kill. The tail blade shook off the blood beads and immediately turned around to follow the rhino chariot. Retreat, steel teeth, and fire tail for protection, sharp fangs, and the mechanical dogs on board. Lin Mo quickly gave the order. The rhino chariot opened the carriage, and sharp fangs and the standard mechanical dogs quickly got on board. Steel teeth stood in front to block the attack of the Vulcan Alliance team, and Fire Tail sprayed out high-temperature flames to block the opponent's advance and buy time for the mechanical dog to get on the car. Under the cover of Steel Teeth and Fire Tail, Sharp Fong led the mechanical dog onto the carriage, and then Steel Teeth and Fire Tail drove at full speed, following the rhino chariot and rushing out. Only 3 people were left standing there stunned, filled with anger but powerless to do anything. Lu Dehai, Chun Zhao, and Luo Jijun all had gloomy expressions, with anger, shock, fear, and all kinds of emotions intertwined. Looking at Wu Qiming and Zhang de Bao lying in a pool of blood, already dead, a chill ran from the soles of my feet to my forehead. Chun Zhao's arm was scratched by the flames from the fire tail, leaving many blisters. The burning pain continued to irritate his nerves. Luo Jijun's situation was not much better. One of his tiger claws was cut by the sharp-toothed tail knife. He was bleeding profusely and could no longer be used normally. Let's go. Lu Dehai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to show off. He had to return to the camp as soon as possible and report everything that happened here to the boss. The firepower of the rhino chariot, the coordination of the mechanical hound, and Lin Mo's sharp fighting style, all of these were like a heavy hammer, hitting Lu Dehai's team hard. They had never expected that this encounter with Lin Mo would have such an outcome for their team, which has always been known for its strength and has successfully completed missions many times. 5 people besieging 1 person, in their opinion, should have been an easy task. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. Not only did they fail to capture the target, but Lin Mo killed 2 of them and got away. The 3 of them stiffly opened the door and got into the SUV. The atmosphere in the car was suffocatingly depressing. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing echoed in the small space. Lu Dehai stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the off-road vehicle made a deafening roar, roaring like a wounded beast, and rushed towards the camp. The wheels rolled, raising a cloud of dust. In the rearview mirror, the wreckage of the battlefield gradually faded away. The air was still filled with the lingering smell of blood. On the ground, the bodies of Wu Qiming and Zhang Bao were cold and stiff, like abandoned rag dolls, lying there quietly. For the Vulcan Alliance, the dead had lost all their value. No one will feel a bit of regret or sadness for their deaths. All that remains is the cold reality and the cruel rules of survival. Chapter 31, The Mall, is open. Inside the rhino tank, the cold and hard smell of metal mixed with the burning smell of gunpowder. Lin Mo leaned in the driver's seat. The tank drove steadily in automatic driving mode. The heavy tracks rolled over the rubble on the abandoned streets, making a low roar. Inside the carriage, Steel Teeth, Firetail, and Sharp Fong led 21 standard mechanical dogs standing in an orderly manner, their metal shells stained with blood and dust, silently accompanying him. We lost 2 standard mechanical dogs and had no time to recover them. Fortunately, we killed both of them. Lin Montauk Vispiret. This was not a pity for life, but a measure of combat power. In a 5-on-1 situation, he paid the price of 2 mechanical dogs, while the other side lost 2 men, which seemed to be his advantage. But since some people on the opposite side are still alive, the Vulcan Alliance will never give up. Next time, they will only face stronger forces and more enemies. It's getting dark, and we can't stay outside anymore. We need to find a place to stay for the night. Use the Hawkeye system to scan the surrounding area and find a suitable place to spend the night. Lin Mo leaned back in the driver's seat and instructed the tank's artificial intelligence. A target was quickly locked onto, and the Rhino tank's engine roared as it rolled over the ruins and headed towards the target point. It was a small courtyard with a relatively intact wall. Although the gate was damaged, the main structure was still there, which was large enough to accommodate the Rhino chariot and was also convenient for defense. The chariot slowly drove into the yard and stopped steadily. Lin Mo immediately ordered the standard mechanical dogs to be on guard all around. They jumped out silently, their electronic eyes flashing red, and quickly dispersed. They occupied every corner of the courtyard wall, forming the most reliable line of defense. Nothing happened that night. Lin Mo woke up in the cab, ate some simple food, and then turned on the tank's eagle eye scanning system again. The surrounding city map unfolded on the screen. On the green topographic map, data streams flickered like living things. This was to search for metal materials. Soon, several areas were marked out: electric vehicle sales points, hardware stores, Car 4S stores, etc. Let's go to the electric car sales point first. There's no need to disassemble it, so it will be faster. He tapped the screen and chose the nearest location that seemed to have the most resources. The chariot turned and accelerated towards its destination. Lin Mo had to make more mechanical dogs as soon as possible to have enough chips to resist the arrival of the Vulcan Alliance. This Vulcan Alliance psychic is too strong. He doesn't look like a newcomer. Is there any senior psychic in this city? The chariot drove into the designated location, and the air was filled with a mixed smell of oil, rust, and corruption. The door of the store opened, and the broken electric vehicles were lying all over the place, and none of them were intact. Fong, lead the mechanical dogs to tidy up the surrounding environment. Lin Mo gave the order. The door of the chariot opened, and Fong and 5 standard mechanical dogs jumped off the chariot. He continued to scout around the store, and his tail knife cut as accurately as a scalpel, eliminating all the zombies. After finishing the cleanup, Lin Mo got out of the car, wearing the Guardian mech, and went to the store to start metal deconstruction. One electric car after another turned into light blue dots in the white light and merged into Lin Mo's bracelet. The bracelet showed the increase in the number of metal units. Every jump in the number made Lin Mo feel better. When the recovery work was halfway done, a low roar was heard in the distance. Several zombies were attracted by the noise. Ordinary zombies move slowly, but they have amazing perseverance and can keep moving forward in order to eat fresh flesh and blood. Watching the broken and shaking zombies slowly approaching, Sharp Fong leaped up and swept its tail blade across their heads. Immediately afterwards, more roars were heard, as if the noise here had awakened the sleeping zombies. Steel Teeth, protect me. Sharp Fangs and Firetail, go and intercept. Lin Mo's voice was still calm, as if he was just giving an insignificant order. Gangchi let out a low growl, and his huge body stood in front of Lin Mo, guarding Lin Mo like a god of war. The Firetail rushed towards the zombies like a bulldozer. Its whole body was covered in flames, and it knocked the zombies away. Then it opened its huge mechanical mouth and sprayed out a stream of hot flames, burning the approaching zombies into charcoal. Fong led 20 standard mechanical dogs and followed closely behind, quickly killing the approaching zombies to buy time for Lin Mo. The simple but efficient battle ended. The mechanical dogs completely crushed the ordinary zombies. The sound of metal collision, the sound of flames burning, and the roar of zombies intertwined and echoed in the silent streets. Lin Mo's metal deconstruction has also come to an end. At this point, all the electric cars and metal materials in the store have been decomposed. A total of more than 1,100 metal units have been obtained, plus more than 1,400 points remaining after repairing the mechanical dog, a total of 2,500 points. Lin Mo directly uses the skill Mechanical Creation. Select Standard Mechanical Dog Blueprint. Consumable Metal Unit X 2250. Manufacturing Robot Dog X 45. Are you sure you want to manufacture it? Sure. I saw a flash of white light, and the light blue light spots in the bracelet flew out, gathered, merged, and took shape. One by one, standard mechanical dogs slowly appeared in front of Lin Mo and were lined up neatly in front of the electric car shop. After about 10 minutes, 45 mechanical dogs were finally manufactured, together with the remaining 21 standard mechanical dogs. There were a total of 66, counting the 3 generals, Steel Teeth, Firetail, and Sharp Fong. The combat power is increased again. At the same time, after the battle just now, Lin Mo's points also increased by more than 3,000 points, and the total points reached 12,600 points. A new prompt box pops up on the bracelet. The score is detected to be more than 10,000 points. The authority is increased, and the store channel is opened. Store? Lin Mo's heart moved. This was the channel that had always been gray. It turned out that points were required to open it. He quickly found the mall icon on the system interface. The icon was flickering with a faint light, like a treasure chest waiting to be opened. He clicked it immediately without hesitation. The interface switched. A brand new screen appeared in front of Lin Mo. This was not a simple list, but a virtual space full of technology. In the center of the screen is a huge circular directory surrounded by several floating labels: weapons and equipment, rare materials, technical information, and special items. Lin Mo clicked on the weapons and equipment, which listed various items, shining with an attractive luster. K1 energy pistol, 10,000 points. Exoskeleton armor, light, 30,000 points. Pulse bomb, 10,000 points. Armed vehicle, light, 80,000 points. There are all kinds of energy weapons. Let's not talk about the fact that gunpowder cannot be used in the wasteland city. The importance of firearms. Energy weapons are more powerful than ordinary firearms. They are expected to sell well, but the points required are really high. Chapter 32, The Massacre begins. Lin Mo clicked on the rare materials interface of the mall again. Energy core, small, 10,000 points. Super energy metal, X1, 5,000 points. Heart of flesh and blood, 50,000 points. Titan alloy X1, 20,000 points. Lin Mo's eyes swept over it. The energy core can upgrade the mechanical dog. It is an indispensable good thing. Super energy alloy is the basic material for making stronger equipment. These are all good things, but it's a pity that I don't have enough points now. What technical information is there? Lin Mo clicked to check. Electromagnetic pulse technology, 150,000 points. Railgun manufacturing technology, 500,000 points. Floating engine technology, 250,000 points. These are all high-tech technologies, really eye-catching. The last part is the special item interface, which has relatively few items. Skill upgrade stone, valid below LV5, 50,000 points. Blood fusion, 150,000 points. Metal prosthesis, 1 part, 50,000 points. The most important thing is the skill upgrade stone, which is a good thing that can directly improve your own ability level. You must get it if you have points, because your own skill upgrade is too slow. There are also some items that he didn't recognize, but were marked with the words rare and special. The prices were extremely high. These things were difficult to obtain in the wasteland city, but now they were displayed here with clearly marked prices. As long as he had enough points, he could get them. He subconsciously searched the store. No products related to food or drinking water were found. As expected, the point store does not provide the most basic survival supplies, so you still have to rely on yourself to search for them to survive. Lin Mo closed the store interface, and the heat in his eyes slowly subsided. These things were tempting, but they were not the most urgent things right now. Improving his strength and acquiring more resources were the top priorities right now. As he looked at the increasing number of mechanical creations, Lin Mo felt more confident. Although it took some time, it was a necessary investment. He once again called up the city map scanned by the Chariot's Hawkeye system, wanting to train his troops and earn some points at the same time. Lin Mo was also very envious of the things in the mall. Looking at the dense red dots on the map representing zombies, one area caught his attention: a large abandoned residential area on the edge of the city, which used to be a slum with an extremely high population density. After the infection broke out, the number of zombies here must be astonishing. Target: the slums on the south side. Lin Mo said softly, his finger drawing a route on the screen. All the mechanical dogs also returned to the carriage. The interior of the Rhino chariot is quite spacious and can accommodate 100 mechanical dogs. The Rhino tank started again, turned around, and drove towards the slums in the south. The roar of the tank engine gradually faded away, leaving only crushed metal fragments and a few charred zombie corpses emitting green smoke on the ground. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and whispered, a hint of cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Vurgon Alliance. Ludahai. Wait for me. We'll see you soon. The chariot drove onto the dilapidated road, and outside the car window was a rapidly receding scene. Dilapidated buildings, abandoned vehicles, and occasional zombies wandering on the roadside. The Rhino tank stopped at the edge of the slums. Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat and observed the scene ahead through the Eagle eye scanning system. Dilapidated buildings are lined up one after another, with windows as dark as empty eye sockets. On the narrow streets, a large number of shadowy figures are swaying. The air was filled with a strong stench of decay, the unique smell of zombies. The sound waves can clearly outline the distribution of red dots in the area on the screen, densely packed and shocking. The number is estimated to be more than 2,000. Lin Mo whispered to himself, analyzing the terrain. The streets here are narrow and the buildings are densely packed, which is not conducive to the large-scale maneuvering of tanks. Steel Teeth, Firetail, Sharp Fong lead all the mechanical dogs to attack. He issued a combat order. The rear door of the tank opened again, and the mechanical dog army poured out like a tide. Lin Mo is sitting in the car wearing the Guardian mech, safe and secure. Steel Teeth's huge body walked in the front, like a moving fortress. The Firetail follows closely behind, and hot flames spew out from the mouth from time to time. Sharp Fangs shuttle between the team's flanks like ghosts, ready to attack at any time. The standard mechanical dogs formed a queue and followed behind the main force. The hunt begins. Steel Teeth rushed into the nearest street with an unstoppable momentum. The narrow space prevented the zombies from completely dispersing, and they were easily knocked away and crushed by the impact angle of Steel Teeth. The flames from the tail of the fire followed closely, turning the street into a sea of fire. Wailing sounds rose one after another and were soon drowned out by the sound of burning flames. Sharp Fong moved the fastest, constantly jumping among the zombies, killing them one by one with its tail blade. The standard mechanical dogs formed a temporary battle line, slowly advancing forward with their metal bodies and sharp claws, not letting any zombie go. Lin Mo was waiting leisurely in the chariot, and the points in the bracelet began to jump rapidly. 100, 500, 1200. Every time the mechanical dog hits the target, it means an increase in points. This is not a fierce fight, but an efficient and cold harvest. Watch out for the mutants. Lin Mo reminded himself. In a place like the slum, there was a high possibility of zombie mutants appearing. He had to stay alert. As expected, as the hunt progressed, some unusual figures began to appear. They were larger, more agile, and some had hard metal covering their skin. Some of them had their limbs transformed into sharp bone blades. These mutant zombies pose a certain threat to the mechanical dogs. A deformed zombie, despite the attack from a standard mechanical dog, actually rushed close to Firetail. The sharp bone blade scratched through Firetail's mechanical arm, leaving a deep mark. Firetail, retreat. Sharp Fong, deal with it. Lin Mo immediately adjusted the instructions. The Firetail sprayed out a stream of flames to force the zombies back, and they quickly retreated. The fangs pounced like an arrow from a bow, and the double-tailed swords were swung like the art of death, flashing with cold light. The bone knife zombie has a high defense, but the Fong's tail knife is sharper, and every cut leaves a deep wound on the zombie's body where the bone can be seen. A few seconds later, the mutant zombie fell under the Fang's knife. The score continued to jump, faster and faster, like a silent countdown. Finally, the massacre was over. Lin Mo obtained 21,300 points and 3 energy cores. However, this 3-headed deformed body did not seem to mutate in the metal direction, and no super energy metal was decomposed. It was a real failure. Lin Mo commanded the mechanical dog to clean up the battlefield, collect usable metal materials, and add metal units, without wasting a single bit. Chapter 33. Ambush by the Vulcan Alliance. The Rhino chariot's heavy engine roared again. The steel behemoth shook slightly, and its speed began to increase. This time the target was unmistakable, the bicycle junkyard. The chariot started along the predetermined trajectory and rampaged through the ruins. There was a pile of waste on the road ahead, and some small obstacles scattered everywhere. They seemed insignificant compared to the huge body of the chariot. It was directly crushed and knocked away, with the harsh sound of metal friction and flying gravel. A half-collapsed concrete wall blocked the way, and the graffiti on the wall was already modeled. Lin Mo didn't even think about slowing down, and the front ram of the chariot hit the wall hard. Snap! Boom! Concrete blocks exploded and steel bars twisted and broke. Amid the smoke and dust, the chariot continued to move forward as if it was in an empty space. The sound seemed to be declaring the unquestionable presence of this steel behemoth and its unrivaled destructive power. The roar is the only symphony in this dead and silent ruin, and it echoes among the empty ruins for a long time. After nearly an hour of speeding, the roar of the engine never stopped. The tracks rolled over rubble, and the scene outside the window continued to change. The dilapidated residential areas that were once human homes gradually became blurred and disappeared at the end of the field of vision. A rusted children's swing swung forlornly beside a crooked apartment building. Lin Mo's gaze stayed for half a second, then moved away. The collapsed commercial street, a symbol of former prosperity, was also left behind by the heavy tracks of the tank. The huge billboard fell to the ground, and the smiling model on it was still covered in dust with a strange expression. What appeared before our eyes was an even more extremely desolate, more empty and silent abandoned industrial area. The air was filled with a mixed smell of rust and dust, and the skeleton of a huge factory building stood. Large patches of rust covered the metal shell, forming dark brown spots. The towering chimneys once spewed out thick industrial smoke. At this moment, they stood silently, with the chimneys facing the sky darkly, forming the most prominent vertical lines in this dead area. It is more depressing here than in residential areas or commercial streets, with a huge silence covering everything. Lin Mo controlled the chariot, slowed down the speed, and the engine noise decreased slightly. He took out the address information he had carefully written down from his storage compartment, a slightly wrinkled piece of paper with handwritten coordinates and marks on it. He checked carefully again and saw that the vehicle was driving slowly among the crisscrossing factory roads. These roads form a huge maze network, lifeless. He was carefully looking for the exact location of the bicycle dump. There was dead silence all around, with only the slight sound of tank tracks rolling over the road, making the silence even deeper. Feeling empty in his stomach during the journey, Lin Mo took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his bag. The package was torn open, and he simply took a few bites. A dry taste spread in his mouth, making it hard to swallow. He chewed with an expressionless face, but the food tasted like wax. He took another sip of mineral water and sent the biscuits into his stomach. Food is essential for survival, and we cannot live without it. But delicious food is hard to find in Doomsday. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun in the sky was a little dazzling, baking the ground hot. An extremely strange scene appeared at the end of the field of vision without any warning. At first, they were just some irregular bulges on the horizon. As the chariot approached, the outlines of the ridges became clearer. Countless twisted and deformed bicycle frames, covered with rust. They were piled up in no order, forming an unimaginable huge garbage dump. The metal wreckage was endless, and the wreckage was piled up layer by layer, forming small hills that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Under the slightly dim afternoon sunlight, it reflects a dazzling and desolate light. Lin Mo stopped the chariot, the engine idling, and he breathed heavily. His eyes swept across the spectacular and bizarre ocean of waste before him. The air seemed to be filled with decayed metallic particles, which brought a pungent smell when inhaled into the nose. It should be here, Lin Mo whispered to himself, his voice sounding particularly small in this metal yard. A stronger smell of rust and dust wafted into the air, and tiny metal fragments were scattered on the ground. Lin Mo didn't realize that in the depths of the ocean of waste that looked magnificent and desolate to him, a carefully planned hunt had already been set up. The Vulcan Alliance's hunting team arrived several hours earlier than him, and the cold metal ruins became their perfect hunting ground. While Lin Mo was concentrating on acquiring the metal unit, he didn't know that his name appeared in the area chat. After the Vulcan Alliance publicly offered a bounty for Lin Mo in the chat channel, some subtle changes began to occur. The man named Yang Sheng, who had made a deal with Lin Mo before, smelled an opportunity. He was eager to join the powerful Vulcan Alliance to gain protection and resources. To this end, he sold out the intelligence about Lin Mo. Yang Sheng gave the information that Lin Mo was going to the bicycle garbage dump to collect materials to the top leaders of the Vulcan Alliance. The Vulcan Alliance was very interested in this sudden Lone Ranger with the ability to create mechanical things, especially his considerable army of mechanical dogs. Yang Sheng's intelligence allowed them to make arrangements in advance. A hunting team specifically targeting Lin Mo and his mechanical creations was quickly formed and arrived at this steel tomb in the early morning. Zhao Chun, the captain of the hunting team, was hiding in the shadows formed by a pile of twisted bicycle racks. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the direction of the entrance to the garbage dump. Zhao Chen's hands were wrapped in special heat-insulating gloves, but even through the gloves, the air around him seemed to be slightly distorted. His special power is the touch of white phosphorus. His hands can instantly generate terrifying white phosphorus flames as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius, which is enough to melt steel. Even more terrifying is his killer move, the extreme heat ray, which highly compresses the flames into a destructive beam of light. It is said that it can easily penetrate a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. This ability is simply the nemesis of mechanical creations. Zhao Chen knew very well that conventional weapons would have limited effect against Lin Mo's agile and fast mechanical dogs, but his white phosphorus fire would melt anything it touched and destroy anything it touched. Not far from him, a slim woman, Su Duo, was gently stroking an inconspicuous rusty steel bar on the ground. When her fingertips touched the steel bars, they trembled slightly as if they were alive, and strange dark green lines appeared on their surface. Su Duo's special ability is metal thorns. She can summon a special kind of mutated vines that have a natural affinity and corrosiveness to metal. They can silently wrap around metal targets, secreting highly acidic juices that quickly destroy their structure. Her killer move, Thorn Cage, can instantly generate a dense metal thorn jungle within 100 meters. It greatly restricts the movement and formation deployment of mechanical units, and it is perfect to use her to control Lin Mo's pack of mechanical dogs. Chapter 34. The War Wolf Burning with Ominous Black Flames. Deeper in the shadows, a taciturn man named Helion was sitting there. He had a cold aura, and there seemed to be invisible black shadows surging around him. Helion's ability is Summoning Wolves. He can summon 3 giant war wolves burning with ominous black flames. These war wolves possess amazing destructive power and coordinated combat capabilities, and their sharp claws and bites can not only cause physical damage. Moreover, the accompanying black flame also has a strong metal corrosion effect. 3 black flame war wolves are enough to break up the formation of mechanical dogs and carry out an effective group siege. A muscular, burly bald man named Shi Meng was sitting nonchalantly on an abandoned bicycle frame with his arms folded across his chest. His exposed skin had an unnatural metallic luster, as if it were made of steel. This was the outward manifestation of his Vajra body ability. His special ability makes his skin as hard as alloy, increases his strength 8-fold, and makes him highly immune to blunt force impacts. The Vulcan Alliance sent him here with a clear purpose. Once Lin Mo's chariot appears, Shi Meng will be the first demolition breaker to rush forward. He tore open the chariot's outer armor with his bare hands, withstood the impact and attack of the mechanical dog, and created opportunities for others. At the highest point, on the broken platform of an abandoned signal tower, Yi Ling was half-crouching, holding a peculiarly shaped compound bow in his hand. Yi Ling's special ability is Frost Arrow. His eyes are like the most accurate sight, locking onto the distance. Every arrow he shoots contains extremely cold energy. After hitting the target, it will quickly freeze the surrounding area and cause fatal damage to precision parts, such as mechanical joints. He can also draw his bow and shoot 5 arrows at the same time, forming a small area covered with frost. His mission is long-range sniping and battlefield control, whether it is the fuel tank or tires of the tank that Lin Mo may be riding in. The leg joints of those flexible mechanical dogs were all within his sniping range. The abilities of each member of this hunting team have been carefully selected and are highly targeted. Fire restrains clustered machinery. Thorns control the formation. Wolves break up the siege. King Kong forcibly breaks the armor, and Frost kills from a distance. And this bicycle garbage dump became Lin Mo's death trap. The hunting team knew that Lin Mo would definitely come, so they were as patient as the most experienced hunters, waiting quietly for the prey to appear. The majesty of the Fire God Alliance cannot be violated and must be washed away with blood. The sun scorched the earth, the twisted metal reflected the dazzling light, and the air was filled with the dry smell of rust and dust. Everything was silent, save for the occasional whimper of the wind through the metal ruins. Suddenly, the sound of vehicle engines was heard, coming from far away and approaching the bicycle garbage dump. The hunting team knew that the person they were waiting for had arrived. Captain Zhao Chun clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, "Get ready, Yi Ling. Control the vehicle first, don't let him run away." The chariot finally appeared in front of him, and Lin Mo just looked at the bicycle garbage dump piled up like a mountain in front of him. His eyes almost emitted a burning light. This was simply a treasure. He commanded the rhino chariot, rolling over the scattered metal fragments, making a harsh crunching sound, and drove straight towards the tempting hill. The chariot finally stopped next to the hill, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Mo couldn't wait and reached out to press the door switch. At this moment, a cold track tore through the sultry air. In the distance, on the broken platform of an abandoned signal tower, Yi Ling released the bowstring, and an arrow flashing with a cold light flew through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Bang! The frost arrow accurately hit the thick left front wheel of the rhino chariot. Extreme cold energy exploded instantly, and a crackling sound of freezing was heard. Visible white frost quickly spread, covering the tires and penetrating into the bearings. The low temperature froze the delicate internal structure, making the huge chariot temporarily unable to move. Not good. Lin Mo opened the carriage and released all 69 mechanical dogs. The three generals led 66 standard mechanical dogs, surrounded the chariot, and deployed an iron shield formation for defense. Lin Mo put on the guardian mech, and a sound of fine mechanical operation was heard. Silver-gray metal parts popped out, extended, and buckled from his back and limbs. In just 2 seconds, the streamlined guardian mech had covered the entire body. Light blue energy indicators light up at the joints. Almost at the same time as he put on the mecha, a burly figure rushed out from the shadows. Meng's exposed skin glowed with a cold metallic luster, and his muscular body seemed to be made of steel. Each step he took made a dull sound on the ground, and his target was directly aimed at the pack of mechanical dogs that had just deployed an iron shield formation around the chariot. The mechanical dogs responded quickly, with steel teeth leading the front row, closely connected with other mechanical dogs to form a steel barrier. Meng showed no fear at all. His alloy fist slammed into the center of the iron shield formation with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Boom! A deafening noise. The shock wave spread out. The iron shield formation vibrated violently, and the joints groaned as they could not bear the heavy weight. The entire formation became distorted and unstable in an instant. Several mechanical dogs were shaken back half a step, and the ground beneath their feet broke. Steel teeth, hold on. Lin Mo roared inside the mecha, and the sound came through the loudspeaker with a metallic texture. The front row of steel teeth immediately adjusted their posture, and the power core was overloaded, firmly resisting Meng's subsequent power. But Meng's power was too terrifying. Fong, eject! Lin Mo ordered again. In the shadows behind the formation, the catapult steel claws of Fong suddenly bounced open. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 alloy steel claws flashed with cold light, like poisonous snakes coming out of a hole. With powerful kinetic energy, it shot towards Meng's side and back of the neck from an extremely tricky angle. Meng had a keen sense and sensed the threat from the side and rear. He growled and was forced to retract his fist that was still attacking the shield formation. His strong arms rushed back to defend and block. The alloy claws collided violently with his metal arms, sending out dazzling sparks and making a sharp sound of metal clashing. Just as Meng was forced to block and his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, a flaming tail burst out from the gap in the shield formation like lightning. The fire tail moved close to the ground, and the red flame tail blade moved silently, but with a scorching air wave, it swept towards Meng's ankle. This attack was insidious and brutal. Even though Meng has a strong body, his ankles are relatively weak, and he doesn't want to be burned by flames. He had to jump up awkwardly to avoid the low blow. The formation was temporarily stabilized, but the crisis was not resolved. On the other side, deeper in the shadows, Hellion raised his head. He took out a pale bone whistle from his arms, put it to his lips, and blew it gently. Woo! A low and eerie whistle sounded, as if it could penetrate the soul. As the whistle sounded, the shadows around Hellion began to surge and roll violently. 3 ominous black flames ignited out of thin air and quickly stretched and condensed. 3 giant wolves, burning with black flames, stepped out from the shadows. Chapter 35. The battle is too fierce. The shrill wolf howls tore through the air with a tone that made one's teeth ache. In their empty eye sockets, ghostly green ghost fires danced wildly, like 2 clusters of netherworld fire burning in the abyss. The sharp white fangs were exposed, flashing the cold light of a predator. Saliva dripped from the corners of the mouth, emitting an ominous aura. Pitch-black flames rose from them, leaving long, ominous trails behind them, like the brand of hell. The strong stench of sulfur mixed with the sickening smell of decay instantly filled the entire battlefield, almost freezing the air. Three black flame werewolves, in a V-shaped formation unique to hunting, pounced swiftly on Steel Teeth, who is still wrestling with Shermang. Their goal is clear and deadly: to destroy the strongest defense node in Lin Mo's line. If this core is removed, the entire mechanical dog defense line will collapse. The sharp claws of the black flame werewolf flashed with a dark black light, and every swing was more than just a pure physical impact. The black flames attached to it exude a strong corrosive smell. This energy is naturally the nemesis of metal creations. One of the black flame werewolves leaped high, and its sharp claws scratched hard on Steeltooth's thick shoulder armor. There was an ear-piercing sound of metal friction, sparks flew, and the alloy armor was strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. There was a clear scratch on it, as if it was as fragile as paper. The black flames were like living things, quickly spreading and penetrating along the cracks, making a sizzling corrosion sound that made people's scalps numb. Steeltooth's huge body shook violently, and the heavy armor on its shoulders quickly showed visible damage. The black spots continued to expand like a plague, and the metal structure became brittle due to corrosion. The other two black flame werewolves also launched a ferocious attack at the same time. They cooperated well and fought fiercely with Steel Teeth. Their attacks were extremely efficient. Every pounce and every claw strike landed precisely on the mechanical dog's joints or relatively weak sensor areas. Under the crazy siege of three black flame werewolves who cooperated well and whose attacks had strong corrosive effects, Steel Tooth's situation suddenly became dangerous. The damaged area of its heavy armor became larger and larger, and many joints began to show signs of difficulty in movement. The standard mechanical dogs surrounding Steel Tooth were simply unable to withstand the continued erosion of the black flames. Their outer armor quickly became pitted, their internal parts were exposed, their movements became sluggish, and their formation was on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo saw the desperate situation that Steel Chi was facing through the Guardian mech. This big guy, his most trusted shield, must not fall here. Lin Mo clenched his teeth so tightly that every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Sharp Fang supports Steeltooth immediately. The fangs that had just used the catapult steel claws to attack successfully forced Shermang back for a moment, and at the same time as receiving the order, they gave up on continuing to restrain Shermang. Its streamlined silver body turned flexibly, and its high-performance engine let out a low roar. It transformed into a dazzling silver lightning and rushed towards Steel Tooth, who was being besieged by the Black Flame werewolves at an astonishing speed. In the path of the Fang's high-speed advance, a high-temperature ray appeared, so hot that it distorted the air. Like an arrow of revenge, it shot towards the Fang's body at a high speed. Sharp Fang instantly sensed the danger and swung the double knives on its tail violently, trying to block or even cut off the deadly attack. However, the power of the extremely hot ray emitted by Zhao Chun far exceeded Sharp Fang's expectations. Swish! With a sound, the double-tailed sword that Sharp Fang was proud of was in the moment of contact with the rays. One of them melted and broke, leaving only a single one. If it had not reacted quickly and deflected slightly in time, the entire rear drive system would probably have been completely destroyed, turning it into a real bald-tail wolf. On the other side of the battlefield, the ground suddenly cracked without any warning. Dozens of vines gleaming with a dull metallic luster looked like giant pythons from the abyss that had been dormant for a long time. It breaks through the hard ground, twists and grows wildly upwards with a whistling sound. Their target was the Steel Teeth, who were being entangled by the Black Flame werewolves and were overwhelmed. And the standard mechanical dog that is in danger beside it. These metal vines grow at an astonishing speed almost the moment they break out of the ground. It had already wrapped around Steel Tooth's sturdy limbs and key joints. The harsh sound of metal rubbing against metal resounded across the battlefield, and Steel Tooth's huge body suddenly paused. All movements were completely locked in an instant, unable to move. Steel Tooth did not sit there and wait for death. The tail blade at its tail suddenly popped out and started spinning at high speed like a chainsaw, creating a burst of dazzling sparks and cutting the metal vines that were wrapped around itself. However, These metal vines created by Sudwa's supernatural powers are much tougher than imagined. Only a few shallow white marks were left by the high-speed rotating tail blade, and the cutting was completely ineffective. Lin Mo quickly analyzed the material and energy response of these strange vines. Firetail, burn those vines. Firetail received the command and exerted force on all four legs, rushing forward like a ball of raging flame. It suddenly opened its ferocious mouth full of heat dissipation vents, and red high-temperature flames gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding temperature soared instantly the moment the flame appeared, reaching a terrifying 2,000 degrees Celsius. The extremely hot air waves spread wildly in all directions, and the air seemed to be completely ignited, making frequent crackling sounds. Those metal vines that were originally extremely tough and tightly wrapped around the steel teeth were instantly destroyed the moment they came into contact with the terrifying high-temperature flames. Immediately, they emitted a series of painful, sharp squeaks, and their hard metal surfaces quickly turned red and softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, it shrank and deformed, and the originally powerful binding force suddenly disappeared without a trace. The biggest weakness of the metal thorns that Su Duo was proud of was that they were afraid of being burned by direct high-temperature open flames. The restraints were released, and Steeltooth's power core once again erupted with a dull roar, and surging power surged throughout the body. Almost at the same moment, he broke free from the restraints of the metal vines. Steeltooth turned sharply, and its scarlet electronic eyes locked onto the black flame war wolf closest to it. The black flame war wolf was now opening its bloody mouth, trying to bite a standard mechanical dog that had lost its ability to move, wanting to tear it to pieces. The steel teeth moved like thunder, and its huge body turned into a heavy silver light and pounced forward. The specially reinforced hydraulic alloy claws on its forelimbs screamed and tore through the air. The sharp claws penetrated deeply into the relatively soft belly of the black flame wolf without any hindrance. The alloy claws twisted and tore violently inside the war wolf's abdomen, crushing its internal organs into a pulp. The black flame war wolf let out an extremely shrill wail, and the black flames on its body instantly dimmed like a candle in the wind. Then the huge body fell heavily on the dusty ground, twitched a few times, and then became completely silent. Steeltooth's attack did not pause at all, and its hydraulically driven claws continued to exert force. He actually lifted up the black flame war wolf's corpse, which weighed hundreds of kilograms. The wolf corpse, burning with residual black flames, drew a heavy parabola in the air. With a whistling sound of breaking wind, the target was accurately pointed at the shadow corner in the distance where Hellion was hiding. Chapter 36 killed them one by one. Hellion's pupils suddenly shrank into needlepoints. He had never expected that this cold steel creature could contain such a violent, destructive impulse. His body rolled to the side and back almost instinctively. The body of the black flame war wolf smashed into the spot where Hellion had just stood. The ground shattered, and the shock wave mixed with dust spread out. Only a charred mark remained where Hellion had just stood, and the last bit of warmth from the war wolf dissipated there. He propped himself up. His movements were a little staggering. His breathing was rapid. His eyes swept over the broken body of the war wolf. His heart ached. That was not just a creation, but also a part of his power. His gaze then turned to Steeltooth, who was still fighting fiercely. His eyes became cold and sharp. On the other side, the firetail did not stop at all, and the orange-red flames sprayed accurately on the frozen wheels of the chariot. The frost quickly vaporized, making a sizzling sound, and white mist rose. The wheels regained their dull metallic luster, and the chariot regained mobility. The chariot starts. Lin Mo's calm voice sounded in the cockpit. The intelligence system responded immediately. The engine roared low, the chariot shook violently, the tires made a harsh friction sound, and it turned direction violently, rolling over the broken parts and rushing straight towards Shermang's position. High up, Yiling's bowstring vibrated continuously, and several arrows containing frost power flew out through the air. The arrows accurately fell into the dense formation of mechanical dogs. The cold air burst out instantly, and the sound of crackling was endless. Large pieces of ice crystals spread out from the landing point, freezing the joints of several mechanical dogs and trapping them in place. The electronic eyes flashing red light paused, and the offensive slowed down. It bought precious breathing time for others. Sure Ming had just completely destroyed the third mechanical dog with a heavy punch, and metal parts were flying everywhere. He noticed the roar of the chariot approaching rapidly, and he withdrew without hesitation to avoid the chariot's collision path. On Huiyan's side, there were only two giant fire wolves left. They were still biting their steel teeth ferociously, and the scorching flames kept licking the thick armor. There were already many traces of melting on the surface of Steel Tooth's heavy armor, and it emitted a burnt smell, but the power of its counterattack did not weaken. The battle was still stalemate. Su Duo's eyes were focused, and her white fingers danced in front of her, drawing complex trajectories. The ground shook, and the metal vines broke out of the ground again, but became thicker and sharper. Dozens of thick metal spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, like claws reaching out from hell. The surface of these spikes flashed with the cold and hard luster unique to metal, and the tips were extremely sharp. They pierced the abdomen or joints of several mechanical dogs, accurately, with irresistible force. Puff! The sound of metal piercing metal was dull and harsh, and the pierced mechanical dog froze instantly. What's even more terrifying is that densely packed barbs quickly grew on the surface of those metal spikes, and the barbs were deeply embedded in the internal structure of the mechanical dogs. The more they struggled, the deeper the barbs sank, locking them tightly. Afterwards, more metal vines spread out from the main thorns and coiled around them like poisonous snakes. Along with the teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting, the trapped mechanical dogs were completely entangled and crushed by the vines, eventually turning into a pile of lifeless scrap metal. In this wave of attacks alone, Lin Mo's standard mechanical dogs lost more than 10. Zhao Chun took action immediately. He roared and swung his arms violently, condensing into a huge, flaming palm. The flaming hand whizzed out, carrying a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything, and slammed hard at the mechanical dogs around the chariot. The group of mechanical dogs was instantly scattered, and the screams, explosions, and the sounds of metal twisting mixed together, creating a chaotic scene. Sure Ming seized the opportunity and appeared on the side of the rhino chariot in a flash. His eyes were wide open, his muscles were tense, and he concentrated all his strength on his right fist. There were no fancy techniques, no unnecessary movements, only pure strength. "Break it for me." Sure Ming let out an earth-shattering roar. His fist, like a meteorite, hit the armor of the rhino chariot hard. Boom! With a loud noise, the armor of the tank caved in instantly, and the entire body of the tank shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Tang Weiwei in the cockpit was shaking and holding the handrail tightly. I never expected that Sure Ming's power would be so terrifying. Turn on the chariot's energy shield. The intelligent system responded immediately, and a layer of light blue energy shield instantly appeared on the surface of the chariot. Sure Ming's second punch hit the energy shield solidly, causing ripples to appear on the energy shield, but it did not break. Lin Mo calmed down a little and ordered again in a cold voice. "Firetail, kill him." Firetail immediately took action, his eyes flashing red, his engine roaring, and he launched a fire charge. The flames wrapped around its body, forming a dazzling fire, and the tail of the fire rushed towards Sure Ming like an arrow. Sure Ming had just thrown a punch, and his old strength was gone, and his new strength had not yet been generated. Faced with the sudden attack from Huawei, he was caught off guard for a moment. "Not good," Sure Ming cried in his heart. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late, and the fire tail hit Sure Ming hard. Sure Ming flew backwards, and his body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. After Huawei knocked Sure Ming away, he took advantage of the situation and rushed towards Sure Ming again. "Sure Ming, be careful." Seeing this, Hellion summoned the giant fire wolves to protect Sure Ming. After receiving the order, the two giant fire wolves immediately gave up attacking Gangxi and rushed towards Sure Ming. However, at this moment, Sharp Fong swooped down from the air, and its sharp steel claws, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, pierced the head of a giant fire wolf. Ejecting steel claws. The steel claws instantly pierced through the giant fire wolf's head. The giant fire wolf let out a howl and fell to the ground with a bang. Firetail took this opportunity to turn around and rush towards the other giant fire wolf together with Sharp Fong. The two mechanical creatures joined forces and instantly tore the last giant fire wolf into pieces. After dealing with the giant fire wolf, Firetail and Sharp Fang rushed towards Shi Ming without any pause. Seeing that Shi Ming was in critical condition, Zhao Chun did not care about anything else and immediately condensed the extreme heat rays. D. Zhao Chun roared. A dazzling ray of extreme heat, with terrifying high temperature, shot towards Firetail and Sharp Fang. Wherever the extremely hot rays passed, the air was burned and distorted. Steel Tooth freed himself from the entanglement of the flame wolf. Instead of helping Firetail and Sharp Fang, he bypassed them and came to Shi Ming's side. With red light flashing in Steel Tooth's eyes, he stretched out his huge hydraulic claws and locked Shi Ming's waist tightly. The hydraulic claws were pressurized to the limit and tightened continuously, making a tooth-grinding sound of metal twisting. Squeak! Squeak! The hydraulic claws of Gangxi almost squeezed Shi Ming's body in two. Shi Ming roared in despair. He struggled madly with all his strength. His arms, which had been strengthened 8 times, tore at Gangxi's armor like steel. Fine cracks began to appear on Gangxi's armor, and dazzling electric sparks burst out from the cracks. Huwei withstood Zhao Chen's extreme heat rays, with white smoke coming out of his body, buying time for Sharp Fang to help steal Qi deal with Shi Ming. Fangs flashed and rushed towards Shi Ming. Steel Teeth also struggled madly, and the hydraulic claws were deeply inserted into Shi Ming's armpits. Fangs swooped down, and the only remaining tail blade rotated at high speed, with an indestructible edge, fiercely slashing at Shi Ming's head. Shi Ming was no longer able to dodge. He could only barely raise his arms to try to block Sharp Fang's attack, but Sharp Fang's tail blade was too fast. It passed over his arms and directly cut Shi Ming's throat. Shi Ming's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. Blood gushed out of his throat like a flood. Shi Ming's body slowly fell down. Chapter 37 Run. Shi Ming's death set off alarm bells in Hulian's heart. The last bit of his fighting spirit completely dissipated. Turn around immediately. Run away. However, Huwei's cold electronic eyes had already locked on him. A red light flickered in Firetail's eyes, and it launched its flame charge again. The roar of the engine tore through the air, and hot flames enveloped the body. The Firetail turned into an orange-red afterimage and rushed towards the direction where Hellion was running for his life. Hulian's speed seemed so pale and powerless in front of the full-force explosion of Firetail. In just a few short breaths, the huge figure of Huwei had caught up with Hellion. There was a heavy crash, and Hulian's body left the ground uncontrollably. He was thrown backwards, and the sound of his bones breaking was clearly audible, extremely harsh in the empty battlefield. Hellion Yuan does not have a reinforced iron body like Shi Ming. The impact almost shattered all the bones in his body. He fell heavily to the ground and could no longer stand up. Firetail did not give Hellion any chance to breathe. It opened its ferocious metal mouth and aimed at Hellion, who was unable to move on the ground. The blazing orange-red flames gushed out instantly like an angry torrent. The flames engulfed Hellion, and a shrill scream came from the flames, then stopped abruptly. Under the burning heat, Hellion quickly turned into a pool of charred ashes. At this point, the 3 generals, Lin Mo's strongest mechanical creations, have already dealt with 2 members of the hunting team. The situation on the battlefield reversed in an instant. Firetails, Steel Teeth, Fangs, the flashing red electronic eyes in their eyes all turned in unison. Locking onto Su Duo's position, Sharp Fang's slender limbs suddenly exerted force. It leaped up, and its agile figure drew an arc in the air. He ran quickly towards Su Duo. Su Duo witnessed Hulian's tragic death, and his face turned pale instantly. She knew very well that she was no match for Sharp Fang. The speed as swift as the wind and the claws that were indestructible made her feel desperate. Yiling, save me, Su Duo called out in a sad voice, with an undisguised trembling in her voice. She sent an urgent distress signal to Yiling. Yiling, who was far away, had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. When he received Su Duo's call for help, he took action immediately without hesitation. He quickly pulled the compound bow in his hand, and the bowstring was pulled to the full moon. Several arrows containing frost power were placed on the bowstrings. Frost arrow, Yiling shouted in a low voice. The arrow left the bow, bringing with it a biting chill and a sharp sound of breaking through the air, whistling towards the fast-moving fawn. However, the huge figure of Firetail came across and stood in front of Sharp Fang. The flames on Holway's body surged again, quickly forming a flowing flame barrier. The frost arrow shot by Yi Ling hit the blazing flame barrier. The collision of ice and fire. The cold air on the frost arrow came into contact with the flame, making a sizzling sound. The arrow was instantly melted by the high temperature and disappeared into thin air. Sharp Fong passed the cover of Firetail and continued to pounce on Su Duo. Seeing that the arrows were ineffective and the fangs were approaching, Su Duo quickly activated her own metal power. She pressed her white hands on the ground, controlling the metal debris and discarded parts scattered on the ground. Those cold metals seemed to be given life. They quickly gathered, deformed, and extended, forming thick and tough metal vines. It coiled around the aggressive fangs. Su Duojiao shouted, "Metal entanglement." The thick metal vines twisted and stretched like hungry pythons. They came from all directions, wrapping around Sharp Fong's body and limbs. The Fong displayed amazing flexibility, moving swiftly among the dense metal vines. Its sharp claws occasionally tore apart a few vines that tried to approach it, and it lightly dodged most of the vine's attacks. However, there were simply too many metal vines, and they kept growing out of the ground. Fong was not careful, and his limbs were still tightly entangled by several tough metal vines. The vines quickly tightened, restricting its movements. Seeing this, Su Duo felt a little relieved. She didn't dare to stay and turned around to escape from this terrible battlefield. It seemed that Su Duo was about to escape from danger. At this moment, Lin Mo's figure appeared, and the energy shield on his body was flickering. Lin Mo, with his energy shield on, rushed towards the direction where Su Duo was escaping. The mecha gives him high speed, and the energy shield provides solid protection. The impact force of Lin Mo at this moment is no less than that of a small mechanical dog. "Hit me," Lin Mo roared. His body, carrying huge kinetic energy, slammed heavily into Su Duo's back. Su Duo never expected that Lin Mo would take action personally. She was like a kite whose string was broken by the strong wind, and her body flew forward uncontrollably. She was in midair and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood spread in the air, forming a sad and beautiful blood mist. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper without a trace of blood. She fell heavily to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. Several of her sternums were broken by Lin Mo's fierce impact. When Zhao Qin saw that Su Duo was seriously injured and his life or death was unknown, he became extremely anxious. His eyes were red and his whole body exuded a burning aura of fire. He wanted to rush over to rescue Su Duo, but was entangled by the steel teeth. Steel Teeth's heavy armor and tremendous strength made it impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. Yi Ling, who was far away, saw all of this. He watched the situation take a turn for the worse as his own members fell one after another. He knew in his heart that the situation was hopeless and there was nothing that could be done to reverse it. "Retreat!" Yi Ling let out a sad and angry roar. He drew the bowstring again and shot out several frost arrows. The target of the arrow was the 3 generals who were besieging Sudwa. He wanted to use this to stop the 3 generals' pursuit and buy a chance of survival for Zhao Chun. Several arrows containing extreme frost power whistled towards Firetail, Steel Teeth, and Sharp Fangs. Zhao Chun was also fully aware of the criticality of the situation. He no longer held back. The flames on his body suddenly tightened and solidified. Several dazzling rays of extreme heat condensed between his hands. The rays, with terrifying high temperatures, tore through the air and shot madly towards the direction of the 3 admirals. On the battlefield, the cold air of ice and the heat of fire collided violently. A huge amount of white steam rose up in an instant. The thick steam spread quickly, blocking everyone's vision. The entire battlefield became hazy. Yi Ling and Zhao Chun seized this rare opportunity. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. However, Firetail had quickly helped Sharpfang burn through the metal vines that bound his limbs. The vines twisted and melted in the flames, and the fangs were free. Chapter 38, My Strong Period is Coming. The 3 generals chased in the direction where Yi Ling and Zhao Chun fled without any pause. Their main target is Yi Ling. Yi Ling's long-range attacks pose a greater threat to mechanical creatures, and Yi Ling is relatively far away. As long as they catch up with him and eliminate this biggest threat, Zhao Chun, who is in close combat, won't be able to run far. under the extreme acceleration of the Firetail flame charge. Coordinate with Fang's swift and agile steps. Yiling's mortal body could not compete with the cold mechanical creature in speed after all, although Yiling kept turning back and shooting frost arrows while escaping, trying to harass and slow down the pursuit of the three generals. However, the raging flames burning on Firetail's body can easily melt the frost arrows. All of Yiling's efforts seemed so futile, and he was also powerless to turn the situation around. The huge figure of Firetail approached rapidly. Its tail blade, burning with flames, flashed with a deadly cold light. The tail blade spun at high speed, with an indestructible edge, and chopped fiercely towards Yiling's head. Yiling didn't even have time to let out a scream. His head flew high and rolled in the air. There was still an expression of fear and unwillingness on his face. Boiling blood gushed out from his broken neck like an out-of-control fountain, staining the ground red. The remaining Zhao Chen witnessed Yiling's tragic death. The anger and despair in his heart reached its peak. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape. "I'm going to fight you." Zhao Chen let out a desperate roar. His arms underwent drastic changes in an instant. The flesh and blood melted away, and the bones deformed, transforming into two blazing white phosphorus torches. It emits a heart-pounding pale light and terrifyingly high temperature. He turned around and stopped running away. Instead, he launched a desperate charge towards the direction where Lin Mo was. He wanted to die together with Lin Mo. Use your own life to avenge your dead companions. But how could Lin Mo let him get his wish? Lin Mo's face remained calm as he quickly activated the mecha's energy shield. At the same time, his body quickly retreated backwards, far away from Zhao Chen's charge route. He didn't want to be buried with a madman. At the same time, Lin Mo calmly commanded the standard mechanical dog beside him. "Let them go and stop the crazy Zhao Chen." The two standard mechanical dogs who received the order had red light flashing in their eyes. They rushed towards Zhao Chen without hesitation. Use your metal body to block Zhao Chen's steps. Amid Zhao Chen's roar filled with resentment and anger, the two standard mechanical dogs came into violent contact with the white phosphorus flames on his body. There was a violent explosion, and terrifying flames shot up into the sky. Everything around it was reflected in a pale white. The shock wave generated by the explosion spread in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. At this point, the hunting team sent by the Vulcan Alliance was completely wiped out. No one survived. The first glimmer of sunlight struggled to pierce through the sticky morning mist. Light falls across this vast junkyard of abandoned bicycles. The mountains of metal ruins were dyed with a layer of mottled, flowing, broken gold. In the morning light, the rusted metal appears to have a strange, decadent beauty. Lin Mo stood next to a mountain of rusted metal frames. His palm pointed at a worn-out bicycle with twisted handlebars. The fingertips glowed with a faint blue halo. He activated the skill, Metal Deconstruction. As the skill was silently activated, the deformed gears on the bicycle, the rusty, broken chains, and even the bent frames began to emit a slight, teeth-grinding vibration. It was as if invisible hands were disassembling them, and then these metal parts quickly decomposed, visible to the naked eye. They transformed into countless fine light blue dots, as if being pulled by an invisible force. Those spots of light gathered into a thin stream of light, winding upwards. It slowly flowed into the inconspicuous black bracelet on Lin Mo's left wrist. The surface of the bracelet flashed slightly, and then returned to normal. This was the morning of the second day after the ambush by the Vulcan Alliance, and also the sixth day before the end of the world. Time has become a luxury for survivors. From the end of that brutal battle to this morning when he woke up from a short nap, Lin Mo hardly had a moment of real rest. He continued to activate the metal deconstruction skill, his eyes bloodshot due to concentration. He was desperately trying to replenish the vital metal units. In yesterday's battle, Lin Mo almost used up all of his previous stock of metal units in order to repair his damaged mechanical army. The cost of that battle was far more severe than he had expected. More than half of his mechanical dogpack was lost, including his most trusted modified Rhino tank. It also had hideous scars, with multiple cracks in the armor and damage to the weapon system. It was just a little bit of a mistake, and all the fortune he had worked so hard to build up would have been wiped out overnight, leaving him back to the poverty he faced before liberation. Now, the first thing he had to do was to collect enough metal units. Then, he will create more and stronger mechanical legions. This is not only for self-protection, but also for revenge. Lin Mo stood in front of the cold metal mountain, not stopping for a moment. The light blue metal unit spots are like streams guided by some mysterious force. It continuously gathered into the bracelet on his wrist. He reviewed the results of his hard work from yesterday afternoon until early this morning. The reserves of metal units are now approaching the 6,000 stock mark. This amount was a huge sum of money that Lin Mo had never had before. It is enough capital for him to carry out a large-scale military expansion. Lin Mo took a deep breath of the cold air with a metallic taste without any hesitation. He activated his skill again, mechanical creation. A virtual blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Select Standard Mechanical Dog Blueprint. Manufacturing quantity X 100. Requires consumption of metal unit X 5000. Confirm manufacturing. Lin Mo's eyes did not waver at all as he confirmed it decisively. As his confirmation command was issued, a large number of light blue energy spots appeared. Like a torrent bursting through a dam, it gushed out from his bracelet. They are no longer tiny streams, but have become mighty rivers. The light spots circled rapidly in the open space in front of him, making a low humming sound. They intertwined, collided, merged madly, and then began to take shape according to the invisible blueprint. This process is full of indescribable mystery and also demonstrates the powerful force of creation. When the light is at its brightest, it is almost impossible to look directly at it. It lasted for nearly 15 minutes. The dazzling light blue light gradually weakened like the tide and finally dissipated completely. 100 brand new, shiny standard model mechanical dogs, like the most elite soldiers, were lined up in an orderly manner on the open space. Their brand new silver-gray metal shells sparkled with a cold and hard metallic luster under the slanting morning light. Every smooth line is full of power, plus 60 mechanical dogs that survived previous battles and were repaired. The number of Lin Mo's mechanical dog army has now officially reached an astonishing 160. This is already a steel force that cannot be underestimated. The scarlet compound electronic eyes in their eyes stood quietly in front of Lin Mo. It exudes a heart-pounding cold, murderous intent and dangerous aura. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the mechanical army in front of him that was beginning to take shape. The depression and resentment accumulated in my heart because of yesterday's fierce battle. At this moment, it was as if everything was completely washed away and swept away by this torrent of steel. Lin Mo slowly opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace this army that belonged to him. He looked up to the sky and laughed heartily after suppressing it for a long time. I'm finally entering my strong period. Vulcan Alliance, you bastards, just wait for me. His laughter echoed in the empty and silent garbage dump. Chapter 39, The Mechanical Dog Army begins to take shape. Just when Lin Mo was delighted with the growth of the mechanical army, the bracelet reminder sounded. Your unique S-level ability, Mechanical God, Skill 1, Mechanical Creation, upgraded to LV.2. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and then he was overwhelmed with joy. His skills have been upgraded. Mechanical Creation LV.2. Multiple different types of creations can be created at the same time, and the creation time is reduced. Obtain the branch ability, Mechanical Shaping. Mechanical Shaping. The body of the mechanical creature can be adjusted. Appropriately adding metal units can strengthen some parts and add weapons. Manufacturing different types at the same time. Mechanical Shaping. Lin Mo quickly browsed the skill description, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. LV.2 mechanical creations meant that he could mass-produce mechanical dogs while manufacturing more advanced war units, greatly improving efficiency. And mechanical shaping. This ability is simply a magical skill. Shaping, strengthening, adding weapons. Lin Mo's eyes became brighter and brighter. This meant that he could customize mechanical creations and was no longer limited to a single model. Various specialized mechanical units can be created according to different tactical requirements. He rubbed his hands excitedly, and an idea formed in his mind. It's time to upgrade the mechanical dog army. Lin Mo immediately began a plan. Since there is already mechanical shaping, why should all mechanical dogs be the same? He wants to build a professional mechanical dog army with clear division of labor and each doing its own job. Lin Mo first conceived a defensive design plan. The thickness of the armor was increased, Honeycomb layers were stacked to strengthen the shockwave buffering, and alloy shields were installed on both sides of the body. In order to further enhance the defensive effect, the surface of the shield is smooth, which can refract energy weapons and ranged attacks, just like a mirror. The iron shield formation requires ultimate defense. Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Next is the assault type, which requires extreme speed and agility, reduced body weight, enhanced jumping ability, and a sharper tail blade to deliver a fatal blow. Replace the hydraulic claws with catapult claws. This allows you to grab targets from a distance or perform high-altitude maneuvers. This is the ability of Fangs. Become a ghost assassin on the battlefield, specializing in hunting down the enemy's logistics and ranged units. The last one is the strong attack type, which attacks head-on, breaks armor to clear a path, adds spikes all over the body, and strengthens the head defense. The head is equipped with an armor-piercing cone to deal with heavily armored targets and enhance assault capabilities. The back is equipped with a powerful booster, a short burst of acceleration, unstoppable, like a heavy tank on the battlefield, crushing all obstacles. After finalizing the design plans for the 3 types of mechanical dogs, Lin Mo began to transform them, and finally presented the 2 form of the standard mechanical dog. Standard mechanical dog type 2, Shield Guard. Material, alloy frame, 40%, plus carbon steel armor, 60%. Loading capacity. Composite honeycomb package, 200% thicker, with built-in honeycomb shock-absorbing layer to absorb rocket shockwaves. Interlocking mechanical shield. The foldable tower shields on both sides are 1.8 meters wide when unfolded. The shield surface has a built-in electromagnetic absorption device to form a seamless shield wall, which increases the reflectivity of laser weapons to 75%. Shockwave disruptor. Releases a reverse shockwave when hit hard, weakening the damage of kinetic weapons. Self-destruct mode. When activated, the internal battery will overload and cause a small explosion. Evolution template. Armored heavy tank. Standard mechanical dog type 2, Shadow Guard. Material, ultralight titanium alloy frame, 80%, plus carbon fiber shell, 20%. Loading capacity, catapult claw. Range 50 meters, tungsten steel claw tip with barb. Ghost light tail blade. Ultra-thin nanoblade that can cut special bulletproof fibers. Acoustic jammer. Releases false heat source signals to interfere with infrared detection devices. Self-destruct mode. After activation, the internal battery will overload and cause a small explosion. Evolution template. Light and shadow assault type. Standard mechanical dog type 2, Iron Guard. Material, tungsten steel frame, 70%, plus carboized armor, 30%. Loading capacity. City breaking cone head. The cone head is made of super alloy, and the cone rotation speed reaches 12,000 RPM. Burst booster, dual-mounted thrusters on the back, with an instant burst speed exceeding 120 km per hour. Resonance spikes. The barbs on the body surface have high-frequency vibrations, which trigger armor metal to resonate when in contact. Self-destruct mode. After activation, the internal battery will overload and cause a small explosion. Evolution template. Siege armor breaking type. Looking at the 3 new forms of standard mechanical dogs with clear division of labor, there are 60 shield guards, 50 iron guards, and 50 shadow guards each. Then Lin Mo turned his gaze to the 3 generals beside him. They were the core of the mechanical dog army, so they naturally had to be strengthened in a targeted manner. Steel teeth. As the core of the heavy armor, you must maximize your defense. Lin Mo's mind moved, and metal units rushed towards steel teeth. The already thick armor plates were thickened again, the structure became tighter, and the defense power soared. Its size also expanded. It has grown from an original height of 1.2 meters to 1.5 meters, like a moving steel fortress full of oppression. From now on, you will be the strongest shield. Next was Firetail. Firetail, your fire charge is very powerful, but its armor-piercing ability is a little lacking. Lin Mo mobilized the metal unit and installed the same armor-piercing cone as the iron guard on the head of the Firetail. At the same time, he slightly strengthened its body structure to make it more stable during high-speed impacts. This way, your charge will be even more devastating. Finally, it was Fong. Fong, your speed and stabbing ability are key. Lin Mo injected metal units into the Fangs, focusing on strengthening its jumping module, greatly increasing its burst speed and jumping distance. The original double tail blades were upgraded to 3, with faster rotation speed, wider cutting range, extended length of the chainsaw, and increased rotation speed. Now, even if the enemy has strengthened their defense, they will not be able to escape your throat-severing sword. Looking at the three generals who were brand new and had greatly increased their combat power, as well as the 160 standard mechanical dog behind them ready to go, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. Lin Mo clenched his fists, looked at the empty metal unit, and began to decompose the metal with full enthusiasm. A strong life needs the nourishment of sweat. While Lin Mo was strengthening the mechanical dog and breaking down the metal, the regional chat channel exploded. Black Knights, Lin Mo, I heard that the elite team of the God of Fire was wiped out by one person. TSK, the God of Fire really lost face this time. Black Knights, Chao In. Oh, this is a big deal. The face of King Yin Zhou, Yin, must be redder than the fire he releases from his supernatural power, right? Vulcan Alliance, Lu Dahai. You bastard Black Knight. Are you looking for trouble? Are you itching for trouble? Vulcan Alliance, Luo Ji Jun. Damn it, let's fight. If the leader hadn't been busy, he would have crushed that wild dog to dust. Why are you guys being so sarcastic here? Black Knights, Chun Feng. Zhou Yin, what are you busy with? The last time we sparred, the winner has not yet been decided. Do you want to practice again? I'm always waiting for you. Vulcan Alliance, Zhou Yin. Chun Feng, you'd better pray that you don't run into me, otherwise I'm afraid that you'll be burned to ashes when you leave. Chapter 40, Predicting the Future. In the chat channel, the two big guys confronted each other sharply, and the conversation ended quickly, leaving the spectators frantically swiping the chat channel with all kinds of speculations and ridicule. Who is this guy? So fierce. You dare to mess with the elite team of the Vulcan Alliance. You must be ready to die. The Black Knights are also fanning the flames. It's going to be a good show. The name Lin Mo spread rapidly in the wasteland world like a bolt from the blue. However, Lin Mo, the central figure of the incident, knew nothing about this. He was humming an untuned tune and sweating profusely as he disassembled bicycles one by one. His goal is simple: to collect 10,000 units of metal, build a steel torrent consisting of hundreds of mechanical dogs, and then get a few heavy tanks to directly destroy an entire wasteland city. By then, I will be the mechanical king of the wasteland world. Lin Mo's decomposition speed increased a bit in his beautiful fantasy. In the chat channel, the discussion remains heated. Liu Kong, does anyone know where Lin Mo is? A large sum of money is required for information. Wang Shan, I want to know too. Killing the people from a Vulcan Alliance must have brought us a lot of good stuff. Zhang Yu, selling Lin Mo's latest information. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Shun Liming, oh, I know this guy. He gave me 2 packs of instant noodles. The atmosphere in the Black Knight's base was gloomy. The ridicule from the regional channel did not even make Zhou Yin fly into a rage. This abnormal scene caused everyone in the Black Knights to fall into silence. This abnormal calmness made Chun Feng smell something unusual. Zhou Yin is not the type to keep his composure. Chun Feng tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes sharp. The quieter he is, the more he is preparing for a big move. Li Nuo beside him nodded in agreement. That's right, the Vulcan Alliance has suffered such a huge loss, it's impossible for them to just let it go. Chao In stroked his chin, a gleam in his eyes. They must be planning something to get back at him. Check. Use all your spies to find out the latest movements of the Vulcan Alliance. The order was quickly passed down, and the Black Knight's intelligence network began to operate at high speed, like a spider web spread out in the darkness, searching for traces of prey. The news came back quickly. Captain, we found it. Chao In came running over. The main force of the Vulcan Alliance, including Zhou Yin, is gathering in secret, and their target seems to be the abandoned refinery in the west of the city. Refinery? Chun Feng raised his eyebrows. They want to occupy the refinery and get the fuel reserves inside. You have quite a big appetite. Chao Un's eyes flashed coldly. After being defeated, you want to find a place to replenish your strength and establish your authority? Chun Feng slammed the table, a sinister smile on his face. Okay, since they want to get their revenge, we'll give them another big gift. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, unlike the turbulent outside world, the air in the temporary shelter where Su Xianwan was located was turbid, filled with sweat, dust, and a faint smell of blood. Su Xianwan curled up in the corner, her face as pale as paper, her forehead covered with fine beads of cold sweat. A piercing roar exploded in her mind, and then a series of broken and chaotic pictures flooded into her consciousness. There were flames shooting up into the sky, deafening explosions, twisted steel, a huge corpse king, a tidal wave of corpses, countless people wailing and struggling in the sea of fire, and Su Xianwan was among them. That's the direction of the refinery. The tragic scene seemed to be real, burning her nerves, and a severe headache almost made her faint. She forced herself to concentrate, trying to see more details. What caused this disaster? The scene changed again. In the fire and thick smoke, several swift and cold black shadows flashed by. They had metal shells, agile bodies, and sharp claws that tore through obstacles. Robot dog. Su Xianwan's pupils suddenly contracted. She recognized this thing. Although the shape was slightly different, the cold metallic texture and the essence of an efficient killing machine. Wasn't this the Lin Mo that everyone in the group was talking about? Lin Mo? It must be Lin Mo's mechanical creation. The shock brought by the predicted scene had not yet dissipated, and the side effects of forcibly overdrawing supernatural powers hit Su Xianwan violently. Her eyes went dark, a fishy and sweet taste surged in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Why am I also in the refinery? What should I do? I'm dying. I must find a way to save myself. I must find Lin Mo. She struggled to stand up, but the pain in her body reminded her that she needed to rest. However, Su Xianwan still staggered out of the shelter. The dazzling sunlight made her dizzy. The streets were empty and dilapidated, with only the wind blowing up dust and making a whistling sound. She identified the direction and staggered towards the area where Lin Mo might appear in her memory. Her strength was rapidly draining away, and her consciousness was beginning to blur. Just when she was about to collapse, a figure appeared at the corner of the street. It was a young man about 20 years old, wearing relatively clean clothes, carrying a long sword on his back. He had clear eyes and a sharp spirit that had not been tempered by worldly experience. When he saw Su Xianwan staggering, he was stunned for a moment, then walked over quickly. "Hey, are you okay?" The young man supported Su Xianwan, who was about to fall, with concern in his voice. Su Xianwan raised her head weakly and looked at the other person. I need to find someone." Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. The young man frowned slightly and looked at Su Xianwan's pale face. "You are in a dangerous state. Where are you going? I can give you a ride." His tone was sincere, and he didn't sound like he was lying. Su Xianwan was panting, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes, but after seeing the other party's frank eyes, that vigilance slowly subsided. "My name is Zhang Xuanjin." The young man introduced himself. "It's very dangerous outside. It's easy for something to happen to you alone." Su Xianwan looked at Zhang Xuanjin, feeling the aura of integrity from him. In these last days, there are not many people like this. She nodded and pointed weakly in a direction. "I'm going over there to find someone named Lin Mo." Zhang Xuanjin looked in the direction she pointed thoughtfully. "Lin Mo? This name sounds familiar." He didn't ask any more questions, but just supported Su Xianwan. "Let's go. I'll protect you. The road is not safe. Follow me closely." The young and upright Zhang Xuanjin thus became Su Xianwan's temporary guardian. In the direction of the oil refinery in the distance, black smoke has begun to rise. Chapter 41. Zhang Xuanjin, who knows sword control. The storm outside has nothing to do with Lin Mo for the time being. What he cares about here are only the light blue spots of metal deconstruction and the rows of mechanical dog armies during mechanical manufacturing. For a whole day, Lin Mo stood in front of the huge mountain of bicycle garbage, constantly and repeatedly using metal deconstruction. A light blue light flashed, and the once piled up mountains of waste continued to disappear, transforming into a string of constantly beating metal units in the bracelet. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the mountain of bicycle garbage that had mostly disappeared and the neatly arranged mechanical creations next to it, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's the 7th day, and he has been silently producing soldiers. No, he has been silently producing dogs. The number increased from 160 to 300, standing in an orderly manner in front of Lin Mo. 100 shield guards, 100 iron guards, and 100 shadow guards. The shield guards are in the front, the iron guards are in the middle, and the shadow guards are sneaking on the flanks. An efficient and deadly mechanical army has taken shape. 3 modified, Rhino, tanks stood quietly. The space originally used for transporting troops was transformed and expanded, and the heavy armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Each Rhino tank can now accommodate 100 mechanical dogs, which is perfect for 300 brand new killing machines. In order to build these two chariots, Lin Mo took the mechanical dog army to carefully search for deformed bodies nearby, and only then did he obtain several energy cores. Lin Mo nodded, his satisfaction evident on his face, and then he looked at the strange man and woman in the makeshift room. The two found Lin Mo in the afternoon. The man didn't know anything, but he knew that the woman was looking for Lin Mo. After seeing Lin Mo, the girl said, "Fire God Alliance," and then fainted, leaving Lin Mo confused. At this moment, Su Xianwan was lying on the makeshift bed. Her face was still pale, but her breathing had become much steadier. Zhang Xuanjin, the young man, was now curiously watching the army of mechanical dogs, his eyes full of curiosity. Lin Mo walked to Su Xianwan's bed. The girl seemed to sense something and slowly opened her eyes. When he saw Lin Mo, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, including fear and some expectation. "Thank you." Her voice was still a little weak. Lin Mo didn't respond and went straight to the point. "What news do you know about the Vulcan Alliance?" Su Xianwan struggled to sit up and began to describe the scene she had foreseen in a halting manner. "I could see some of the future. I saw the battle at the refinery. The flames shot up into the sky, and countless zombies surged like a tide. A group of people from the Vulcan Alliance were fighting fiercely with the zombies. There's also a huge zombie king leading the zombie tide. If we can't stop the zombie tide, we will all be in danger. The Vulcan Alliance, an organization that has had many conflicts with Lin Mo." Su Xianwan's voice was trembling. "The Corpse King easily tore through the Vulcan Alliance's defenses, and your mechanical dogs are there too. They're fighting the Zombie King. That Zombie King is so scary." Lin Mo listened quietly, tapping his thigh unconsciously with his fingers. The refinery, the Vulcan Alliance, the Corpse King, and one's own future involvement, there is a lot of information. Su Xianwan's ability to predict the future is a troublesome yet useful power. He took a look at his 300 mechanical dogs and 3 rhino tanks, which are the result of his sleepless work over the past 2 days. Besides, there are not many resources here, and Lin Mo originally wanted to leave tomorrow. The refinery, there's not only fuel there, but as an important industrial area, there must be a large amount of metal resources and maybe even rare materials. As for the Fire God Alliance and the Corpse King, a cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. "Just clear out those who are blocking the way. You should have a good rest," Lin Mo said to Su Xianwan. His tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard. Lin Mo has already made up his mind to go to the refinery to join in the fun. The more people there are, the better. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Kindness? Maybe, but more of it is interests and hatred. Lin Mo is a person with a good memory. There is only one result between the Vulcan Alliance and Lin Mo, and that is, Lin Mo will die, and the Vulcan Alliance will be destroyed. Nothing happened that night. When the sun rose the next day, Lin Mo appeared in Su Xianwan's room. He wanted Su Xianwan to go with him to the refinery, so that if anything unexpected happened, she would be able to find out in time. Zhang Xuanjin looked at the rhino chariot that was about to start, with hesitation on his face. He paused, as if he had made up his mind. "I'll go with you. I can help." Lin Mo stopped and looked at this young man with clear eyes and a sense of justice. "You?" Zhang Xuanjin straightened his chest. "I'm very strong. I know sword control and lightning induction. I'm a cultivator." "Cultivator? Is this your special ability? It sounds very powerful." "Okay, let's try it together." Boom boom. The 3 rhino tanks started one after another, and the heavy tires rolled over the ground, making a low roar. Inside the carriage, the electronic eyes of 300 mechanical dogs lit up at the same time, flashing a cold red light, like dormant beasts. Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat of the first rhino tank, while Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin sat in the co-pilot seat. Lin Mo commanded the chariot to start the action. Target the oil refinery. The chariot slowly drove out of the bicycle garbage dump and merged into the dilapidated city streets. The streets were empty, with only the whimpering of the wind. Occasionally, a few ordinary zombies can be seen wandering around, but in front of the rhino tank's heavy armor, they do not even pose the slightest threat and are directly crushed. As the rhino tank got closer and closer to the refinery, a faint burnt smell began to fill the air. The black smoke in the sky became thicker and thicker, almost blocking out the sun. In the distance, there were faint sounds of explosions, fighting, and inhuman roars. It seems that the battle is obviously extremely fierce. I wonder what the situation of the Vulcan Alliance is now. Lin Mo slowed down the car and turned on the eagle-eye scanning system to observe the battle situation. The scanning system displayed the surrounding images, and the outer area of the refinery was filled with zombie corpses. Figures with flaming star symbols on their chests were attacking an oil refinery. From time to time, blazing fireballs or walls of fire would burst out, turning the zombies that were rushing towards them into charcoal. The fighting power of the Vulcan Alliance is indeed strong. Lu Dehai, Luo Jijun, whom Lin Mo has fought before, and Lu Fei, who can control zombies, are all among them. It seems that they are indeed not a new organization, and they have certain foundations here. But what shocked Lin Mo the most was the leader of the Vulcan Alliance, Zhou Yan. He transformed into a 5-meter-tall, flaming giant and charged through the horde of corpses, burning everything with flames. With a wave of his hand, a large flame appeared, burning the corpses. He was truly invincible on the battlefield. Chapter 42. Put some pressure on the Vulcan Alliance. There are too many zombies in the refinery. The refinery is like a huge beehive, with bloodthirsty monsters pouring out continuously. The zombies were fearless and kept coming one after another, and the people of the Vulcan Alliance were unable to defeat them for a while. Looking at the scenes of blood and flesh flying everywhere and flames and black smoke on the screen, Su Xianwan subconsciously clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Lin Mo's expression did not change at all. He continued to scan, looking for a suitable entry point. Lin Mo commanded the 3 Rhino tanks to adjust their direction and slowly drove towards the flank of the refinery. The tank rolled over the rubble, making a dull sound, which was not noticeable in this environment filled with explosions and roars. As we got closer to the battlefield, we could even smell the strong smell of blood and the stench of rotting corpses in the air. Arriving at the designated location, the side armor of the Rhino chariot slid open, revealing a neatly arranged army of mechanical dogs inside. A total of 300 mechanical dogs were neatly arranged. Their silver-gray alloy shells flickered in the dim light, and their electronic eyes glowed scarlet. At Lin Mo's command, 300 mechanical dogs jumped out of the carriage like arrows and landed silently on the ground. They are extremely fast and move smoothly, and do not look like bulky metal creatures at all. The shield guards in the front row unfolded their shields, forming an iron shield formation. The shields were closely connected to form a steel defense line, advancing forward step by step. When the Vulcan Alliance was attacking the oil refinery, a strange steel army suddenly appeared. "It's a mechanical dog. Lin Mo is here," someone exclaimed, recognizing it was Lin Mo. The current Vulcan Alliance is no stranger to Lin Mo, especially after the successive defeats of the 2 hunting teams. The Vulcan Alliance has more or less gotten to know him. Zhou Yan also noticed Lin Mo and the mechanical dog army around him, and a complex look flashed across his eyes, anger and fear. Zhou Yan roared, swung his giant flaming fist, and broke out of the encirclement of the tide of zombies. The advancing silver-gray steel torrent, with its cold sense of order, contrasted sharply with the frenzy of the refinery. Zhou Yan's huge flaming pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the uniform, scarlet-glowing mechanical dog army. 300 of them. Each one exuded cold, murderous intent. The anger in his chest almost burst out, but was suppressed by cold rationality. It was already a stretch to attack the refinery by force, and with the addition of the covetous and powerful Lin Mo, he couldn't let the Vulcan Alliance's entire fortune be destroyed here. If they continued fighting, even if they managed to capture the refinery, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses facing Lin Mo's 300 mechanical dogs, or even be wiped out. "Withdraw." Zhou Yan's voice was like a muffled thunder, carrying a strong sense of unwillingness and determination, and rang out in the chaotic battlefield. The fire giant began to shrink and quickly returned to Zhou Yan's original appearance. But his face was extremely pale, and the flames on his body were much dimmer. Obviously, maintaining the form of a fire giant for a long time is extremely exhausting for Zhou Yan. Upon hearing the leader's order, the 20 or so surviving members of the God of Fire Alliance immediately began to shrink their formation as if they had been pardoned. They covered each other and struggled to break free from the endless swarm of zombies. Lin Mo, wearing a guardian mecha, calmly watched the Vulcan Alliance retreat in disarray. Su Xianwan felt mixed emotions as she looked at the Fire God Alliance, which had once seemed extremely powerful and even arrogant to her, but was now fleeing for their lives in the tide of zombies. This is the cruelty of the end of the world. Even a powerful alliance like the God of Fire can only choose to retreat in the face of absolute numbers and stronger forces. Zhou Yin took the lead, condensing a huge flaming shield in his hand, and pushed it forward with force, blasting away several zombies blocking the way in front of him and burning them into charcoal, trying to kill his way out. The remaining members of the Vulcan Alliance followed closely behind, all of them with nervous expressions, constantly releasing their special powers to clear out the zombies chasing from the flanks and rear. The retreat route was not a smooth one. The people from the Vulcan Alliance had just left the refinery a few dozen meters away, and the thick black smoke above had not yet dissipated, blocking most of their vision. The air seemed to become more stagnant. Even the whimpering of the wind disappeared. A strong sense of ominous premonition spread wildly in Zhou Yan's heart, making his scalp tingle. Something is wrong. It's too quiet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of ink-black energy arrows, like venomous fangs from the netherworld, shot out silently from the deep shadows of the factory buildings on both sides and from the twisted gaps in the pipes. These arrows were incredibly fast and carried a strange energy fluctuation that seemed to be able to penetrate all defenses. Puff, puff. The few members of the Vulcan Alliance who were rushing in the front had no time to react at all, and their bodies were instantly pierced by the pitch-black arrows. The arrows did not stop after entering their bodies, but instead, the black energy spread rapidly as if it were a living thing, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, madly corroding their flesh and vitality. The person who was shot by the arrow let out a howl that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. His body shriveled and turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a pool of black water with a foul smell. What? Be careful. There's an ambush. Everyone in the Vulcan Alliance was horrified. A wave of fear spread among the crowd, and their formation was instantly disrupted. The Black Knights. Zhou Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at several of his companions who fell down in an instant. His heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, and he let out an extremely angry roar. He turned around abruptly, not bothering to escape, and the scorching flames once again gushed out of his body, forming a rotating flame shield, trying to fend off the strange black arrows that kept shooting out from the shadows. Ding ding dong. Zhou Yan's flame shield kept spinning, deflecting some of the black arrows that were shot at him, making a dense and crisp clanging sound. These damn Black Knights. It's Liang Peng's arrow. Someone recognized the vicious attack and said with a trembling voice. A figure loomed in the shadows, and every time the black longbow in his hand was pulled, it meant the withering of a life. Those corrosive black arrows almost never missed their targets. Anyone who was touched by them would die, and screams of agony could be heard one after another. Something even more bizarre happened. Some members of the Vulcan Alliance suddenly became unfocused, with extreme fear on their faces. They even began to indiscriminately attack their companions. It's the evil light of fear. Stay calm. A team leader roared in a reminder, but to little effect. A hooded figure, Jory of the Black Knights, stood in the distance, the tip of the staff in his hand emitting a dim light, silently spreading the seeds of chaos and fratricide. Some people clearly swung fire at the enemy, but they didn't realize that they were always attacking their own people. This is Qiao Rui's Fear Illusion. Chapter 43, Crazy Black Knights. Leader, the zombies behind us are gathering again, someone else shouted in horror. Some of the zombies that were originally left behind by them suddenly turned around and rushed towards the rear of the Fire God Alliance with roars. Yuling of the Black Knights stood on a higher pipe with a strange light in her eyes, and an invisible force was pulling those low-level zombies. Lu Fei, the corpse-controlling supernatural being from the God of Fire, the hooded young man who had fought with Lin Mo before, looked pale as he fought with Yuling for control of the zombies. For a moment, the zombies' movements became sluggish and chaotic, as if they were being pulled by two forces. Ah! A sharp and piercing sound wave suddenly exploded, coming from another direction. Several weaker members of the Vulcan Alliance screamed, covered their ears, and fell to their knees, bleeding from all their orifices. It was obvious that they were not going to survive. It was Chao En from the Black Knights. His sonic attack had a very large range and was difficult to defend against. Luo Jijun of the Vulcan Alliance roared, stretched out his tiger claws, and rushed towards the direction where the sound waves came from, trying to stop him. In the chaos, a figure wearing heavy armor made of spliced bones, Chun Feng, slowly walked to the bodies of several members of the Vulcan Alliance who had just been shot to death by black arrows. He stretched out his hand wearing bone claws and pressed it on the corpse. A horrifying scene appeared. A few faint rays of light were forcibly stripped out of the corpse. Like fireflies flying into his bone armor, he was extracting the supernatural powers of the dead. Cruel and domineering. Bastard. The surviving members of the Vulcan Alliance were furious. This was simply a corpse whipping. The metal scraps around also began to stir. The twisted steel bars and broken car metal sheets seemed to be controlled by invisible hands, turning into countless rotating sharp blades. It whistled and cut towards the remaining formation of the Vulcan Alliance. That was Lin Mo's electromagnetic control ability. A black shadow as swift as lightning shuttled through the crowd, and the waving of sharp claws brought up streaks of blood. Wang Ming of the Black Knights. He transformed into a leopard and moved incredibly fast. Lu Dahai of the Vulcan Alliance roared and rushed forward, trying to stop the agile killer with his heavy earth and stone armor. At this moment, Chun Zhao set up his purple light sniper rifle in the chaos, looking for Liang Peng's position, but he couldn't shoot with peace of mind in the chaotic formation. In front of them were the Black Knights' repeated attacks, and behind them were Lin Mo's army of 300 mechanical dogs with scarlet eyes, staring at them covetously. Although Lin Mo did not launch an attack immediately, the cold torrent of steel itself was a huge pressure. The Vulcan Alliance was in a desperate situation, with forces attacked from all sides. Zhou Yin looked at his companions who fell one by one, looked at Chun Feng's act of desecrating the corpses, looked at the chaos created by Qiao Rui, and listened to the death screams brought by Chao In. His heart felt like it was soaked in ice water and burned by fire. Rage and despair intertwined, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. The sounds of fighting all around were deafening. The sounds of metal colliding, superpowers exploding, and zombies roaring intertwined into a chaotic symphony of death. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and gunpowder. Lin Mo took Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin and cautiously approached the direction of the Black Knights. He planned to communicate with the Black Knights first and completely chew through the tough bone of the Vulcan Alliance. This was the option that best suited his current interests. Zhou Yin, who was far away, saw all this and his heart sank. It's over. Is Lin Mo going to join forces with the Black Knights too? Despair was like an icy tide that instantly drowned him. This time he was probably really going to fail. The fire power in his body began to surge violently, and a magma-like red color appeared under his skin. Zhou Yin was ready to forcibly transform into a fire giant. Even if I die, I must fight a bloody battle for the remaining brothers. However, at this moment, Chun Feng in the Black Knight's formation, with his face hidden under the skeleton helmet, showed a cold and cruel smile. His gaze passed over the struggling remnants of the Vulcan Alliance and fell on Lin Mo, who was approaching cautiously. A kind of cat-and-mouse playfulness emerged in his eyes. Chun Feng's voice passed through the bone armor, with the texture of metal friction, and spread clearly throughout the chaotic battlefield. We're going to destroy the Vulcan Alliance. His tone was flat, as if he was stating an established fact. But you, Lin Mo, we're going to kill you too. Before he finished speaking, murderous intent arose. The Black Knight's attack targets expanded instantly, no longer limited to the Vulcan Alliance, but also included Lin Mo and his party, launching an indiscriminate stranglehold. Zhou Yan's form of fire giant, which was about to explode, suddenly paused, and he looked at Chun Feng in disbelief. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank, and the idea of communicating was instantly extinguished. Damn, lunatic! Lin Mo raised his hands in the air. The discarded metal around him groaned under the heavy burden. A strong magnetic pulse suddenly spread out with him as the center. Fila, dazzling arcs of electricity jumped in the air, and the first to bear the brunt were the mechanical dogs that were responsible for guarding Lin Mo. Their scarlet electronic eyes flickered a few times, then dimmed, and their metal bodies stiffened and paralyzed on the ground. Lin Mo's reaction was extremely fast. Self-destruct. He gave the order sternly and retreated rapidly, with Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin following closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. The energy cores of several paralyzed mechanical dogs overloaded and exploded into balls of blazing fire. The smoke and dust from the explosion spread instantly, temporarily obscuring the view. Several black shadows used the smoke as cover and moved quickly from the flank like ghosts, rushing straight to the rear of the Black Knights. They were the Shadow Guard mechanical dogs, trying to launch a surprise attack from behind. Lin Mo snorted coldly, and the magnetic field force erupted again. The invisible force field was like a sticky quagmire, instantly covering the area. The speeding Shadow Guard robot dog seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Its speed dropped sharply, and it was eventually forcibly frozen in midair, unable to move. At the same time, Chow In on the other side opened his mouth and a silent scream spread out. Sonic vibration. This time the scope is larger than before, covering the entire core battlefield. The remaining soldiers of the Vulcan Alliance, who were already seriously injured and on the verge of collapse, could not even utter a complete scream under the pervasive sound waves. They covered their ears and curled up on the ground in pain, blood oozing from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Their bodies twitched violently a few times before they were completely silent. The Guardian mech that Lin Mo was wearing made a slight humming sound, and the internal protection system offset the impact of the sound waves. Su Xianwan's face turned pale, and she was about to be unable to bear it. Zhang Xuanjin grabbed her, stepped on the ground, floated back, and brought her back to the strict protection of the mechanical dog army at the rear. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. Zhou Yin seemed to see a glimpse of life. Chun Feng's face under the heavy bone armor was full of murderous intent. Lin Mo's face turned pale, and he cursed Chun Feng inwardly as a madman. The three parties were once again caught in a melee. Chapter 44. The Corpse King in Fire. Seeing that Lin Mo's electromagnetic control caused a devastating blow to the mechanical dog army, the paralyzed metal shells were scattered all over the ground. Su Xianwan gritted her teeth, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. She activated her ability to predict the future. The scene in front of me was distorted and blurred. A scene appeared in front of me. In the chaotic battlefield scene, Lin Mo's face, distorted by the activation of his supernatural powers, appears repeatedly, and the electromagnetic amplification glove on his right hand amplifies the electromagnetic force. Only electromagnetic control can control so many mechanical dogs, and Lin Mo will have a short breathing time of about 2 seconds. This flaw is fleeting. Su Xianwan did not dare to neglect it, and told Zhang Xuanjin, who was guarding her. After hearing this, Zhang Xuanjin's eyes fixed and said, "Leave it to me." His figure turned into a green shadow, like a butterfly flying through flowers. He accurately avoided several attacks from the chariot and rushed straight towards Lin Mo. Most of Lin Mo's attention was on the mechanical dog army, and he did not expect the flank attack to be so swift. The simple long sword in Zhang Xuanjin's hand hummed softly and flew up into the air. It did not stab Lin Mo himself, but aimed at the electromagnetic amplification glove in Lin Mo's hand that was flashing with electric light. The flying sword pierced into the gap between the outer shells of the electromagnetic amplification gloves at a tricky angle, without any error. "Burst!" Zhang Xuanjin shouted in a low voice, and unsparingly drew out the last bit of residual spiritual energy infused in the sword. The sword body burst into a burst of spiritual power, and the violent energy flowed along the sword body into the interior of the electromagnetic amplification gloves. Bang! With a muffled sound, the sophisticated electromagnetic amplification gloves were completely shattered by the force of the internal explosion, and parts flew everywhere. The explosion of the electromagnetic amplification gloves blew Lin Mo's arm into 2 pieces, blood flowed out of his mouth, and the electromagnetic control came to an abrupt end. With a look of astonishment and pain on its face, the controlled mechanical dog regained its ability to move. At the moment when Lin Mo's ability was interrupted, 3 huge Iron Guard mechanical dogs seized the opportunity. Rushing like a wild bull, its heavy metal body knocked away all obstacles in front of Lin Mo, and its sharp armor-piercing cones rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly activated the electromagnetic control again and pulled the Iron Guard mechanical dog, but was still knocked off balance. 3 of the guards turned around and clamped his arms tightly, while another one accurately pounced on his right hand wearing the electromagnetic amplification glove. After a sharp sound of metal friction, the electromagnetic amplification gloves were forcibly taken away. The Iron Guard bit his tongue and ran towards Lin Mo, constantly handing the gloves to Lin Mo along the way. Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and he covered it with his palm, activating the skill, metal deconstruction. The light blue light flowed, and the gloves containing powerful electromagnetic force quickly disintegrated and reorganized. In a few breaths, a ball of special metal with an arc luster flowed in Lin Mo's palm. Super metal, electromagnetic. At the same time, Zhou Yin, who was in desperate situation, let out a thunderous roar, and he no longer suppressed the violent firepower in his body. His body expanded rapidly. Red magma lines spread all over his body, and a flame giant several meters tall rose from the ground. The scorching heat distorted the surrounding air. The fire giant roared and swept his arms, and huge flames swept across the battlefield. The Black Knights and the Mechanical Dog Legion were swept away, and an area of the battlefield was cleared in an instant. Call! Zhou Yin attracted all the zombies in the refinery, and the fire spread quickly, with thousands of zombies burning. Will-o'-the-Wisp flickered in his scarlet eye sockets as he staggered toward the battlefield where a three-way fight was taking place. The burning zombies roared and pounced on all living things on the battlefield. The Vulcan Alliance, the Black Knights, Lin Mo, and his group. No one was spared. Shield Guard. Iron Shield Formation. Lin Mo ordered calmly. The Shield Guard mechanical dogs in the front row immediately stepped forward and spliced the heavy alloy shields together, forming an indestructible steel barrier, temporarily blocking the surging flames of the burning zombies. A scorching air wave hit his face, burning the shield red. Shadow Guards, go through the fire and cut off their legs. Lin Mo's order was given again. Dozens of black shadows swiftly passed through the gaps in the shield formation, like ghosts in the dark night, and rushed into the burning group of zombies. They ignored the high temperature, and the sharp alloy blades in their hands flew around, specifically targeting the knee joints of the burning zombies. Snap! Snap! Accompanied by the sound of metal cutting bones, the burning zombies lost their ability to move, fell to the ground, and waved their burning arms in vain. The entire battlefield completely turned into a purgatory, with flames, explosions, remnant sound waves, metal collisions, zombie roars, and dying screams intertwined together. The members of the Vulcan Alliance were struggling to survive on the battlefield where flames were spreading, and the situation was tilting towards the Black Knights. Their special powers and individual combat capabilities are still too strong, especially the team leader Chun Feng, who is more like a heavy bulldozer. Lin Mo felt that the Rhino tank's lethality would not be as strong as Qin Feng's. Zhou Yan's roar has not yet subsided, and the riot he instigated among the zombies was just the beginning. There were dull vibrations coming from deep within the refinery, and the earth seemed to be groaning, as if some huge monster was awakening. Under the gaze of everyone, a shadow slowly stood up from the ruins of the factory. The outline of the 10-meter-tall body was distorted in the flickering firelight. Its muscles were knotted all over, and it had a metallic luster, as if it was cast from steel. The left arm had been roughly replaced with a huge hydraulic claw, the cold metal gleaming with oil. The right shoulder was even more terrifying, with a high-speed rotating chainsaw embedded in it, and the teeth rubbing against the air made a sharp, buzzing sound. The Corpse King is out. The true ruler of the refinery came out. His scarlet eyes swept across the battlefield. An invisible pressure spread. The low-level zombies seemed to have received a silent command, and their actions suddenly became unified. The burning tide of zombies changed direction and was no longer a disorderly attack. Their target was the huge fire giant in the center of the battlefield. The oppressive feeling of the Corpse King was like a substance, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. It had to be stopped, and a tentative attack began at the first moment. Chun Zhao, the remaining sniper of the Vulcan Alliance, held his breath and pulled the trigger steadily. The sniper bullet whistled. Shot precisely at the Corpse King's huge eye socket, the bullet was powerful enough to penetrate light armor. However, the expected penetration did not happen. The muscles around the Corpse King's eye sockets suddenly contracted and actually clamped the high-speed rotating bullet. The next second, the Corpse King swung his strong arm, and the trapped armor-piercing bullet flew back at a faster speed. With a muffled sound, the bullet penetrated a member of the Vulcan Alliance who was unable to dodge, blood splattered, and his body fell limply. Chun Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe that his sniper rifle did not cause any damage. On the Black Knight's side, Xiao Rui's face was gloomy. He formed seals with his hands, and a strange purple light flashed in his eyes. Fear the evil light. An invisible mental shock wave spread out, covering the Corpse King. This power can act directly on the mind, causing the deepest fear. Chapter 45. The Purple Energy Core of the Corpse King. However, for this Corpse King who was left with only the killing instinct, fear seemed to have the opposite effect. The Corpse King's huge body shook. Its scarlet eyes burst into even more violent bloodlight. Instead of being moved by fear, it fell into a state of complete rage. Roar! With a deafening roar, the rotating chainsaw on the right shoulder accelerated wildly, and the harsh noise tore through the air. The Zombie King wielded the chainsaw, chopping at everything around him like chopping melons and vegetables, including the burning zombies that approached. The members of the Black Knights who tried to engage in close combat were all shattered into pieces by the crazy hacking of the chainsaw. Metal and flesh flew everywhere, and the melee area instantly turned into a bloody meat grinder. Zhou Yin increased the output of the flame again, and a stream of blazing fire gushed out, spreading along the zombies, and actually detonated all the remaining oil in the refinery. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky. Explosions were deafening, and black smoke and pungent smells enveloped the entire battlefield. A fierce look flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. He suddenly raised his hands upwards and used all his remaining firepower to its full potential, and the burning kerosene on the ground seemed to be attracted. It turned into a raging fire wave, sweeping towards the Corpse King, completely enveloping the Corpse King's huge body. The flames burned fiercely, and the steel-hard muscles on the Corpse King's body made a sizzling sound under the high temperature and began to show signs of charring and cracking. The flame did not seem to go out, but instead continued to burn on it. The Corpse King's defense was obviously reduced under the burning flames. Opportunity. Attack. Lin Mo, Chun Feng, and the remaining members of the Vulcan Alliance launched attacks almost at the same time, with bullets, supernatural beams, fireballs, wind blades, rain of arrows, etc. It poured down on the burning Corpse King like a rainstorm, and the attacks kept tearing open the Corpse King's charred skin and penetrating deep into his muscles. The Corpse King roared in pain, but was suppressed by the flames and intensive attacks and retreated step by step. Under repeated fierce concentrated fire, a hole was finally blasted in the Corpse King's huge chest, and charred flesh and blood rolled around. Deep in the chest, a dazzling purple light flickered. That is its core, a beating purple energy core containing enormous energy. The severe pain instead ignited the Corpse King's madness. The charred gap in his chest was not a weakness, but instead became an outlet for his anger. The pulsating and flickering purple energy core suddenly glowed brighter, like an enraged heart, beating with the desire for destruction. Roar! The violent roar made the air buzz, and even the flames burning in the distance swayed. The Corpse King's huge body twisted violently, and the ferocious hydraulic mechanical claw on his left arm suddenly opened. The rotating chainsaw on his right shoulder increased in speed again, drawing arcs of death in the light of the fire. It completely gave up defense and turned into a pure killing machine, swinging its chainsaw wildly and using its mechanical claws to block attacks from both the enemy and itself. The approaching burning zombies were dismembered in an instant. Several members of the Black Knights who tried to attack from a roundabout way were unable to dodge and were split in half by the chainsaw along with their shields. The hard alloy armor is like paper in front of the high-speed rotating teeth. The sound of metal breaking, the sound of bones breaking, the sound of flesh tearing. The screams were drowned out by the roar of the chainsaws and the roar of the Zombie King before they could even be heard. The hydraulic mechanical claws swept across with tremendous force, plowing deep grooves on the ground. The burning oil drums were easily exploded, turning into fireballs that shot into the sky. An unlucky member of the Vulcan Alliance was hit by the edge of the mechanical claw and flew out like a rag doll, hitting a metal tank in the distance and becoming silent instantly. The melee area completely collapsed. No one could get close to this monster that was entering its final frenzy. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of burning and motor oil was so strong that it was sickening. Zhou Yan's face was pale. The excessive use of his supernatural powers almost made him exhausted, but he stared at the flashing purple energy core. By absorbing it, perhaps he could turn defeat into victory and burn Lin Mo and the Black Knights to ashes. Cover me! Zhou Yan roared hoarsely, condensing a flame shield in front of him, trying to get closer to the Corpse King. The members of the Fire God Alliance launched an attack to attract the attention of the Corpse King. Chun Feng's eyes were cold, and his body was as fast as lightning. He slowly moved towards the Corpse King in the chaotic battlefield. Bone Armor was not afraid of the bites of ordinary zombies. He swept the heavy sword in his hand and cleared the zombies around him. Although the Corpse King's movements were violent, he was obviously slower due to his severe injuries, and his core was exposed, which was a huge flaw. Zhou Yin found an opportunity, and a beam of blazing white light shot out from between his hands, accurately hitting the beating purple energy core. At the same time, the remaining members of the God of Fire Alliance and the Black Knights poured their last firepower over. All the attacks merged into a torrent, ignoring the Corpse King's crazy swinging of weapons, and went straight to the vital points. The Corpse King seemed to sense a fatal threat. Its huge body suddenly paused, and it tried to use its arms to cover the energy core on its chest. Zhou Yan's beam of blazing white flame had exploded in the Corpse King's chest. The purple energy core was vibrating violently, and the light on the surface was flickering. Immediately afterwards, supernatural beams and sword lights followed one after another and bombarded the core fiercely. A subtle but clear shattering sound penetrated all the noise, and a clear crack appeared on the surface of the purple core in the Corpse King's chest. The Corpse King's movements were a little stiff. It looked down at its broken chest, at the core with a clear crack. The violent roar sounded again, and the Corpse King went completely crazy. He attacked Zhou Yin fiercely, and the people who were besieging him were also swept by the Corpse King's unconscious attack. At this time, Chun Feng finally came to the side of the Corpse King. The bone armor on his body glowed with black light, and he jumped high. Stepping on the Corpse King's body, he rushed towards the purple energy core in his chest. Chun Feng was extremely fast and arrived next to the core in the blink of an eye. He thrust the heavy sword in his hand fiercely into the energy core along the crack. The cracks in the energy core spread rapidly like a spider web, and a violent bloodlight in the Corpse King's scarlet eyes faded like the tide, leaving only a kind of empty confusion. The roar of the spinning chainsaw faded and finally stopped, and the hydraulic claw dropped limply. Roar, a low and short roar, without any deterrence, but instead full of a sense of finality. Then, the huge body began to collapse, and the charred muscle tissue peeled off like weathered rock. The hard bones groaned under the heavy burden. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, the Corpse King that ravaged the refinery, bringing endless killing and fear, smashed its heavy body to the ground. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, and the earth seemed to tremble. The smoke and dust slowly settled, and the huge body of the Corpse King lay quietly, like a collapsed, charred hill. The purple energy core at the gap in the corpse's chest emitted a strange and alluring light. The surroundings fell into deathly silence for a moment. Chapter 46, Chun Feng, Devouring the Core. Chun Feng was the first to arrive at the energy core. He stretched out his hand, and his bone-armored fingers touched the purple crystal that was emitting amazing energy fluctuations. Under the illumination of the core's purple light, the heavy skeleton armor made a slight sizzling sound, as if resisting, yet also as if longing for it. Just when their fingertips were about to touch, don't even think about it. A weak but resentful roar was heard. Zhou Yan's face was as pale as paper, with blood foam hanging from the corners of his mouth. He squeezed the supernatural power in his body and pushed his hands forward violently. A fireball condensed in an instant, dragging a long tail of flame, tearing through the air, aiming directly at the exposed purple core. He would rather destroy the core than let Chun Feng get it. Boom! The fireball hit the surface of the core accurately, and the violent flame energy exploded instantly. The violent shock wave of the explosion was like an invisible giant hand, which fiercely blew Chun Feng, who was close to him, away. Chun Feng groaned. His body rolled in the air and fell heavily to the ground a few meters away. The heavy skeleton armor absorbed most of the impact, but the shock still made his blood boil. The energy core was also shaken away from the corpse by this force, rolling onto the ground covered with oil and blood, with purple light flickering. "Go, grab the core." Lin Mo's cold voice rang out. He had been hiding on the side, waiting for the opportunity. Dozens of mechanical dogs jumped out from the shadows, their metal joints rubbing against each other, making low humming sounds. They had only one target, the energy core that had rolled to the ground. Chun Feng suddenly turned over and stood up with a cold look in his eyes. He ignored the vibrations on his body and dragged the heavy sword on the ground. making a series of harsh friction sounds. Faced with the mechanical dog rushing towards him, he did not retreat at all. He swung his heavy sword, creating a heavy sound of wind. Phew! The mechanical dog that was rushing in the front was cut in half, with sparks flying from its parts. The other one tried to bite from the side, but was slapped away by Chun Feng's backhand sword. It hit an abandoned metal pipe and turned into a pile of twisted scrap metal. The heavy skeleton armor on his body provided amazing defense, and the bites of ordinary mechanical dogs could not cause any effective damage to him. Lin Mo's eyes remained calm. Steel teeth, sharp fangs, Firetail attacked together. He ordered again. The three generals under Lin Mo attacked, and the finished product shape instantly surrounded Chun Feng. Steel teeth charged forward with a roar, and its metal fangs bit Chun Feng's left arm fiercely with a sharp scream that tore through the air. The fangs were like a ghost, circling behind Chun Feng, and the three-tailed knife stabbed silently into the gap between his shoulder blades. The Firetail wanders a little further away, looking for the best angle to spray flames. Chun Feng swept his heavy sword across, forcing Steel Tooth back. At the same time, he jerked his body to the side, narrowly avoiding Sharp Tooth's tail blade, leaving a deep scratch on the bone armor. Relying on the thick armor, Steel Teeth's metal fangs tore fiercely at Chun Feng's left arm, and the solid bone armor made a teeth-grinding friction sound. Finally, it was torn apart, revealing the skin on Chun Feng's arm. At the same time, the Feng's tail blade finally found a flaw and pierced deeply into Chun Feng's right shoulder. Chun Feng's body shook as he felt a sharp pain, but the coldness in his eyes did not change at all, and he endured the attack head-on. His left hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the purple energy core that rolled to his feet. A cold and powerful touch came, and the pack of mechanical dogs pounced on him, biting him madly. Steel Tooth's fangs attacked again. Sharp Fang's three-tailed sword attacked again, and Firetail's flamethrower also locked onto his injured arm. Chun Feng didn't care. He grabbed the core with his left hand and exerted force, pressing the beating purple crystal against his chest. The bone armor instantly lit up with a deeper black light and automatically cracked open a gap. He wanted to directly devour the Corpse King's crystal core. At this moment, the Black Knights were also fighting with Lin Mo's mechanical dog army. Electric arcs were jumping around Lin Nua's body, and the magnetic storm overload was activated instantly. The shield guard mechanical dog's movements suddenly stopped. Their heavy metal bodies froze in place, and electric currents ran wildly on their armored surfaces. In an instant, the shield guards were like puppets out of control, paralyzed and fell to the ground one after another. Liang Peng pulled the longbow, and a black arrow condensed into shape. The dark light engulfed the arrow body, and a sharp arrow broke through the air and pointed directly at the weak joint of the mechanical dog. With a puff, the arrow accurately hit the leg joint of a mechanical dog, and corrosive black light burst out instantly. The mechanical dog's hard metal armor made a creepy, sizzling sound, as if it was splashed with strong acid. The mechanical dog's movements became slow until it completely lost its ability to move and collapsed to the ground. Liang Peng's arrows never missed their target, and each arrow accurately took the life of a mechanical dog. Chao and Sonic Attack and Xiao Rui's Mental Shock had little effect on the mechanical creations. The mechanical dog had no soul and no emotions. At the moment when the Corpse King's energy core entered Chun Feng's body, an unprecedented energy storm spread and exploded around Chun Feng like a tsunami. The three admirals were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Steel Tooth, Sharp Feng, and Firetail were like being hit by a sledgehammer. Their sturdy mechanical bodies were instantly blown away. The Firetail landed not far from Li Nua. A scarlet light flashed in its eyes, and it stood up instantly, locking onto the enemy closest to him. It launched a flame charge, and the mechanical body moved at high speed, like a burning chariot, with its sharp metal horns aimed at Li Nua. The armor-piercing cone stabbed out with all its strength, and before Li Nua even had time to react, the armor-piercing cone ruthlessly pierced Li Nua's chest. The smell of blood mixed with burning filled the air. Li Nua's body suddenly stiffened, the light in his eyes quickly faded, and he died instantly. The energy in Chun Feng's body surged wildly, and he felt a violent tearing sensation in the back of his spine. 8 bone spikes burst out of his body, like 8 sharp scimitars, so hideous and terrifying. His body was also expanding wildly. His muscles and bones were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His height soared to 8 meters, and he looked down at the battlefield like a giant. Wherever the tail blade swept past, the broken limbs and zombie corpses on the ground seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and merged into Chun Feng's body. Bloody and fleshy tissue quickly covered his body, forming a thick layer of flesh armor. The hideous bone spurs, like the barbs on armor, exude a suffocating sense of oppression. Lin Mo looked at Chun Feng, who was like a monster, with a hint of fluctuation in his eyes. He decisively gave the order to quickly gather the remaining mechanical dogs and evacuate to the periphery of the battlefield without hesitation. He knew very well that the situation was out of control, and if he continued to fight, he would have little chance of winning. The most important thing was to preserve his strength. Taking Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin with them, with the Iron Guard's armor-piercing cones clearing the way, they wiped out the zombies along the way and opened a passage to the outside world. But Chun Feng did not want to let them go. He chased after Lin Mo with his tall body, and the bone spur tail blade behind him fluttered, killing all hostile people on the way. The first to bear the brunt are the members of the Vulcan Alliance. Chapter 47. Vulcan Alliance Leader, Zhou Yin. Death. Chun Feng's sight caught a familiar figure in the rubble in front of him. Zhou Yin, and his steps to chase Lin Mo paused. The leader of the Fire God Alliance was now lying on the ground in a miserable state, his body covered with burn marks and wounds, his breath weak like a candle in the wind. There was no mercy in Chun Feng's eyes, only cold, murderous intent. One of the 8 bone spur tail blades rose up silently like a poisonous snake. The tip of the blade flashed with a dark luster and was aimed at Zhou Yan's heart. It's just a piece of cake to get rid of him. Just as the tail blade was about to pierce down, Zhou Yan's body trembled violently, and using up his last bit of strength, he rolled over and pounced towards the sea of ruins that was still burning fiercely next to him. Flame, the destructive energy that was everywhere on the battlefield, now flowed madly into Zhou Yan's body like a gentle stream. His body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 meters. 10 meters. A towering, flaming giant stood on the ruins, his skin all over his body in a strange, cracked state, like a piece of porcelain that was about to break. The red flames did not cover his body surface, but flowed beneath the cracks and in his blood vessels. Every crack revealed destructive heat and light, as if this huge body would completely collapse and explode in the next second. The fire giant suddenly stretched out his burning giant hand and grabbed the bone spur tail blade that Chun Feng had just swung out. Roar! The silent roar turned into a tangible flame impact, and the violent flame energy flowed along the bone spur tail blade, as if it had found an outlet. It poured into Chun Feng's spine madly, and the burning sensation spread along the nerves and rushed straight into Chun Feng's consciousness, trying to melt Chun Feng's body. Chun Feng's 8-meter-tall body seemed a little small in front of the 10-meter-tall fire giant. The two of them were entangled in a strange way, with flames and bone armor, heat and cold, colliding madly. The energy in Chun Feng's body that had devoured the Corpse King's crystal core had not yet completely subsided, and at this moment a pure and violent fire force surged into it. The devouring instinct in his body was stimulated again, not to reject, but to absorb. Red lines like magma began to appear on the surface of the black bone armor. The flames that Zhou Yin poured in were like fuel, which was greedily absorbed and transformed by Chun Feng. His body shape changed drastically again. Half of it became a deep and dark bone structure, and the other half turned into a form of flowing hot lava. A monster that is half bone and half lava. Two completely different forces achieve a strange balance in his body. Zhou Yin could clearly feel that the flame he infused was being absorbed by the other party, and his strength was rapidly dissipating. The body of the fire giant began to become unstable. The cracks became more frequent, and the light dimmed. Chun Feng became more and more ferocious and terrifying. He suddenly broke free from Zhou Yan's grip, and the 8 tail blades swept out like the dancing scythes of the god of death. Several tail blades, carrying the heat of lava and the sharpness of bone spurs, swept across the edge of the battlefield. Another member of the Vulcan Alliance, Lu Fei, who had fought with Lin Mo before. He was trying to retreat, but failed to avoid the attack of the tail blade, which swept across his waist accurately without any hindrance. Lu Fei's upper and lower body were separated in an instant. The cut was charred, and his internal organs mixed with blood were spilled. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he lost all life. Zhou Yin looked at this scene. Despair and madness flashed in his eyes. He knew that he was powerless to change the situation. The fire giant's body shrank a little, and the loss of energy could not be reversed, but he still had one last blow. Chun Feng. Zhou Yin let out his final roar. His voice was hoarse but full of determination. He compressed all the fire energy in his body. The body of the fire giant, like a star about to explode, suddenly shrank and then expanded violently. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred. Zhou Yin chose to self-destruct. A destructive wave of fire spread wildly in a spherical shape with him as the center. The blazing white light swallowed everything. The first to be hit was Chun Feng, who was nearby. The violent energy impact hit Qin Feng's body, which was half bone and half lava. The temperature at the center of the explosion was unimaginably high. The leader of the fire god, Zhou Yin, died. The waves of fire rolled and completely engulfed Chun Feng. The flames gradually died down. On the charred ground, the heat waves still distorted the air. In the center of the destructive sea of fire, a figure slowly stood up. It was Chun Feng. Half of his body was still a deep bone structure, while the other half was covered with slowly flowing red lava. The body is covered with cracks, as if it will break at any time, yet reveals an indestructible tenacity. Zhou Yan's self-explosion failed to completely destroy him. Compared to before, his aura did not seem to have weakened much. Instead, it had a more ferocious aura that came from rebirth after destruction. Those eyes swept across the battlefield, still cold, but there seemed to be a crazier fire burning deep inside. Su Xianwan's face was pale, with beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Her pupils suddenly contracted and then suddenly dilated, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. A glimpse of the future flashed through her mind. The energy core of the Corpse King that Chun Feng had swallowed did not merge with him perfectly as he had imagined. It was like a time bomb, lurking deep in the source of Chun Feng's power, restless. Not only did Zhou Yan's self-explosion fail to detonate it, but it seemed to be forcibly suppressed by Chun Feng, converting part of the energy. But that core is still the biggest flaw. His core is unstable. Su Xianwan's voice was a little hurried, and everyone around heard it. Zhang Xuanjin said, "I have a skill, you can try it." After that, he pinched the sword gesture with both hands, and the flying sword turned into a green stream of light and flew away. Zhang Xuanjin aimed at Chun Feng, who was 100 meters away, in the most obvious crack at the junction of his vertebral armor and the lava. That was the wound left by the previous battle and also the node of energy flow. Fust! The flying sword turned into a streak of green lightning and pierced into the crack with incredible precision, with the sword body sinking about an inch. Thunder-inducing art. Zhang Xuanjin clasped his hands together and muttered something. The sky seemed to sense something, and a faint lightning flashed along the flying sword and into Chun Feng's body. Sizzle! A tiny arc of electricity exploded on Chun Feng's body surface, and a more violent lightning power, along the transmission of the flying sword, directly hit the Corpse King's crystal core that had not yet been completely digested. Chun Feng's huge body shook violently, and the half-bone and half-lava shape fluctuated violently. The bone part groaned as it could not bear the weight, while the lava part boiled wildly. The Corpse King crystal core in his body began to vibrate violently under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, as if trying to break free from its restraints. Chun Feng could no longer suppress it. Lin Mo's voice rang out. "Mechanical Dog Army, come on, blow him up." The roar of engines came from all directions, and more than 50 ferocious mechanical dogs were like sharks smelling blood. Rushing out from every corner of the battlefield, they locked their sights on Chun Feng, and like the most loyal warriors, they pounced on Chun Feng with a resolute attitude. They tightly surrounded Chun Feng's huge body. The next second, without any hesitation, all started the self-destruct program. Chapter 48, The Final Winner. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sound of explosions was as dense as a rainstorm. More than 50 violent explosions occurred almost at the same time. The energy was superimposed, and the impact force was concentrated at one point. The flames of the explosion instantly engulfed Chun Feng's figure again, and a shock wave mixed with metal fragments spread wildly in all directions. The stimulation of thunder and lightning had not yet subsided when serial explosions followed. The energy core of the Corpse King in Chun Feng's body was already vibrating violently under the thunder and lightning. And at this moment, it was like being hit continuously by a heavy hammer. The vibrations reached an unprecedented frequency. Cracks began to appear in the connection between the core and Chun Feng's body, and it finally could not withstand the repeated attacks from both inside and outside. A dull explosion sounded from the core of the explosion. It was not the explosion of the mechanical dog, but Chun Feng's body. The huge body, which was half bone and half lava, suddenly exploded like an arsenal that had been detonated. Countless bone fragments of various sizes, mixed with hot lava fragments, splashed in all directions. Bone fragments were scattered like a rain of death, and several sharp bone fragments were extremely hot. It was deeply embedded in the hulls of several nearby mechanical dogs that had not yet been completely destroyed. A hissing sound was heard, and the hard metal shell began to emit green smoke the moment it came into contact with the bone fragments. It was corroded and dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the bone fragment itself carried a destructive poison. The remaining members of the Black Knights witnessed Chun Feng's complete destruction with their own eyes. The last glimmer of hope in their eyes was completely shattered by the earth-shattering explosion. Without hesitation or delay, the signal to retreat was transmitted silently. They used the aftermath of the explosion for cover and the diffuse smoke to hide themselves, and like assassins blending into the shadows, they quickly dispersed and fled in different directions. On the other side of the battlefield, the people of the Vulcan Alliance also witnessed this desperate scene. Their leader Zhou Yin died, and their last barrier was shattered. Panic was like a cold tide, instantly drowning their tired hearts. The long period of high-intensity fighting had already drained their last bit of physical strength. Retreat. Retreat quickly, someone roared, breaking the brief silence. The remaining warriors of the Vulcan Alliance woke up, as if from a dream, and turned around to escape from this land of death. However, Lin Mo's cold gaze had already locked onto them, and the command was instantly conveyed to every mechanical dog that was still functioning on the battlefield. Kill all members of the Vulcan Alliance. Lin Mo is a vengeful person. The low-engine startup sound rang out again, and the mechanical dogs that were originally scattered all over the battlefield quickly gathered together with red light flashing in their eyes, like awakened iron hunters. They marched in unison, their metal limbs hitting the charred ground with dull sounds, and they moved in and out quickly. A huge encirclement was formed, and a torrent of steel surged, completely blocking the retreat of the Vulcan Alliance members. A feeling of despair spread among the members of the Vulcan Alliance. The road ahead was blocked by the steel body, and behind them was the core area of the explosion, scattered with deadly bone fragments. They were trapped. Let's fight them. Someone roared unwillingly, raised his weapon, and rushed towards the mechanical dogs that were surrounding him. However, how can human flesh and blood fight against the tireless steel army after experiencing long-term consumption? Their movements were slow, their attacks weak, but the mechanical dog's firepower net was precise and deadly. The warriors of the Vulcan Alliance fell one after another. Their resistance seemed pale and powerless under the absolute numbers and continuous fire suppression. Luo Jijun used his tiger claws that were powerful enough to break stones and split rocks to tear into pieces 3 shadow guard-type mechanical bodies with strange movements. Metal fragments flew everywhere along with electric sparks. His chest heaved violently, and his heavy breathing sounded like an old bellows. The pleasure of victory had not yet faded when a fatal sense of crisis suddenly hit, and an iron guard-type mechanical body rushed out from the smoke and dust on the side. The armor-piercing cone on the head, flashing with cold light, pointed directly at Luo Jijun's heart. Luo Jijun only had time to turn half of his body before the armor-piercing spike easily tore through the defenses of his tired body and pierced through his chest. The huge impact force sent him flying backwards, pinning him to the charred ground behind him. The blood instantly dyed the ground red, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and finally returned to deathly silence. Not far away, Lu Dehai was engaged in a tough battle. Relying on his unique shock ability, he shattered several shield-type mechanical dogs with amazing defensive power. The heavy metal shields were scattered all over the ground, but his face was as pale as paper, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had paid a huge price. Before he could catch his breath, a dozen Shadow Guard robot dogs swarmed in from all directions like hyenas smelling blood. They were extremely fast, with dangerous red lights flashing on their small bodies. Ludahai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he wanted to retreat, but he was unable to do so. The ejected steel claws entangled him, and a sharp-tailed blade cut his body. After a few seconds, only a blur of flesh and blood remained, and a pungent, fishy smell spread. On the other side, Chun Zhao was also facing a desperate situation. The sniper rifle in his hand could not play its due effect at close range, and he was targeted by the Iron Gar mechanical body. The heavy footsteps sounded like drums, shaking the ground. The armor-piercing cones flashing with cold light continued to grow larger in Chun Zhao's tired eyes. He tried to dodge. However, the body could not keep up with the reaction of the consciousness. A dull crash was heard, and Chun Zhao's body was thrown high into the air like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily. The huge wound left by the armor-piercing cone announced his death. The battle did not last long, as the physical limits of humans were fully exposed in front of the tireless mechanical army. The members of the Vulcan Alliance were killed one by one in despair and exhaustion. The gunfire stopped. The explosions died down. The only sound on the battlefield was the monotonous sound of the mechanical dogs moving. Their cold electronic eyes scanned the corpses scattered all over the ground, confirming that the vital signs of each target had disappeared. Don't leave any alive. Lin Mo's order was carried out thoroughly. The Vulcan Alliance, a force that once ranked among the top in the 9th district of the Wasteland City, has been completely removed from the list. Only a few members of the Black Knights who initially took advantage of the chaos to escape disappeared over the distant horizon and were nowhere to be found. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a devastated land, broken mechanical wreckage, and human corpses scattered all over the ground. Groups of zombies and their flesh and blood interweave into a cruel post-apocalyptic picture. Lin Mo and his army of mechanical dogs became the final winners of the refinery war. Lin Mo commanded the mechanical dog army to clean up the battlefield. Don't miss any corner, especially the alienated body parts of the deformed creatures and the special equipment of the psychics. Don't let go of any of them. If we collect them all, the harvest this time will definitely be great. Chapter 49, New Type 2 Mechanical Dog. After the battle, Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin followed Lin Mo back to the bicycle junkyard. Lin Mo counted the losses of this battle. More than 100 standard mechanical dogs were completely scrapped and turned into a pile of metal wreckage, which was recycled and decomposed by Lin Mo. The 3 generals were also damaged, and the chariots were also more or less damaged. The victory of this battle was costly to repair, but the rewards were equally amazing. On the bracelet interface, the score number jumped and finally stopped at a number that made my heart beat faster. Close to 40,000 points. A few more points will be enough to buy a skill upgrade stone. There are also more than a dozen complete energy cores, pulsating slightly in the dim light, as if containing surging power. These are the rewards for killing aberrations in melee. After cleaning up the battlefield, a lot of superpowered metals can be decomposed from the equipment of the psychics. Lin Mo then ordered the mechanical dog to pack up all the spoils and slowly decompose them when they returned to the bicycle garbage dump. After a good sleep, it was the 9th day of the end of the world. Lin Mo stretched himself refreshed. Today's workload was very heavy. He had to repair the damaged mechanical dog army and disassemble all the remaining bicycles. After increasing the number of the mechanical dog army, this time it would reach 500, so under the morning sun, Lin Mo started the decomposition work again. This time, the efficiency was far greater than before. In less than a day, Lin Mo completely disassembled the remaining bicycles. The metal torrent transformed into the purest metal unit, and at the same time, he began to repair the damaged mechanical dog. Using the newly acquired points and materials to create new units, the number of the mechanical dog army was restored and reached a scale of 500. The iron army of 500 cold steel dogs stood quietly, forming a suffocating force. Along with the decomposition and absorption of massive amounts of metal, Lin Mo's skills also achieved a breakthrough. Metal structure and mechanical creations have both broken through to level 3, and blueprint scanning has also been upgraded to level 2. Metal deconstruction LV3 can decompose metal objects within 1,000 kilograms, and the collection range is expanded. The significant increase in the decomposition limit means that he can handle larger metal objects, and the efficiency of obtaining resources will increase exponentially. More importantly, the level 3 metal structure has spawned a new branch of ability: metal fusion. You can fuse a variety of metals of different properties as desired to create new alloys with composite properties or higher strength. This is particularly effective for super energy metals. Mechanical creation LV3. Your mechanical creation will save 10% of metal units, and the manufacturing time will be increased again. Gain the ability of mechanical creation branch, mechanical overload. Mechanical overload increases the power of the mechanical creation by 30% and lasts for 1 hour. The cost is that after use, the power of this mechanical creation will only be 30% for 3 hours. Blueprint Scanner LV2. Unlock higher-level blueprints faster, with a small chance of obtaining rare blueprints. Unlock branching abilities. Blueprint deduction. Blueprint deduction. To conduct subsequent advanced deductions based on the existing blueprint, points are required. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Metal fusion, which means he is no longer just simply copying and assembling. He can combine the toughness of defensive metal with the characteristics of energy-conducting metal, and fuse the sharpness of cutting metal with the agility of lightweight metal. Especially those precious super energy metals, the unique powers they contain can be perfectly embedded in the structure of the mechanical dog through fusion, and even create a new special mechanical body. Mechanical overload looks like a violent attack, but the side effects are quite large. It can be used as a trump card, which can burst out amazing combat power at critical moments. Blueprint deduction is the key to creating more powerful mechanical creations. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's current energy core is limited, so he should increase the number of mechanical legions first. We waited until we got to the car cemetery to obtain some energy cores and conduct experiments. Lin Mo put all the high-quality metal units obtained in this battle, as well as nearly 10 energy cores, into new manufacturing. Using the ability of metal fusion, he carefully adjusted the proportion of super energy metals. Soon, an elite unit of 9 mechanical dogs was born, whose size was obviously different from that of ordinary mechanical dogs. They replaced the original 3 generals and became the new core combat force, the 9 generals. These include 3 heavily armored mechanical dogs: Steel Tooth No. 1, Steel Tooth No. 2, and Steel Tooth No. 3. Their armor has been fused and strengthened, shining with a dark and heavy metallic luster, and their defense is far greater than before. There are 2 blade-type mechanical dogs, Fong No. 1 and Fong No. 2. The bone blades on their limbs are narrower and sharper, and are integrated with some high-strength alloy to enhance cutting power. The 2 flame-type mechanical dogs, Firetail No. 1 and Firetail No. 2, seem to have more active flame energy in their bodies, and the metal of their nozzles has a special high-temperature resistant color. A frost-type mechanical dog, Icehorn, exuding coldness all over its body. The armor on its body is smooth and beautiful, and the long pointed horn on its head emits an icy energy that is even more chilling. Frost-type mechanical dog, 2, Icehorn. Material: alloy skeleton, 45%, condensed crystal armor, 40%, super metal, permafrost, 15%. Loading capacity: ice ray, emits 200 degrees Celsius deep blue rays from the sharp corners of the head, instantly freezing the target in contact, with a range of 30 meters. Ice thorn assault: the sharp horns release ultra-low temperature energy, generating a 3-meter-long ice spike chain blade that is extremely sharp. Arctic ice armor: the body is covered with a translucent ice crystal armor layer that can rebound thermal attacks and absorb fire damage. Frost explosion releases an absolute zero shock wave when self-detonating, freezing all objects within a 50-meter radius. Evolution template: absolute zero. The temperature of the rays drops to minus 273 degrees Celsius, freezing matter at the atomic level, only lasting 3 seconds. Blizzard Lord type: the range of the domain is expanded to 100 meters, summoning a blizzard to cover the battlefield, and ice spikes automatically search for enemies. Ice crystal refraction type: ice armor can refract lasers and electromagnetic waves, converting 30% of attack energy into cold energy to feed itself. The last one is an electromagnetic mechanical dog, Magnet, with tiny arcs of electricity occasionally jumping on its surface. Electromagnetic robot dog 2, Magnet. Material: superconducting alloy skeleton, 50%, magnetized vibranium armor, 30%, super metal electromagnetic, 20%. Loading capacity. Electromagnetic pulse cannon. The barrel on the back releases a 1,000,000-volt arc after storing energy for 1 second. With a range of 50 meters and comes with chain ricochet, the arc can jump to up to 8 targets. Lightning chainsaw. The claw blade is loaded with a high-frequency electromagnetic field, releasing ionized sparks when cutting, causing circuit overloads on mechanical units and carbonizing cells on flesh and blood targets. Magnetic storm interference. The body surface continuously releases weak electromagnetic fields, interfering with radar and communication signals, and the hit rate of metal weapons within 20 meters drops by 90%. Ball lightning. After self-destruction, the core generates a plasma ball with a diameter of 5 meters, which moves in suspension and releases random lightning chains. After 15 seconds, it collapses and triggers an EMP storm. Evolution template. High-voltage plasma type. The electric arc is upgraded to a plasma beam, which directly melts through metal targets within the range and vaporizes the body of carbon-based targets. Static electric field. All enemies in the area are continuously burned by static electricity, and metal units trigger an overload explosion every 5 seconds. Electromagnetic rail type. Replaced with an electromagnetic accelerator cannon, capable of firing supersonic alloy projectiles. These 9 generals will be the new spearhead and shield of Lin Mo's mechanical dog army. Lin Mo did not stop there. He used the remaining energy cores to tailor Guardian Mech for Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjun respectively. This small exoskeleton armor can provide strong protection and a certain amount of auxiliary power, which is enough to enable them to have stronger survivability in increasingly dangerous doomsday. Chapter 50 Regional Boss, Bloodvine, Corpse Mother. Looking at the army of mechanical dogs in front of him, which has been completely renewed and greatly strengthened. With a legion of 500 standard mechanical dogs and 9 elite generals as its core, Lin Mo felt a surge of pride in his heart. But it's not enough. The bicycle dump has been completely depleted. If you want to continue to expand and become stronger, you need more metal, massive amounts of metal. Lin Mo's next target has been determined. The car cemetery, a location he has already secured. There are countless abandoned vehicles piled up there. It is a real treasure trove of steel. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in the ears of every survivor. Regional tips. The regional boss, Bloodvine Corpse Mother, has appeared. Please challenge the boss as soon as possible and enter the 8th area. Bloodvine Corpse Mother, a giant creature formed by the twisted fusion of countless zombies and blood-sucking vines. Its core is an energy core that flashes green light. Its tentacles can release highly corrosive spore clouds. The announcement was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, and the regional chat group exploded instantly. Regional boss? Are you kidding me? Bloodvine Corpse Mother. The name alone doesn't suggest it's a good thing. Vines and zombies? How do we fight this? Are the number of us enough to fill its teeth? Panic and despair spread rapidly, and everyone was calling on Lin Mo, hoping that he could lead them to kill the boss. At the same time, deep in the car cemetery, Lin Mo was disassembling abandoned vehicles one by one. After the upgrade of metal deconstruction, he could perform efficient decomposition. He saw the news on the regional channel. The Bloodvine Corpse Mother was a huge challenge, but also a huge opportunity. He did not join in the argument, but just quickened his movements. Light blue dots of light flowed into his bracelet like an ocean. He wanted to collect 800 mechanical dogs before coming out again. 2 days passed in a flash, and Lin Mo stood in front of the newly formed mechanical dog army. There were 800 standard mechanical dogs lined up neatly. The metal shell flickered coldly under the gloomy sky. The 9 generals stood on both sides, emitting energy fluctuations far exceeding those of ordinary units. His eyes swept across the steel torrent. When the time came, he sent a brief message on the regional channel. I will lead the team to kill the regional boss. Anyone who comes here, please gather at XX. I'm on my way. The message was sent, and the regional channel was briefly silent. Then, there were responses one after another. Boss Lin Mo is going to take action. Count me in. Damn it, let's fight. Big boss, lead the team, let's do it. The instinct for survival and trust in the strong overwhelmed the fear, and the remaining survivors, regardless of their abilities, began to gather at the car cemetery. Some of them have simple equipment and look nervous with a hint of determination, while others have powerful abilities and are full of confidence, believing they can kill the boss. When all the survivors had gathered, Lin Mo looked at the team of more than 2,000 people in front of him and sighed. The original number of 5,000 people is now only a little more than half of that. Lin Mo had no experience in commanding so many people, so after discussing with everyone, he recommended a survivor who had served in the army to take command. Lin Mo led the mechanical dog army to go ahead and clear the way for everyone. The Bloodvine Corpse Mother is entrenched in a ruin in the center of the area. It is as big as a hill. Countless twisted corpses were entangled and fused by dark green vines, forming its bloated body. The fishy smell of decay mixed with the strange, sweet fragrance of plants spread. Countless tentacles waved like giant pythons, and the air was filled with choking spores. The survivors clenched their weapons and stared at this doomsday creation nervously. The mechanical dog army advanced silently, making a rustling sound as it crushed the rubble. The Bloodvine Corpse Mother discovered the trace of the mechanical dog, let out a roar, and dozens of thick vines suddenly popped out. They flew with a sound of breaking through the air and at an astonishing speed, aiming directly at the shield guard defense formation at the front. Two huge, heavily armored mechanical dogs led 300 shield guards forward. More than 100 mechanical dogs in the front row were instantly entangled by countless vines. The vines tightened with a teeth-grinding, creaking sound, and their metal armor began to deform. Lin Mo sat in the modified Rhino tank, with the eagle-eye scanner on the roof, constantly observing the battle situation. Lin Mo immediately ordered Firetail number 1 and number 2 to go to support, and the fiery fire dragons roared out from the mouths of the two mechanical dogs. The orange-red flames accurately pounced on the vines that were wrapped around a mechanical dog. Under the high temperature, the vines gave off a burnt smell. They contracted violently, uttering painful screams, and the entangled force loosened instantly. The entangled mechanical dogs broke free. The controlled spore cloud became thicker and thicker. The air became turbid, and the corrosive spores fell on the exposed skin, causing a burning sensation. The survivors had to cover their mouths and noses and defend themselves physically, but their vision became blurred. A dazzling flash of lightning tore through the haze. Zhang Xuanjin stood on a high place. He formed seals with his hands and shouted softly, "Tundera du signe technique." The pitch-black clouds seemed to be summoned, and thick lightning fell, striking accurately at the densest part of the spore cloud. The arc exploded, instantly clearing an area. The spore cloud was also cleared by lightning, and everyone's vision was restored. Zhang Xuanjin did not pause. The flying sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced the core bud of the Bloodvine Corpse Mother with the force of thunder. The flying sword sank into the flower bud, shining with green light, and the violent lightning energy exploded instantly under her control. Boom! A chain reaction occurred, and the electric current quickly transmitted along the vines. Large areas of vines began to char and carbonize, and the Corpse Mother let out a shrill wail. The other survivors also found the opportunity and moved forward, the light of their special powers rising and falling. Fireballs, ice cones, wind blades, earth spikes, all kinds of attacks continuously fell on the huge body of the Bloodvine Corpse Mother. A single attack might be weak, but when a number of them gathers together, they add up to a large amount, and the Bloodvine Corpse Mother suffers serious damage. The charred vines broke and fell, and the green light of the energy core began to dim. But the vitality of the Bloodvine Corpse Mother was quite tenacious. It opened its huge flower buds and gushed out dense green liquid. Those were highly concentrated acid seeds that carried terrible corrosive power, falling like raindrops, targeting the mechanical dog array in front. Lin Mo immediately commanded the frost-type mechanical dog, Bing Jiao, to activate its ability. Bing Jiao exuded a biting coldness all over its body, releasing ultra-low temperature energy, and the air condensed instantly. The falling acid seeds came into contact with the extreme cold energy and were quickly frozen, turning into green acid ice bombs that still carried the potential energy of falling. The sharp blade mechanical dog took action, and the sharp fangs led the fast-moving Shadow Guard army. It danced the sharp tail blade at an extremely fast speed, accurately facing the acid and ice bombs in the air. Ding! 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 Crisp collision sounds continued to ring out, and the ice bombs were cut and shattered in midair. It turned into harmless ice crystal fragments and fell down, and the mechanical dog army was unharmed. All the survivors in the entire area saw this scene and were impressed by the powerful defense displayed by the mechanical dog army. At the same time, confidence was ignited. Chance, can't let it breathe. The attack became more fierce. All the remaining energy, ammunition, and superpowers were poured out, focusing on attacking the large area where the Blood Vine Corpse Mother had been charred. Chapter 51, Flame God Starry Sky Armor. The Mechanical Dog Corps also launched a general attack, and the 9 generals displayed terrifying destructive power. The Frost Robot Dog's ice rays froze the remaining vines, and the Electromagnetic Robot Dog's electromagnetic pulse cannon caused crackling overload, sounds to be heard inside the Corpse Mother's body. The Blade Robot Dog rushed forward, cutting its roots with its sharp tail blade, and the Heavy Armor Robot Dog advanced forward despite the remaining attacks. The wailing of the Blood Vine Corpse Mother became weaker and weaker. Its body began to collapse, the green light completely extinguished, and the huge monster fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. The system prompt sounded again. The regional boss Bloodvine Corpse Mother has been killed. All survivors who participated in the killing will receive a reward, 1,000 points. All participants in the killing will receive the City Mark 9, which can lead them to the 8th district of the Wasteland City. The one with the highest contribution to the kill will receive an extra reward. 1-star Ability Crystal Core. Star Ability Crystal Core can be used to transition skills or evolve items. Cheers echoed throughout the ruins, and the survivors' faces showed relief at surviving the disaster and the joy of sharing victory. They looked in Lin Mo's direction, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. It was Lin Mo's mechanical dog army and Lin Mo's organization and command that brought these scattered forces together, successfully challenged this seemingly impossible to defeat enemy. The remains of the Bloodvine Corpse Mother were still emitting smoke, and the dust gradually settled. After the survivors cheered briefly, they were left with silence and exhaustion after surviving the disaster. The rewards brought by the system notification sound for killing the boss, especially the City Seal 9, leading to the 8th District, cast ripples in everyone's heart. The 8th District, someone muttered to himself. I don't know what the situation there will be like. Will it be more dangerous than here? It may not be that dangerous to stay here, but since the system has given us the mark, it is to encourage us to move forward. Anyway, I don't want to go to the 8th District. I think the 9th District is pretty good. But discussions gradually arose, and most people understood that holding on to District 9 was not a long-term solution. The system has opened up access to the 8th District, which means new challenges and opportunities. According to the system's intelligence, the 8th District is not only larger in scope, but there are even traces of laser energy weapons. If you don't go there quickly to get stronger equipment and resources, you will only slow down step by step and eventually be eliminated by this cruel world. More importantly, entering the 8th Zone will unlock the World Chat channel, allowing access to information about survivors in a wider range, which is crucial to understanding the situation. In the end, out of a slight fear of the unknown and a desire to become stronger, the vast majority of the survivors chose to use the mark and follow it to the 8th District. The channels belonging to the 9th region still exist, but the bustle of the World Channel foreshadows a larger and more complex stage. Lin Mo did not leave immediately, but returned to the Car's cemetery. The boss battle was extremely exhausting, and the number of mechanical dog legions was greatly damaged. The number of the legion needed to be replenished. He counted the spoils, and his eyes fell on the Star Ability Crystal Core that was emitting a strange light. The value of this thing far exceeds those 10,000 points. To advance skills or evolve items, Lin Mo stroked the crystal core, feeling the enormous energy contained in it. His eyes swept over the mechanical dog on standby beside him, and a bold idea formed in his mind. He did not choose the heavy armored steel teeth or the powerful fangs, but chose the fire tail. The ability of fire is very practical everywhere, and Lin Mo likes it too. System, try to use the star-level ability crystal core on the fire tail and Guardian Mechas for fusion evolution. Command confirmed. Target detected. Fire tail, elemental flame mechanical dog 2. Guardian Mecha, light defense mecha type 1. Star ability crystal core, special evolution material. Meets the fusion evolution conditions. Estimated consumption of metal units x 500. Do you want to manufacture? Confirm. With Lin Mo's confirmation, the star-level ability crystal core floated up and emitted a brilliant light, covering the Firetail and Guardian Mecha at the same time. The two steel creations began to decompose and deform. The metal components twisted and reshaped in the energy light, emitting a strange energy buzz. The flame armor of Firetail and the defense module of the Guardian Mecha were forcibly stripped off, and then began to recombine and link under the guidance of star energy. This process lasted for 20 minutes, and the metal scraps in the car cemetery seemed to tremble slightly under this energy. When the light faded, what was in the place was no longer the independent mechanical dog and mecha, but a brand new mechanical creation. It maintained a similar shape to the Firetail, but its size increased to 5 meters in height, and its entire body was covered in streamlined red and black alloy armor. It gleamed with the cold and hard luster that was unique to metal. A dark blue energy core was embedded in its back, shining like a star. It was the crystal core of a star-level ability. The dog's head was covered with thick, incandescent crystal armor, making it look even more ferocious. The chainsaw on its tail also became longer and sharper, flashing dangerous sparks. Fusion evolution successful. Congratulations on obtaining the first intelligent war mecha, Flame God Star Battle Armor, Firetail Star Battle Beast form. The mechanical consciousness Star Dome has been born, and the basic database is being synchronized. Starry Sky. Lin Mo was a little surprised. This was not just a simple fusion and enhancement, but the birth of intelligent AI. Command received. Core AI Star Dome reports to you, Commander. A calm electronic synthesized sound rang out, without any emotion, but revealing efficiency and precision. Lin Mo walked forward and carefully observed this new war beast. He could feel the surging energy in it, which far exceeded the previous Firetail. Flame God Starry Sky Armor. Core setting. Using the Star Energy Core as the power source, integrating the violent fire energy of the Firetail robot dog and the defense system of the Guardian Mecha. The first war mecha with autonomous intelligence was born, which can fight autonomously or be worn by the host. Material: Star Core Flame Gold Skeleton, 40%, Blazing Crystal Armor, 35%, Superconducting Molten Alloy, 25%, Intelligent AI, Star Dome, a mechanical consciousness born from the Star Energy Core that can analyze battlefield data, predict enemy actions, and execute tactics autonomously. Independent form: Firetail Star War Beast. Appearance: the Firetail mechanical dog has grown in size to 5 meters, with a star blue energy core embedded in its back, its head armor covered with incandescent crystals, and its tail chainsaw upgraded to the Starfire blade. Loading capacity: Stellar Breath spits out a stream of ultra-high temperature plasma flames. Temperature 5,000 degrees Celsius. Range 100 meters. Star Core Gravitational Field. Control gravity to temporarily restrain the enemy and strangle them with the tail blade. Smart Combat. AI autonomously plans routes and prioritizes destroying enemy command nodes and energy facilities. Combined form: wearing Starry Sky Armor. Appearance: humanoid mecha 2.5 meters tall, with streamlined red and black armor covering the entire body. The Star Core on the chest exposed. 2 pairs of flame energy wings spread out on the back, holding a spark sword. Loading capacity: Flame God Armament. Spark Sword. The sword is made of compressed stellar energy, releasing light blades when slashing, with a maximum attack distance of 20 meters. Star Core Melting Cannon. After storing energy in the core of the chest for 3 seconds, it fires a collapsing fireball, which triggers a miniature supernova explosion upon impact. Fire Master. Control all fire energy on the battlefield, compress it into a fire comet for long-range bombing. Generates a stellar shield that absorbs damage and reflects 200% of thermal attacks. Hyperdimensional Maneuver. Flame Wing Thrusters enable short-distance flight, triggering a meteor shock wave upon landing. Instant Fusion. Firetail disassembles and reassembles into armor to wrap around Lin Mo within 0.5 seconds. Evolution Direction. Stellar Gigantism. Expanded form, linking more mechanical creations, up to tens of thousands meters. Super Armor Type. Integrates dark matter technology to enhance the combat power of the mecha. With the strongest armament, one punch can shatter a planet. Elemental Star Type. Fuse more elemental mechas, Frost/Electromagnetic Type. Transform into elemental form, and wave your hand to summon endless fire, frost, lightning, and other natural disasters. Chapter 52. The Roadblock to District 8. What powerful data! Lin Mo couldn't wait to give the order. Switch to wearable mode. Command confirmed. Form switched. Wear Starry Sky armor. Steffi Sky, ahí responded. The Starry Sky war beast in front of him disintegrated instantly, and countless red and black metal components flew, folded, and combined as if they had life. In just 0.5 seconds, it covered Lin Mo's entire body, assembling into a humanoid mecha about 2.5 meters tall. The streamlined armor fits tightly to the body. The blue star core on the chest was exposed, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Two pairs of wings made of pure flame energy extended from the back. The slight movement of his sword brought up a scorching airflow, and in his hand, a long sword burning with blazing flames appeared, the spark sword. Lin Mo moved his body, and the movements of the mecha were perfectly synchronized with his thoughts, with almost no delay. A powerful feeling of strength filled his whole body, and a large amount of combat data and analysis interfaces instantly popped up on his retina. It was AI Star Dome that assisted in the calculations. This feels great. Lin Mo clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying energy compressed in the spark sword. It's like a complete transformation. He even had the illusion that if he wanted to, the star core melting cannon on his chest could easily flatten the car graveyard in front of him. He tried to mobilize the power of the Lord of Fire. The heat energy in the surrounding air began to gather towards him, and a jumping, unstable fireball appeared in his palm. With another thought, an energy shield made of flames appeared out of thin air and protected him firmly. Not bad, not bad. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire that this star-level ability crystal core was worth using. Not only does it have powerful new combat power, it also solves the problems of the Guardian mech's inconvenient mobility and the insufficient defense of the Firetail. Intelligent AI-assisted combat has also been created, making it more suitable for fighting against legions of intelligent mechanical dogs. After the repairs were completed, Lin Mo switched the newly born Flame God Starry Sky battle armor back to the Firetail Starry Sky battle beast form and let it follow by his side. The new mecha made Lin Mo happy for a long time, but in order to decompose the metal unit as quickly as possible, he reluctantly transformed the mecha into the form of a star beast. He himself worked hard to disassemble the car, and was determined to replenish the lost mechanical dogs and gather a huge army of 1,000 before heading to the 8th District. Finally, with the help of the upgraded metal deconstruction, the car graveyard was completely cleared in one day, and a legion of 1,000 standard mechanical dogs was produced, consisting of 400 shield guards, 300 iron guards, and 300 shadow guards. 5 more chariots were built, and using the metal fusion ability, all 8 chariots were strengthened. Each chariot can carry about 150 mechanical dogs, and Rhino Chariot number 1 is the vehicle for Lin Mo and his companions and the 8 generals. Firetail, one of the 9 generals, evolved into a Star War beast. Everything is ready, Lin Mo asked the Starry Sky AI. Xingqiang analyzed the best route to the 8th District and assessed potential risks. Route planning, analysis completed. 3 feasible routes have been selected and comprehensive risk assessment has been conducted. Recommended Route B, with an estimated 73% chance of encountering low-level mutants and a 45% chance of encountering other survivor teams. Listening to Xingqiang's calm report, Lin Mo's lips curled up. Then let's go. Our destination is the 8th District. He waved his hand and took Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin with him. The convoy of 8 chariots marched towards the 8th District in a mighty manner. As soon as he stepped into the border of the 8th District, Lin Mo keenly noticed several undisguised gazes, full of scrutiny and greed. He glanced at the convoy behind him and understood clearly that these days, strength is the most ostentatious banner, and it is normal to attract covetous people. It seems that we are very popular. Lin Mo whispered in the direction of the Starry Sky war beast, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Before he finished speaking, the shrill roar of engines suddenly erupted from behind the abandoned buildings on both sides. More than 20 tanks that had been roughly modified and welded with additional armor and weapons rushed out and surrounded Lin Mo's convoy in a fan shape. The body of the car is spray-painted with an emblem of an iron fist surrounded by gears, the heart of steel. Boy, I heard your dog is pretty good. The hatch on the top of the first tank opened, and a burly man leaned out. His right arm was a ferocious chain, soft flashing with electric arcs. My name is Yin Gang, the leader of Iron Heart. Hand over the control of the mechanical dog, and I will spare your life." Almost at the same time, on the other side, a thin man, Yu Chu, pressed the controller in his hand with a grin. With a buzzing sound, dozens of fist-sized, eight-legged mechanical spiders swarmed out from both sides of his chariot and surrounded it. These spiders moved quickly, spraying white sticky colloid from their tails, which instantly stuck to the wheels of the chariot, making it difficult to move. Lin Mo frowned. The other party was obviously well prepared. "You want to steal my stuff? You have a big appetite." He snorted coldly and without any hesitation, issued instructions directly through the mental link. "Open the carriage and release 500 mechanical dogs first." The compartment on the side of the chariot with its wheels stuck opened, and 500 mechanical dog legions got off the vehicle in an orderly manner, forming an iron shield formation, and the 8 generals also jumped out of the vehicle. Seeing 500 mechanical dogs appear, Yin Gang, the leader of Iron Heart, was not surprised. Instead, he signaled Yu Chu's mechanical spider to spray mucus again to control the mechanical dog army. How could Lin Mo let him get his wish? While spraying, he let the firetail spray flames to burn all the spider webs. Following a series of violent explosions, the high-strength adhesive spider webs were completely ignited. The sticky spider web became the best fuel, forming a blazing wall of fire in the blink of an eye. The subsequent mechanical spiders and some Iron Heart members were blocked outside, and the scorching air waves caused the encirclement to stagnate. Yu Chu's face changed. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. The flames sprayed by this mechanical dog were very powerful. Looking for death, Yin Gang roared and drove the chariot violently into the shield guard blocking the way. The electromagnetic chainsaw on the right arm was spinning at high speed, making a sharp scream. Electric light was swirling around the chainsaw, and it was obviously aimed at paralyzing the mechanical unit. The heavily armored mechanical dog Steel Tooth number 2 suddenly jumped up and used its heavy body to block Yin Gang's attack. Ding! A sharp metal friction sound was heard, and the electromagnetic chain saw chop the shell of the heavy armored mechanical dog. Sparks flew, and arcs ran wildly. But it only left a white mark, and even the outer armor was not broken. Yin Gang's pupils shrank, and he couldn't believe that the defense of this thing was so amazing. Lin Mo's body flashed with light, and the Yenshin mecha was instantly dressed. He aimed his chest at Yin Gang's chariot, and the core energy in his chest gathered rapidly. Star Core, melting cannon. A beam of blazing white light suddenly shot out and accurately hit the power core of the Yin Gang chariot. Zila. The chariot shook violently. The engine uttered a few unwilling whines, and then it completely shut down, paralyzed on the spot, and the arc in the body of the car disappeared. Yin Gang was shocked, and the arrogance on his face turned into astonishment. Charge! Lin Mo seized the opportunity and gave the order. Without the impact of the leader's chariot and the threat of electromagnetic weapons, Ironheart's formation immediately fell into chaos. The remaining mechanical dog army was like a flood that had been opened. The shield guards were in the front row, using their bodies and energy shields to knock back and overthrow the enemies. The iron guards followed closely behind, their sharp alloy claws tearing at the weak points of the modified chariot. The shadow guards moved in from the flanks and gaps, accurately attacking exposed pilots and weapon systems. Chapter 53 Wanted Again. Although the Ironheart's men have a large number of people, they are no match for the well-organized and fearless Mechanical Dog Legion. Their modified tanks and crude weapons seemed so fragile. Screams, explosions, and the sound of metal tearing were heard everywhere. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was almost over. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Chu ran away with Yin Gang, who was stunned. The subordinates who came with them were left behind and were strangled by Lin Mo's mechanical dog army. Lin Mo dismantled the mecha and looked at the chariot wreckage and parts scattered on the ground, and also saw some weapons. Clean up the battlefield and recycle usable resources. Lin Mo ordered the mechanical dog army. Soon the spoils were counted. 8 intact electromagnetic pulse mines and several disassembled laser pulse cannons that could be installed on the mechanical dog. It seems that the 8th district is indeed much more lively than the 9th district. Lin Mo looked at the counted spoils, which could add some firepower to his mechanical army and replenish the weapons that could not be found in the 9th district. Add long-range attack means to the mechanical army. This will make their army more perfect. Well, Lin Mo feels like he is going to be invincible again. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Mo sat back in the driver's seat of the tank and activated the vehicle's built-in eagle eye scanning system. A high-definition map unfolds on the screen, showing the surrounding terrain and buildings at a glance. He needed a temporary place to rest and integrate his newly acquired weapons. Search for large, solidly constructed buildings nearby. The command was given, and the tank's intelligence system quickly screened. Soon, an abandoned factory building on the edge of the area was marked out. It was large enough to accommodate his convoy and mechanical dog army, and the location was relatively hidden. Here it is. Lin Mo set the navigation, and the convoy immediately drove towards the target. After settling down, Lin Mo repaired the damaged mechanical dog army. Looking at the remaining 4,000-plus metal units, Lin Mo's first priority was to replenish the metal units as quickly as possible. The resources in the 8th District were obviously more abundant, and he planned to use the regional channel to inquire about the location of large steel mills or metal warehouses. Opened the regional chat interface of the 8th District and was about to edit the message. However, as soon as he entered the channel, a bold, pinned bounty message suddenly caught his eye, instantly attracting all his attention. Reward. Wanted Lin Mo. Killer will be rewarded with a set of exoskeleton armor. Points 20,000. Lin Mo paused with his finger on the screen and raised his brows slightly. My name was put on the bounty list so soon, and it was a rare item like exoskeleton armor. He did not rush to speak, but silently scrolled through the chat history. Have you heard? It seems that Ironheart's gang has hit a wall. It's more than just an iron plate, it's an alloy plate. It's said that it was taken down by a newcomer named Lin Mo with a group of mechanical dogs. Is this true? Where are Yu Chu's and Yin Gang? He ran away. I heard that Yin Gang was knocked unconscious and Yu Chu dragged him away. All his men were killed. It was a tragic scene. Fuck, who is this Lin Mo? A mechanical dog army? It sounds so powerful. Who knows? Anyway, Ironheart suffered a huge loss this time, and his equipment was scattered all over the ground. Look, the bounty has come out. A set of exoskeleton armor. Who wouldn't be jealous? Come on, you're going to die against a tough guy who can kill most of Ironheart's centaurs? That's true. But Lin Mo made such a big fuss when he arrived. Is the situation in District 8 going to change? Watching the heated discussions in the channel, he was able to piece together almost the entirety of his conflict with Ironheart. Even the details like Yu Chu's running away with Yin Gang were included. Lin Mo touched his chin. It seemed that he had underestimated the speed of information dissemination and gossip ability of these people. Asking for the location of the steel mill at this critical moment was like revealing one's true identity. He silently closed the input box. It seems that the channel of the 8th District cannot be relied upon for the time being. Lin Mo thought about it and switched back to the original chat channel of the 9th District. This place is relatively familiar, and there are some old friends here. He found a few people who had worked together to kill the digging worm boss before, and sent a private message to ask. Let me ask you a question. Which area in the 8th District has more steel resources? Soon, an ID named Iron Fist replied with a bit of surprise in his tone. Boss Lin Mo, we just came to the 8th District, but I heard from a friend of mine who just met in the 8th District. There seems to be an industrial area called Rusty Iron Town in the south. It used to be a heavy industrial base, with a lot of abandoned factories and warehouses. There must be a lot of steel. Maybe we can even find some special steel. Rusty Iron Town. Lin Mo wrote down the name. Thanks, Iron Fist. Why are you being so polite? We all come from the same place. It's normal for us to help each other and benefit each other. Just don't forget your brothers. Boss Lin Mo. After the call ended, Lin Mo had a plan in mind. Although he became a wanted criminal as soon as he arrived, the information from Rusty Iron Town was undoubtedly good news. With a stable source of metal, his mechanical army can really start a snowball. As for the bounty, Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly. It was just right to see if there were any other foolish people in the 8th District who wanted to test the teeth of his mechanical army besides the Heart of Iron. Rusty Town, as Iron Fist said, is a huge industrial ruin. Broken chimneys point to the gray sky. Dilapidated factories and warehouses are lined up, and the air is filled with the smell of rust and dust. Lin Mo drove a fleet of rhino tanks through this steel cemetery, continuously scanned the high-density metal reaction area. Lin Mo ordered. On the screen, bright spots representing potential resources were marked one by one. It seems that Iron Fist intelligence is correct. This is indeed a treasure land. Lin Mo was in a good mood. Relying on the fact that he had a large number of dogs, He was not worried about the wanted reward at all. On the first day in Rusttown, Lin Mo took the mechanical dog to sweep through several small warehouses and half-collapsed workshops and reaped a lot of rewards. The metal unit reserves reached about 8,000. Laser pulse cannons were also successfully installed on several heavy mechanical dogs, effectively supplementing long-range firepower. The next day, the Hawkeye system marked a particularly conspicuous signal source, an abandoned smelting plant covering a large area. The metal density reflected from its deep area is far greater than that from other areas. That's it. A hint of eagerness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He drove the Rhino directly, adjusted the angle, and the engine roared like an angry steel beast. He slammed hard into the factory's rusty and extremely heavy warehouse door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door twisted and deformed and collapsed inward. Everyone, please pay attention. Free search mode. Prioritize dismantling large metal structures and clearing obstacles. Lin Mo gave the order. In addition to the iron guards guarding the chariots, the rest of the shield guards and shadow guards' mechanical dogs poured into the dark factory like a tide. The sound of minions cutting metal, the clatter of dismantling collapsed beams, and the friction sound of clearing rubble echoed in the empty factory area, playing a different kind of industrial symphony. However, this huge movement also disturbed the natives here. The ground suddenly began to shake, and several places of land suddenly arched upwards and cracked. Roar! 3 abnormally bloated monsters with disgusting yellow-green skin roared and broke through the ground. Sticky liquid was constantly dripping from their skin, making a hissing corrosion sound when it fell on the ground. In a blink of an eye, a small area of bubbling acid formed. There were nearly 100 zombies following him. Chapter 54, Aberration, Corruptor. It's the Corruptor. Zhang Xuanjin, who was following Lin Mo, frowned and grasped the long sword behind him with his backhand. The acid from this thing is very troublesome. Steel Tooth leads the team. Deploy the Iron Shield formation and form a circular defense. Lin Mo quickly gave the order. Steel Tooth, equipped with composite armor, led the shield guard mechanical dogs to quickly form a steel defense line, surrounding the entire group of zombies. The 3-headed corrosive creature roared and indiscriminately sprayed acid in all directions. The acid fell like a rainstorm, splashing white smoke on the mechanical dog, and a pungent smell instantly filled the air. The ground was soon corroded into large potholes, forming an ever-expanding poisonous swamp. These guys have thick skin and tough flesh, and the acid is too corrosive, so conventional firepower is not very effective. Lin Mo analyzed calmly. Sharp Fong leads the Shadow Guard team and prepares to carry out the decapitation operation. Target, spinal nerve bundle. A red light flashed in the eyes of the Shadow Guard robot dog, and it exerted force with its hind legs, rushing out of the defense line like an arrow. They nimbly avoided the acid on the ground and approached the Corruptor at high speed. Following closely behind were the Shadow Guard robot dogs, whose figures were looming in the shadows. Fong also moved quickly and rushed towards one of the Corruptors. The Corruptor raised its head and opened its mouth to spurt out a stream of strong acid. The fangs dodged flexibly, and the tail blade accurately chopped the slightly bulging acid sac on the back of the Corruptor. Boom! A dull explosion sounded, and the acid sac of the Corruptor exploded into pieces. The yellow-green liquid splashed everywhere, affecting the group of zombies around him. Fong, well done. Lin Montauk plays it. The Shadow Guard Mechanical Dog Legion has already approached the other 2 Corruptors. They're like the most agile cheetahs, suddenly launching themselves, with sharp alloy claws popping out and flying accurately toward the spine behind the Corruptor's thick neck. Wrap the alloy steel cable a few times and twist it hard. The 2 Corruptors froze suddenly, then were dragged down and killed by the remaining Shadow Guard mechanical dogs using their tail knives. Their fallen bodies were still twitching unconsciously. Ice Horn, freeze the acid on the ground. Shadow Guard squad, explore the factory and eliminate any remaining threats. Lin Mo continued to give orders. The General Bing Jiao, who was equipped with the freezing ray, went up and sprayed white cold air at the ground, quickly freezing the sizzling poisonous swamp into a hard ice surface. The Shadow Guard Mechanical Dog Corps went straight into the factory to search for any fish that might have escaped the net. Soon, the remaining ordinary zombies in the factory area, after losing the threat of the Corruptors, were no match for the Mechanical Dog Legion and were quickly cleared out. Done. Lin Mo clapped his hands, looking at the collapsed body of the corruptor and the mess on the ground. But his attention was elsewhere. Kill 3 aberration corruptors, earn 300 points, and obtained 3 energy cores. Now Lin Mo's total score has reached 46,000 points and will soon reach 50,000. Lin Mo is considering whether to buy skill upgrade stones or other things. But the most important thing now is to collect metal materials first. Sharp Fong, lead the Shadow Guards to collect usable metal materials. Soon, the Shadow Guard sent back news that about 5 tons of high-value steel and other miscellaneous metal materials were found inside the factory. 5 tons. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was a huge harvest. Now Lin Mo just wants to stay quietly in Rust Town for a few days and eat this big cake bit by bit. The metals looted from the factory were piled up like mountains. After a full day and a half of nonstop decomposition, the numbers on the control panel finally jumped to a gratifying level. Metal unit 50,000 points. This time, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to replenish the number of standard mechanical dogs. As the mutants encountered becomes stronger and stronger, the combat effectiveness of the standard mechanical dogs has become somewhat stretched, and a breakthrough must be sought. His eyes fell on an option on the system interface that had been silent for a long time: metal smelting. This is the key technology to create more powerful mechanical creations. The survivors are evolving, the zombies are mutating, and his mechanical army must keep up. Qualitative change is more important than simply piling up quantity. Early in the morning of the 4th day after arriving in the 8th district, Lin Mo, who loved development, returned to the temporary base on the edge of the city with a lot of harvest. The journey back was not peaceful. The roar of the chariot attracted many zombies. The shrill roars came from all directions, getting closer and closer. Zombies! Zhang Xuanjin frowned and reminded. Lin Mo looked out through the observation window of the chariot, and his expression became solemn. The zombies swarmed like a tide, surrounding the chariot. What was more troublesome was that there were some new species that had never been seen before mixed in the zombies. One type is the slender zombies with abnormally protruding bones, the piercers. Their arms end in bone spikes, as sharp as spears, flashing a dangerous luster. The other type is a big-bellied zombie with a bloated body and slightly slow movements. Its abdomen is unnaturally swollen and faintly emits a yellow-green light. Lin Mo quickly commanded, "Steel Teeth, obstacle clearing mode. Lead the Iron Guards to charge forward and clear a path for the chariots." The heavy ramming horns in front of the chariot suddenly unfolded, making a dull metallic friction sound. Steel Teeth led the Iron Guard mechanical dogs equipped with ramming horns to quickly push in front of the front of the vehicle, forming a solid arrow. Boom! 300 Iron Guards suddenly accelerated forward and slammed into the group of zombies. The ordinary zombies blocking the front were smashed into pieces in an instant. The wedge formation was like a red-hot iron, burning a path through the tide of zombies. At this moment, several piercers aimed at the relatively weak armor on the side of the chariot, swung their arms violently, and bone spurs shot out like crossbow arrows. Dang, dang, dang. With a few crisp sounds, the bone spurs nailed into the composite armor. Although they failed to penetrate it completely, they left deep dents. Fong, lead the Shadow Guards to deal with it. Lin Mo gave the order. Then he said on the intercom, "Xuanjin, detonate those explosive belly zombies. Don't let them move forward." Zhang Xuanjin responded and floated out of the car. He made a sword gesture with his left hand and pointed the long sword in his right hand at the suicide dogs with glowing bellies. "Tun de rendu signe technique." The sky seemed to respond, and several tiny electric snakes appeared out of thin air, accurately striking several self-exploding big-bellied zombies. Boof! Boom! The big-bellied zombie struck by lightning suddenly swelled up and then exploded. The yellow-green corrosive liquid splashed everywhere like a strong acid. The surrounding zombies were affected and were instantly corroded, hissing and emitting white smoke. What's even more amazing is that the explosion of a self-destructive big-bellied zombie detonated another one next to it. A chain reaction occurred instantly, and a series of explosions blew a gap in the dense group of zombies. Beautiful! Lin Mo couldn't help but praise. Zhang Xuanjin's Taoist magic was extremely effective in this situation, and it even had a chain lightning effect. At the same time, Fong led the Shadow Guard robot dog to move. Fong was like a black lightning, leading the Shadow Guard Corps and instantly leaving the team. Their targets are clear, those piercers with long-range threats. The Shadowgar mechanical dogs are incredibly fast. They shuttled through the gaps between the zombies, nimbly avoiding various attacks, and the tail blades behind them emitted cold light. Just as the piercer was about to fire the bone spur again, a dark shadow approached him. With a flash of cold light, the alloy tail knife accurately cut through the fragile neck of the piercer, or directly pierced their head. In just a few breaths, all the threatening piercers were eliminated. Chapter 55 Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Charge out! Lin Mo shouted in a low voice, and the tank engine roared and burst out with maximum power. The tires kicked up dust and rushed through the gap dug by the iron guards. The scenery on both sides quickly receded. The roar of the zombies behind him was gradually covered by the sound of wind and the roar of the engine. Lin Mo let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair, his chest rising and falling slightly. The new deep dents on the car body silently told of the danger that had just occurred. New species, trouble. He muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the resource statistics on the console. This encounter made him realize that mechanical dogs relying solely on numbers and flexibility would still have difficulty facing certain specific enemies. We need a real big guy, one that can take charge of the place. Lin Mo returned to the temporary base and looked at the newly increased points, which showed 46,000 points. I opened the mall interface, skipped the skill upgrade stone worth 50,000 points, and began to screen the materials needed to make super powerful and huge machinery. The interface of the mall refreshed rapidly, and Lin Mo's fingers slid quickly on the virtual screen with sharp eyes. Ancient Dragon Skeleton, Titan Alloy. He selected the required materials one by one, and his points were consumed rapidly. 20,000 points of Ancient Dragon Skeleton, 20,000 points of Titan Alloy, plus 180 refined iron smelted from 18,000 basic metal units. Finally, there are 5 energy cores. Watching these materials being prepared, Lin Mo did not hesitate and directly activated the blueprint deduction skill, based on the heavy armored mechanical dog 2 as the basic blueprint. Need to consume 5,000 points. Do you want to deduce? Confirm the deduction. Deduction completed. Unknown blueprint obtained. Final form determined based on production consumption. Lin Mo activated mechanical creation again and selected this blueprint. Consumes Ancient Dragon Skeleton X1, Titan Alloy X1, Fine Iron X180, Super Energy Metal Solid X10, Energy Core X5. Are you sure about the manufacturing? Okay, to manufacture. Light blue light poured out from the bracelet, integrating the Titan Alloy and Ancient Dragon Skeleton into it, and the dazzling light flashed continuously. The air was filled with the hot smell of molten metal. Lin Mo looked at the huge skeleton and metal head in front of him, which gradually took shape. The dark red Ancient Dragon Skeleton and the silver-white Titan Alloy are perfectly integrated to form a body full of power. Looking at the ferocious outline, Lin Mo raised his lips slightly. This will be a big guy that can shut those things up. Time passed by minute, and as the last spots of light from the refined iron gathered together and took shape, the light disappeared, and a huge monster stood quietly. This silent mechanical behemoth was more than 5 meters tall. Its eyes suddenly lit up with a scarlet light, and its scanning system swept silently. The bionic Tyrannosaurus Rex skull structure on the head is lifelike, and the 36 layers of Titan alloy rotating, crushing teeth in the mouth open and close gently. Fine blue-white arcs of electricity jumped between the teeth, making a slight sizzling sound. The barbed cooling fins on the back opened slightly, suddenly spurting out a stream of high-pressure steam. Buzz. The low sound of the energy furnace starting up came from the chest cavity. It was the heart of the ancient dragon beating. Energy lines spread throughout the body like blood vessels, flickering with light. The chainsaw blade stored in the forelimb popped out with a clang sound, and the 4-meter-long saw blade rotated at high speed, bringing out a sharp sound of breaking wind, as if it could tear everything apart. The hydraulic spikes on the hind legs stomped the ground suddenly, making a dull dong sound, and the ground shook slightly. The segmented tail swings flexibly, and the octagonal pyramid-shaped hammer at the end flashes with the luster of energy diversion grooves, ready to launch a rock-shattering attack at any time. Tier-type Mechanical Dinosaur 2, Tyrannosaurus. Material, 100-fold refined iron alloy, 55%. Titan alloy skeleton, 25%. Super metal sturdy, 20%. Loading capacity. Earth-shattering chainsaw. The two claws sweep alternately, and when the saw teeth touch the target, high-frequency vibrations peel off the molecular structure, cutting steel like tearing paper. Rock-breaking tail hammer. The tail charges for 1 second before smashing, with a 50-ton impact force plus energy wave that can knock away enemies within a 30-meter radius. Link skill. After a tail strike, the Tyrannosaurus uses the recoil to leap 10 meters and launch an aerial claw strike. Gluttonous bite. The bite force is concentrated on the front 12 arc teeth, instantly crushing the target and activating the tearing mode. Dragon Maw Star Destroyer Cannon. Fake charges for 3 seconds to fire a high-energy laser beam with a diameter of 1 meter, with a range of 3 kilometers, and the penetration power is enough to melt through the city wall. Evolution direction. Blazing diffusion type. The laser bullet splits into hundreds of scattered beams, covering a fan-shaped area with a radius of 500 meters. The beams have a continuous burning effect. Void annihilation type. The laser beam superimposes a space rift, which causes a 10-meter diameter space collapse after hitting the target, swallowing up all matter within the range. Abyss Lord type. A dark blue energy field is generated on the body surface, absorbing damage when attacked and converting it into seismic energy. When this shock energy is fully charged, it will automatically release the shock wave. A circular shock wave will erupt with the Tyrannosaurus as the center, repelling enemies within a radius of 50 meters. Lin Mo looked at the killing beast in front of him that was designed purely for frontal attack and nodded with satisfaction. This is a real war machine. Just standing here, the sense of oppression is enough to make ordinary zombies dare not approach. Just as Lin Mo was admiring his new creation, Su Xianwan ran to Lin Mo in a hurry. Brother Lin Mo, something bad has happened. Xianwan, what's wrong? I just saw it again. It's blurry, but I can sense the danger. Someone is coming to attack us tonight. Su Xianwan's voice trembled slightly, and it was obvious that the scene she foresaw made her very uneasy. Lin Mo's face darkened. I know. Don't worry, I'm here. He immediately assembled 8 generals and arranged for each general to lead a shield guard team to provide close protection and also dispatch shadow guards to patrol key areas. It's not time for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus to take the stage yet. As night fell, the temporary base seemed calm, but in fact it was tense inside. The beam of light from the searchlights swept across the dark wilderness. A silent alarm flashed in front of Lin Mo, and the surveillance screen in the tank switched to the west wall area. An indistinct number of blurry black shadows flashed past the edge of the camp at an astonishing speed. They moved swiftly along the ground, looking shadowy and not like ordinary zombies who staggered. Instead, they looked more like well-trained hunters. Lin Mo looked at the target moving at high speed on the screen. It's coming. His voice was calm. Enter Level 1 Combat Readiness. The mechanical dog army was ready to go. The shield guards and iron guards began to block the camp, while the shadow guards hid in the dark, waiting for Lin Mo's order. The attack on Lin Mo officially began. He didn't know where these people came from, but they were definitely enemies, so he just had to kill them all. Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly. Want to come in quietly? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. He thought to himself. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Wait a moment, it's not your turn yet. Chapter 56, Late Night Raid. The people who attacked Lin Mo were the Shadow Council, an organization that was in cahoots with Ironheart. The methods are similar. They like to control mutated zombies by implanting metal chips to give them stronger combat capabilities. They also believed in numerical superiority and tried to drown the enemy with a sea of corpses. Unfortunately, they hit a wall this time. Lin Mo was the ancestor of the human wave tactic. Under the cover of night, the Shadow Council's elite assassin Phantom Blade and his team sneaked into the outskirts of the camp like ghosts. Yurin held his high-frequency vibrating blade tightly in his hand. The blade glowed with an imperceptible cold light in the darkness. It was said that it could even cut through super-energy metals with ease. He has only one target, Lin Mo. All troops mobilized. Lin Mo has already put on the Flame God Mecha, and this battle is under the full command of the Flame God Mecha's Starry Sky AI. The Mechanical Dog Army has been fully connected to the Star Dome AI's command system. The Mechanical Dog Army, which had been ready for action, moved instantly, and a torrent of steel rushed towards the invaders. Yurin reacted extremely quickly and shifted his body to avoid several mechanical dogs that were rushing towards him. At the same time, they swung the vibrating blades in their hands. With a flash of cold light, the two blade-shaped mechanical dogs that were in the front were cut in half, with parts scattering everywhere. You have some skills. Lin Mo, with the Yinshin mecha on him, felt safe and secure, and he was standing aside. As soon as Yurin got rid of two mechanical dogs, he was immediately surrounded by more mechanical units. The zombie army he controlled also began to attack the camp's defense line, distracting the mechanical dog army and creating opportunities for them. However, just as he swung his sword again, an extremely cold breath came, and a frost-type mechanical dog spewed out a cold current. His blade froze, and a thick layer of white frost quickly formed on it. Now, Lin Mo's eyes flashed. Metal fusion. An invisible force instantly enveloped Yurin, his frozen weapon, and the remains of the mechanical dog scattered around him. Yurin only felt his hand lighten, and the high-frequency, vibrating blade twisted and deformed strangely. It merged with the metal fragments on the ground and turned into a useless lump of metal. Yurin was stunned. What kind of ability is this? Before he could react, a fang-shaped mechanical dog pounced on him, and its sharp alloy fangs scraped across his cheek. A deep scar was left on his face, blood splattered everywhere, and half of his vision was instantly lost. The severe pain made Yurin groan, and he quickly stepped back. His assassin team also encountered a tough battle, and people were constantly torn to pieces or pierced. Half of Yurin's face was burning with pain, and he knew that this raid was a complete failure. Lin Mo's strange metal manipulation ability destroyed his vibration blade, and now he is surrounded by endless mechanical dogs, and the team has suffered heavy casualties. There is a ruthlessness in his eyes as he shouted into the communicator. Let the metal corroder self-destruct and create a way out for us. Following his order, several strange zombies that had been specially modified in the back staggered forward. Their skin is a strange dark green color and is covered with pustules. These are the metal corruptors, biological weapons secretly cultivated by the Shadow Council. Several corruptors exploded suddenly when approaching the mechanical dog pack, and dark green blood splattered everywhere. The sound of hissing was heard continuously, and the shiny metal shells of all the standard mechanical dogs, stained with blood, immediately began to show large patches of rust and alarming speed. The structural strength dropped sharply, and the joints even began to collapse. In a blink of an eye, dozens of mechanical dogs were blocked from moving and temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. Interesting. Lin Mo's voice was cold. It was another hefty repair bill. The Stardome AI quickly calculated the optimal solution, and the firetail mechanical dog at the back of the formation stepped forward, spewing blazing orange-red flames from its mouth. Precisely covering the corroded mechanical dogs, the rapidly spreading rust layers melted rapidly under the extremely high temperature and turned into flowing dark red liquid metal. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mo activated his metal fusion ability, guiding the molten metal to reattach to the damaged armor surface, rapidly cooling and solidifying. The originally rusted area was now covered with a layer of temporary additional armor that was uneven and glowing with a dark red luster. Although it is rough, it actually enhances the defense. The mechanical dog, whose movement was originally hindered, shook its body, shook off the remaining sparks on its body, and pounced on the enemy again, looking more ferocious than before. Yurin was completely speechless. Corrosion attacks were ineffective. How could this battle be fought? He felt the wound on his face begin to throb again, which was the physiological reaction brought on by despair. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Yurin roared hoarsely. If they didn't leave, they would all die here. The few remaining elite assassins seemed to have been pardoned. They surrounded Phantom Blade and fought desperately to carve out a bloody path. He disappeared into the night without looking back, not even caring about the controlled corpses. Lin Mo stood where he was, with the Flame God Mecha standing quietly, watching their backs as they fled in panic. Send the Shadow Guard squad to follow. Be careful not to be discovered. The order has been issued. The voice of the Star Dome AI sounded in the cockpit. Lin Mo snorted lightly with a hint of mockery. That's it. You dare to sneak attack him. However, this campsite has been discovered and needs to be changed. The smoke of the battle had not yet completely dissipated, and the camp was in a mess. The voice of the Star Dome AI sounded. The initial cleanup of the battlefield is complete, and the damage statistics have begun. In this battle, 12 Shadow Guard-type mechanical dogs were destroyed. 9 Iron Guard-type mechanical dogs were destroyed. 15 shield guard robot dogs were destroyed. 57 robot dogs suffered corrosion attacks. The Shadow Council assassin team left behind 7 bodies, and the Corpse Machine Corps was completely wiped out. Lin Mo's eyes twitched as he listened to this series of numbers. Although he annihilated the enemy, the loss was really painful for him, but it was also because of the special troops on the opposite side. Arrange a comprehensive guard for the camp. Have the damaged mechanical dogs wait in a centralized location. I will repair them tomorrow. He gave the order. At the same time, we need to sort out the route and have the mechanical dog corps go out to find a suitable base. We need to move. Received. Arranged. Starry Sky AI completed the command quickly. Lin Mo looked at the neatly arranged camp and took off his flame god mecha. Let it transform into the form of the Star War beast and continue guarding the camp while I go to sleep. The 5th day in District 8. Lin Mo got off the chariot, stretching lazily. First, we repaired the damaged mechanical dog army, which cost more than 2,100 metal units. Seeing the inventory numbers plummeting instantly, Lin Mo felt as if his heart was cut by the high-frequency, vibrating blades of the assassins. After a brief moment of heartache, Lin Mo quickly calmed down. Although Yurin and his men's raid failed, they also exposed the coordinates of this place. Staying any longer would be like making yourself a target. Xingqiang, have you found a location for the new camp? Xingqiang AI sorted out the locations explored by the mechanical dog army sent out last night and was about to report to Lin Mo. Lin Mo remembered something again. By the way, have you found the lair of those assassins last night? Make sure you keep an eye on me. This time, I'm going straight to Huanglong. Chapter 57. Your lair is destroyed. Starry Sky AI has marked out the assassin's lair yesterday, and the Shadow Guard also confirmed the identity of the other party. It was the Shadow Council. Lin Mo looked at the Shadow Council's lair without any expression. However, the more than 2,000 metal units consumed still pierced his heart like a thorn. However, the most important thing at the moment is to change the camp first and let Xingqiang select the positions that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. The light chart flickered, and finally 3 options were left. The voice of the Star Dome AI rang out. Based on the assessment of structural integrity, defensive potential, and surrounding resources, these 3 sites are the best choices. Lin Mo's eyes quickly locked onto an abandoned training school on the east side of the city. This zoom-in detailed data. This used to be a vocational and technical training center. The structural integrity of the wall is estimated to be 85%. There's a single main entrance, and multiple secondary entrances and exits need to be blocked and reinforced. The main structure of the interior is intact, with several independent buildings that can meet the needs of accommodation and workshops. Lin Mo carefully studied the bird's-eye view and structural analysis of the school. The walls were thick and solid, which made people feel at ease. He glanced at Zhang Xuanjin next to him, who was staring at the wall and entrance signs on the light map, with his chin slightly nodded. Obviously, they were also interested in the defensive conditions here. As expected, for people like them, whether the wall is strong enough is the most important consideration. Su Xiaonuan moved closer, her eyes sparkling. Wow, there are so many separate rooms here. They look much more comfortable than the chariot. Finally, we don't have to squeeze together. Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly at Su Xiaonuan's slightly exaggerated metaphor, but then he became serious again. Well, accommodation is secondary. The key is that the wall here has a good foundation, the main entrance is reinforced, and the other small doors are blocked. The mechanical dog army patrols cross-country. The defense system is easy to build and can save a lot of trouble. That's right, Zhang Xuanjin also agreed. It's easier than the other ones, and the defense depth is also easier to build. Then let's go here. Lin Mo made the decision. Xingqiang immediately planned a transfer route and formulate an initial defense plan for the new camp, giving priority to ensuring the safety of the perimeter. All mechanical dog units are on high alert. Instructions received. Calculating the optimal transfer route and alert deployment plan. After settling down his new home, Lin Mo felt relieved. A stable rear base was crucial, especially after being targeted by the Shadow Council. The tank drove into the abandoned training school, and the thick walls brought a long-lost sense of security. The Star Dome AI deployed resources efficiently, and the mechanical units took action quickly. Prioritize sealing off the damaged area of the east wall and installing a temporary alloy baffle. A sniper point has been set up on the roof of the number 3 teaching building, and 2 heavy mechanical sentinels are in position. All secondary entrances and exits were physically blocked and reinforced by welding. Lin Mo's voice, calm and clear, gave instructions through the internal communication. Soon, several small doors that might have been hidden dangers were completely blocked. Xuanjin personally led a team to inspect the reinforcement of the main entrance and confirmed that the fortifications met the requirements. Returning to Lin Mo, he said, "The foundation of the wall is indeed good. After several key points have been reinforced, the defense pressure is much less." Su Xianwan seemed somewhat excited in the new environment, although she did not have time to carefully visit the 5-star hotel she had imagined. But seeing teams of mechanical dogs patrolling regularly along the walls and between buildings made me feel more at ease. "It's much more spacious here than in the chariot," Su Xianwan exclaimed softly. Lin Mo looked at the defense deployment map displayed on the Starry Sky AI light screen. The 100 mechanical dogs are divided into patrol teams, fixed sentinels, and rapid response teams. A preliminary but tight surveillance network was established in the new camp. Seeing that everything had been sorted out, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the south, which was the direction of the Shadow Council's lair. "This account needs to be settled carefully. Lao Zhang, Xianwan, get ready to leave." Zhang Xuanjin had no doubts and checked his equipment. Several people started the chariot again, and the low roar of the engine broke the brief tranquility of the new camp. The chariot drove out of the school gate and merged into the deserted street. The route planned by Star Dome AI avoided the main ruins area and chose a relatively hidden path. The wheels kicked up dust, which filled the rearview mirror. The destination was the abandoned subway station in the southern city, the lair of the Shadow Council. The flame of revenge burned in Lin Mo's heart, and a cold, murderous intent gathered. The tank stopped quietly at the corner of the street about 100 meters away from the subway station entrance, and the engine was turned off. The only sound around was the whimpering of the wind blowing through the dilapidated buildings. Lin Mo stared at the tactical light screen in front of him, which clearly marked the entrance structure of the subway station. "Sharp Fong, lead 100 shadow guards to infiltrate as planned. Confirm the main entrance and the general interior situation." The shadows on the side of the chariot squirmed, and 100 pitch-black shadow guard mechanical dogs slid out silently like drops of ink blending into the darkness. They followed the shadows of the walls, used the broken walls as cover, and rushed towards the entrance of the subway station swiftly and silently. Iron Guard mechanical dog, prepare to attack. Hundreds of agile mechanical dogs with cold metallic gleams adjusted their postures, and their weapon systems made subtle buzzing sounds as they preheated. Shield guards, leave a team to protect the chariot and personnel and stay on standby. The heavy shield guards took a step forward, forming an iron shield formation, linking together to protect the front of the chariot. Lao Zhang, take the remaining shield guards and follow behind. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Xuanjin, who was in the co-pilot seat. Follow the iron guards 50 meters behind, control the pace, and gradually clear the perimeter. Understood. Zhang Xuanjin responded in a deep voice and opened the car door with efficient movements. The shield guard beside him immediately followed, and the heavy footsteps were almost covered by the sound of the wind. Su Xianwan stayed in the tank, staring closely at every move outside through the one-way observation window, her finger unconsciously tightening the trigger of the weapon. Su Xianwan's breathing was a little rapid, and her eyes were full of tension. Time passes by second, and every second seems to be stretched several times. There is only the subtle sound of metal friction as the mechanical dog army moved, and the faint sound of wind in the distance. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo's communicator lit up. "Commander, feedback from the Shadow Guard scanning system." Xingqiong's voice sounded. "The main entrance is poorly defended. Life signals of approximately 50 to 70 people were detected inside. Energy signals indicate the presence of an independent generator set. Is there electricity supply?" Lin Mo frowned slightly. This was unexpected, but it also explained why they chose the subway station as their base. "Very good." A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Iron Guard, charge." The Iron Guard mechanical dog pack, which had been prepared for a long time, burst out at an astonishing speed in an instant like a flood. It turned into a torrent of steel and rushed straight to the entrance of the subway station. Dull collision sounds and metal tearing sounds came from the direction of the entrance. This was followed by sporadic gunshots and screams. It was obvious that the people of the Shadow Council were caught off guard by this sudden attack. The Shield Guard team, too led by Zhang Xuanjin, immediately advanced steadily, with heavy shields forming a mobile barrier, following behind the gap created by the Iron Guard's charge. Inside the tank, Su Xianwan could clearly hear the sound of gunfire in the distance, and her heart was in her throat. Chapter 58: Mutated Corpse Python and Star Destroyer. Inside the subway station, alarms rang out mournfully. The red emergency lights flashed wildly, illuminating the panicked faces. Enemy attack. It's a mechanical unit. Quick, activate Metal Madness. A man wearing parliamentary robes and looking like a commander shouted at the top of his lungs. Following his command, an invisible energy field quickly spread out. A low humming sound came from deep inside the subway station, and the Iron Guard mechanical dog, rushing in the front, suddenly stopped moving. As if they were stuck in a quagmire, their speed dropped sharply, and even sparks burst out from their joints. Their movements became slow and clumsy, and the frequency of their attacks also dropped significantly. It's magnetic field interference. Xingqiang immediately analyzed the cause. Strong directed electromagnetic pulses detected, targeting the mechanical unit's motion system. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. The Shadow Council did have some hidden cards. Magnet, prepare to counterattack. An electromagnetic mechanical dog, named Magnet, with a barrel energy storage device on its back, stood out from the mechanical army. The magnetic energy in their bodies began to rotate at high speed, emitting a harsh high-frequency noise. Release magnetic storm interference. A blue arc visible to the naked eye erupted with the magnetic robot dog as the center. The powerful EMP shock wave instantly swept through the entire subway station lobby. The Metal Madness magnetic field that the Shadow Council had just activated instantly collapsed and disintegrated under this violent energy impact. The Iron Guard mechanical dog, which had been moving slowly, seemed to have broken free from its restraints. Its movements instantly became smooth again, and it once again burst out with terrifying lethality. The effect of the magnetic storm interference was immediate, but the Shadow Council's backup plan also followed. From outside the subway station came the dull and chaotic sound of footsteps, accompanied by inhuman roars. It is a huge number of modified zombies, the zombie army, pouring in from various entrances. Their limbs are rotten and twisted, but they are inlaid with rough metal parts and exposed pipes. There is a strange red light flashing in the empty eye sockets, and his movements were slow but carried an unsettling sense of oppression. As soon as these moving corpses entered the antechamber, they immediately pounced on the nearest moving target. The first to be hit was the Iron Guard mechanical dog, which had regained its mobility. Suddenly, the battlefield became even more chaotic, with the sounds of metal tearing, bones breaking, and energy weapons exploding. The sounds of the zombies and the deep roars of the zombies intertwined and echoed endlessly in the enclosed space of the subway station. The Iron Guard's mechanical dog's lasers and physical ammunition can easily tear apart the rotten flesh, but the corpse machines are not afraid of death. It is often necessary to completely destroy their core of action or head to stop them. Their claws and modified weapons can also cause damage to the mechanical dog's shell. Lin Mo's eyes quickly swept across the chaotic battlefield. The opponent's resistance was still strong, and he had to find a way to break the deadlock. Fong, find the generator and destroy it first. Lin Mo ordered immediately. The order was given, and two mechanical dogs with obviously different appearances and faster bodies came out. Fong number 1 and number 2 were like gliding black shadows in the brief chaos caused by the EMP shockwave. It deftly stuck to the wall and disappeared into the deeper darkness. The battle became increasingly fierce. The number of zombie core was huge, and although the combat power of each individual was far inferior to that of the mechanical dogs, they were able to come in an endless stream and completely ignore casualties. The roar of the Shadow Council commander rang out again, trying to reorganize the defense in the chaos, but with little effect. Soon, a dull but very penetrating explosion was heard deep in the subway station. This is followed by the second and third sounds, which are closer. Amid the series of explosions, all light sources in the entire subway station went out. Absolute darkness descended unexpectedly, swallowing up everything. In the darkness, several suppressed screams and curses mixed with fear were clearly heard. Humans' visual disadvantages in the dark were fully exposed, and screams, gunshots, metal collisions, and explosions were intertwined. It constitutes a chaotic symphony of death. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curved upwards almost imperceptibly. Darkness has never been an obstacle to his mechanical army. Almost at the same time as the lights went out, all the mechanical dog's sensors switched to infrared scanning mode, like the eyes of a hunter. This raid has only now truly reached its climax. The shield guards led by Zhang Xuanjin guarded the entrances and exits tightly, and some shadow council members who wanted to escape in the chaos were killed. Suddenly, from deep within the subway station, an inhuman and terrifying roar was heard, and the ground shook slightly. In the darkness, a huge shadow slowly crawled, carrying a strong, fishy smell. The bishop has taken action. The remaining members of the parliament shouted with a glimmer of hope. With the occasional flash of fire, one could see that it was the corpse of a giant python of extremely large size. Its scales were a strange dark purple color, and two balls of dark green flames burned in its eye sockets. Disgusting mucus flowed as its huge snake mouth opened and closed. This giant corpse python had obviously been specially modified, and its strength and speed far exceeded those of ordinary deformed creatures. The huge body rushed forward, and several Irongar mechanical dogs that tried to stop it were knocked away or crushed in an instant. An old man wearing a gorgeous black robe and holding a scepter inlaid with purple crystal stood on top of the corpse python. It was the bishop of the Shadow Council, Lu Wank. His face was gloomy, and as he swung his scepter, the corpse python's attack became more violent. "Bastards! How dare you attack the holy land of Parliament?" Lu Wank's voice was filled with resentment. "Crush them for me." The giant corpse python swung its tail violently, and a heavy force smashed the walls of the passage into spiderweb-like cracks. Several mechanical dogs were unable to dodge and were turned into a pile of scrap metal after being swept away. A sneer appeared on Lin Mo's lips. "It's time for the big guys to come out and stretch their legs." Tyrannosaurus, prepare to attack. The heavy load bay at the rear of the tank slowly opened. Accompanied by heavy hydraulic sounds and metal friction sounds, a huge monster emerged from it. It was a giant war machine with a ferocious shape and full of violent aesthetics. Its appearance resembles that of a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex, and its entire body is covered with thick iron armor. Its feet are strong and powerful. Its claws are shining coldly. Its head is huge, and the weapon launch port in its mouth foreshadows its terrifying destructive power. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, one of Lin Mo's trump cards. The Tyrannosaurus took heavy steps, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, and slowly walked into the subway station. The 5-meter-tall body knocked away all the zombies and buildings that blocked it and cleared a passage for itself. Coming to Lin Mo's side, the scarlet electronic eyes locked onto the giant corpse python deep in the subway station. Lu Wink also noticed the sudden appearance of this huge monster, and his expression changed slightly. He could feel the terrifying threat emanating from the machine. "Roar!" The Tyrannosaurus let out a low roar, more like the roar of some engine. The weapon launch port on its head began to gather energy, and the dazzling red light was compressed in it. The air seemed to be ignited, making a crackling sound. Not good. Lu Wang's heart was filled with alarm, and he immediately urged the corpse python to defend itself. The corpse python opened its huge mouth and spewed out a thick purple poisonous mist, while at the same time coiling up its huge body to try to resist. "Dragon Throat Star Destroyer Cannon, fire!" Lin Mo's cold voice fell. A thick, crimson beam of energy that seemed to be able to penetrate the stars. Instantly, a beam of light burst out from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus, tearing through the darkness. With unparalleled power, he hit the giant corpse python accurately. Chapter 59: Harvest and Conspiracy. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sound of extreme heat and energy annihilating everything. The defense and huge body that the corpse python was proud of were as fragile as paper in front of the Dragon Maw Star Destroyer cannon. Starting from the head, its body melted and vaporized bit by bit. In just 1 second, the arrogant giant corpse python turned into ashes, without even a trace of residue left. Only the burning smell lingering in the air proves that it once existed. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying blow. There was only despair on the faces of the remaining Shadow Council members. Lu Wang's face was pale, and the hand holding the scepter was shaking slightly. His greatest support is gone just like that. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Lu Wenk no longer hesitated and turned around to escape to the alternative passage deeper in the subway. Several members of the parliament, also dressed in elite uniforms, followed closely behind, looking very embarrassed. Want to leave? Lin Mo snorted coldly. Iron guards pursue the remaining enemies. Shield guards clear the battlefield. The mechanical dog corps immediately executed the order. But Lu Wenk and his companions were obviously very familiar with the complex structure of the subway. Coupled with the obstruction of the zombie army, they actually disappeared deep in the crisscrossing tunnels. Lin Mo did not order to continue the pursuit. There is no point in pursuing a desperate enemy. Moreover, the internal structure of the subway is complicated and it is easy to be ambushed. The main purpose of this raid was to collect interest, destroy the Shadow Council stronghold, and weaken their manpower. The goal has been achieved. The fighting soon subsided, and except for a few who escaped, most of the Shadow Council members and their zombie army were wiped out. The subway station was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder, blood, and machine oil. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Begin to count the spoils. The raid was fruitful, and the Starry Sky AI began to make a list. First of all, their energy materials, 20 energy cores. These are reserved by the Shadow Council for transforming zombies. They were all given to Lin Mo at a bargain price. The second is weapons and ammunition, hundreds of standard energy guns of various types, as well as several boxes of concussion grenades and directional pulse mines. There are also some rare alloy materials, medical supplies, and compressed foods. These supplies greatly supplemented Lin Mo's team's reserves. Seeing so many gains, Lin Mo's tense face finally showed some relaxation. This operation not only avenged the previous ambush, but also harvested much-needed resources. Shadow Council, this is just the beginning. One day, he will settle this account once and for all. When Lin Mo returned to the temporary camp with the sea supplies, it was already dark. The heavy metal box was placed on the ground with a dull clang. Inventory and sort out. Energy core should be stored first. Weapons and ammunition should be registered by category. Lin Mo's voice was slightly hoarse as he admonished the girl. Also take inventory of food and medical supplies to see what's missing. When Su Xianwan opened the box, the first thing that caught her eye was the neatly stacked energy cores emitting an alluring blue glow. Opening the weapons box next to it, in addition to the standard energy gun, there are also several peculiarly shaped melee weapons. Wow, this shock dagger looks so cool. She picked one up and looked at it. He took out another box of compressed biscuits and said, well, the energy core is still solid. Looking at her busy figure and the lights coming back on in the camp, Lin Mo's tense nerves relaxed a little. He walked to the weapons, screened them, and used mechanical shaping to install the intact weapons into the mechanical dog army. Increase the long-range killing capability of the mechanical dog army. It is difficult to find weapons in the 9th area, so it has always been hand-to-hand combat. This time it is considered a great improvement. After finishing his work, Lin Mo confirmed the status of the Shadow Gar mechanical dog that he had sent out. Order them to expand the search range, focusing on clues of various metal veins and abandoned factories. Resources are always the first element for survival. The spoils of the raid solved the immediate problem, but were far from enough. At the same time, on the other side of the city, deep in an abandoned air raid shelter, the atmosphere was like frozen ice. Lu Wenk had a gloomy face as he sat in a corner, tightly grasping the jagged scepter in his hand. The few confidants who managed to escape stood aside dejectedly. Opposite him was Yin Gang, the leader of Ironheart. His face, half covered in metal, was glowing red in the dim light, like a demon. Chairman Liu, we need to work together now. Yin Gang's voice sounded like the friction of metal. Lu Wenk raised his head suddenly. Yin Gang, you are right, but you have also seen Lin Mo's firepower. That is simply not something we can contend with at this stage. Don't boost their morale, Yin Gang said in a low voice. We are no match for them individually, but if we work together, we may have a chance. Lu Wenk took a deep breath and said, he needs resources, especially metals. We can start from this aspect. Bait. Yin Gang's electronic eyes flashed. That's right. A member of the parliament next to Lu Wenk immediately said, find a bait and release false information, saying that a large metal mine or a warehouse with a large amount of steel has been discovered. Will he believe it? Someone questioned. Lin Mo is a very cautious person. So, the person who delivers the message is crucial. Lu Wenk's eyes were sinister. It would be best if he came from District 99 like him. People from District 99, Yin Gang seemed to understand. Friendship between fellow townsmen? Humph, the most worthless thing in the apocalypse. Lu Wink shook his head. No, it's not taking advantage of friendship, but taking advantage of familiarity. If the information is provided by someone who is also from Area 99, he will subconsciously lower his guard. As long as the price we offer is high enough, I don't believe we can't find someone willing to take the risk. That's right, Yin Gang murmured. As long as the price is right, there is no one who won't betray you. Yes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward, or in other words, there will always be traitors. Lu Wink's voice trembled with excitement. The plan was quickly finalized, and they screened several possible candidates. Finally, they locked on a survivor from District 99 who was struggling to survive in District 8 and was said to have met Lin Mo several times. The location was chosen to be an abandoned heavy industrial area in the west of the city, where there were numerous factories, crisscrossing pipelines, and complex terrain, making it a natural ambush site. The Shadow Council and Ironheart will mobilize all available forces, including some repaired heavy corpse machines and the few remaining power armors. All of Ironheart's chariots were equipped with weapons, setting up a sure-kill situation. This time, I will make sure he never returns. Lu Wink gritted his teeth, and the broken scepter creaked as he squeezed it. I'm going to tear it into pieces. Yin Gang also roared in a low voice. In the shadows, a huge invisible net has been quietly spread, waiting for the prey to step in. At this moment, Lin Mo was lying on the bed, ready to see what was new in the chat channel and ready to go to sleep after reading the messages. But at this moment, a message suddenly appeared in the private chat. Chapter 60 Lin Mo can't escape this time. The person who sent the message was also from District 99, named Zhao Jie, and they had killed the Blood Vine Corpse mother together. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. At this time, do you like to stay up late? I clicked on the message casually. Boss Lin Mo. Hello. Ingzhoye. I met you a few times before in District 99. I heard you were looking for metal materials. I have some news. Lin Mo replied. Yes, you know there's metal there, but forget it if it's too little. The other party responded quickly. Boss Lin Mo, you really replied to me. This is what happened. I was recently wandering around an abandoned industrial area on the edge of District 8. We found a warehouse attached to a former smelter. It seemed to contain a lot of steel, and it looked quite intact. I can't get rid of it by myself, so I was thinking about whether I could exchange some food with you or some equipment to protect myself. Where is the location? Lin Mo replied. Boss, I'll send you the coordinates first, since I want to check it out, or go and confirm it yourself. If the product is really useful, you can just give me some hard work fee. I trust your characters, sir. I would never dare to fool you with false information. Zhao Jie's words seemed very frank. The coordinates were sent over quickly. Lin Mo asked the Starry Sky AI to immediately retrieve the map data of the area. The map shows that the area is indeed an industrial park that has been abandoned for many years, and theoretically, there is a high possibility that there are metal stockpiles. Moreover, the suggestion of confirming first and paying later dispelled many of Lin Mo's doubts. A well-designed trap usually does not give the target the confirmation link. This is more like a desperate person taking a gamble with his only valuable intelligence. Got it, Lin Mo replied. Confirm that the information is valid, and the reward will satisfy you. Lin Mo did not have much warmth for his fellow countrymen in his heart. In the end times, this kind of connection was ridiculously fragile. But Zhao Jie's words, I believe in your character, boss, gave him a strange feeling. If the information was true, he wouldn't mind giving more. In this world, a little extra resources may allow someone struggling at the bottom of society to live a few more days. So Lin Mo made up his mind and decided to go to the coordinates Zhao Jie mentioned early tomorrow morning. After confirming that everything was correct, he was given some resources as soon as possible. Then he fell into a dream. On the morning of the 6th day in District 8, the sky was just beginning to turn pale. The slightly cool air carries the unique, dusty smell of the wasteland. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the camp. The ripples that had arisen last night because of Zhao Jie's word trust had long been blown away by the cold wind of dawn. What drives him at this moment is the sheer desire for resources and the cold calculation of survival. Metal means stronger defense, more mechanical units, and a more stable foothold. He glanced at the assembled mechanical army. Half of them stayed behind, while Steel Tooth number 2 and number 3 were responsible for the security of the camp. The other half, the elite troops, were all out. Steel Tooth number 1 led the shield guards to stand in front of the formation. The Sharp Fang's shadow guards were lurking silently. The tail of the fire emits a faint heat, and the ice corners condense the surrounding water vapor. There are also magnets filled with electric energy, leading the remaining iron guards to form a charging team. Along with that huge monster, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, they also came along. The sound of the tank convoy's engines echoed in the silent, ruined streets, driving over the broken road surface. Pass through the collapsed skeletons of high-rise buildings and avoid the deep craters. The target is the abandoned industrial park in the urban area. The distance was not short, but the convoy moved very fast. Before long, a vast area appeared at the end of the field of vision. The towering chimneys were broken and tilted, and the huge factory walls were rusted through, revealing twisted steel skeletons. The wind blew through the empty factory area, making a whimpering sound. The attached warehouse was just ahead, its large gray iron door tightly closed, its surface covered with dark brown rust. It looked like no one had moved it for a long time. Everything seemed to confirm the authenticity of Zhao Jie's information. Lin Mo raised his hand and gave a silent command, and several Shadow Guard mechanical dogs left the team. Like a ghost blending into the shadows, it quietly approached the warehouse for a final reconnaissance. Sensor data was transmitted back in real time, showing that there were no signs of life around the warehouse. The structure was stable, and there were no obvious signs of traps. Everything is normal. The confirmation message was sent to Lin Mo. Lin Mo confidently opened the car door and walked out. But at this moment, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Make sure Lin Mo gets off the car and ambush the coalition forces to take the initiative to attack. Gasqueak, a deafening sound of metal friction suddenly rang out, as if a sleeping beast was awakened. The sound came from behind the ruins of a half-collapsed factory building. The ground shook slightly, and a huge and ferocious outline slowly drove out, crushing the rubble. Heavy armor, thick gun barrels, and tracks left deep ruts on the ground. It's a chariot, a giant chariot. Printed on the vehicle is an emblem of a gear surrounding an iron fist, heart of iron. On the roof turret, at the muzzle of the main gun, faint blue arcs were crackling, jumping, and converging. Railgun. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, and almost at the same time, the light in several locations in the surrounding air became unnaturally distorted. The blurry shadow flashed at high speed, carrying a deadly murderous intent, and rushed straight to the relatively weak wings of the mechanical army. The Shadow Raider, aberration of the Shadow Council. There is an ambush. Lin Mo's voice was cold, without any surprise. It seems like they want to keep me, Lin Mo, here forever. Zhao Jie? Maybe he was just a poor guy being used, or maybe he was the bait from the beginning. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is the enemy in front of us. Steel Teeth. Link the shield guards. Form an iron shield formation. The order was conveyed instantly. The 200 shield guard mechanical dogs in the front row responded immediately. Their bodies extended and heavy alloy shields popped out and spliced together. The crisp locking sounds became one after another, and an arc-shaped defense line with a gleaming metallic luster instantly took shape in front of the formation. The energy nodes between the shields lit up, forming a weak energy barrier. Buzz! At the same time, the energy of the railgun on top of the Colossus reached its peak, and the piercing, buzzing sound almost tore the eardrums. A dazzling blue-white beam of light suddenly shot out, dragging a long tail as if tearing through space, and slammed heavily into the center of the iron shield formation. Boom! The violent shock waves spread wildly around the impact point, and the air was pushed away, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. Electric arcs jumped wildly on the surface of the hit shield, and it groaned as it was overwhelmed. The entire shield formation was pushed back half a meter by the huge kinetic energy. But the formation has not been dispersed. The shield has not been broken. Block. Lin Mo was certain in his heart that the Iron Heart's main battle tank's firepower was indeed powerful, but his shield guard was not just for show. However, the other side obviously did not intend to give them a chance to breathe. Buzz. The second railgun followed closely, and the blue light lit up again. This time it deviated slightly from the center and hit the connection point of a shield formation. The impact caused noticeable dents on several shields, and the energy barriers flickered violently. Buzz! The third shot. It was still a violent outpouring of energy. This time, one of the shields finally couldn't bear the weight and spiderweb-like cracks appeared, but the core defense structure remained solid. Chapter 61. Kill them all. There was a brief pause in the railgun's attack, apparently needing time to recharge. It's our turn. Lin Mo's mind raced, and he no longer hesitated. The red light instantly covered his body. The flame god mecha. The 2.5-meter tall mecha body stood tall. The smooth lines are full of power, and the energy nozzles on the shoulders glow slightly. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus could no longer hold back and let out a deafening roar. Its huge body suddenly started moving, ignoring the sporadic bullets fired at its body. He moved his limbs, making heavy footsteps like a moving hill, and rushed directly towards the colossal chariot. Ice horn, ice ray, freeze the ground. Lin Mo's voice came through the mecha's loudspeaker, clear and cold. The frost mechanical dog immediately executed the order, and the crystal-clear horn on its head lowered slightly and pointed at the ground. A large amount of low-temperature cold air gushed out, and the temperature dropped sharply the moment it touched the ground and the air. The white frost spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the ground with a radius of 100 meters centered on the ice corner was covered with a thick layer of solid ice. The air became extremely cold, and it felt biting when it entered the lungs. Those shadow attackers who originally relied on optical camouflage and high-speed movement to hide their bodies are now nowhere to hide. The hot breath they exhaled when moving at high speed instantly condensed into a noticeable white mist in the extremely low-temperature environment. The blurred and distorted human outlines were clearly exposed in the cold air. Iron Guard Squad, lock onto the target. Free fire. The mechanical dogs in the back row, which were equipped with long-range weapon modules, immediately turned their guns around. Energy beams, pulse bullets, and small solid projectiles formed a dense firepower network, pouring towards the exposed white fog areas. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, puff. Energy beams tore through the air, bullets whizzed through, several clouds of white mist suddenly exploded, and shrill howls rang out. In pursuit of ultimate stealth and speed, the Shadow Raider aberration's defense is extremely weak. The few that were covered by the fire had several holes penetrated into their bodies instantly. The dark green blood splattered on the ice, emitting a slight chill. He collapsed weakly, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Ice horn, firetail, work together and release mixed steam. Lin Mo's order was given again. The frost mechanical dog continued to spit out cold air to maintain a low-temperature environment. At the same time, the firetail mechanical dog also stepped forward and opened its jet nozzle. The high-temperature flames spurted out like a fire dragon and collided with the extremely cold area created by the ice horn. The temperature alternated sharply with that of the hot and cold. A large amount of thick, boiling white steam suddenly erupted. It spread quickly like a thick fog, covering nearly half of the battlefield and completely obscuring the vision of both sides. Chaos is the best cover. The Black Shadow Guard almost blended into the shadows, moving flexibly in the steam like a ghost without making any sound. These were the Shadow Guard mechanical dogs, led by Fong. They were natural assassins, filled with steam, and had extremely low visibility. Lu Wenk, the Bishop of the Shadow Council, is trying to reorganize the Shadow Raiders to launch an attack in the chaos. He moved cautiously in the steam, watching his surroundings warily. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, and an irresistible force came over him. He couldn't even see which direction the enemy was coming from. He just felt his vision spinning. The sharp, high-frequency vibrating tail blade of the fangs cut his neck accurately and efficiently. The head rolled to the cold ground, with shock and confusion still on the face. The Shadow Raiders lost their commander, and their offensive collapsed instantly, falling into even greater chaos. Tyrannosaurus, get rid of that tin can. Lin Mo's voice was clearly transmitted to the Tyrannosaurus's consciousness core through the mecha's communication system. The Tyrannosaurus had already set its sights on the Colossus chariot, and it was also very angry after having withstood several shells just now. Upon hearing the order, the core energy in its chest began to gather rapidly, and a dazzling light shone through its slightly open throat. It became brighter and brighter, and finally condensed into a destructive point of light. The energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to begin to distort, and the light locked onto the railgun of the Colossus tank. Dragonmaw Star Destroyer, accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from ancient times. A beam of energy light that is thicker and more dazzling than the railgun beam shot out. The beam of light hit the railgun of the Colossus tank accurately. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and terrifying energy was released instantly. The railgun and half of the turret it was located in were completely vaporized by the high temperature and high energy, leaving no residue. Detonation. The energy from the Star Destroyer detonated the ammunition stored inside the tank, and a chain explosion ensued. This Colossus chariot, which represents the war strength of Ironheart, is like a lit firecracker. It was shattered into pieces in a violent explosion, and finally turned into a ball of burning, twisted scrap metal. The huge shock waves spread out in a circular shape. Some Ironheart soldiers who were close to them were blown away directly, like fallen leaves in the wind. The heavy firepower support disappeared in an instant, along with the remaining Ironheart soldiers and Shadow Council aberrations. They had completely lost their will to organize and resist. They were in complete disarray. The Tyrannosaurus did not stop. It took huge steps and rushed into the chaotic enemy camp like a prehistoric behemoth. The huge metal feet rose and fell, each time accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and metal deforming. The sharp claws swung, tearing the bodies of the soldiers who tried to resist, and the thick tail swept across. Several enemies were swept away and crashed into the broken walls, and their lives or deaths were unknown. It's like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, a one-sided massacre. Yin Gang, the commander of Ironheart, tried to raise his heavy blaster and organize the remaining soldiers to resist. But as soon as he raised his gun, a huge shadow enveloped him. The Tyrannosaurus lowered its head and opened its bloody mouth. Yin Gang didn't even have time to scream before he was bitten by the Tyrannosaurus. The exoskeleton armor and the flesh inside were easily torn and chewed up like paper. On the other side, Lin Mo was wearing the flame god mecha and holding a blazing star sword, walking calmly on the chaotic battlefield as if taking a stroll in your own yard. The mecha's pace was not fast, but it carried an unparalleled sense of oppression. Any enemy who tries to get close to him, whether it is the soldiers of Ironheart or the remaining Shadow Raiders. The attack landed on the thick armor of the flame god mecha, only splashing sporadic sparks, and even leaving a scratch, seemingly so futile. Lin Mo swung the Starfire sword, leaving a red trail, easily cutting through the armor and severing the body. The balance of the battle had never been balanced from the beginning, and at this moment, it was a one-sided massacre. Despair spread like a plague among the remaining enemies. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pressure anymore and was the first to turn around and run away. With the first one, there will be the second, the third, etc. The remaining enemies completely collapsed and began to flee in all directions desperately, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Shadow Guard, give chase. Lin Mo gave the final order in a cold voice. Don't leave anyone alive. Killing them all has long been engraved into Lin Mo's code of conduct. The Shadow Guard mechanical dogs, led by Fong, were like arrows shot from a bow, turning into black lightning. Chasing the fleeing enemies, the final death hunt took place in the ruins. Chapter 62, Metal Domination. The battlefield fell into dead silence, the deafening explosion still echoing in the ears. All that was left was the crackling sound of burning wreckage, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, ozone, and charred flesh. Lin Mo stood in the cockpit of the flame god mecha, overlooking the devastation. His eyes swept over the twisted metal, scattered parts, and the bodies of enemies that had lost their vital signs. He raised his hand and gave an order through the mecha's communication system. Shield Guard, start cleaning. The heavy Shield Guard mechanical dog followed the order with steady steps. Cleaning up the battlefield and recovering usable resources is a vital job, especially after such a large-scale conflict. This time, the Shadow Council and Ironheart have come out in full force, using all their might to completely kill him here. Obviously, they failed, but their failure led to Lin Mo's harvest. A large number of weapons and ammunition were scattered throughout the ruins, flashing the cold light of metal, and there were countless metal debris. That is the basis for the formation of chariots, mechas, and exoskeletons. These will become the nutrients for the growth of his mechanical army. His sight was fixed on a huge piece of wreckage, which was the twisted structure left after the Colossus chariot was completely destroyed. The once ferocious railgun area is now just a pile of charred, melted metal. The wreckage of the railgun has been detected, and the blueprint analysis is complete. Tanks and mechanical legions can be added to unlock the long-range form and machine sniper form. The prompt from Stardome AI popped up at the right time, and the cold mechanical sound brought a hint of warmth. Range form, sniper form. Lin Mo's mind was working rapidly. If this technology could be popularized to the Shadow Guard robot dog corps, the picture would be so beautiful. A group of mechanical hounds with ultra-long-range precision strike capabilities lurk in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. This was definitely a huge and unexpected surprise. His eyes continued to wander, and soon, among a pile of severely deformed chariot parts, he found corpse. It was Yin Gang, the commander of the Iron Heart, who was torn to pieces by the Tyrannosaurus along with his proud exoskeleton armor. But his core seemed to be protected in some way. A strange metal core was embedded in his broken chest, emitting faint energy fluctuations that were out of tune with the surrounding cold steel. Lin Mo controlled the flame god mecha and walked closer, carefully peeling out the core. The core feels slightly heavy to the touch, and its surface is covered with complex patterns, with a faint stream of light flowing inside. The bracelet vibrated slightly. Discover special item, metal control core, heart of steel. Whether to absorb, unlock the mechanical god branch ability. Mechanical conferred god branch ability. These words made Lin Mo's heart skip a beat. The Heart of Iron is capable of driving such a large mechanical army, and he showed an almost greedy desire for his mechanical creations. It turned out that this was the crux of the problem. This core is one of the sources of their power. Absorb. Lin Mo gave the order without hesitation. A huge and pure stream of information, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly rushed into his spiritual sea. Countless fragments of knowledge about metal structure, energy conduction, and mental connection flooded into his mind. He understood. This metal control core can give the user the ability to directly control metal. Skill branch unlocked. Metal domination. Metal domination consumes mental energy to control metal within a certain range. A new sense of power grew within him, and Lin Mo tried to mobilize the knowledge he had just acquired. Concentrating his mental strength, he raised his hand and aimed it at a palm-sized steel plate on the ground not far away. The mental force extended out like an invisible tentacle, gently resting on the steel plate, causing the steel plate to tremble slightly. It moved, and although it was only a slight tremor, it was a clear response. Lin Mo increased the output of his mental power, and the vibration of the steel plate became more and more intense, making a slight humming sound. Then, it began to float up and lifted off the ground, somewhat shakily. The control process seemed a bit awkward, and the consumption of mental energy was far greater than expected. But this is undoubtedly an ability powerful enough to change the situation of the battle. Manipulates all metals within range. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, forming a cold arc. The other party had carefully planned this ambush and used their trump card to try to bury him. In the end, they sent such a generous gift. It was really thoughtful. Lin Mo looked at the charred and twisted wreckage of the railgun. The skill, mechanical manufacturing, was activated to repair the railgun. After consuming 300 metal units, light blue dots surrounded the wreckage of the railgun. Metal particles flow rapidly in the energy field and rearrange themselves according to certain precise rules. A moment later, a new railgun with a faint blue glow, smooth lines, and a sense of power quietly floated in the air. Railgun repair completed. Obtain manufacturing blueprint. Railgun. A notification popped up on the bracelet, confirming the success of the repair. Lin Mo looked at the blueprint he had obtained. In this way, whether it was installed on the Colossus chariot, whether it is popularized to the Shadow Guard mechanical dog corps, it will bring about a qualitative leap. He went to the target warehouse again, and sure enough, the inside was empty with only some basic steel raw materials piled up outside. It's completely empty inside. Lin Mo had expected this and was not discouraged. There was also a lot of wealth on the battlefield where the fighting had just ended. He gave orders again, asking the busy shield guard robot dog to put all the metal debris together, and Lin Mo would decompose them all later. The shield guard robot dogs immediately picked up all the metal debris scattered on the battlefield, whether it was tank fragments or mecha broken limbs. The twisted parts of the exoskeleton were all piled together, waiting for Lin Mo to decompose them. After Lin Mo completed the analysis, he checked his current deposits. The debris on the battlefield decomposed a total of 4,000 metal units. Total metal units, 17,000. Kill the aberration to obtain Energy Core X7. Current points, 15,000 points. Lin Mo looked at this string of numbers and compared them with the cost of making the mechanical Tyrannosaurus not long ago. Just to smelt the 180 units of refined iron needed for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a full 18,000 metal units were consumed. Thinking about it this way, the seemingly numerous metal units in my hand are indeed not sufficient. The expansion of the mechanical army and the application of new technologies are all money-eating beasts. New and larger sources of metal resources must be found as soon as possible. Lin Mo cleaned up the battlefield and waited quietly there. A moment later, the Shadow Guard mechanical dogs responsible for hunting down the remaining enemies returned from all directions and gathered silently around him. Final confirmation has arrived. All targets in this battle have been eliminated. What a perfect ending. Lin Mo took one last glance at the ruins that witnessed his victory again. Pack up the team and go home. Chapter 63 Black Market Auction. The chat channel of the 8th District seemed to have been dropped with a depth charge. The silent channel was instantly flooded with a torrent of information. Ironheart is finished. Overnight? Are you kidding me? As for the Shadow Council, I heard that not even a scum is left. Who did it? Any news? A man called Lin Mo. I know. He's from the same district as me. He's very strong. Boss Lin Mo has thousands of mechanical troops under his command. They are invincible. Lin Mo's name spread in the shadows like a virus, quickly becoming the focus of all discussions. Fear, awe, curiosity, all these emotions intertwined, giving the name Lin Mo a mysterious and dangerous aura. Countless forces, overt or covert, sent information to Lin Mo's temporary base through various channels. Most of the content is tentative greetings, expressing cautious goodwill, and some people even sent direct requests for dependence. In the wasteland, the strong are respected, and the power displayed will naturally attract followers. Lin Mo just glanced at the information that came in and didn't pay much attention to it. Rising fame is to be expected, but it is not his current focus. At this moment, he and Zhang Xuanjin were in a temporarily converted laboratory. The air was filled with a faint metallic smell and the burning taste of dissipated energy. Zhang Xuanjin was sitting cross-legged in mid-air, with faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuations lingering around him. His brows were furrowed, as if he was trying hard to maintain something. Opposite him, Lin Mo was guiding his mental power, trying to guide the connection between the aura and energy core. No, the spiritual energy in this world is too thin. Zhang Xuanjin slowly fell down. The energy fluctuations around him completely dissipated, with a hint of helplessness on his face. The operation of the technique is obscure, and the efficiency is shockingly inefficient. Lin Mo also stopped his movements, and the light on the surface of the energy core dimmed. The energy core can store and conduct energy, but cannot replace the aura itself. He looked at the core in his hand, thoughtfully. The cyber cultivation we want to pursue is essentially the application of energy, but without a source of living water, it will ultimately be like a duckweed without roots. Zhang Xuanjin sighed. Yes, they are very impressive in fighting. If you really want to use the means of cultivation, it is simply fighting for 5 minutes and recharging for 2.5 days. This battery life is too bad. This slightly self-deprecating remark accurately describes the dilemma they are currently facing. For cultivators, the spiritual energy in this world is too scarce. Every time he uses the power in his body, it takes a long time to accumulate it again, which is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger in the wasteland full of dangers. Lin Mo did not respond, but silently calculated the consumption and replenishment speed of the energy core. The existing 7 energy cores may seem like a lot, but if they were to encounter a high-intensity, sustained combat, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The main reason is that the utilization efficiency is too low. Resources are still the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Just then, Su Xianwan's voice came from outside the door. Lin Mo, someone is looking for you, saying there is good news. Lin Mo and Zhang Xuanjin looked at each other. Zhang Xuanjin shrugged and continued to practice. There have been too many visitors recently, which makes Lin Mo a little annoyed, but if he doesn't see them, it will also cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Mo could only walk out of the room helplessly and go to see who had brought him such great things. A well-dressed blond man with a professional smile on his face was waiting for him at the door. Lin Mo led him to the reception area, a temporarily converted room. This is a handsome mixed-race man with blonde hair, black eyes, a slightly overweight figure, but a shrewd look in his eyes. Mr. Lin Mo, excuse me for interrupting you. The man's voice was just the right amount of warmness. I am Aaron, an insignificant middleman in the black market. He handed over a beautifully crafted black card with an intricate emblem outlined in silver thread. Lin Mo looked up at him, but didn't reach out to take it. The smile on Aaron's face froze slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and put the card back. Mr. Lin is now famous. Your deeds are spreading in every corner of the 8th district. We're going to hold an auction in the black market soon, and we hope to invite you to come and give us guidance. Aaron bowed slightly and kept a low profile. There will be a lot of rare things on display, including energy, weapons, technical drawings. Maybe there will be something that interests you. He paused, as if weighing his words, then lowered his voice with a hint of mysterious allure. Of course, the most eye-catching item is the finale, the super energy pulse cannon. Its power is enough to clear a small stronghold in an instant. Aaron's expression was slightly exaggerated, but he changed the subject with a tone of regret. Good things naturally come at a price. Every time that cannon fires, it consumes a complete energy core. He gave Lin Mo a meaningful look. Energy core, this is the hardest currency among hard currencies. Use an energy core to exchange for a chance to shoot. This price is really extravagant. If you don't have some money, you can't afford it. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. Super energy pulse cannon? The power is indeed tempting, but the consumption. He only has 7 cores on hand now, and this thing is too cost-effective for him, but it's okay to go and take a look. Black market auctions are often gathering places for information and resources, and may provide clues to large metal deposits or other resources. Time and place. Lin Mo was brief and to the point. Aaron's face lit up with joy, and he immediately reported the time and coordinates. The Blacklight building will be waiting for Mr. Lin tomorrow. After saying this, he bowed again and then tactfully withdrew. Zhang Xuanjin walked out of the house, looked at Aaron's back as he left, and touched his chin. A black market auction? These guys have a very keen nose. The super energy pulse cannon sounds powerful, but it's too expensive. Lin Mo walked to the console, called up the area map, and marked the coordinates provided by Aaron. No matter how powerful it is, it's just scrap metal if you can't use it. Go and take a look. Maybe you'll get something else. On the 8th day in the 8th district, the auction was held as scheduled. The location is an abandoned hotel with tight security at the door. The interior space has been remodeled, the lights are bright, and the air is mixed with fragrance. The venue was not very large, but it was packed and most of the guests were covered in hoods or masks. Some of them did not disguise themselves at all. There were a large number of people around them, and they were obviously well-known figures or representatives of forces in the 8th district. Lin Mo found a seat in a corner and sat down, looking around curiously. The auction process was fast-paced, with rare items being presented on the stand one by one. There are ores that emit strange energy fluctuations, weapon accessories with complex structures, and even some incomplete technical data from old times. Every bid is accompanied by a silent contest, and the price is settled in points, often climbing to staggering heights. Lin Mo watched coldly the whole time, without taking any action. Although these things were good, they were not what he needed most at the moment. Chapter 64, Pioneer Relics. The finale finally appeared. It was a huge cannon with a rough and ferocious shape. The gun body flashed with a dangerous dark red luster, and just by standing there, it emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited, and the bidding was extremely fierce. In the end, it was won by a mysterious buyer who was covered in heavy power armor. It was sold at a sky-high price of 8 energy cores plus 150,000 points. The auction ended and the crowd began to disperse. Lin Mo stood up, the hideous shadow of the dark red cannon still lingering in his mind. 8 energy cores, 150,000 points. This number was like a thorn, piercing his nerves that were extremely thirsty for resources. He walked out among the crowd, thinking about how to accumulate capital quickly in the next step. Just as he was about to step out of the door, a figure blocked his way. It was Aaron. "Mr. Lin, please stay." Aaron had a perfect smile on his face. "I wonder if Mr. Lin is available next time? I would like to invite you to sit in the tea house next door. There are some things that may interest you." Lin Mo paused and looked at Aaron. The starry sky war beast followed silently behind him, emitting low energy fluctuations. This was his greatest confidence. Okay. Lin Mo had nothing urgent to do, so he nodded, following Aaron into a secluded tea room. Once the door was closed, the noise from the outside world was instantly cut off. The aroma of tea wafts in the air, but it cannot dispel the subtle tension in the air. Aaron made the tea himself with skillful movements. "Mr. Lin, there doesn't seem to be anything you like in the auction." He pushed a cup of tea in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo picked up the teacup and didn't respond. He just took a sip. The tea was good, but his mind was obviously not on tasting it. Aaron saw this and stopped beating around the bush. "Mr. Lin, it's not accidental that I invited you to the auction this time. I have some news and hope to cooperate with you." Lin Mo remained silent, waiting for what to come. Aaron operated the bracelet a few times, and a faint light appeared on the table between the two of them. The light quickly outlined a pattern, which was incomplete and full of complex symbols and lines, like a torn geological survey map or something even older. In the center of the picture, a mark flashes an ominous red light, which is particularly eye-catching. Lin Mo's attention was attracted by the red dot. The remains of the pioneers, buried deep underground, in a corner that has been almost completely forgotten. According to the fragmentary intelligence we obtained from the black market, there's not only a huge resource library left over from the old times. He paused, leaned forward slightly, and stared into Lin Mo's eyes. It's more likely that it's hiding the secret of why the world has become what it is now. Pioneer remains? The truth about the world? These words combined together represent huge risks and immeasurable value. Lin Mo looked at the flashing map and felt a call from the distant past and a strong sense of danger. Aaron added, "Our people have tried preliminary exploration and suffered heavy losses. The underground environment is complex and it is difficult for conventional teams to move forward. But Mr. Lin's mechanical creations are different. They're not afraid of harsh environments, and they're huge in number. They can go deep into areas that we cannot reach. They're the best pathfinders. We in the black market hope to cooperate with Mr. Lin to explore this relic together." It sounded like a perfect proposal, so perfect that it almost seemed like a trap. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Mo's mind in an instant. Is the source of information from the black market reliable? Is Aaron's goal just to cooperate? In addition to resources and secrets, are there more deadly guardians or traps in the ruins? His fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the teacup. But the urgent need for resources and the desire for a higher power is stirring in my heart. This relic is undoubtedly high risk, but may also bring amazing rewards. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at Aaron with calm eyes. "It sounds like a life-threatening job." Aaron met his gaze calmly. "High risk, naturally high reward. I need more detailed intelligence and a complete copy of this map." Lin Mo put down the teacup with a slight sound. "Of course, the most important thing is, how do we distribute the proceeds?" 3 days after the auction ended, the 11th day in the 8th district. At the agreed time, Lin Mo arrived at the coordinate area provided by Aaron. Lin Mo finally agreed to explore the ruins because the black market showed enough sincerity. They only need the information and images. Lin Mo has the priority right to control the things obtained from the ruins. This is a completely forgotten ruin, which may have once been the edge of a prosperous city. Now only broken walls and ruins eroded beyond recognition by wind and sand remain. The air was filled with a lingering smell of rust and dust. Occasionally, mutated reptiles would scurry through the rubble, adding to the desolate and dead silence. Aaron and his men were already waiting there. In addition to Aaron, there were 25 other members wearing uniform black combat uniforms and looking very tough. They are well-equipped and have sharp eyes, and are obviously an elite force cultivated by the black market. Seeing Lin Mo and the huge and ferocious starry sky war beast standing quietly beside him, and the neatly arranged army of mechanical dogs behind him, a hint of barely perceptible fear flashed across Aaron's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, punctual." Aaron stepped forward and greeted him warmly. Lin Mo nodded. "Where is the entrance?" Aaron pointed to an underground entrance not far away that had collapsed and was covered by rubble and abandoned pipes. It's right below. Our people have conducted multiple explorations. The entrance structure is relatively stable, but the situation inside is very complicated. Without further ado, the group checked their equipment. Aaron's men were in front. Lin Mo put on the flame god mecha. The mechanical dog army took the lead, and the other few people followed behind, and they entered the deep entrance one by one. The passage sloped downward. The air became damp and cold, and the metal walls were covered with condensation and mottled rust. There was no light in the entire passage, and the darkness was dispelled by Aaron's own lighting equipment. After going nearly 100 meters underground, the view suddenly opened up and a huge underground space appeared before everyone. The ruins look like a huge, abandoned underground base. The metal structure supports the dome, with countless thick pipes and cables crisscrossing like a spider web, and the surface is covered with thick dust. The air was filled with a strange smell, mixed with motor oil and ozone. However, there was a murderous intention hidden beneath the calm. As soon as they stepped into this space, on the walls on both sides of the passage ahead, dense red lines suddenly lit up, interweaving into a deadly laser network. The red line was thin and stable, emitting high-temperature energy fluctuations that were enough to cut through steel. "Be careful," Aaron shouted in a low voice, and his men quickly dispersed and sought cover. Lin Mo's eyes focused, and several shadow guard mechanical dogs rushed out like ghosts. Move flexibly between gaps and obstacles on the ground, trying to find a safe path. But the laser net covers almost all low-altitude areas. Buzz, a mechanical dog that tried to jump, touched the red line and was instantly cut in half by the high-temperature energy. The metal at the fracture melted, giving off a pungent, burnt smell. Chapter 65, Guardian of the Ruins, Star Ring Colossus. Looks like we have no choice but to force our way in. Aaron looked at Lin Mo with a questioning look in his eyes. Lin Mo had no expression on his face and waved his hand. The electromagnetic mechanical dog stepped forward and activated its electromagnetic interference ability, making the laser-cutting net unstable. Then dozens of slightly larger shield guard mechanical dogs rushed out from the star formation. Their target is clear, which is the laser net ahead. They let out low roars and fearlessly rushed towards the web of death. The teeth-grinding cutting sound was heard continuously, accompanied by flashes of energy and the sound of metal breaking. The body of the mechanical dog was cut by the laser, but it also allowed the mechanical dog behind it to rush forward. Found the laser net's launching device and destroyed it. Beautiful. Mr. Lin, Aaron praised loudly. This laser net killed many of their explorers. The group passed through the laser net area behind the mechanical dog and didn't have time to catch their breath. Dozens of hidden launch ports on the ceiling suddenly opened, and densely packed small drones swooped down like a swarm of bees. These drones are only the size of a palm, completely black, with red spots flashing on their heads. They were extremely fast, making sharp sounds of breaking through the air, and were aimed directly at everyone. Self-destruct drones. Disperse. Suppress with fire. Aaron was experienced and immediately spotted the danger. The black market members instantly formed a defensive formation, and the energy weapons in their hands spewed out hot beams of light, trying to intercept those agile drones. Boom! Boom! Several drones were hit and exploded into fireballs in midair, but more drones broke through the fire network and crashed into the target fearlessly. Lin Mo's eyes were cold, and the shield guard mechanical dog instantly opened its shield, completing the connection of the iron shield formation, protecting the explorers firmly inside. I saw flames and shock waves crashing fiercely into the defensive formation formed by the shield guards, and metal fragments flew everywhere. Everyone only felt waves of impact and vibration, and in the end, everyone was safe and sound, except for the shield guard robot dog, which was covered with scars. This short and fierce encounter once again allowed Aaron's men to witness the terrifying and effective nature of Lin Mo's mechanical dog tactics. Although the losses were not small, at least a relatively safe passage was cleared for them. After clearing the wreckage of the drone, the group continued to go deeper. A wider, circular hall appeared in front of them. In the center of the hall stand three huge, strangely shaped black obelisks. They are more than 10 meters tall, with complex geometric patterns engraved on their surfaces, and symbols that flash with faint blue light, emitting an ancient and powerful energy fluctuation. There's a faint flow of energy connecting the three obelisks, forming an invisible barrier that blocks the way to deeper depths. Mechanical obelisks. Aaron looked at the three huge obelisks with a serious tone. According to the intelligence we have obtained, these three obelisks must be activated at the same time to disarm the defense system in the core area of the ruins. But during the activation process, I'm afraid it will trigger a stronger defense mechanism. Lin Mo looked at the hidden energy nodes and devices that looked like weapon launch ports on the ground around the obelisk. I knew in my heart that this was a level that required a price to be paid. According to the plan, Lin Mo's voice was calm. Aaron nodded and gestured to his men, asking them to retreat to a safe distance, raise their weapons, and prepare for battle. Lin Mo took a deep breath and gave the order. 300 mechanical dogs of various sizes poured out of the starry sky, war beast like a tide. They formed a huge assault group. Their target was the three mechanical obelisks. Attack. Following Lin Mo's order, 300 mechanical dogs let out a deafening roar and rushed towards the obelisk like a steel torrent. Almost at the moment they stepped into the obelisk's warning range, the entire hall shook violently. The ground cracked open, and dozens of automatic turrets rose up, emitting shrill alarms. More energy weapon launch ports also lit up on the walls and ceiling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dense energy beams poured down like a rainstorm, instantly covering the entire charge path. At the same time, the obelisk itself also erupted with a powerful energy shock wave, sweeping across the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another. Flames shot up into the sky, and the mechanical dog was under the dense firepower network and energy impact. The land was destroyed and torn apart in large pieces. The robot dog, unable to move, started to self-destruct on the spot. Their iron bodies seemed vulnerable in front of the powerful defense system, but they did not retreat at all. Still following Lin Mo's orders, he used his own destruction to impact the obelisk, trying to forcibly destroy those complex structures. One by one, the mechanical dogs were turned into scrap metal in the artillery fire, but the following mechanical dogs continued to move forward by stepping on the wreckage of their companions. Some tried to destroy the base of the obelisk with brute force, while others jumped and climbed, using electromagnetic pulse claws to attack the energy nodes on the obelisk. The scene was tragic and heroic. Almost all of the 300 mechanical dogs were killed in just a few minutes. With great sacrifice, they endured all the traps in the obelisk area and the first wave of defensive firepower. Lin Mo watched all this quietly, with some heartache in his eyes, but for the final harvest, this was also a necessary loss. Finally, dozens of mechanical dogs successfully climbed onto the monument. After using a self-destructive attack to hit a core node on the top of the three obelisks at the same time. Buzz! The three obelisks suddenly burst out with dazzling blue light, and the symbols on the obelisks quickly rotated, and then the light gradually faded. The energy barrier connecting the three also disappeared. The automatic turrets and weapon systems in the hall also stopped attacking and slowly sank into the ground. It succeeded, but at the cost of the complete destruction of 300 mechanical dogs. Aaron looked at the mechanical wreckage all over the ground, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. His men quickly stepped forward and began to check the status of the obelisk, confirming that the passage was open. However, the crisis has not been resolved. At the moment the obelisk was cracked, the ground in the deepest part of the hall suddenly shook violently. It was as if something huge was rising from the ground. Boom, boom. The huge circular platform in the center of the ground cracked open, and an extremely large metal structure slowly rose up. It is tens of meters high, and its main body is a huge spherical core, surrounded by several constantly rotating and flashing energy lights. Below the huge metal ring are thick mechanical legs that are like giant pillars. Its head had no facial features but only a huge scarlet glowing single eye, which scanned the intruder coldly. Its mere appearance brought a suffocating feeling of oppression, as if the air had frozen. Ruins Guardian, Star Ring Colossus. Aaron's voice trembled slightly, and it was obvious that the power of this thing was beyond his expectations. Roar! The Star Ring Colossus let out a roar that didn't sound like any living creature, but more like a mixture of metal friction and energy overload. Its huge scarlet eye locked onto Lin Mo and the others, and the metal ring around the core began to rotate at high speed, accumulating terrifying energy. Chapter 66. Metal will eventually devour flesh. Fire! Aaron roared the order. The black market members immediately poured all their firepower onto the Star Ring Colossus. Energy beams and physical ammunition rained down on the Colossus, causing a series of sparks and explosions. But these attacks were like tickling the Colossus's heavy armor, leaving only some shallow scorch marks. The Star Ring Colossus raised a mechanical arm, and the front end of the arm deformed, revealing a thick energy cannon muzzle. A thick red beam of energy suddenly shot out, instantly vaporizing a black market member who was unable to dodge along with the cover behind him. Spread out. Keep moving. Aaron's face turned pale as he gave orders loudly. Lin Mo's eyes were more serious than ever. He immediately ordered the mechanical dog army to charge forward, while generals such as Fangs and Firetail harassed from the sidelines, looking for weaknesses. At the same time, he was secretly annoyed as to why the entrance passage was so narrow that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex could not enter. Steeltooth led the shield guards and rushed towards the Colossus with a roar. Their hard bodies collided violently with the Colossus's mechanical legs, making a deafening metal collision sound. The claws and fangs of the mechanical dog army created dazzling sparks on the armor of the Colossus, but it was difficult to cause substantial damage. The Colossus's single eye flashed red, and a ring around the core suddenly shot out high-frequency energy blades, instantly cutting towards the shield guard mechanical dog legion. The mechanical dogs quickly dispersed, but dozens of them were destroyed. Lin Mo immediately changed his strategy. Used the flexibility of the mechanical dogs to entangle the lower body of the Colossus, and at the same time used several mechanical dogs that are good at long-range attacks. Begin concentrating fire on the huge spherical core in the Colossus' chest. Aaron's men also reacted and began to coordinate in attacking the core parts. The battle was extremely brutal. The Star Ring Colossus has a wide attack range and great power. Whether it is energy cannons, energy blades, or physical impacts, they're all deadly enough. Members of the black market were constantly injured or even killed, and Lin Mo's mechanical dog was also being consumed rapidly. The shield guards led by Steeltooth bore the heaviest blows and were covered in wounds. Some of the shield guards had their bodies turned into pieces of armor, but they still clung to the Colossus tightly. Mr. Lin, its energy ring rotates regularly. There will be a brief pause after each attack, and that is when the defense is the weakest. Aaron was shouting as he shot, and he was apparently also using black market equipment to analyze the enemy. Lin Mo followed the movements of the giant with sharp eyes. Sure enough, in the intervals between the alternating attacks of several energy rings, the energy shield in the core area would have an extremely brief fluctuation. You only have one chance. Star Dome, get ready. Star Core, melting cannon. Lin Mo gave the order. The chest of the flame god Mecha opened instantly and began to accumulate energy. Just when the Star Ring Colossus had just fired a round of energy blades and the energy ring was stagnant, an extremely collapsed fireball was launched towards the core, accurately hitting the core of the Star Ring Colossus. The explosive energy of the supernova was so great that even the air was distorted. At the same time, Aaron and his few remaining men also used the maximum power of all their weapons and hit the same location. The mechanical dog also launched a suicide charge and crashed into the core. Boomstrapje! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the hall. An extremely dazzling light burst out from the core of the Star Ring Colossus, and then suddenly dimmed. The huge body trembled violently, and the rotating energy ring lost its luster. There were crackling sparks, and then it fell down limply. The huge Star Ring Colossus, the powerful guardian of the ruins, finally let out an unwilling wail. It collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. The hall was in a mess, with mechanical wreckage, bullet holes, and scorch marks everywhere. Aaron was breathing heavily and looking at the collapsed statue, his face showing relief for surviving the disaster and excitement that was hard to conceal. There were only 5 or 6 of his men left, but they had no time to be sad and stared at the wreckage of the Colossus with burning eyes. Well done, Mr. Lin. Aaron turned to Lin Mo and praised him sincerely. In this cooperation, Lin Mo's mechanical army played a decisive role. Lin Mo did not respond, but just looked at the remaining mechanical dogs silently. The consumption was also huge. At least nearly 500 mechanical dogs were destroyed, and the battle lasted until before liberation. Aaron's men immediately stepped forward and began to skillfully dismantle the wreckage of the Star Ring Colossus, collecting the precious materials and parts. Lin Mo was not in a hurry because it was agreed in advance that the wreckage would belong to Lin Mo and the black market would only have copied materials. If Lin Mo does not need it, it will be converted into points or materials to supply Lin Mo. The bracelet also reminds you at this moment. Kill 1-star Ring Colossus, get 1,000 points, get 1-star Energy Core, Titan Colossus Mecha Blueprint X1, while the black market members were busy dealing with the wreckage of the Colossus. Lin Mo's gaze was cast towards the passage leading deeper into the ruins revealed after the collapse of the Colossus. There's a more ancient and mysterious atmosphere there. He and Aaron looked at each other and walked deeper into the passage in tacit understanding. The entrance to the passage was narrow, but it became wider as they went deeper. The air was filled with an ancient and cold metallic scent. The walls are covered with complex patterns, and traces of energy flow can be seen in some places. They remained alert, their footsteps sounding particularly clear after the roar of the hall collapsing. At the end of the passage is a relatively small control room. This seems to be one of the core areas of the ruins, and many equipment have been damaged. The operating table was covered in dust, but a screen in the center was still lit. There are some intermittent characters and patterns displayed on it. As the two approached, the content on the screen caught their attention. It seemed to be an automatically recorded log. Most of the content has been damaged, and only the last few lines of blurry text can be seen. Alarm. Unknown signal source. Corrosion. Protocol failure. Warning, mimetic contamination. Quarantine. Final order. Seal. Aaron tried to touch the screen, but there was no response. It was as if the records were forcibly imprinted. Mimetic contamination. This thing is more terrible than radiation and mutation. Aaron whispered, his brows furrowed. Lin Mo didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the bottom of the screen. There was a message written in completely different characters, which seemed to carry some kind of spiritual pollution power. Even just looking at it makes people feel an inexplicable palpitation and chill. Metal will eventually consume flesh. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Will metal eventually devour flesh? These words echoed in Lin Mo and Aaron's minds like a spell. Considering this devastated world occupied by machines and mutated creatures, this sentence seems to reveal some terrible truth. The Pioneer ruins not only have huge resources, but also hide the secrets of the world. Aaron's previous words are still ringing in his ears. Lin Mo looked at the line of text. His eyes became extremely deep. Is there really such a cold and cruel prophecy or rule hidden behind this? He thought again of those crazy deformed creatures whose bodies had more or less metal mutations. Could this be the truth of evolution? Metal will eventually devour flesh. This place hides big trouble, Aaron muttered in a low voice. The control room was dead silent, with only the low hum of the equipment and the silent oppression brought by the ominous text. Although the line of words brought a huge shock, the desire to explore and the instinct to find the truth drove him to move forward. He needed to know what the saying, metal will eventually devour flesh, really meant. Is it the cause of the fall of the old era? Or is it the inevitable outcome of the future? Aaron continued to try to crack the machine. The purpose of the black market was to obtain this information. The more information you get, the more wealth you have. No matter how dangerous it is, the secrets deep in the ruins are worth exploring. Chapter 67, Titan Colossus Mech Blueprint. Aaron's fingers tapped quickly on the dusty operating table, the light of the virtual keyboard illuminating his focus profile. The only sound in the control room was the low hum of equipment and the incomplete data stream that kept scrolling on the screen. Lin Mo stood aside, looking away from the ominous text, but his thoughts were difficult to calm down. Metal will eventually consume flesh. These words were like a cold steel needle, piercing deep into my mind. The chill it brought was even greater than the coldness of the ruins themselves. He called up the blueprint of the Titan mech he had just obtained, but the shocking lack of materials was too great. Like a bottomless black hole, it swallowed up his hopes. In comparison, the materials obtained from killing the Star Ring Colossus just now are just a drop in the bucket. Lin Mo withdrew his thoughts and looked at Aaron, still concentrating on fighting with the ancient system, trying to extract more valuable information. Do you have any clues about metal materials in the black market? Discarded steel, scrap iron, equipment, etc. will do. Lin Mo's voice broke the silence in the control room, and Aaron paused. His eyes did not leave the screen. He just quickly glanced at Lin Mo. Perhaps there are records of this in the black markets database. I can help you look for it when I get back. Aaron's voice was a little dry, and it was obvious that the cracking work had consumed a lot of his energy. Now, the important thing is to pack up the information here and take it away. After a moment, the console emitted a slight beep. The data stream on the screen stopped scrolling and finally stopped on the icon of a compressed file. Aaron operated skillfully, packaging and encrypting all readable data. Then it was transferred to his portable storage device, and the dark blue progress bar quickly reached the end. Done. Aaron unplugged the device, a barely perceptible look of relief on his face. The logs here, the research courses, and any materials that may exist are all in there. He shook the memory stick in his hand. Don't worry, I'll go back and sort it out and give you a complete copy. This was their previous agreement, and Aaron would not play tricks on such matters. Lin Mo no objection. The black market has its own rules, and Lin Mo is not afraid of the black market breaking the rules. The two did not stop and turn around to walk back along the passage they came from. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty passage. The cold metallic smell still permeates the air, silently telling of the antiquity and danger of this place. Walking out of the passage and returning to the open area where the Colossus collapsed, the people in the black market were still busy cutting and moving the wreckage of the Colossus, and the scene was noisy. The wait didn't last too long. The people in the black market were quick and efficient, and the harsh noise of cutting the wreckage of the Colossus gradually subsided. Valuable parts were quickly disassembled and packaged. Lin Mo recovered all the badly damaged mechanical dogs, but too many of them exploded, resulting in heavy losses. The group finally sorted out all the available materials and left the ruins that exuded the atmosphere of antiquity and death. The smell of rusted metal and blood in the air was gradually blown away by the relatively fresh wind from outside. Lin Mo and Aaron parted ways and returned to their temporary camp. The two people who stayed behind were very surprised to see that so many mechanical dogs were lost when Lin Mo came back. Lin Mo did not explain too much, but repair the mechanical dog that needed repair first. Then they began to replenish the number of mechanical dog legions, according to the number of losses. 200 shield guard mechanical dogs, 100 iron guard mechanical dogs, and the shadow guard losses are not great, so there is no need to replenish them. The total number of mechanical dog legions has increased to 800, and the sense of security immediately increased. As night fell before going to bed, Lin Mo received a message from Aaron. The message was very concise. There are several coordinates of the marked locations, with a brief description attached. Aaron kept his promise and mobilized the Black Market Intelligence Network to search for clues about metal materials for Lin Mo. One of the locations caught Lin Mo's special attention. Deep in the 8th District, there's a large and completely abandoned mining area. Data shows that it was an important metal smelting base before the war, with huge amounts of metal deposits and abandoned equipment left over. But now, it no longer belongs to humans. Powerful mutant creatures have taken possession of the mines, turning them into their lair. The danger level is extremely high. Lin Mo carefully assessed the risks of going to the mining area, even though the mine was marked as an extremely dangerous area. But Lin Mo has so many mechanical dog armies at hand, and the demand for metal units is too great. The temptation of the Titan mecha and the pressure of reality left him with not much choice. This may be the fastest and largest way to obtain metal resources at present. So Lin Mo made up his mind. He had to go. On the morning of the 12th day in the 8th District, the sky was slightly bright and the cold wind blew up dust. Lin Mo did not bring all his forces with him. He selected 500 mechanical dogs to form a powerful expeditionary force. The terrain of the mine is narrow, so he chose 100 shield guards in the front and 200 iron guards in the middle. 200 shadow guards were spread out around to keep on alert, and several generals chose Steel Teeth number 1 and Sharp Fangs number 1 and number 2. He brought the Fire Tail, Ice and Magnet, but he didn't bring the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. He couldn't use it in the mine, so he kept it to guard the house. A huge team of machines set out on the journey to the abandoned mining area. The engine sound of the Rhino tank sounded again, and Lin Mo also installed the railgun on the tank. To deal with ordinary small-scale zombies, there's no need to stop the car and release the dog. The engines of the Rhino tanks roared, and the convoy moved forward in a steady manner on the desolate land, stirring up fine dust. The journey was not smooth, and some wandering zombies were attracted by the noise. They emerged from the shadows of the ruins, their roars echoing in the open, and they staggered towards the convoy. The number is not large, and the action is relatively slow. Lin Mo didn't take it seriously. He sat in the chariot and observed. Suddenly, a very fast black shadow rushed out from the zombie group. The speed is much faster than that of ordinary zombies. There's even a mutant. Shadow Guard. Lin Mo's voice suddenly became sharp. He had just been planning on passing through easily, but the sudden appearance of a high-speed enemy made him put away his contempt. The Shadow Guard mechanical dog rushed out of the carriage and silently surrounded the deformed monster with swift and precise movements. The Shadow Guard mechanical dogs worked in perfect harmony, moving at high speed around the aberration. Looking for its flaws, the sharp claws and serrations instantly tore through the defense. The collision of metal and flesh made a teeth-grinding sound, and the deformed body was completely torn apart as soon as it appeared. All that remained at the scene were a few pools of foul-smelling tissue fluid and mangled body parts. Kill the aberration jumper. Get points x200, energy core x1. This was just a small episode. Lin Mo didn't care about it. The real test was still ahead. It's the abandoned mining area marked as dangerous. As the convoy got closer to the mining area, the surrounding environment began to change. The air was filled with an indescribable smell of rusted metal, faintly mixed with the stench of living creatures. The strength of the zombies encountered has been significantly improved. They're no longer simple zombies or low-level deformed ones. The appearance of these zombies began to show obvious metallic features, and their skin became hard. The bones seemed to be reinforced by some substance, with a dull metallic luster. They have more power and move more threateningly. The mutants here seem to be fusing the metal from the mine and starting to evolve on their own. Chapter 68 Metal Behemoth. The rhino chariot stopped in front of the entrance to the mining area, and a huge dark hole appeared before its eyes, like a huge, greedy mouth. Abandoned steel structures were scattered around the entrance, and the cold wind poured into the cave, making a low whimper. The dust on the ground was blown up, and the thick smell of rust in the air almost solidified. From deep within the mine, one could faintly hear an inhuman roar, and there was also a sharp and piercing sound of metal friction, scraping at one's nerves. Lin Mo sat in the tank, looking at the deep darkness through the bulletproof glass, his brows unconsciously furrowed. This place exudes an ominous, dangerous aura that's as oppressive as a physical presence. Steel teeth, lead the shield guards and advance to the front. Lin Mo gave the order. 100 heavy-bodied shield guard mechanical dogs started up first, marching with steady steps, forming a tight iron shield defense formation. Their bodies linked together, their shields pieced together into a whole, ready for impact. Following closely behind were the Iron Guards and Shadow Guards, and several Admiral-level mechanical dogs also entered combat status. As soon as the mechanical army stepped into the shadow range of the mine, fierce resistance broke out instantly. Dozens of black shadows pounced out from the dark corners on both sides, their speed far exceeding those ordinary zombies on the periphery. Their appearance is more ferocious, and their exposed skin has a distinct metallic color. Parts of the bones penetrated the skin, flashing a dull metallic glow. Bang! Bang! A heavy crash was heard, and several shield guard mechanical dogs in the front row were hit directly, causing their shields to fluctuate violently and sparks to fly. A shield guard was knocked back by the huge force, and a clear dent appeared on the alloy armor on his shoulder. Being damaged as soon as the battle started was definitely not a good sign. The defense and impact power of these metal enemies were far beyond expectations. Iron Guards suppressed fire. Lin Mo's voice was a little cold. The 200 Iron Guards immediately opened fire, and the energy beams intertwined into a dense firepower network, shooting at the oncoming metal zombies. However, most of the attacks, hitting their hard surface, could only splash a series of sparks and leave shallow white marks. The standard model of mechanical dog seemed a little overwhelmed when facing an enemy of this level. The Shadow Guard were like ghosts, circling at high speed from both sides of the formation, trying to attack the enemy's relatively vulnerable joints or sensor parts. Steel Tooth Number 1 let out a low roar, wielded its huge alloy claws, and fought with a metal zombie. Fong Number 1 and Number 2 used their speed advantage to continuously harass the flanks. The battle was fierce but stalemate. Lin Mo looked at the damage reports that kept popping up on the tactical screen, his eyes becoming more and more determined. Ordinary mechanical power had begun to show signs of fatigue. His desire for the Titan mecha became stronger than ever at this moment. Only with a stronger force can we survive in this cruel environment and obtain sufficient resources. The battle lasted for several minutes. Relying on the advantage in numbers and the powerful output of several generals, this wave of metal zombies at the entrance was finally completely eliminated. Broken metal parts were scattered on the ground, mixed with disgusting limbs and arms, and the stench in the air was even stronger. Lin Mo opened the car door and got out of the rhino chariot. He put on the flame god mecha, and with a slight mechanical sound, the scarlet streamlined armor quickly covered his entire body. Lin Mo felt the long-lost sense of power and security. He took a step forward and carefully followed the mechanical army into the depths of the mine. The mecha's steps were steady and powerful, and the searchlight dispelled the darkness ahead. It illuminated the wet rock walls, and water droplets slid down the walls, making dripping sounds. Abandoned mining lamps and rusty tools are scattered on the ground, and a twisted track extends into the unknown darkness. The further you go in, the weirder the environment becomes. Lin Mo noticed that there were not only a large number of metallic mutant creatures wandering around here. In some corners, there are still some old mechanical defense systems that seem to be still functioning. For example, a dusty automatic sensor turret, its muzzle slowly turning, seemingly scanning the area. But strangely, the turret did not react at all when several metallic mutant creatures crawled unsteadily past it. Elsewhere, Lin Mo saw the metal limbs of a mutant creature. It was strangely fused with an abandoned mining robot arm, as if it had become a part of its body. These beings, mutant creatures and defense machines left behind by humans, are supposed to be hostile to each other. It seems that a strange state of coexistence has been reached here. Maybe they are even taking advantage of each other. Lin Mo stopped, hid behind a huge rock, and carefully observed this abnormal scene. This mining area was more complicated and dangerous than he had expected. The metal or content in the area outside the mine was scarcer than Lin Mo had expected. After a simple cleanup of the battlefield, the harvest was meager. Without hesitation, he commanded the mechanical army to continue advancing deeper. Steel teeth, maintain defensive formation, and continue to go deeper. The heavy metal footsteps of the mechanical army echoed in the deep mine tunnels, advancing into deeper darkness. The beam of light from the searchlight cut through the thick darkness ahead, illuminating the twisted tracks and abandoned supports. The smell of rust in the air was mixed with a more pungent smell of sulfur, and the cold became more biting. After going hundreds of meters deep, the mine tunnel suddenly opens up, forming a huge underground cavity. This appears to have been a major or mining site, with huge, rusted skeletons of mining equipment remaining. Lin Mo's attention was instantly drawn to the existence in the center of the cavity. The ground began to shake slightly, just a slight tremor at first. Like a distant thunder, the vibrations soon intensified and the gravel underfoot began to vibrate. An extremely low roar came from deep in the cavity, and the sound did not sound like it came from any living creature. It was more like the friction and compression of the Earth's crust, with a heavy metallic texture that made the eardrums numb and the chest cavity resonate. In the shadows, a huge silhouette slowly stood up. It was an indescribable giant beast. Its size far exceeded any mutant creatures encountered before, and it was nearly 10 meters tall, like a moving hill. Its entire body was covered with a thick and rough shell. Those shells were not naturally generated, but more like countless pieces of minerals of different sizes and colors. They were forcibly pieced together and fused together to form a simple but extremely strong protective layer. The luster of the metal or flickered under the searchlight, showing dark red, iron gray, and even a hint of strange blue-green. The giant beast's limbs were thick and strong, and every movement made the ground groan under the heavy burden. The structure of its head was blurred, with only 2 points of scarlet light flickering in the darkness, like burning charcoal, filled with the breath of tyranny and destruction. This is the guardian of the deeper part of the mine, a terrifying being made entirely of ore and flesh. Defensive formation. Lin Mo's voice was more serious than ever before. The shield guard mechanical dog immediately stepped forward, linked its bodies, and the huge alloy shield was reassembled to form a steel barrier. Roar! The giant beast discovered the invader and let out another deafening roar before charging forward. The heavy footsteps sounded like the beating of war drums, and the huge body brought unparalleled oppression. The giant beast directly crashed into the defense line formed by the shield guards, and the front few shield guards were knocked away in an instant. The alloy shield made a harsh, twisting sound and slammed heavily into the rock wall. Sparks flew, and part of the armor shattered directly. The solid defensive formation seemed so fragile in the face of absolute power. Chapter 69 Harvest Time. Iron Guards, concentrate your fire and attack. Lin Mo quickly gave the order. 200 iron guards opened fire at the same time, and energy beams shot densely at the behemoth. Beams of light rained down on the beast's mineral carapace. However, most attacks can only cause dazzling sparks. It only left shallow burn marks and was unable to penetrate the thick defense. The giant beast seemed to be enraged, and it raised a huge claw covered with sharp mineral crystals. With a sudden slap, a shallow pit appeared on the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. An iron guard who failed to dodge was hit directly and instantly turned into a pile of twisted metal parts. The shadow guards tried to rely on their speed advantage to go around the side and rear of the giant beast and attack the relatively weak joints. But the behemoth's body covers such a large area that it has almost no obvious weaknesses. The tail knives of several shadow guards cut into the cracks in the shell, but only brought out a few sparks. Steel Teeth, attract its attention. Lin Mo ordered. Steel Tooth number 1 roared and rushed forward, its huge alloy claws grabbing the giant beast's calf, and the harsh sound of metal clashing rang out. The sharp claws of Steel Tooth number 1 scratched deep marks on the mineral carapace, but failed to cause any substantial damage. The giant beast kicked back with its leg, and Steel Tooth number 1 was kicked away by the huge force, hitting the abandoned equipment beside it, making a dull sound. Fangs 1 and 2 kept moving around, trying to interfere, but to little effect. The battle situation took a turn for the worse, and the ordinary mechanical dog army seemed stretched to its limits in the face of enemies of this level. The flame jets from Firetail had basically no damage on the giant beast, while the ice rays from Icehorn had some slowing effect. Not very meaningful overall. Lin Mo was inside the Yenshin mecha, watching the damage data soaring on the tactical screen. His heart sank when he saw the almost motionless vital signs of the metal behemoth. Must find the weakness. He forced himself to calm down and carefully observe the movements of the giant beast. Although its movements were powerful, they seemed a little slow, especially when it turned. Moreover, there are not completely no gaps between those spliced mineral shells. All units, concentrate your firepower and attack its joints, especially behind the knees and the shoulder blade connection. Lin Mo gave new instructions. Steel Teeth, frontal containment. Shadow Guards, focus on attacking the designated area. The mechanical dog army immediately adjusted its tactics, and the shield guards reorganized the defense line to absorb the main impact force of the behemoth. Although units are constantly being damaged, it creates room for other units to output damage. The iron guards no longer fired blindly, but instead accurately shot energy beams at the joints designated by Lin Mo. The shadow guards were like maggots on the tarsal bones, using their nimble bodies to continuously cut and pierce the gaps between the joints of the giant beast. Firetail and Icehorn also concentrated their attacks on one foot, using alternating hot and cold attacks, trying to break the foot, but they underestimated the giant beast's defense. Steel Tooth number 1 pounced again, biting one of the giant beast's front limbs tightly, and using his body to endure the opponent's struggle and impact. The giant beast felt pain and swung its limbs violently. The concentrated firepower began to take effect. Although the effect of a single attack is not obvious, the energy impact and cutting are continuous. The mineral shell at the joints of the giant beast began to crack, and even small fragments began to fall off. The beast's movements became more frantic and sluggish. Lin Mo's eyes flashed. Iron Guard, maximum power output, cover and shoot behind the left forelimb knee. In an instant, dozens of blazing energy beams burst out at the same point, and a clear shattering sound was heard. The mineral shell behind the knee of the giant beast's left front leg finally couldn't bear it anymore and exploded violently, revealing the dark red, metal tendon-like tissue underneath. The giant beast roared in pain, its huge body staggered, and its left front limb bent weakly. The balance is broken. Now, Steel Teeth, Sharp Fangs, Firetail, all the mechanical dogs, attack the damage point with all your might. Lin Mo's voice was a little hurried. Steel Tooth number 1 opened its mouth, and the alloy claws grabbed the exposed fragile tissue with a whistling sound. Sharp Fong, Firetail, Icehorn, and all the mechanical dogs that could still move directed their tail blades, claws, fangs, and energy guns to the same location. Puff! The dark red tissue was torn apart, and dark green, smelly liquids splashed out. The beast's huge body trembled violently. It tried to stand firm, but its injured left leg caused it to lose balance. It let out one last, unwilling roar, then collapsed with a loud bang, its heavy body hitting the ground. It stirred up a cloud of dust and smoke, and the entire underground cavity shook. The fallen behemoth had even more difficulty moving and was slowly worn down by the mechanical army. Kill one metal monster, get 300 points, and get one energy core. A difficult battle finally ended. The underground cavity was in a mess with broken mechanical parts. The mineral fragments that fell off the giant beast, mixed with the smelly liquid, were scattered everywhere. The mechanical dog army suffered heavy losses, and the shield guards, iron guards, shadow guards, steel teeth, and sharp fangs were all injured and were repaired one by Lin Mo. Lin Mo removed part of the outer covering of the flame god mecha and walked over to the huge corpse of the beast. The corpse of this giant beast itself is a rich mine. The mineral shells covering its body contain metal energy far exceeding that of ordinary mineral veins. Metal structure was activated, and Lin Mo started to decompose it directly on the corpse of the giant beast. Pieces of or turned into light blue spots and merged into the bracelet. And from time to time, superpower metal solid, superpower metal molten, and superpower metal oscillation are decomposed. This process lasted nearly half an hour, and the gains were undoubtedly huge. The number of metal units provided by this giant beast alone exceeded the total amount looted from the outer areas before. Lin Mo looked at the nearly 10,000 metal units that had been added, and a look of joy appeared on his face. But he knew that this was far from enough to build the Titan mecha, and that a huge amount of resources were needed. And deep in this mining area, there is no telling how many similar or even stronger monsters are hidden. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Organize the team and prepare to evacuate. Lin Mo had no plans to go any deeper. This encounter has proved that with the current strength of the Mechanical Legion, it is too risky to rashly explore deeper areas. I must go back first, digest what I've gained this time, and improve my strength. The mechanical army began to retreat in an orderly manner and returned to the Rhino chariot. Lin Mo did not stay outside the mining area and directly ordered to return to the temporary camp. After returning to the camp, he immediately began to count the harvest and repair the damaged mechanical dog. Although this trip to the mine was dangerous, the metal units harvested were enough to support his next plan. In the following time, Lin Mo did not go to the mining area full of dangers again. Based on the information Aaron provided, he searched different areas of the ruined city. Aaron's intelligence was quite accurate. Lin Mo led the mechanical army and found several hidden resource points in succession. These places may not be as rich as mining areas, but they are relatively less dangerous. Some are abandoned military factory warehouses, where there are still some alloy materials that have not been completely destroyed. Some were large vehicles that were buried, for which a number of metal units were recovered. Each operation was accompanied by battles with sporadic mutant creatures, but the scale was far smaller than the encounters in the mining area. Relying on the numerical advantage of the mechanical army and the power of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Lin Mo took over these resource points one by one without any danger. Lin Mo's resource reserves are growing at an unprecedented rate. We are one step closer to the goal of manufacturing the Titan Mecha. Chapter 70 Titan Colossus Mech, Giant Power God. After 2 days of continuous searching, Lin Mo finally drove the Rhino chariot back to the camp. He jumped out of the driver's seat and stretched his stiff body. Looking at the numbers displayed on the bracelet interface, there are nearly 30,000 metal units and a points balance of up to 36,000 points. The fatigue seemed to be alleviated by a warm current. Although his body was exhausted, his eyes were gleaming with irrepressible excitement, full of expectations for the future. This hard work was not in vain. Feeling extremely sleepy, Lin Mo did not try to hold on. He returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. This was the sweetest sleep he had had since returning from the ruins. When I woke up again, light was already streaming through the window of the room. It has been 14 days since Lin Mo came to the 8th district. Feeling full of strength, he immediately stood up. He began to prepare for the event he had been looking forward to for a long time, manufacturing the Titan mecha. Inside the camp, he commanded the mechanical dogs to clear out a sufficiently spacious area. The rubble was removed, the debris was sorted, and a flat, solid open space soon appeared in the center of the camp, large enough to accommodate a behemoth. This will be the birthplace of the Titans. Lin Mo took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He walked to the center of the clearing and raised his wrist. Mechanical Creation Skill activated. Select the Titan Mech Blueprint. Consumes refined iron X220, super metal molten fire, shock, solid X30, Titan alloy X50. Are you sure you want to manufacture it? Confirm. A light blue light gushed out from the bracelet and spread out like water waves. Circling and flying in the air, super energy metal, solid, molten, vibrating, and various metal blocks containing special energy were also thrown in one by one. All materials merged into that light blue light. The manufacturing process started instantly, and strong energy fluctuations spread around with Lin Mo as the center, and the air seemed to be vibrating slightly. The roar of metal being reshaped echoed throughout the camp, sometimes low like rolling thunder, sometimes sharp like metal tearing. The light became brighter and brighter, making Lin Mo's figure a little blurry. At the core of that light and roar, a huge outline was rapidly taking shape. Metal flows, combines, and solidifies as if it has life, becoming a skeleton, armor, and energy channel. Complex structures were constructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A heart-pounding sense of power spread as the mecha took shape. The invisible air pressure made the surrounding mechanical dogs subconsciously take a few steps back. Finally, the light faded and the roar stopped. The Titan mecha is completed. It stands quietly in the center of the open space, its 15-meter tall body full of oppression. The entire body is covered with a streamlined, thick metal shell, and the surface is not a single color. Instead, it presents a deep dark gold color with a cold metallic luster at the edges. Every joint and every seam of armor appears extremely precise and full of the beauty of power. Titan Colossus Mech, Hercules, a strategic-class siege machine that achieves battlefield dominance with its material capability evolution Trinity design. Material composition: main material, refined iron alloy 60, titanium alloy 25, super energy composite metal 15. Loading capacity: main weapon, divine punishment railgun, chest. Penetration mode: linear plasma beam, range 120 kilometers, diameter 0.5 meters. Scattering mode: splits into 12 light spears covering a 500-meter area. Flame gun: the left arm releases ultra-high temperature pulse waves, which can melt alloy buildings within 1 square kilometer within 10 seconds. Particle cutting knife: the 10-meter long high-frequency particle knife on the right arm can cut the armored shell of the starship. Honeycomb tactical missile: the shoulder-mounted missile launch pod can fire 300 small-scale homing missiles to lock onto vital signs. Phase shift shield: generates an electromagnetic shield after activation, which has good defense capabilities against energy weapons and ranged weapons. Hand of the sky: the back can fire a fine iron hook gun with a range of more than 500 meters, and its impact force can penetrate the city wall. Evolution direction: Skyfire Judgment Body, firepower specialized type, upgraded divine punishment railgun. Charging time shortened by 50%, range extended to the edge of the atmosphere. Added stellar flare effect to scatter mode. Triggers a secondary explosion after hitting the target. Abyssal resonance body, defensive and anti-injury type, with an added abyssal resonance steel shell that can absorb 80% of damage and store it as resonance energy. When the energy is full, it automatically releases Abyss Shockwave, causing damage to all enemies. Position Throne Body, ground fortress type, can switch between fortress and titan form, increase internal space, and make defense stronger. 6 meteorite railguns extend from the back, but the mobility is greatly reduced. Lin Mo looked up at this war machine into which he had poured countless efforts and resources. Giant Hercules. This is his important trump card that enables him to gain a foothold in this doomsday and even change the situation. With indescribable excitement surging in his heart, he could hardly wait to experience its power himself. He issued an order, and a subtle mechanical sound came from inside the heavy machine. followed by a low hum of energy flow. Hercules was like a giant metal beast awakening from eternal slumber, its huge metal head slowly turning. The scarlet electronic eyes lit up like two searchlights and began to scan the surrounding environment. Lin Mo chose the inconspicuous hill a few hundred meters away as the test target. The hill was made of solid granite, making it a perfect target. Target locked hill. The Hercules received the command, and his huge body began to turn around, and his metal feet stepped on the ground, making a dull vibration. The armor on the rail gun on the chest, named Divine Punishment, slowly opened, revealing the deep muzzle inside. The energy core began to output frantically, and terrifying energy gathered towards the muzzle. The light inside the muzzle gradually changed from light blue to bright white, becoming increasingly brighter and brighter until it was almost impossible to look directly at. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked out, making a sharp, buzzing sound, and the invisible energy fluctuations made the ground tremble slightly. Lin Mo could clearly feel that the energy readings inside the Hercules were rising rapidly, and a terrifying pressure that was enough to destroy everything was spreading. God's punishment railgun charge. 100% penetration mode activated. There was a dull sound of energy being released as if tearing through space. A beam of incandescent energy light with a diameter of half a meter, condensed to the extreme, burst out of the body at an unimaginable speed. The beam of light instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and hit the hill accurately. The moment the beam of light touched the hill, the hard rocks and thick soil, like ice thrown into a furnace, began to disintegrate and melt from the inside. The beam of light lasted for about 2 seconds and then dissipated, and the entire hill was silently annihilated in the white light. It was completely vaporized by the extremely high temperature, leaving only a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters and a slight depression. The edge of the pit had a smooth, glassy texture and emitted an incredibly high temperature, with the air distorted by the heat. A breeze blew, stirring up a cloud of fine, hot dust, and the hill was wiped off the map. Lin Mo stood in place, looking at the scene in the distance through the mecha's sensors. Feel the stability of the energy core inside the giant power god, and the stable state of the body structure after withstanding the impact of the launch. He couldn't help grinning. This power is a bit outrageous. This effect is worth it. It's worth it. At this moment, Lin Mo felt like he was standing on the top of the mountain. Chapter 71. The Tyrant of the Corruption Abyss, Gruder. Lin Mo was immersed in the sense of absolute power brought by the Hercules. The shock of flattening a hill has not yet completely subsided. It was the 15th day since Lin Mo came to the 8th district, and Lin Mo was still sleeping in bed. Suddenly, a deafening alarm was heard, tearing the silence of District 8. The sharp sound penetrated every corner, as if it was going to pierce people's eardrums. The sky suddenly darkened. An indescribably powerful energy wave appeared. It was like a physical dome looming over us, bringing with it a suffocating feeling of oppression. Regional tips. Regional boss. Gruder, Tyrant of the Corruption Abyss, has arrived. Please challenge the boss as soon as possible and obtain the city mark to enter the 7th district. Gruder, Tyrant of the Corruption Abyss. Gruder was fused with the mutant virus in the laboratory leak incident. After devouring the living samples in the entire experimental area, it turned into a continuously multiplying aggregate of flesh and blood. 7 meters tall, with its left arm transformed into a battering ram, its lower body fused with the fungal blanket, allowing it to reshape its limbs at any time. The cold reminder sound struck my nerves, and the energy storm did not spread indiscriminately. It has clear destructive intent, like a predator's eyes locked on every prey in District 8. Lin Mo's pupils shrank slightly. The boss of the 9th area appeared on the 10th day, while the boss of the 8th area appeared on the 15th day. Is there a time interval between the bosses of each area? Will the boss appear later in the earlier areas? He turned on the communicator and contacted Aaron in the black market. Aaron, the regional boss has appeared. When will you kill him? Aaron's tone was calm. Why are you in such a hurry? This big guy is not the first time to make trouble. He seemed accustomed to this kind of scene and paused before continuing to explain. Mr. Lin, this wasteland city is divided into different areas. We are now in the 8th district. If we go further into the city center, we will reach the 7th district, the 6th district, and so on. Each district is further divided into 10 sub-districts. For example, The ninth district is divided into districts 90 to 99. It is convenient for management and also convenient for isolation. The closer you are to the central area, the stronger the aberrations will be, and the scarier the regional boss will be. Of course, the risks are high, but the rewards are also high, and the resources there are far more abundant than in the outer areas. Aaron's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of fatigue, as if he was stating a fact that had been repeated countless times. Also, every once in a while, the survivors from the back area will be brought to the front area. For example, those in the ninth district may be forced to enter our 8th district to survive due to resource depletion or other pressures. This place is like a huge guinea pig breeding ground. Aaron spat out the word with a kind of cold cruelty. New insects are constantly being thrown in, and the existing insects either become stronger through fighting and threats and adapt to more dangerous environments. Either they will be eliminated and become nutrients for other insects, or they will simply die. Goop breeding farm. These 3 words were like a cold iron spike, piercing into Lin Mo's heart. He instantly understood the logic behind this seemingly chaotic wasteland city. It is itself a cruel and highly efficient screening machine. It continuously produces various deformed forms and powerful regional bosses. Using death and omnipresent threats, every survivor is forced to struggle for survival and despair. Either evolve and become stronger in the baptism of blood and fire and adapt to the laws of this end time, or they're not capable enough and become stepping stones for other stronger people, or they may be completely eliminated by this cruel guinea pig breeding farm. There is no third way. The air in District 8 seemed to be stagnant due to the presence of that huge creature. The various survivor organizations, those forces that usually fought each other to the point of bloodshed, now tacitly chose to lie dormant. They all moved away from the area where the regional boss was. The Tyrant of the Abyss, Grutter, the name alone carries a chilling weight. Lin Mo stood on a high place, looking at the area in the distance that was shrouded by invisible energy. That is the boss's lair, and the prying eyes of other organizations are also full of fear. Taking the initiative to provoke a monster like that would be tantamount to seeking death. At least, no one wants to be the first victim before they are absolutely sure. Lin Mo retracted his gaze. The impulse brought by the sense of power in his heart was suppressed by reason. It was not wise to confront head-on. He needs stronger power, far beyond the current power. The mechanical dog army must be expanded and upgraded. He contacted Aaron again. Aaron, I need the locations of all known large metal deposits, abandoned factories, and energy storage warehouses in District 8. Also, the locations of all known aberrations. Aaron was silent for a few seconds, as if he was evaluating the value of this information. Mr. Lin, you have quite an appetite. Price. Lin Mo interrupted directly. Same old rules, but this time the intelligence is wider in scope and more dangerous, so the price will be doubled. Make a deal. Lin Mo did not hesitate. Resources were what he needed most right now. Soon, the map data transmitted by Aaron unfolded in front of Lin Mo. A virtual projection was suspended in the air, marked with densely packed light spots. The red dots were like burning charcoal, marking high-value metal-rich areas, which are the blood that supported the expansion of his Iron Legion. Blue dots flashed dangerously, representing areas of known or potential aberration activity. Lin Mo simply ignored the deep red marks that represented the area bosses and exuded an ominous aura. His goal is clear: to obtain more metal units and energy cores to make more Type 2 mechanical dogs. The existing standard mechanical dogs are no longer capable of dealing with higher-level threats. They are more like cannon fodder than reliable combat force. Although those evolved elite mechanical dogs were powerful, their numbers were too small to form a scale advantage. He wanted a legion composed entirely of Type 2 mechanical dogs, a steel torrent that could truly tear apart the enemy and crush the battlefield. His finger slid across the virtual map, eventually stopping at an area marked Abandoned Third Commercial Center. The density of red dots here is acceptable, which means there are good metal reserves, and the density of blue dots is medium. Intelligence shows that they are mainly ordinary deformed creatures, and the risk is relatively controllable. The most important thing is that this place is a certain distance away from several large spheres of influence, which can reduce unnecessary conflicts. Target confirmed, the Third Commercial Center. Lin Mo's voice gave orders through the internal communication channel, cold and calm. The 500 remaining mechanical dogs are arranged neatly after the ruins exploration. After boarding the parked rhino chariot, the convoy headed towards the target. Chapter 72. The cleanup begins. The rhino chariot moved at a very high speed and arrived at the predetermined location, the commercial center. The chariot was parked steadily on the side of the road. The carriage opened, and the silent steel creature was awakened. Rows of standard mechanical dogs walked out in uniform steps. The heavy shield guards were in front, their alloy armor gleaming with a cold luster. The slightly more agile iron guards followed closely behind, the hydraulic structures of their limbs making low operating sounds, ready to charge at any time. Further back are the shadow guards, lurking like shadows. They are painted darker and move silently, making them deadly assassins. At the front of the team are a small number of Type 2 mechanical dogs that are larger in size and more ferocious in structure. A total of about 500 mechanical units gathered into a torrent of steel, silently moving towards the abandoned third commercial center. The once bustling commercial center has long since changed beyond all recognition, with huge billboards tilted and the portraits of people on them covered in filth and graffiti. The glass curtain wall was shattered everywhere, and the sharp fragments reflected a faint light in the dim light. The air was filled with a mixture of dust, decay, and a peculiar fishy odor that belonged to aberrations. The silence was broken when the mechanical dog army stepped into the area. Ho ho! A low roar came from the shadow corner, and staggering figures emerged from the dilapidated shops and collapsed corridors. These zombies have twisted forms, festering skin, and mutated limbs, and only bloodthirsty madness in their eyes. There are quite a few ordinary zombies, estimated to be at least several hundred, forming a chaotic wave and rushing towards the Iron Legion. Deploy the battle formation and clear out the enemy. Lin Mo's voice remained steady, as if he was stating an established fact. The moment the order was given, the mechanical dog army moved. The shield guards stepped forward, and the heavy alloy shields slammed into the ground, quickly connecting with each other to form an arc-shaped steel defense line. The zombies' impact hit the shield wall, making a dull thud and a teeth-grinding scraping sound, but it was unable to shake it at all. Then, the iron guards suddenly rushed out from the gaps in the shield wall, like cannonballs fired from a gun. The sharp ramming horns fiercely rammed into the corpse group, and the alloy claws and fangs tore wildly, instantly tearing the chaotic formation into several holes. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The shadow guard were like ghosts, using the wreckage and shadows of buildings to quickly move around. They appear silently from the sides and rear of the zombies, their sharp claws scratching through fragile necks or joints, efficiently harvesting lives. Puff, puff. The sound of blood splattering continued. Several deformed creatures that were obviously bigger and whose skin or limbs were partially metallized tried to break through the defense line. Their strength and speed far exceed those of their ordinary counterparts, but what greets them are Type 2 mechanical dogs. The steel-tooth type roared as it charged forward, its hydraulic alloy claws colliding with the mutant's metal skin, making an ear-piercing, crackling sound and tearing the mutant apart. The Fong type uses its amazing explosive power to pierce the mutant's vital points with its sharp tail blade, leaving scars. Finally, under the charge of the Iron Guards, his body slowly broke and fell to the ground, and he was beheaded by a blow from the sharp fangs. The entire battlefield was efficiently divided, controlled, and slaughtered. The precision and coldness of the machines contrasted with the chaos and violence of the aberrations. When the cleanup was halfway through, a few heads cautiously poked out from behind the ruins on the other side of the commercial district. It was a team of survivors, about 20 people, wearing patchwork protective clothing and holding crude modified weapons. They were originally attracted here by the supplies and were preparing to take the risk to plunder. However, the sight before them completely stunned them, densely packed metal monsters. The steel defense line remained motionless, like a pack of metal hounds charging into a flock of sheep like wolves. There were the black grim reapers leaping and reaping in the shadows, and those hideous creatures that were obviously more powerful and could easily tear the monsters apart. And, standing in the distance, surrounded by numerous machines, is the figure who controls everything like a god. What is that? Whose organization is this leader from? They had never seen such a large, efficient, and terrifying mechanical army. The captain of the survivor team, a sturdy man with a scar on his face, moved his Adam's apple with difficulty. His eyes were filled with shock, which then quickly turned into deep fear and dread. He suddenly made a retreat gesture to the team members behind him. If he looked at them for one more moment, he felt that his heart would be crushed by the invisible pressure. Provoke? What a joke. That's not something they can contend with. The team members exchanged glances silently, and everyone's face was filled with the same horror. They didn't even dare to make too much noise like frightened rabbits. It retreated swiftly and quietly into the deeper shadows of the ruins and disappeared. Lin Mo noticed the appearance and departure of the team. His gaze stayed there for less than half a second before returning to the battlefield. There was no expression on his face. The weak had no power to choose in the wasteland city. The cleanup was over quickly. Hundreds of zombies and mixed mutants were slaughtered, and the debris covered the ground of the commercial center. The stench in the air was extremely strong. Start cleaning. The order was given again. The mechanical dog army immediately switched modes, with some taking on the responsibility of guarding. Another part began to sort out the surrounding building debris, abandoned vehicles, and metal facilities. The mechanical dog army was incredibly efficient, with metal buried deep under the ruins. They are also accurately excavated hundreds of times faster than any manual search. At the same time, the metal limbs on the deformed body were also collected one by one, waiting for Lin Mo's metal deconstruction. At this time, Lin Mo was looking at the rewarded energy cores. These crystals containing pure energy were the key materials for manufacturing and upgrading mechanical dogs. Kill 12 aberrations, 560 zombies, get 6,800 points, 12 energy cores. Throughout the commercial center, while the mechanical dog army was searching, in the ruins in the distance, the group of survivors hid in the dark and witnessed this miraculous scene through the gaps. Watching those cold machines like the most efficient worker ants, quickly packing up and taking away the resources that they thought required laborious digging. Everyone felt a shock and powerlessness from the depths of their soul. This is not a dimensional power at all. When the last batch of resources was loaded, Lin Mo ordered an evacuation. The huge iron army retreated as silently as it had come. All that was left were the ruins of the commercial center, which was devastated and completely looted. The team of survivors then dared to walk out slowly, looking at everything in front of them, speechless for a long time. It was so hard to find a large commercial center, but we haven't even thought about finding something to eat or drink. How could they be swept away in advance by such a ruthless person? But I don't dare to get angry. I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. Chapter 73. The Crow Gang's Corpse Tide. Lin Mo made some arrangements and squeezed out all the value of the commercial center. Prepare to go to the next location, an abandoned military factory with even more valuable resources. Intelligence shows that there are not only abandoned production lines, but also residual high-quality metals. There may even be military technology data hidden there, but of course this information is not accurate. Lin Mo immediately gave the order, and the Shadow Guard robot dog silently separated from the main force. Like a drop of ink blending into the darkness, it sneaked towards the military factory at high speed. The Shadow Guard is Lin Mo's eyes and the vanguard who goes deep into dangerous situations. The Shadow Guard transmits the images back to the Rhino Chariot. The intermittent signal was subject to some interference, but it was enough to piece together the key information. Inside the factory, amidst the shadows and beneath the rusted steel skeleton, lurks a powerful being far superior to ordinary aberrations. It is huge in size, with twisted limbs, and exudes a dangerous aura. More importantly, the Shadow Guard captured clear traces of human activities. On the wall, a crow with wings spread out was sprayed with crude paint, looking hideous and eye-catching Crow Gang. The scavengers and looters in the wasteland city are known for their cruelty. Are they also targeting the military factory? There was no fluctuation in Lin Mo's eyes. No matter whether it was a deformed creature or a human survivor, anyone who blocked his way would be cleared away. The mechanical dog army formed a steel torrent, roaring towards the abandoned military factory. The cold metal chariot rolled over the gravel, making a subtle and regular friction sound. The huge outline of the military factory looked like a crawling beast under the dim sky. At the entrance, the twisted metal gate was closed tightly, and Lin Mo commanded the mechanical Tyrannosaurus to violently open the gate. A strong stench of rust, engine oil, and rotting flesh and blood hit me in the face. The mechanical dog army formed a battle formation and entered one after another as soon as they stepped into the factory. The zombies and mutants lurking in the pile of abandoned machinery suddenly pounced out. They're different from any of the ones they have encountered before. They are faster, more powerful, and there's a kind of coordination between their movements. The group of zombies attracted firepower in the front, while several mutants tried to outflank them from the flank. The roars were not chaotic, but instead carried a sense of command. The mechanical dog reacted immediately. A crossfire network was formed instantly, and energy beams tore through the air, smashing the limbs of the mutant in the front. However, the subsequent mutants did not collapse, but instead attacked the defense line even more fearlessly. They even know how to use terrain for cover, and there is a clear pattern in their actions, which is not the instinct of wild beasts. Lin Mo stood in the back, observing the battle situation through the shared vision of the mechanical dog. It's this situation again, a person with superpowers who controls zombies, or in other words, controls deformed creatures. Lin Mo encountered it once when he first arrived in the wasteland city, but he didn't expect it to appear here again. This type of mutant is often more threatening than powerful individual mutants. The steel-toothed mechanical dog's alloy shell flashed with a cold metallic luster as it rushed to the front. The thick armor easily repelled the aberration's corrosive saliva and sharp claws. The hydraulically driven metal claws mercilessly tore through the tough flesh of the reinforced aberration, making a teeth-grinding metallic friction sound. These mechanical creations demonstrate overwhelming physical advantages when fighting against ordinary zombies. However, it is a bit difficult to deal with deformed bodies, and the advancement process is not smooth. Deep in the shadows, figures swayed, more than 50 people from the Raven Gang. They also noticed this sudden steel team and showed surprise on their faces, which then turned into vigilance and greed. It's the Mechanical Legion, the one who destroyed Ironheart and the Shadow Council, Lin Mo. Someone from the Raven Gang shouted, his voice trembling slightly. No matter who it is, if they come to our base, can we abandon the base? Kill him. Grab these iron lumps. Another rough voice sounded, carrying an unquestionable command. Several people in the Raven Gang had empty eyes and their hands slightly raised. Several invisible mental waves spread in the air. They were the superpowers who controlled the zombies, and there were more than one of them. The zombies deep in the factory heard the call, and their eyes lit up with an inhuman scarlet. A low growl came from his throat, and he quickly surrounded Lin Mo. The conflict broke out instantly, and there was no room for negotiation in the battle for military factory resources. What the Raven Gang relies on is the number of zombies they control and their numerical advantage. Everyone has a special power that they feel cannot be matched by cold mechanical creatures. Bullets rained down on the mechanical dog army, hitting the alloy shells and splashing tiny sparks. Elemental powers such as fire, frost, and quicksand caused some damage to the mechanical dog army, mainly because quicksand could restrict the movement of the mechanical dogs. At the same time, the controlled zombies rushed in like a tide, trying to overwhelm the steel defense line with numbers. The members of the Raven Gang hid behind the zombies, constantly attacking and suppressing the mechanical dogs. Lin Mo watched all this with indifference through shared vision. Numerical superiority? Fire suppression? Naive ideas. The command was given silently. The mechanical dog army made minor adjustments to its formation. In the team, several mechanical dogs with slightly different appearances stepped forward, and the flamethrowers on the mouths of Firetail lit up with orange-red light. The next moment, high-temperature flames gushed out in a fan shape, instantly turning the area in front into a sea of fire. The zombie at the front was directly ignited, letting out a shrill howl and turning into a twisting torch. The flame spread, blocking the charge route of the following zombies. The scorching air waves even made the Crow Gang members in the rear feel a tingling sensation on their skin. Then the Icehorn robot dog started up, and the white cold air of the ice ray gushed out from the ice blue horn on its head. A thick layer of ice quickly formed on the ground, and the air temperature dropped sharply. The zombies that rushed into the range of the cold air immediately became slow and stiff in their movements. Some were even frozen in place, maintaining a forward posture. The smooth ice surface caused the zombies and some members of the Crow Gang who were rushing over later to slip, and their formation became chaotic. The sea of fire divides the battlefield, frost delays the enemies, and the power of the elements is released precisely by the machines. You see, it's not just you, the Crow Gang, who have the blessing of superpowers. The highly efficient attacks of the Type 2 mechanical dogs have disintegrated the Crow Gang's offensive. The mechanical dog, equipped with long-range weapons, took the opportunity to press forward, firing cross-energy beams accurately. They prioritize eliminating targets that attempt to bypass the elemental area or that pose a threat to the Flame Frost Dog. The Raven Gang's firepower was completely suppressed, and their proud zombie sea tactics were used. It seems so fragile in the face of the absolute technological gap and sophisticated battlefield division. The Psychic tried his best to maintain control over the zombies, but suffered painful feedback from being burned by flames and frozen by ice. It made them look pale and consumed a huge amount of mental energy. Casualties began to appear and quickly increased, and the members of the Raven Gang began to panic. They had never seen such an efficient and ruthless killing machine. Lin Mo's mechanical army was like the most sophisticated scalpel, cutting into the Crow Gang's ranks bit by bit. The roar of machinery and the hissing of energy weapons became the main theme of this abandoned factory. The Crow Raiders' resistance was rapidly crumbling. Chapter 74: The Power of the Giant God. The ferocity on the face of the Crow Gang leader was replaced by despair, and the scene before him completely shattered his confidence. The firepower net of the Mechanical Dog Legion was like a steel noose, constantly tightening, devouring the lives of his men. The zombie sea tactic completely failed, and the Psychic's mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion due to the painful feedback. We can't go on like this. We have to use our last trump card. There was a flash of madness in his eyes, and he bit his tongue hard, causing blood to spurt out. He formed seals with his hands quickly and muttered something, the obscure syllables vibrating in the air. The scarlet blood outlined a strange rune in front of him, which glowed ominously and seeped into the ground. With my blood, I will awaken the sleeping guardian. He roared hoarsely, his voice filled with a desperate determination. Deep inside the factory, the ground began to shake violently, as if some giant creature was awakening underground. Cracks spread across the concrete floor, and dust flew everywhere. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground suddenly collapsed into a large pit, and an indescribable huge figure slowly climbed out of it. It is about the size of a small warehouse, and its huge body is covered with a thick, scratched, dark alloy shell. Complex mechanical structures were exposed at the joints, flashing with dangerous energy. There is a huge scarlet eye on the head, emitting a cold and cruel aura. This is the ultimate creation hidden in the military factory, an out-of-control war machine, the armored beast. Deformation. Its appearance made the battlefield silent in an instant, and the remaining members of the Raven Gang showed a trace of morbid ecstasy on their faces, mixed with deeper fear. The armored beast's single eye swept across the field and locked onto the most threatening mechanical dog army. It opened its huge mouth full of energy conduits and let out a deafening roar. A visible energy wave spread out. The air seemed to be distorted, and the threat level far exceeded that of any previous enemy. Lin Mo calmly assessed this new threat. A stronger force was needed, and the order was issued. A huge metal creature slowly stood up from the side of the chariot, leaped suddenly, and smashed the roof of the military factory. It landed on the battlefield, raising a cloud of dust and gravel. The shock wave shook the entire factory. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing its true appearance. Titan Mecha, Hercules. Its height far exceeds the surrounding factory buildings, and its metal body has rough lines and is full of power. Unlike the bloated and deformed armored beast, the design of the giant god is full of the combination of industrial aesthetics and the art of war. Every joint and every piece of armor represents the pinnacle of human technology. The armored beast felt an unprecedented threat, and it took the lead in attacking, roaring and waving its huge metal claws while rushing towards the giant. An energy shield instantly unfolded in front of the giant god, and the particle cutting knife was raised high. The blade was made of pure energy, emitting a low hum, and the light around it was distorted by its gravity. The Hercules took a step forward, the ground cracked, and the huge mecha chopped towards the armored beast's giant claws like a moving mountain. The armored beast tried to resist with its thick alloy shell. However, in front of the particle cutting knife, the seemingly indestructible defense was like paper. Swish, a sharp cutting sound was heard, and the particle blade cut through the armored beast's giant claws without any hindrance. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the giant claw smashed to the ground, molten metal broken wires, and gushing energy liquid splashing everywhere. The armored beast roared in pain, waving its remaining limbs wildly to fight back, firing energy cannons indiscriminately. But Hercules' movements were faster and more precise, and he swung the particle-cutting knife again. Horizontal slash. Vertical chop. Each attack left a huge wound deep enough to see the bone on the armored beast. The thick alloy shell was easily torn and peeled off, and the complex internal structure was exposed to the air, flashing dangerous electric sparks. The armored beast's movements became slower and slower, and the light of its single scarlet eye began to dim. Hercules seized the opportunity and stabbed down with the particle-cutting knife, accurately piercing the energy core in the armored beast's chest. Boom! A dull explosion sounded from the armored beast's body. Its huge body suddenly stiffened and then completely lost all power. It collapsed with a loud bang. The scarlet eye was completely extinguished. The battle ended so quickly and so thoroughly. From the arrival of the Hercules to the fall of the armored beast, it took only a few tens of seconds. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The remaining members of the Raven Gang stared blankly at everything in front of them. Their last hope, the hopelessly powerful armored beast, was easily crushed by an even more terrifying machine. Unspeakable fear gripped their hearts. That was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Run, run. I don't know who was the first to scream in despair. The remaining members of the Raven Gang woke up, as if from a dream, and collapsed completely. They desperately fled out of the factory, just wanted to get away from the huge mecha that brought the shadow of death. The will to resist? It was long gone. All that was left was the most primitive instinct to survive. Lin Mo issued another cold order. The mechanical dog army dispersed and chased the fleeing Crow Gang members. The energy beam shot accurately, and the running figures fell one by one. Screams, gunshots, and mechanical footsteps briefly broke the silence. Then it quickly returned to silence, with no mercy and no possibility of escape. The air was filled with the burnt smell of molten metal mixed with the pungent odor of leaking energy fluid. The bodies of the Crow Raiders were scattered everywhere, and there was no sound anymore. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the ruins without the slightest ripple. Clean up thoroughly and recycle all available resources. The mechanical dog army that was originally chasing the defeated soldiers immediately stopped and separated a part of them. Like a silently spreading metal net, it quickly dispersed and poured into every corner of the military factory. The warehouse area, the production line, the abandoned laboratory, even the underground pit where the armored beast had crawled out before. The electronic eyes of the mechanical dogs flashed red light, scanning every inch of the land. They moved swiftly and efficiently, which was chilling. Metal claws flipped open twisted steel plates, and cutting beams broke through collapsed walls. Large quantities of basic metal units were sorted out from the scrap heap and piled up into small hills. The search operation was like a rigorous surgical operation, stripping away the last bit of value from the military factory. The metal limbs of the dead deformed creature were also cut off and brought to Lin Mo. The whole process is efficient without any unnecessary movements. Lin Mo stood at the feet of the giant god, quietly receiving the summary information. Killed 1 armored beast, 25 deformed monsters, 713 zombies, obtained 26 energy cores, points 9,830. Well, not bad, a fruitful harvest. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Then the metal materials were decomposed, and nearly 8,000 metal units and a number of various super energy metals were obtained. Only after the military factory's resources were completely drained did Lin Mo order an evacuation. Chapter 75, All-Out Explosion. In the next few days, Lin Mo's figure shuttled through the broken ruins of the 8th District, avoiding the location of the regional boss. That area seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force field due to the existence of the tyrant of the abyss, Grutter. It was frozen into a dead silent, restricted area, in stark contrast to the chaos of the other ruins. He once stepped into an abandoned sewage treatment plant, where the air was filled with the sour smell of rust from oxidized metal. Amidst the stale smell of dried oil, a huge steel crane was rusted and stuck diagonally in the rubble. Like the skeletons of ancient beasts exposed in the wilderness, they silently tell the end of industrial civilization. The mechanical dogs searched carefully here and cut useful alloy parts. He went deeper into a collapsed industrial park, where broken walls and ruins were scattered everywhere, and thick dust was suspended in the light. Every swing of the digging tool stirred up choking smoke, accompanied by the groaning of the metal structure under the heavy load. There were sporadic aberrations lurking here, but they were quickly eliminated by the mechanical dog's energy beam. He even ventured into the underground energy station, where the entrance was sticky and slippery with biomass. It covered the walls and the floor, emitting a faint, sickly fluorescence. The air was damp and cold, with a strong, fishy stench, as if it had penetrated deep into the digestive tract of some giant creature. Every action is accompanied by risks, and the aberrations lurking in the shadows may suddenly erupt. Even the unstable building structure under your feet may collapse in the next second and swallow everything. Threats are everywhere, and death is always around. But Lin Mo's efficiency is so high that it makes people look sideways. A search network consisting of 800 mechanical dogs was spread out. They moved quickly and accurately. Large quantities of metal are accurately identified and collected from the scrap. All the mutants encountered, no matter how strong or weak, were killed immediately and turned into energy cores and points. Manufacture. Strengthen. Complete. Lin Mo devoted almost every waking minute to plundering resources, and his mechanical army continued to expand. In the terrifying existence entrenched in the heart of District 8, the tyrant of the abyss, Gruder, remained silent. It made no movement, no sound. Like an active volcano that has entered a dormant period, it curls up quietly in its own nest. The survivors in the ruins, including Lin Mo, tacitly agreed not to touch the forbidden area. Grudel also seemed to have no interest in these tiny bugs active on the edge of its territory. This strange, non-aggression calm did not bring a sense of security. Instead, it made the already depressing atmosphere in the 8th District even more heavy and ominous. A few days later, Lin Mo finally returned to the camp with 200,000 metal units. The dead silence of the ruins was left behind. The camp was simple, but it isolated the ubiquitous threat from the outside world. He unloaded the collected supplies with steady movements, without a trace of excess. The cold energy core emitted a faint glow, which illuminated Lin Mo's calm face. The harvest of the past few days has far exceeded the initial expectations, and the super energy metal units decomposed have been greatly improved. They are carefully sorted in the makeshift workshop, sparkling with different metallic lusters. Super metal, sturdy, stacked together. The color is dark and the texture is heavy. They're the best choice for making heavily armored mechanical dogs. Super metal, sharp, reflects sharp light, and its edges seem to be able to cut through the air easily. The blade-shaped mechanical dog will be made up of them as its skeleton and weapons. The amount of metal with the super energy metal molten fire attribute is relatively small, and there seems to be flowing dark red lines on the surface. This material is required for the core components of the flame-type mechanical dog. Other rare metals are scattered even more. Some only have 1 or 2 pieces, while others barely have 3 or 4 pieces. They were temporarily stored by Lin Mo, waiting for more suitable uses in the future. Lin Mo invested all these precious materials, and the energy cores piled up like a mountain into manufacturing. The mechanical creation skill was activated, and 100 heavy armored mechanical dogs Type 2 were assembled first. They're the steel teeth models, which have been expanded upon the original ones to put more emphasis on defensive capabilities. The body is larger, with heavy armor covering key parts, reflecting a cold metallic luster. Specially designed hydraulic claws dig deep into the ground, providing unmatched grip strong enough to withstand violent impacts. They are an impenetrable mobile barrier. Next, there were another 100 blade-shaped mechanical dogs. The Fong-like model. Their construction is designed to pursue extreme speed and lethality. The limbs are sharp alloy claws that can eject, flashing with cold light. He ran as fast as the wind, leaving only a trail of afterimages, and the iconic 3-tailed sword behind him trembled slightly. Always ready to launch a deadly surprise attack, be an assassin in the shadows. Later, 100 flame-type mechanical dogs joined the ranks, and Firetail was finally no longer alone. The powerful flamethrowers in the mouths of these new companions are of sophisticated structure and have thick fuel lines. They can instantly create an insurmountable sea of fire at close range. The scorching air waves seemed to have begun to spread in the workshop. They were the messengers of destruction. Finally, there were 100 Frost-type mechanical dogs. Ice Horn, which had only one before, welcomed a large number of companions. The specialized horns on their heads contained complex energy conversion devices, able to instantly release extremely cold energy and freeze the enemy in place. This control ability is extremely powerful in combat. More importantly, they can form a tactical combination of ice and fire with the flame-type mechanical dogs. The manufacturing instructions were completed one by one, and the cold metal components combined into a deadly hunter. Brand new Type 2 mechanical dogs come off the production line and are lined up in an orderly manner. The heaviness of steel teeth, the sharpness of fangs, the burning heat of fire tails, the coldness of ice horns. For different models, totaling 400 Type 2 mechanical dogs, stand quietly. With the addition of the existing mechanical dogs, the size of Lin Mo's mechanical army expanded rapidly again. Lin Mo stood in front of them, looking at this force that he had created with his own hands. At the same time, the number of standard mechanical dogs is also expanding rapidly. The ruins suffered too much loss in the first battle and are in urgent need of replenishment. 1,000 shield guard mechanical dogs were formed first. Their shell armor was thickened and reflected a dull metallic luster. When forming an iron shield formation, the shields can link together to form a solid moving energy barrier. They are a reliable barrier on the battlefield. Soon after, 1,000 Iron Guard mechanical dogs appeared. These were enhanced melee charge types, and their alloy claws had undergone basic reinforcement, making them extremely powerful. The purpose of their existence is to charge in groups, tear open the enemy's initial defense line, and clear obstacles for subsequent troops. Some of them have been equipped with long-range weapons, making them the most versatile mechanical dogs in the Iron Legion. Finally, 1,000 Shadow Guard mechanical dogs were completed silently. Compared to other standard models, the Shadow Guard's paint job is darker and its action module has been silenced. They focus more on covert infiltration and environmental reconnaissance, and can deliver information deep into dangerous areas. Of course, they're just as efficient at clearing out lone low-level mutants or zombies. Their movements are quick and decisive, and they can often kill them with one strike. When facing truly powerful enemies, the individual survivability of these standard models is indeed worrying, like sand before the tide. But Lin Mo's eyes swept across this newly born steel creation, and his eyes were still full of joy. He was well aware of the principle that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. 3,000 standard mechanical dogs, their existence itself is a deterrent and a tactical possibility. Plus those 400 brand new Type 2 powerful mechanical dogs. The strength of the Iron Army under Lin Mo's command has quietly climbed to a new level, far beyond what it was a few days ago. Chapter 76, Mysterious Thundersword. At the same time, Lin Mo felt a cool stream of data flowing through him, which was the feedback from his own supernatural power, the promotion of mechanical deification. Metal deconstruction LV4 can decompose metal items within 2,000 kilograms. There's a small chance of obtaining refined iron during decomposition, and the collection range is expanded. 2 tons. The increase in the decomposition limit made Lin Mo's heart jump. This meant that his speed in clearing the battlefield and scavenging resources would soar again. Not to mention the small probability of obtaining refined iron. A little bit adds up to a lot. This is one of the core materials for manufacturing more advanced machinery. It is really a pleasant surprise. Next is the new ability derived from metal deconstruction, LV4. Metal plating. Melt metal units into liquid metal and coat the surface of the machine to harden the mechanical creation, resist energy shock and physical impact, and automatically repair minor damage. A picture seemed to appear in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Liquid metal, like a living thing, covered the thick armor of steel teeth or the sharp claws of fangs. After solidification, it forms a tough shell with a dull luster. Hardening, impact resistance, self-repairing. This is equivalent to giving his mechanical creations a layer of tough skin, greatly improving their survivability. Mechanical creation LV4. Your mechanical creation will save 10% of metal units, and the manufacturing time will be increased again. This improvement is also critical. Saving 10% of materials. In today's manufacturing scale of hundreds or thousands, the number of metal units saved is extremely considerable. The increase in manufacturing speed allowed him to replenish battle losses and expand his legion more quickly. Mechanical creations. LV4 also unlocks branching abilities. Gain the ability of Mechanical Creation Branch, Mechanical Fusion. Mechanical Fusion. You can fuse two different mechanical creations for a short period of time to increase their combat capabilities. The duration depends on the energy of the mechanical creations. After the fusion, the mechanical creations will be damaged. Mechanical Fusion? According to the introduction, it seems to be an ability that directly increases combat power and can burst out amazing combat power at critical moments. Blueprint Scanning LV3. Blueprints are acquired faster, and points can be used to accelerate acquisition. Unlock Branch Ability, Blueprint Fusion. Blueprint Fusion. Fusion of two existing blueprints into a new blueprint requires points. Blueprint-related capabilities have also seen a breakthrough. Scanning is faster, and points can be used to speed up and obtain new technologies more efficiently. The fusion of blueprints opens the door to a new world. This means that more powerful mechanical creations can be created through experimentation. Maybe we can combine the defense of steel teeth and the speed of sharp teeth to create a monster? There's a lot of room for imagination. It was just a reminder that points are needed that made Lin Mo realize that this was another big consumer. In order to support this rapidly expanding Steel Legion, the number of Rhino chariots was expanded to 20. These behemoths have been modified with heavy armor plates and basic firepower platforms added to their bodies, making them more than just transport units. It is itself a mobile fire fortress, providing cover and support for the mechanical dog army. Looking at the 400 Type 2 elites and 3,000 standard mechanical dogs lined up in front of him, and with the 30 Rhino tanks ready to go, Lin Mo felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment in his heart. This was a real army, a steel torrent completely controlled by him. No matter where it is in the 8th district, this force is enough to keep certain forces awake at night. But is this enough? Lin Mo looked into the distance, at the corruption tyrant Grutter who was entrenched there. The terrifying shadow, like a mountain, was still like a sword hanging over his head. This world is like a cruel poison farm, where everyone is struggling to survive and become stronger. In the end, only the most powerful Gu King can decide his own fate. Lin Mo clenched his fists. It was far from time for him to relax. He needed to increase his strength. A ball of liquid metal was suspended in Lin Mo's palm, shining brightly. This was not ordinary molten iron, but he consumed 2,000 units of basic metal, 20 units of refined iron extracted through metal smelting. Of course, this amount of refined iron is far from enough to create a powerful mechanical creation alone, but as a core material, it is extremely precious. Next to it, a piece of strange metal with flashing arcs was suspended. It was the super energy metal thunderstorm. Electric light jumped on its surface, and it emitted a low humming sound, emitting extremely unstable energy fluctuations, like a bomb that could explode at any time. These are all the gifts Lin Mo specially prepared for Zhang Xuanjin. He wants to forge a unique magic weapon for him with his own hands. Lin Mo's eyes were focused, his mind moved slightly, and the restless, super energy metal thunderstorm began to tremble slowly. Pulled by an invisible force, it slowly sank into the molten iron below. Swish! A blinding flash of lightning suddenly burst out, instantly illuminating the surrounding space in a pale white. The moment the thunderstorm metal was integrated, the liquid metal boiled and rolled violently, like an ice cube thrown into boiling oil. Countless tiny electric snakes were madly leaping and colliding in the silvery liquid, as if trying to break free from their restraints and tear everything apart. A strong smell of ozone and the smell of burning metal instantly filled the air. Zhang Xuanjin, who was standing not far away, subconsciously held his breath, his eyes wide open, fixed on the violent lightning. He could clearly feel the lightning energy emanating from the air, which resonated strongly with the skills he practiced. The power in his body began to become active uncontrollably. Zhang Xuanjin was both nervous and filled with indescribable expectations. This was a weapon that Lin Mo had made for him personally. Lin Mo's expression was still focused. He stretched out his hands, and invisible energy threads seemed to flow from his fingertips, forcibly intervening in the violent energy reaction. This is not just a simple shaping, but also the construction of complex energy circuits at the microscopic level. Like a skilled weaver, he carefully combs and guides the manic energy within thunderstorm metal. It is woven into the sword body, hilt and guard of the sword blank bit by bit. Under his precise control, every part is rapidly solidified and formed from liquid metal. Fine iron provides a tough skeleton, while the violent power of thunder metal is skillfully restrained and guided. It turned into a sharp while hidden inside the sword blade that could erupt at any time. This process consumes a lot of mental energy. Even Lin Mo had a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Finally, all the light suddenly converged inward. The boiling energy subsided instantly, and the violent aura disappeared without a trace. A long sword with an ancient shape was quietly suspended in the air, and the blade was a deep dark silver color. It is not as smooth as a mirror, but has a peculiar frosted texture. Upon closer inspection, one can discover countless thin electric lights flowing faintly inside the sword, flickering and breathing like a living thing. It contains a heart-pounding power. Even before the sword is unsheathed, its sharpness is already evident. Go on. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of fatigue. Buzz. The long sword made a long and clear sound, as if a sleeping dragon was awakened and let out its first roar. Chapter 77, I want to challenge the boss alone. The sword dragged a faint electric light, turning into a flowing shadow, and fell into Zhang Xuanjin's impatiently stretched out hand with incredible precision. The hilt of the sword was in hand. A strong but harmless numbing current instantly surged through Zhang Xuanjin's body. Far from being uncomfortable, this feeling was like a key that instantly ignited the power in his body. It made him feel like there was a wonderful connection between him and the sword, as if they were connected by blood. He could clearly feel the surging power of thunder and lightning within the sword. Submitting docilely to his will, they almost became an extension of his own power. What a good sword! Zhang Xuanjin couldn't help but exclaim in praise, his eyes filled with undisguised ecstasy. He flicked his wrist, without even using much force, and swung it forward casually. Swish! A tiny arc of electricity, condensed extremely, quickly shot out from the tip of the sword silently, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It instantly crossed several meters and hit the thick alloy wall in the distance. There was no earth-shattering noise. Only a charred hole the size of a fingernail appeared on the wall. The edge of the hole was as smooth as if it had been cut, and it was bottomless. Wisps of green smoke emanated from it, carrying the scent of high-temperature melting. This power is highly restrained, but even more terrifying. Fuck, Brother Lin, this sword is so fucking cool. I love you so much. Zhang Xuanjin held the sword, looking at it over and over again, his face flushed with excitement. The look in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to swallow the sword, and his gratitude towards Lin Mo was like an endless torrent of water. Lin Mo looked at his useless excitement, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He asked casually, "What are you going to call it?" "The magic weapon deserves a good name." Zhang Xuanjin immediately came back to his senses from his ecstasy, and he pondered for a moment. His eyes lingered on the sword that was flashing with electric light, and then he swung the sword violently, and the electric light on the sword became active again. He struck a pose that he thought was extremely cool, and spoke loudly as the sword flashed with electricity. "This sword is a perfect match for me, and it exudes a domineering aura. How can an ordinary name match it? I'll call it Xinlei." Lin Mo silently watched him, pretending to be cool, raised his hand, and pressed his forehead inconspicuously. This guy, never mind as long as he likes it. Zhang Xuanjin wielded the Xinlei sword, and every slash cut through the air, bringing up dazzling arcs of electricity. The sword was extremely flexible in his hands, as if it had already become one with him. "Brother Lin, this sword is so abnormal. It feels like my strength has increased several times." Zhang Xuanjin excitedly put away his sword. The blade flashed with lightning, reflecting his excited face. He looked at Lin Mo, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Lin Mo watched him test it and nodded with satisfaction. The characteristics of Xinlei's sword perfectly match Zhang Xuanjin's lightning ability, greatly improving his combat efficiency and output capacity. Zhang Xuanjin has become a force that cannot be ignored in his hands. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Xuanjin's infatuated look, and a faint smile flashed across his eyes. This Xinlei sword was indeed a surprise that he tailored for Zhang Xuanjin. In a blink of an eye, It was the 20th day since Lin Mo and others entered the 8th district. The piece was completely torn apart by a muffled sound coming from deep underground. It was like an invisible giant hand grasping everyone's heart, making it suffocating. The sound came from the central area where the tyrant of the abyss of corruption, Gruder, was located and instantly spread throughout the entire 8th district. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable terrifying pressure, like a sleeping beast opening its scarlet eyes, swept out violently. The violent and pure will of destruction weighs coldly on the soul of every survivor. Even Zhang Xuanjin felt the hairs on his back stand on end, and the lightning on the hilt of the Xianlei sword seemed to dim for a moment. It's that monster. What is it going to do? Why are you so crazy? Run. Panic spread like a virus, and the fragile order that the survivors had just established collapsed in an instant. What is even more despairing is the scarlet area on the map that represents the activity range of the corrupted tyrant. It was expanding outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had expanded by almost half. The originally relatively safe, marginal area suddenly turned into a death zone. Countless search teams that were unable to react in time, and the scattered survivors hiding in the ruins were swallowed up by the invisible boundary. The shrill screams only lasted for a few breaths before being replaced by dead silence, as if they had never existed. Only a few people with quick reactions and incredible luck escaped in panic. His eyes were dazed, and he kept repeating, "Bigger, more, eat." They brought back only one piece of news. The tyrant of the abyss, Gruder, was stronger and hungrier. The cruel trial field of District 8 finally revealed its most hideous side. It is forcing everyone to make a choice in the most direct way. Either become stronger and take on the challenge, or wait to be swallowed up in the ever-shrinking safety zone. All major organizations remain silent. They all have their own ways of dealing with the situation, but no one wants to be the first to take action. On the top of the ruins of a high-rise building, Lin Mo stood facing the wind, overlooking the dead city ruins below. Grudel's awakening did not stir up too much fear in his heart. Instead, it was like a catalyst that ignited the plan he had been brewing for a long time. He had already plundered most of the metal resources in the 8th zone, and his mechanical creations were beginning to take shape as a legion. However, material limitations and the lack of energy cores have become the biggest bottlenecks. Staying here, facing the ever-shrinking safe zone and increasingly powerful regional bosses, is indeed like boiling a frog in warm water, with no more potential to be tapped. He needs more advanced materials, more powerful energy sources, and more dangerous challenges to allow his mechanical army to continue evolving. The 7th district is where Lin Mo must go. He turned around and went downstairs and found Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin. The atmosphere was heavier than usual. Zhang Xuanjin lowered his head and wiped the blade of the Xianlei sword. Su Xianwan was half asleep and half awake. Could it be that she saw something again? The 8th district is getting more and more dangerous. I plan to fight the boss alone and then head to the 7th district. He glanced at the two of them. Would you go together or stay here? He gave him the choice. Zhang Xuanjin barely thought. Where you go, I go. Su Xianwan clenched her fists and looked at Lin Mo with her big eyes. Brother Lin Mo, I will definitely go with you. Zhang Xuanjin held Xianlei horizontally in front of him, and the electric arc on the sword jumped. He grinned, and the heaviness he felt before was much gone. Hey, that's perfect. I just got this treasure and was worried about where to test its true power. The 8th district is no longer worthy of Xianlei. Go to the 7th district, fuck him. He swung the sword, causing a slight crackling sound of electric arc, and seemed eager to try. The two answered without any hesitation. This trust makes Lin Mo feel more at ease than any powerful weapon. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Chapter 78. Let's get started. Challenging the tyrant of the abyss in the 8th district was not an impulse. Lin Mo never fought a battle without preparation. Aaron's network of connections in the black market has now become a powerful tool for him to obtain intelligence. Bits of information about Grudel were continuously flowing into his hands. Every piece of data and every unusual movement report, under Lin Mo's precise analysis, gradually outlined the contours of the monster. Plan before you act. This is the creed that is engraved in his bones. At the same time, the Iron Legion, into which he had poured countless resources, also completed its final assembly. The air was cold and dry, filled with a strong smell of metal and motor oil. A legion of more than 3,000 mechanical dogs stood silently, like a steel jungle, rows and columns, in a strict formation. Among them, there are heavy armored mechanical dogs with thick bodies that look like mobile barriers, leading the Shield Guard Mechanical Dog Legion to form an indestructible line of defense. There are also blade-shaped mechanical dogs with agile bodies and sharp claws that shine coldly. They lead the Shadow Guard Mechanical Dog Legion and are deadly close combat machines. There are also Firetail and Icehorn mechanical dogs responsible for frontal assault and long-range suppression, leading a huge army of Iron Guard mechanical dogs, ready to tear apart the enemy formation at any time. The outer shell of each mechanical dog glows with a dark and deep luster. It is not just a simple coating. Instead, it was the special enhancement granted by Lin Mo's upgraded metal plating ability that significantly improved the defense and structural strength. They are Lin Mo's most loyal creations, and there is only absolute obedience in their cold electronic eyes. At the front of the Legion, a huge mechanical Tyrannosaurus was crawling, and its ferocious metal claws occasionally scraped the ground, making a harsh sound. Its scarlet electronic eyes scanned the surroundings, and its thick metal tail swung restlessly, each swing bringing up a gust of low wind pressure. The low growl it made was more like a declaration before killing. Next to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus stands a real behemoth, a 15-meter-high Titan mecha, Hercules. It stood there quietly, its huge size dwarfing all the mechanical creations around it. The Divine Punishment orbital cannon, carried on his shoulder, contained enough destructive energy to level mountains. The particle-cutting blade, extending from the arm, flashes a dangerous cold light at the edge and can tear through the strongest alloy armor. On the thick armor plates, complex energy patterns flowed slowly like living things, flashing a faint blue light. This war machine is the ultimate embodiment of technology and violence, far beyond the imagination of flesh and blood. Lin Mo walked forward. His figure seemed small in front of these steel creations, but the aura he exuded controlled everything. He glanced at this army that had condensed countless of his efforts. His expression was calm, but a storm was brewing deep within him. Preparations for the Abyss Tyrant Grutter are complete. The command was given silently, and the huge body of Hercules began to move. There was a dull metallic friction sound, and he slowly stood up. As it stood up, the mechanical creations throughout the camp seemed to be activated simultaneously. Buzz, the low hum of the engines starting merged into one, and the chariot began to roll, raising dust. Nearly 400 Type 2 mechanical dogs, leading their respective mechanical dog units, quickly gathered behind Giant Hercules. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus also raised its head, and its metal body reflected a terrifying light under the bleak sunlight. Set off. Hercules took the first step, and every time the huge metal foot landed, the ground shook. The torrent of steel followed suit, rolling towards the Scarlet area where the boss of the 8th District, Grutter, was entrenched. Inside a modified heavy tank, Zhang Xuanjin excitedly poked his head out to look out, his tone full of excitement. Wait and see how I'm going to give that tyrant a thunderbolt crack. Su Xianwan hugged her knees and nodded vigorously. Yes. Follow brother Lin Mo. The chariot moved forward along with the steel torrent, rolling over the ruins and heading towards the location where the boss was located. In every corner of District 8, countless pairs of eyes are watching the movements of this huge mechanical army in various covert ways. Lin Mo's actions undoubtedly created a huge wave in this dead silent area. When the twisted aggregate of flesh, blood, and bones of the tyrant of the abyss, Grutter, finally revealed its full appearance before Lin Mo's eyes. The stench in the air almost solidified into substance. The 8-meter-tall giant body stood in the center of filth and stench, with a white bone tower rising hideously from its spine. It seemed like some kind of blasphemous, evil altar built with the bones of countless creatures. Its left arm was not made of normal flesh and blood, but had expanded and mutated to form a huge piece of flesh and bone like a battering ram. Every unintentional swing brought about a dull and oppressive wind pressure, which seemed able to easily crush a heavy tank. What was even more frightening was its horrifically split chest cavity, with 3 swallowing cavities filled with sinister, rotating, sharp teeth exposed. It was like a portal leading to some unknown abyss, constantly opening and closing. It made a tingling, chewing sound, as if it was chewing the void hungrily all the time. Hundreds of slippery nerve tentacles were dancing wildly from behind it. At the end of each line is connected to an unknown parasite that is constantly pulsating and distorted, emitting an overpowering stench and ominous smell. As for its lower body, it is completely integrated with the vast, constantly wriggling fungal carpet beneath its feet. It was as if this filthy land was an extension of its body, continuously supplying it with evil energy. The scarlet single eye of the Titan mecha locked onto Gruder's turbid compound eyes. The cold, murderous intent and violent hatred collided violently in the filthy air, almost splashing out invisible sparks. Lin Mo, wearing the Yenshin mecha, looked at this violent regional boss. This guy is really ugly in a unique way. All troops, fire freely. The order was concise and cold, with an irresistible determination. First take down those tentacles. In an instant, a roar like a raging wave erupted from the steel torrent. The mechanical dog army's gun muzzles spewed out dense tongues of fire, and energy beams and physical ammunition intertwined to form a web of death that covered the sky. The artillery fire accurately covered the dancing nerve cord tentacles behind Gruder, and several tanks adjusted their muzzles at the same time. The massive railgun blasted out dazzling lightning and roared with suppressive fire. Goopga! Gruder's 3 huge mouths suddenly opened, but what came out was not a roar. Instead, there was a teeth-grinding friction sound, as if bones were being forcibly crushed. Immediately afterwards, large clumps of corrosive flesh mixed with sharp bone spurs and sticky flesh and blood spurted out from its chest like cannonballs. These filthy flesh and blood shells cut through the air, carrying a pungent, sour, and rancid stench, and smashed viciously into the positions of the Mechanical Legion. Boom! Boom! Dull explosions sounded one after another. The pieces of meat fell to the ground and immediately exploded, with dark green acid splattering wildly in all directions. What's even more bizarre is that the ground corroded by the acid quickly transformed into an area of animated flesh and blood that kept wriggling and twitching, emitting a sickening, fishy sweet smell. The mechanical dog that was unfortunately trapped in it began to move visibly slower. The sturdy surface of the armor made a harsh, sizzling sound, and its durability began to slowly but continuously decrease, gradually losing its combat effectiveness. Chapter 79, The Boss Exploded. Lin Mo's voice was steady as he continued to issue orders. Heavy units, hold your ground. Maintain suppressive fire. Hercules, charge. The piece of animated flesh and blood began to spread under my feet. Hercules crushed it to pieces with just a heavy stomp of his huge metal feet and took the initiative to face Gruder. Buzz! The particle cutting knife on the right arm of Hercules suddenly lit up. The high-frequency, oscillating energy condensed into a dazzling light at the edge of the blade, causing a sharp whistle that tore through the air. He chopped hard and without fanfare at Gruder's deformed, swollen arm of flesh and bone that looked like a siege hammer. Clang! There was a deafening sound of metal clashing, loud enough to tear the eardrums apart, and countless dazzling sparks shot out wildly in all directions. Gruder's seemingly rough bone hammer was much harder than expected, and it actually blocked the fierce attack of the particle cutting knife. A huge reaction force came from the blade, and even the 15-meter-tall Hercules was slightly shocked. In this brief moment of stalemate, the surviving and newly born nerve cord tentacles behind Gruder, like a poisonous snake smelling blood, they swept towards Hercules in an overwhelming manner, trying to entangle and restrain the limbs of this steel giant. Hercules instantly activated the phase shift shield, and a layer of light blue energy film flashed, blocking most of the crazy whipping of the tentacles. At the same time, the power of the mecha's engine suddenly increased to the limit, making a roaring sound. Hercules suddenly turned sideways and slammed into Gruder with his shoulder. Bang! With a heavy impact, Gruder's huge body was knocked off balance and staggered backwards. Giant God! As particle cutting knife seized the opportunity and swept out at a tricky angle. A cold light flashed, instantly cutting off several of the thickest and most troublesome nerve cord tentacles. However, this guy's vitality is simply outrageous. The wounds of the severed tentacles. The wriggling granulations grew, intertwined, and merged crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, the new slippery tentacles were back to normal, even thicker than before. The muzzle of the flaming gun on Hercules' left arm suddenly lit up, and a torrent of blazing energy gushed out. Like an invisible branding iron, it burned Gruder's body fiercely. An ultra-high temperature pulse wave swept through, and the air was distorted by the burning. The wildly dancing nerve tentacles on Gruder's body emitted a burnt smell under the high temperature. It quickly shrank and curled up like a bug thrown into a fire. However, this is only temporary. At the broken parts of the charred roots, new granulations are wriggling and proliferating crazily at a morbid speed. In a flash, new, slippery, and wet tentacles grew out, even thicker than before, and continued to whip the air with a disgusting tenacity. The vitality of this damn thing is outrageous. At the same time, the terrifying, devouring cavity in Gruder's chest opened again. But this time, what gushed out was no longer a solid projectile of flesh. An indescribable, extremely sticky wave of filth, mixed with countless unrecognizable zombie limbs and internal organs. It splashed towards Hercules all over his head. This wave not only brings a double impact on vision and smell, but what is more terrifying is its strong corrosiveness. Several mechanical dogs that were unable to dodge were splashed by the edge of the wave, hitting their sturdy alloy shells. Large, ugly spots immediately appeared, and a creaking sound was heard under the heavy load, and the metal structure quickly deteriorated. Even glaring rust grew on the joints, and the movements became visibly slow and stiff. Even the heavy armor of Giant God was broken after coming into contact with a small amount of filthy liquid. Several ugly signs of corrosion quickly appeared, flashing a dangerously dull luster. Damn, strong acid corrosion, specifically targeting metals? Lin Mo's voice was solemn. Switch to defensive formation and keep a safe distance. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, start charging the main gun. At the command, the engine of Hercules roared and its huge body retreated immediately. The thrusters sprayed air, temporarily escaping from the area of corrosion that was still spreading. The surrounding mechanical dog legions also received orders to retreat quickly, rebuild their firepower network, and use their range advantage to continue suppressing Gruder with firepower. In the brief interval when the line was reorganized, Gruder suddenly let out a roar that was more shrill, full of pain and anger than any previous one. Roar! It suddenly arched its huge body, and the bone tower structure running through its spine began to flash wildly. An ominous dark red light spread in the air, emitting a heart-pounding buzzing sound. Not good. Lin Mo's heart was beating wildly, and a premonition of extreme danger gripped him. The next second, under everyone's horrified gaze, Gruder made a crazy move. It actually used its deformed bone hammer arm to fiercely tear apart the flesh and blood tissue connecting its lower body to the fungal carpet on the ground. Dark red blood and broken flesh splattered everywhere like a rainstorm. The scene was so bloody that it was disgusting. With a teeth-grinding, tearing sound, it pulled out 4 giant walking legs made of twisted flesh and jagged bones from the tangled fungal carpet. As soon as these 4 new legs touched the ground, they dug deep into the soil and supported its huge body. Immediately afterwards, Gruder's body expanded rapidly as if it was inflated. His bones made crackling sounds, and his flesh and blood multiplied wildly. In just a few seconds, its size increased from 8 meters to 13 meters. If the bone tower on its back is included, its height is even higher than that of the giant Hercules. A monster that is bigger, more twisted, and exudes endless brutality in a completely new posture. Standing tall on the earth again, looking down at the tiny enemies. Lin Mo looked at this scene and felt a chill rising up his spine. Are you kidding me? This guy has explosive ability. Gruder, whose size had grown rapidly, broke free from the constraints of the fungal mat, and its 4 newly born giant legs stepped on the ground every time. The earth made a dull roar like a war drum, and with it a bloody wind, it rushed straight towards the mechanical army. The oppressive feeling brought by the huge body almost squeezed the air and solidified it. Aaron and the observers from other organizations in the distance felt as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible giant hand. It became difficult to breathe, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. This guy, how come he is so much stronger than the ones in the past? Aaron's voice trembled uncontrollably. Lin Mo clearly sensed that the dark red light on Gruder's spinal tower had climbed to a terrifying peak. Buzz. That was not a sound, but more like a pure, ultra-high frequency shock wave that could tear apart everything. With Grudel as the center, it spread out violently like a water wave. Wherever the shock wave passed, there were abandoned building wreckage and makeshift alloy shelters. Even the more protruding hard rocks on the ground were crushed into the finest powder by the invisible force in an instant. The entire battlefield suddenly became open, and there was no longer any cover that could be used. The shields and plating of the Mechanical Legion were as fragile as snowflakes in the sun in the face of this invisible shockwave. They flickered and shattered, and the energy light dimmed and went out. Many of the robot dogs were shattered to pieces, with metal parts flying everywhere. The number of mechanical dogs that instantly lost their combat capabilities exceeded 3 digits. Chapter 80 blasted to pieces. Concentrate all long-range firepower and shoot. Lin Mo's voice was filled with a ruthlessness that was determined to do whatever it took. The engine of Hercules erupted with a deafening roar. The huge body, like a retrograde meteorite, once again faced the ferocious monster. Now only Hercules can withstand Gruder's attention. Create valuable output opportunities for the long-range firepower units in the rear. The particle-cutting knife and the deformed bone hammer collided violently again. A shock wave even more violent than before erupted, causing the air to emit a buzzing sound. Grudel's sickening, devouring chest was now like an out-of-control volcano. A continuous stream of filthy wasteland mixed with zombie remains was sprayed out. The phase shift shield on the surface of Hercules is under the dual test of corrosion and impact. The light blue energy on the surface flickered, as if it could completely collapse at any time. Lin Mo put all his attention into the precise calculation of the battle situation. The Star Dome AI is constantly calculating, looking for its attack nodes in the gaps between Gruder's violent attacks. Finally, Starry Sky AI figured out. After each powerful blow of Gruder's bone hammer, the swallowing cavity on its chest, which was constantly opening and closing, paused for an extremely short time. The Hercules stepped forward once more, confronting Gruder head-on, directing its bone hammer to slam the ground hard. The ground cracked in response, and in the dense smoke and dust, the swallowing cavity in the chest actually closed and paused for a short time. Full fire, cover that position. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, blow it up. The moment the order was given, the weapon systems of all the remaining mechanical dogs on the battlefield entered overload mode. As if it was free, he madly poured destructive firepower towards the same position on Gruder's chest. Countless beams of light and ammunition trajectories of different colors intertwined to form a brilliant and deadly barrage of death. It locked onto the part of Gruder's swallowing cavity that had just closed. At the same time, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had been silently accumulating strength at the edge of the battlefield, finally let out its first roar. Its huge mouth, filled with ferocious metallic teeth, slowly opened, and the carefully constructed energy core inside emitted a dazzling light. The surrounding space was distorted and rippled by the indescribable amount of energy. Roar, accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from a prehistoric beast. A thick beam of energy shining with a destructive aura, dragging a long energy tail, suddenly burst out from the throat of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The beam of light seemed to penetrate the space, and in an instant it accurately hit the core of Gruder's chest. Boom, boom. For a moment, the only sound on the battlefield was the terrifying explosion that echoed wildly. The extremely dazzling light caused all creatures on the battlefield, including Lin Mo, to subconsciously close their eyes. After the smoke cleared, Gruder's entire chest, along with a large area around it, was completely engulfed by this destructive energy. Giant God did not miss any opportunity, and the engine was driven to an unprecedented maximum speed. The huge machine made a series of metallic groans as it was overloaded. The particle-cutting knife in his hand was raised high, and the energy light flowing on the blade condensed to its peak. The blazing energy was almost materializing, like a bolt of judgment thunder falling from the sky. Hercules' huge body carries unrivaled impact force, and the particle-cutting knife condenses all the strength. It chopped hard and deeply into Gruder's exposed core area. The tyrant of the corruption abyss, Gruder, let out the most miserable and desperate wail since its birth. That voice was filled with endless resentment and deep unwillingness. Its huge body, which had just expanded to 13 meters in height, was twitching and shaking violently as if all its vitality had been drained away. The destructive energy of the Dragon Maw Star Destroyer and the deadly piercing power of the Hercules Titan. This is a double and fatal blow. Finally, its proud, almost immortal life core was completely destroyed. Aaron and the members of the 8th District Organization in the black market in the distance were watching with almost stopping breathing. This regional boss, who once brought nightmares and despair to countless people, began to collapse and disintegrate his huge body of flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those extremely hard and deformed bones turned into ashes like rotten wood, and the madly proliferating flesh and blood tissue looked like sand sculptures that had been exposed to the scorching sun for 1,000 years. Flakes peel off and dissipate into the air. In the end, at the place where it had previously been, there was only a pile of charred metal fragments still emitting wisps of black smoke. Disgusting waste of unknown biological tissues, emitting a strong and pungent smell of burnt and decay. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. There is only the rhythmic, low hum of the core engine in the chest of Hercules, like the heartbeat of a survivor, and the muzzle of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus in the distance, which was still emitting astonishing heat, was silently reminding everyone. The earth-shaking battle that just now almost completely plowed through the ruins of the entire 8th District was not an illusion. Everyone subconsciously turned their attention to the quietly standing Titan mech and the Iron Army behind it that exuded a murderous aura. They opened their mouths, as if they wanted to say something to express their feelings at the moment. But I found that my throat was so dry that I couldn't utter any complete syllables. Lin Mo received a reminder from the area at this moment. The regional boss, Gruder, tyrant of the corruption, has been killed. All survivors who participated in the killing will receive a reward, 5,000 points. All participants in the killing will receive the City Mark 8, which can lead them to the 7th District of the Wasteland City. The one with the highest contribution to the kill will receive an extra reward. 1-star ability Crystal Core. Kill the regional boss alone and get a customized treasure chest X1 as a reward. A series of system prompts flashed across Lin Mo's bracelet. An 8 city mark representing access authority flashed and quietly merged into his bracelet. The safe route to the 7th area of the wasteland has been clearly marked on his personal map. At the same time, the product list of the system all was also refreshed in a timely manner. A brand new product has been pinned to the top, the District 7 Detail Map Data Pack. Lin Mo didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to buy it directly. Soon, a full map that was larger than the 8th District and had more complex terrain slowly unfolded. The unique regional outline and detailed geographical features of the 7th District were all clearly presented before him. The 7th District. Lin Mo knew that new challenges and opportunities were already ahead of him. Chapter 81. First battle against a flying enemy. When the smoke of the battle cleared, Lin Mo commanded the surviving mechanical units and began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, the damaged mechanical dog was repaired. Fortunately, there was a huge monster called Hercules in front, which attracted most of Gruder's firepower. There are not many mechanical dogs that are completely scrapped this time, and most of them can be put back into combat after being repaired. Soon after, a revitalized steel team lined up in an orderly manner, and the cold metal shells gleamed coldly under the setting sun of the ruins. Looking at the remaining 30,000 or so metal units, Lin Mo had already looted everything he could from the 8th District and had no more to keep. Lin Mo sent a brief farewell message to Aaron in the black market, then raised his hand and passed cold instructions to every mechanical unit. Target: the border of the 8th District, all troops move out. The roar sounded again, and the steel torrent kicked up dust, rolling towards the junction of the 8th and 7th Districts marked on the map. The entrance to the passage ahead was shrouded in a faint fluorescent light, which was the power blockade of the Wasteland City as the team approached. The City Mark 8 on Lin Mo's bracelet flickered slightly, and a gentle wave spread out like ripples, as if it was verifying the identity. Without encountering any obstacles, Lin Mo and the mechanical army behind him successfully passed through the film-like energy boundary. Almost at the moment of stepping in, a completely different energy wave came towards him, bringing with it a strange and oppressive breath that made one feel suffocated in the chest. The sky here feels even more depressing. The brightness is much dimmer, and every breath feels heavy and sluggish. There were still broken walls and ruins underfoot, but the number of wandering zombies had dropped sharply. The sense of crisis that one might encounter a horde of zombies at any time seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. However, when Lin Mo subconsciously looked up at the sky, he realized where the real threat came from. Under the lead gray clouds, dense black spots were like circling vultures, emitting bursts of sharp and piercing hisses. Those were flocks of flying zombie birds, and their ferocious postures declared that this sky was their home, and they were the real rulers of this area. Ouch! Inside the tank, a shrill alarm suddenly rang out, so sharp that it almost pierced the eardrums. The first wave of air attacks came without warning and as fast as thunder. Those small flying zombie birds were incredibly fast, like a dense rain of black arrows, swooping down from the sky, aiming directly at the mechanical legion on the ground. The mechanical dog army responded quickly, and the rapid fire barrels on their shoulders spewed out dense tongues of fire. Their long-range firepower had a very low hit rate when facing these small and extremely flexible aerial units. Facing the zombie birds flying by at high speed, the mechanical army could only passively take the beating. As the fire network intertwined, the zombie bird was hit by a rain of bullets and fell down, swaying with black smoke. But in contrast, reports of damage to the mechanical dogs continued to increase, and the losses continued to expand. Just when the mechanical legion's front was in danger, the 15-meter-tall behemoth, the Titan mech, Hercules, began to move. Its sturdy left arm suddenly raised up, and raging flames burst out from the ferocious muzzle of its flaming gun, like an angry fire dragon, rushing straight into the sky. The jet height of up to 15 meters made it impossible for the low-swooping zombie birds to escape, and they were all ignited by the scorching flames. There was a shrill scream, and it was like a burst of black, scorched snow, falling to the ground with a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of Hercules sank slightly, and then suddenly leaped up. The heavy metal fist was accompanied by a terrifying roar that tore through the air. It smashed hard at a flying, deformed leader that was obviously several times larger than its peers. Boom strapje! A deafening sound exploded in the air, as if a heavy bomb had exploded. The large, deformed monster didn't even get a chance to let out a complete scream before being smashed into pieces by the punch, with flesh and blood splattering all over the sky. It floated down in a vast amount, carrying with it a strong, fishy smell. Kill 1 elite flying aberration. Gain points x200 and energy core x1. The thundering blow of Giant God instantly cleared a small area of airspace, demonstrating its unparalleled and terrifying destructive power. However, facing the almost endless and overwhelming air advantage, Lin Mo felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. The severe shortage of air units is the most fatal shortcoming in his current team configuration. If it is not handled properly, the entire army may be wiped out. Lin Mo raised his head, staring at the hideous black shadows circling above his head, his face filled with unprecedented solemnity. Obviously, the challenges brought by the 7th District are far more cruel and direct than those brought by the 8th District. Lin Mo quickly glanced at the battle damage data on the bracelet that kept jumping and climbing. He looked up at the sky that was almost completely occupied by flying monsters, and quickly made a judgment in his mind. The main battlefield of the 7th District has undoubtedly completely shifted from the ground to the air. Without thorough tactical adjustments and equipment upgrades, his existing ground forces may not be able to launch effective attacks on these flying enemies. If we don't regain air supremacy, we will be unable to advance in the 7th District. Giant Hercules provide cover. The rest of the units take turns firing to suppress their dive routes. Lin Mo calmly issued orders while quickly searching the map for buildings that could be used as a temporary base. Under the firepower network maintained by Hercules and the Mechanical Dog Army, the team struggled to defeat this wave of flying enemies. Lin Mo quickly locked onto a large factory building on the map, whose structure was relatively intact. With the shelter of a solid roof, you can at least temporarily avoid those ubiquitous aerial prying eyes. The mechanical dogs quickly cleaned up the battlefield, entered the tanks one by one, and the convoy headed to the factory. A temporary camp was built in this factory building, and mechanical dogs were disguised and guarded at each node to reduce movement and prevent flying units from discovering them. The giant Hercules dug a little deeper into the ground and hid his entire body under the factory building. Lin Mo arranged for Su Xianwan to enter the chat channel of the 7th District to collect intelligence. After spending a long time in the channel, the information obtained was quite mixed. Most of the survivors in the 7th District hid in complex underground fortifications and bunkers, forming a large-scale underground city complex. The ground is too dangerous. The zombie bird is just the most basic flying unit. The most powerful one here is a deformed one called Dragon Vulture. It is extremely powerful. In addition, there are irregular electromagnetic storms in the 7th area, which are devastating to electronic equipment and mechanical units. Electromagnetic storm, underground city, Dragon Eagle. Lin Mo's fingertips tapped lightly on the cold metal tabletop, and countless thoughts collided rapidly in his mind. To gain a foothold in the 7th District, one must not only deal with threats from the air, but also consider how to deal with the harsh natural environment. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes focused, and a bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. He thought of using his mechanical manufacturing skills to create a special metal structure that could effectively drain and release electrical energy and resist electromagnetic interference. Perhaps what we need is not a fixed defense tower, Lin Mo whispered to himself, with excitement flashing in his eyes. It's a mobile fortress. A mobile fortress that is not affected by the electromagnetic storm and can even actively fight back against those dragon vultures. Then equip it with a superpowered cannon that can lock on high-speed targets, specifically to clean up these damn flying bastards. Chapter 82, Overlord of the Sky, Hurricane Dragon Eagle. Let's put aside the idea of a mobile fortress for now and deal with the situation at hand first. Surviving on the ground is tantamount to being a target. Lin Mo took a deep breath and called up the map of District 7 that he had purchased. The fingertips slid across the virtual screen and finally stopped at a place marked Abandoned Central Station. There are a lot of metal materials here, which is suitable as a temporary base. My army of mechanical dogs can dig down to serve as our underground base. Zhang Xuanjin and the other man had no objection and decided to set off immediately while it was still early. Lin Mo did not waste any time and ordered the Shadow Guard Corps to explore the way, and then the convoy followed. After careful exploration, the group finally arrived at the abandoned station. First hide in the existing house in the station and explore the surrounding environment. Finally, it was decided to dig downwards in the station hall, as the ground space was large enough and transportation would be convenient. So at Lin Mo's command, thousands of mechanical dogs poured out like a steel torrent. Their metal claws, which were originally used to bite monsters, have now become the most efficient digging tools. In the abandoned station, the sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other and the roar of concrete breaking are intertwined. Amid the flying dust, the prototype of a huge underground space is being constructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Mo used local materials to disassemble and reshape the wreckage of abandoned vehicles to reinforce the load-bearing structure and inner walls of the base. The entire construction process was incredibly efficient. In just 2 hours, a preliminary underground fortress was completed. The total height is over 7 meters, and the top is 15 meters deep from the ground. This depth is enough to avoid direct attacks from most flying units. Then the functional areas of the base were classified and excavated, and the Hercules also had its own rest cabin. Digging 18 meters in one go, plus the cover of the roof, makes it impossible for flying enemies to detect it. Lin Mo used his metal shaping ability to melt and stretch the collected metal resources. As if given life, these liquid metal torrents followed his will, covering every inch of the ground, walls, and even the ceiling of the base. It took nearly 10 hours, and it was completely dark. A fully enclosed fortress with a cold metallic luster has been completely completed. It is solid and full of a cold sense of technology. Lin Mo used multiple energy cores lavishly to create a lighting system for the base, and thus a simple but safe underground base was completed. Lin Mo and the other two were exhausted after a whole day, so they just took a nap and planned to find some daily necessities to fill the empty base tomorrow. The next day, Lin Mo, who had just woken up, saw Su Xianwan with an anxious look on her face. She was quickly browsing the chat channel information of the 7th District on the bracelet and telling Lin Mo the intelligence she had collected. Brother Lin Mo, we discovered that the 7th District used to have air defense facilities and they were very powerful, but they were later destroyed. The 7th District previously built several giant energy towers as the core of regional air defense, capable of launching high-intensity energy beams to intercept aerial targets. What about now? Lin Mo asked. It's completely paralyzed. Su Xianwan lowered her head in frustration. It is said that they were destroyed by the electromagnetic storm released by the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. Those energy towers are now just a pile of scrap metal. Hurricane Dragon Vulture. Lin Mo's brows furrowed even tighter. It seemed that this Hurricane Dragon Eagle was the source of the 7th District's air supremacy. We have to go and see the situation with our own eyes. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and made a decision. Find a commanding height. After some searching, they found a city watchtower that barely survived the series of disasters. The tower was covered with hideous cracks, and the rusted metal structure groaned under the heavy weight in the wind, as if it would fall apart at any time. Lin Mo took the lead in climbing up, taking every step very carefully, trying not to make any loud noise, so as not to alarm the eyes hovering over the city. Zhang Xuanjin followed closely behind, his movements equally light and alert. Su Xianwan did not follow and stayed below. The wind from the top of the tower brought with it the desolate atmosphere unique to the wasteland. Looking around, there were endless ruins. Extending to the end of the site, 3 huge energy towers stand not far away. And on the more distant horizon, more towering, tower-like silhouettes can be vaguely seen, standing there silently. The light that should have been shining on the top of the tower had long since gone out, revealing a sense of sadness like a hero in his twilight years. The entire area seemed to be shrouded in an indescribable energy field, making the distant scenery appear blurry and distorted. Lin Mo was concentrating on observing the paralyzed watchtowers, trying to find some useful clues from them. Suddenly, the sky above my head suddenly darkened, as if an invisible giant curtain was pulled down in an instant, swallowing up all the light. A huge black shadow, wrapped in dazzling blue arcs, was like a demon god awakening from ancient mythology. It roared in from the distant sky at a speed beyond the limits of visual capture. It almost brushed past the top of the watchtower. Boom! It was not the sound of an explosion, but a sonic boom caused by some extreme speed tearing the air apart. The loud crackling sound caused by the violent surge of electricity mixed together to form a terrifying roar. The extremely terrifying pressure, like solidified substance, descended from the sky and instantly enveloped an area of several miles. Lin Mo and the other man held tightly onto the rusty railings beside them. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he clearly felt the moment when the giant shadow passed by. The energy particles in the surrounding air seemed to be ignited and drained away. The overlord of the sky, Hurricane Dragon Eagle. The sense of oppression brought by just a quick glance was far greater than any enemy they had encountered before. Hurry, get down, Lin Mo growled, and the two of them evacuated the watchtower as quickly as possible. I collected some daily necessities on the way so that the base would not be empty. I will collect the rest slowly. Back in the relatively safe underground base, Su Xianwan searched for more information about the Hurricane Dragon Vulture in the public channel. Found it. Her little face was still a little pale. The people in the channel said that the range of this Hurricane Dragon Vulture's activities just happened to cover the 3 paralyzed energy sentry towers we just saw. In the past, there have been several teams of survivors who have tried to approach and repair the sentry tower, but without exception, they were all devastated by it. Hurricane Dragon Eagle can release a wide-range electromagnetic storm. Once covered by the storm, all exposed electronic equipment will fail instantly. The mechanical units will also be completely paralyzed. This is fatal to our mechanical dog army. Lin Mo's fingertips tapped heavily on the cold metal tabletop. Big trouble. This Hurricane Dragon Vulture not only has terrifying combat power, its electromagnetic storm capability directly threatens the mechanical army on which he depends for survival. If they don't resolve this biggest threat, let alone counterattack, they won't even be qualified to operate stably in District 7. It seems that I need to communicate with the people in District 7 to see if there is any good solution. Chapter 83, Seeking Cooperation. Lin Mo now has a personal experience of how difficult and dangerous the ground in the 7th District is. It seemed as if every inch of that land was soaked in despair. Especially that damn Hurricane Dragon Vulture is like a sharp guillotine hanging over everyone's head. It may fall with thundering force at any time. No, it's more deadly than a guillotine. Once that thing is enraged, it goes berserk. His mechanical army would probably turn into a pile of cold scrap metal in an instant. All of them might be torn to pieces. We must find a way to resist the dragon vulture, and we must act quickly. Lin Mo's knuckles turned slightly white due to excessive force, showing his inner uneasiness. He got through to Aaron's communication. Aaron, do you have a black market base in District 7? Find me someone who can make the final decision. The unique crackling sound of electric current rang briefly in the communicator several times, as if the signal was struggling to pass through the interference of the wasteland. After a moment, Aaron's voice came through clearly. Mr. Lin, we do have a base in the black market of District 7, and the person in charge is named Owen. If you need, I can contact him for you right away. Okay, him. Lin Mo's answer was crisp and clear, without any hesitation. Time waits for no one, and every second may mean variables. Owen is one of the actual managers of Black Soil City in the 7th District. He has a strong hand and a wide network of connections. But in the 7th District, he is surprisingly low-key and doesn't like to stir up trouble. I'll contact him right away. Please wait. There was silence on the communicator, and Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. His eyes turned to the dim ceiling of the base, his mind calculating rapidly. One of the managers of Black Soil City, he is tough but low-key, which sounds like a difficult guy. But right now, they don't have much choice. Not long after, Aaron's reply arrived. It is Owen's exclusive communication number, and the precise coordinates of Black Soil City are attached below it. Finally, there's a message from Irving through Aaron, which is short but meaningful. Black Earth City welcomes true guests, but never unrestrained armies. This place is so small that it can't accommodate too much ambition. Rules must be followed. Lin Mo stared at the warning message, his brows unconsciously furrowed. The army is not welcome? This is almost telling him that his proud mechanical army must stay outside the city. Irving probably already knew his specific situation through Aaron. Imposing restrictions on the mechanical army is a warning to him. But now, the situation is stronger than the person, and it is he who needs help from others, not others who need help from him. No matter how unreasonable other people's rules are, he has to accept them, unless he wanted to lead his team in constant fear under the shadow of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. Lin Mo's brain was like a high-speed processor, with countless thoughts flashing and colliding in it. Finally, he made a decision, tapping his fingertips quickly on the tactical tablet to determine the configuration and number of the accompanying mechanical dogs. Heavy armor mechanical dogs, 100 pieces. Claw-type mechanical dogs, 100 pieces. Firetail type mechanical dogs, 50 pieces. Icehorn-type mechanical dogs, 50 pieces. A total of 300 reinforced mechanical dogs. This will be their vanguard into Black Soil City, and it is also the largest force he can bring into the city at present. If the number is larger, it might touch Irving's bottom line that the army is not welcome. A heavy armored mechanical dog, famous for its thick alloy armor. With their thick skin and tough flesh, they can serve as sturdy mobile shields. At the critical moment, it is enough to withstand the first wave of fierce firepower from the enemy. By precious time for follow-up troops. The claw-type mechanical dog is known for its super high maneuverability and sharp alloy claws. They're like ghosts in the complex street fighting environment. He is an expert at both surprise attacks and dogfights. As for the Firetail and Icehorn mechanical dogs, they will provide the necessary long-range fire suppression and key battlefield control capabilities. The combination of fire and ice is enough to give any enemy a headache. The rest, all of you, stay in the underground base and maintain the highest alert. The huge force, the ferocious mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and an even larger group of basic mechanical dogs. They will all stay in this relatively safe underground area temporarily. They are Lin Mo's real trump cards. Everything was arranged properly, and Lin Mo and his team took action quickly without any delay. They were riding in 3 heavily modified Rhino tanks, which are now strengthened to the extreme. The vehicle body is covered with thick and tough composite armor, and the tires have been replaced with special models that can adapt to various harsh terrains. The wide tread is covered with deep anti-slip grooves. After the engine was ignited, the low roar it emitted revealed a fierce aura of someone about to break free from their restraints and rush to the battlefield. Su Xianwan sat in the passenger seat of the lead car, and several virtual screens floating in front of her were jumping rapidly. The complex vehicle data flow and real-time monitoring images of the external environment are clear to her. Zhang Xuanjin was in the crew cabin of the tank at the rear, carefully checking their respective weapons and equipment, as well as the various supplies that came with them. Ensure that we can respond immediately to any emergency. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and the unique dust and metallic smell of the wasteland rushed into his lungs. He sat steadily in the driver's seat and gripped the cold steering wheel with both hands. He gave concise instructions to the vehicle's intelligent assistance system. Destination, Black Soil City. Let's go. The roar of the engines suddenly increased, and the three rhino tanks were like awakened steel monsters. They drove out of the hidden exit of the underground base one by one and merged into the dim and depressing twilight of the wasteland. The journey to Black Soil City is not destined to be smooth, and every kilometer may hide fatal dangers. They planned their route carefully, trying to avoid all known danger areas, especially the vast area of death that was completely shrouded by the shadow of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. The wheels of the rhino chariot rolled over the scattered gravel and the metal wreckage that had long been twisted and deformed, making a monotonous and harsh crunching friction sound. On this dead and silent wasteland, they seemed to be announcing their existence, and also seemed to be wailing for the death of this land. Some short-sighted little zombie birds were attracted by the roar of the engine. They flapped their wings and made unpleasant screams. They swarmed out from the shadows of the ruins, trying to get close to the moving, fresh flesh and blood. However, before they could get close enough, they were attacked by the electromagnetic railgun mounted on the roof of the rhino tank. The extremely accurate point fire blasted the air into pieces of flesh and feathers that flew all over the sky. Small-scale harassment cannot stop their progress at all. It took almost 2 hours to drive on the bumpy, abandoned road. The vague outline of the entrance to Black Soil City finally appeared at the end of the horizon. It was not a city built inside a huge cave or mountain as Lin Mo had imagined before. Instead, it is an underground entrance to Black Soil City, connected to the ground through a huge lifting platform. This design is highly concealed and easier to defend. The entrance to the lift platform is heavily guarded, with armed and vigilant guards patrolling back and forth. Chapter 84. Underground Black Soil City. The equipment on these guards is a bit mixed, but they are all well maintained and have obviously experienced the test of actual combat. There are also some detection devices that appear to be simple in structure, but seem to be quite effective. It was constantly flashing with tiny lights of various colors, scanning every unit that tried to approach. The person Owen sent to pick them up was already waiting there. He was a man with a tough face and a sturdy air of a veteran. As soon as their rhino chariot approached, it was rudely stopped by the guards at the entrance. The guards required them to undergo strict inspection, and every step was meticulous. The guide sent by Owen immediately stepped forward and whispered to the guard, explaining that Lin Mo and his party were important guests of the black market. The guards, who originally had serious expressions, softened their attitudes significantly, but the procedures still had to be followed. It's just that huge lifting platform, although it looked sturdy, but it was also unable to carry such a heavy unit as the rhino chariot down into the underground city. In desperation, Lin Mo Dang once again quickly screened and reorganized the 300 mechanical dogs that were accompanying him. 30 mechanical dogs of each of 4 different models were selected. A total of 120 elite mechanical dogs will follow them into Black Soil City. The remaining 180 mechanical dogs will remain on the ground for the time being. The intelligence system of Rhino Tank Number 1 took over, guarding outside the entrance and picking up Lin Mo at the same time. The captain of the guard at the entrance looked at the 120 mechanical dogs lined up neatly behind Lin Mo, flashing with cold metallic light. This number obviously exceeds the number of guards that regular visitors are allowed to bring. The captain of the guard's brows twitched unconsciously, and a hint of vigilance and scrutiny flashed in his eyes. But the guide sent by Owen stood next to them, smiling but showing no intention of explaining. The captain of the guard didn't know what to say and could only briefly report the situation to his superiors. After a moment, he seemed to have received some instructions and raised his hand to signal for them to pass. "Welcome to Black Soil City." The captain of the guard had a hoarse voice, as if he had been speaking in a dusty environment for a long time. "But the city has its own rules. I hope you can strictly abide by them. It is strictly forbidden to use force in any area of the city at will. Otherwise, all consequences will be borne by the individual." Although his tone was relatively polite, the warning was obvious. His eyes stayed on the mechanical dogs for a moment before slowly moving away. After a heavy metal friction sound, the gate of the lifting platform slowly opened. Lin Mo took the lead and stepped onto the solid metal floor, followed closely by Zhang Xuanjin and the other two. 120 elite mechanical dogs followed in an orderly formation and with uniform movements. The space inside the platform is quite spacious, but the mechanical dogs cannot enter all of them and can only enter in 2 batches. The oversized cargo platform was packed with an army of mechanical dogs, and the air was filled with the smell of motor oil mixed with rust. It was completely different from a mixed stench on the surface, but it was not fresh either. The man in charge of guiding people in the black market entered last and nodded to the guard beside the control console. The guard pressed a grease-stained button. Buzz, a low vibration came from under the feet, and the platform began to slowly descend. The surrounding walls are made of rough rock, with occasional artificially reinforced metal supports. The dim emergency lights cast shaky shadows on the rock wall. The descent was longer and smoother than expected. Lin Mo's gaze passed through the cracks on the edge of the platform, and he could see the dark rock formations passing by rapidly outside. Occasionally, a faint light flashed by. I didn't know if it was the reflection of the ore or something else. The mechanical dogs stood quietly, their red optical sensors looking like flowing stars in the dim light. Their existence itself is an invisible deterrent. After about 10 minutes, accompanied by a slight metallic collision sound, the lifting platform stopped steadily. The gate in front of me opened again, and a completely different breath hit me. The air is warm, moist, and mixed with countless indescribable smells. A vitality unique to underground cities instantly enveloped them, compared to the dry, corrupt, rusty air on the ground. Although the air here is equally complex, it has a hint of life. After waiting for a while, Lin Mo's 120 mechanical dogs gathered. Lin Mo and his group officially stepped into the Black Soil City. Above their heads, there was not the low rock formation as they had expected. Instead, it is a vast space supported by a huge metal dome. On the dome, huge lighting equipment is inlaid at regular intervals. It emits a steady but slightly dim light, illuminating the entire underground space. This light dispelled the darkness, but also cast a layer of unreality on everything. Lin Mo looked at the densely packed underground buildings in front of him. Most of the buildings were not tall, but the layers upon layers, high and low, extend to the end of the field of vision. Most of these buildings appear rough and practical, without excessive decoration. Exposed pipes and wires are on the walls, tangled like the blood vessels of a city. This huge and complex underground city scene forms a sharp contrast with the wasteland on the ground filled with death and despair. The place where they were at the moment seemed to be a transportation hub, with a constant flow of people and a lot of noise. Various survivors, vendors in strange costumes, and hurried dungeon dwellers were shuttling back and forth in the wide passages. The expressions in their eyes were different. Some were numb, some were alert, and some had a hint of subtle greed. The air was filled with the burnt aroma of barbecue, the pungent smell of cheap alcohol, the sour smell of sweat, and the special smell of mechanical lubricating oil. These flavors mixed together to form a complex aroma unique to Black Soil City. Lin Mo looked around and noticed that everyone was carrying a weapon. Whether it's crude, cold weapons or modified firearms, it shows that the rules of survival here are still cruel. The appearance of 120 mechanical dogs immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Many people looked at him with surprise, fear, and even a hint of greed. But when they saw the cold metal shell of the mechanical dog, most people quickly withdrew their gazes and dared not look at it too much. The guiding man led the way in front. His steps were steady, and he ignored the gazes around him. "This way, please." His voice came clearly into Lin Mo's ears. On the way to the black market base, Lin Mo was also quietly observing the surrounding environment and people. He discovered that the interior of Black Soil City did not seem to be a monolithic entity. The architectural styles of the several areas they passed through were obviously different. The buildings in some areas are relatively neat, and the streets are relatively wide and clean. The patrolling guards are also more energetic. The residents here are dressed relatively decently and look more calm. Other areas appear overcrowded, with buildings looking like haphazardly constructed building blocks. Sewage flowed in the narrow alleys, and the smell in the air was even worse. Most of the residents here have pale faces, and their eyes are full of vigilance and anxiety. These subtle differences silently hint at the existence of different spheres of influence within the city. and obvious class divisions. Chapter 85, I want to destroy the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. The man who was guiding them seemed to have noticed Lin Mo's observation, but he did not say much. It's just that when passing certain intersections, my pace will unconsciously quicken a bit. After passing through a relatively prosperous street with various shops on both sides, they turned into a dark and narrow alley, and the light at the entrance suddenly dimmed. The noise in the air seemed to be isolated. This was the shadow alley mentioned by the people sent by Owen. The walls of the alley are covered with various symbols and graffiti of unknown meaning. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell mixed with the pungent odor of some cheap tobacco. The population here is even more mixed than outside, and people exude a strong, evil aura. The presence of a mechanical dog has a greater deterrent effect here. Those originally malicious gazes were restrained a lot after seeing the 120 cold mechanical dogs. The man who led them took them around in many twists and turns, and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous metal door. This door is mixed in with the dilapidated buildings around it and has no special markings. If you're not looking for it, it's easy to miss it. The man walked up and knocked on the door several times in a certain rhythm. A moment later, a small observation window on the door was pushed open, and a pair of vigilant eyes looked out from inside. After seeing the man who was guiding her, the vigilance in her eyes faded slightly. The man who guided them had a brief exchange of words with the burly man behind the door. He looked a little embarrassed and looked back at Lin Mo with a hint of apology in his tone. "Mr. Lin, the scale of your mechanical army is truly spectacular." He chose his words carefully, his eyes sweeping across the silent and cold metal creation. "I'm afraid our original base can't even accommodate 1/10 of it. So we can only temporarily inconvenience you and your troops and move to one of our larger storage areas. It's spacious and more convenient to accommodate there. It won't cause unnecessary trouble." Lin Mo looked calm. "No problem." The man who led the way breathed a sigh of relief and led the way again. Finally, they stopped in front of a huge, heavier metal sliding door. Next to the sliding door, there were two strong men as strong as iron towers, with eyes as sharp as eagles. He was wearing a thick exoskeleton armor and holding a ferocious-looking heavy energy weapon. The muzzle of the gun was dark and emitted a heart-pounding chill. When 120 mechanical dogs stopped in front of them in unison and their red sensors lit up in unison, even these two battle-hardened soldiers couldn't help but breathe heavily for a moment. The men who were guiding them came forward, and one of the sturdy men exchanged a few words and showed a metal plate. The burly man pressed the red button next to the door. Crackle. The heavy metal door rubbed against the track, making a harsh sound. Slowly slide to the sides, revealing the space inside. "Mr. Lin, please." The sturdy man who nodded spoke in a muffled voice. He stepped aside to make way, his tone carrying a barely perceptible solemnity. Behind the door is an extremely open and huge space with a high dome. Dozens of high-power lighting make this place as bright as day, forming a sharp contrast with the darkness outside. Dozens of guards in uniform black combat uniforms were fanned out across the warehouse, their weapons flashing dangerously. They had solemn expressions and sharp eyes, and they watched every corner of the warehouse vigilantly. When Lin Mo and his army of mechanical dogs stepped in, all the guards' eyes were instantly focused on them. Click, click, click. The mechanical dogs marched in neat steps. The metal claws made a crisp and rhythmic sound when stepping on the hard concrete floor. In this empty warehouse, the sound was particularly clear and oppressive. In the middle of the warehouse, there was a large empty area with a long table. Behind the table sat a tall man wearing a well-fitting dark casual suit with neatly combed hair. In contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the surroundings, there was a faint smile on his face. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if waiting for something. When Lin Mo approached, he slowly raised his head, and the eyes behind the lenses met his gaze calmly. It swept over Lin Mo and the group of mechanical dogs behind him. "He is Owen, one of the controllers of Black Soil City and the person in charge of the black market in District 7. Owen's gaze stayed on Lin Mo for a few seconds, then fell on the mechanical dogs standing silently. Even when facing such a large number of armed units, his expression remained calm. "Mr. Lin Mo, welcome to Black Soil City." Owen spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable force. Owen's voice echoed in the empty warehouse with a strange, penetrating power. "Aaron thinks very highly of you. Owen's eyes moved between Lin Mo and the mechanical dog army behind him. There seemed to be a hint of inquiry hidden in his calmness. He said that you are the most distinguished guest of our black market. This sentence carries a lot of weight. The black market in Black Soil City has been able to gain a foothold in the wasteland and has its own way of survival. I wonder what Mr. Lin Mo is here for. Owen leaned forward slightly, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses looked even sharper. Or, do you need any help from our Black Soil City? Lin Mo's expression remained calm. He met Owen's gaze, and his voice was clear and direct. The ground in the 7th District is ravaged by hurricane dragon eagles. They're a huge threat, Lin Mo continued, his tone revealing an unquestionable determination. I need your help. He paused, his eyes running over Owen. Resource distribution map of the 7th District, detailed regional intelligence. Also, effective methods for protecting against electromagnetic storms. Finally, Lin Mo added a sentence. His voice was not loud, but it made the air in the entire warehouse freeze. I want to deal with the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. Destroy the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. These words hit Owen's heart like a heavy hammer. For the first time, the smile on his face froze slightly, and his eyes behind the lenses flickered. He was silent for a moment, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the smooth tabletop. The atmosphere in the warehouse became somewhat subtle because of this sentence. Those guards who were originally on high alert now looked at Lin Mo with a hint of suspicion. The Hurricane Dragon Eagle is the nightmare that lingers in the skies of the 7th District. It is an existence that even the Black Soil City is unwilling to provoke easily. This outsider actually threatened to deal with them. Is he ignorant and fearless, or does he really possess earth-shaking power? Owen's hesitation didn't last long, and he raised his head again. Mr. Lin Mo's courage is admirable. He spoke slowly, and there was no emotion in his tone. Black Earth City has always followed the principle that the strong are respected. I can provide the information, but Mr. Lin needs to prove his strength. Chapter 86, It's time to prove your strength. Owen continued to introduce the situation in Black Soil City. This city is a delicate balance maintained by several major forces. They're the Chishui Gang, which controls the lifeline of the water source. Firebat Industries controls the core of energy. And the District 7 Council consisting of us and the Blackstone Society, responsible for trade and the order of the city. Owen's eyes fell on Lin Mo again. The information Mr. Lin Mo needs can be provided by Black Soil City. I hope Mr. Lin Mo could do me a small favor. This can also be regarded as a small test for Mr. Lin Mo. There was a barely perceptible light in Owen's eyes. Recently, the power supply system in the western part of the city has frequently failed. That area is one of our important production bases. Owen's brows furrowed slightly, showing that this matter really bothered him. The continued power outages have severely affected our physical outflows. Our people have conducted preliminary investigations, and it seems that it is not just a simple aging of the equipment. There are signs that some unknown underground mutant creatures may have invaded the city's pipeline system. Not only do they damage the lines, they even pose a threat to workers who go to repair them. The terrain there is narrow and complicated. Our people went there several times, but were unable to resolve the problem. He looked at Lin Mo with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. I hope Mr. Lin Mo can help us solve this problem completely. If it is true, as Aaron said, you have extraordinary means, then this little thing should be no problem. Lin Mo listened to Owen's narration quietly. His expression did not change at all. He knew that obtaining intelligence was not something that could be achieved by just talking. So Irving simply answered, no problem. 3 words, crisp and clear. No haggling. No unnecessary questions. This confidence made the admiration in Owen's eyes even stronger. Very good. Owen nodded, and the smile on his face became much more sincere. Art, take Mr. Lin Mo and his troops over to see the specific situation. Be sure to cooperate with all of Mr. Lin Mo's actions. Art was the man who had greeted Lin Mo at the entrance of the black market. He responded, then I'll wait for good news from Mr. Lin. Owen said, then got up and left. Art came to Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Lin Mo followed Art to the other exit of the warehouse. The mechanical dog army followed closely behind in neat steps. Click, click, click. The sound of metal claws hitting the ground echoed again. Passing through several dark passages, the air became increasingly humid. There was a strange smell mixed with rust and corruption. Finally, they stopped in front of an even narrower entrance. The light here is much dimmer than in the warehouse, with only a few emergency lights emitting faint light. Mr. Lin, below, is the underground pipeline layer of the West District, Art said, pointing to the dark entrance. The recent failures all occurred around here. Our people went down there several times and were attacked, and 2 people were injured. There was a hint of solemnity in his tone. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He just raised his hand. A mechanical dog with a slightly ferocious appearance and a faint blue glow quietly emerged from the crowd. It was Fong. Lead a team to check the situation. Lin Mo gave the order. Fong was like a black lightning, leading 10 claw-shaped mechanical dogs into the dark stairs. Their movements are swift and silent, in stark contrast to their slightly large size. Art and several other Black Earth City guards who followed him all had a glimmer of surprise in their eyes. They had seen many mechanical creations, but they had never seen such a sensitive and intelligent machine. Lin Mo stood there, waiting quietly. Soon, Sharp Fong came back with the data. The underground pipeline layer contains complex pipeline structures and crisscrossing energy lines. Abnormal energy fluctuations permeate the air, and there are also biological signals lurking in the dark. At the junction of a section of the main power cable, several thick cables were torn apart by some sharp weapon, exposing the metal core inside. Near the damaged area, several wriggling shadows were looming. They're not big in size and resemble some kind of arthropods. The skin is covered with a hard shell, and the mouth parts are ferocious and flashing a faint green light. It is these mutated creatures that are gnawing at the wires. Their saliva seemed to be highly corrosive, accelerating the damage to the lines. Found it, Lin Mo said calmly and turned to look at Art. It's not a big problem. There are about 15 mutant digging worms. They were chewing on the insulation of the main lines, causing short circuits. Found it right away? Art and the others looked surprised. They sent several waves of people down there, risking their lives, but they only roughly determined the direction. Mr. Lin simply sent a team of mechanical dogs to take a look around and located the problem so accurately. Even the types and numbers of the mutant creatures are clearly known. This investigative capability is simply incredible. What do you need us to do? Suppressing his surprise, Art asked in a deep voice. Lin Mo shook his head. Find a line maintenance guy. I'll clean up down there, and then let him finish the line maintenance. Lin Mo raised his hand again. This time, units of different forms emerged from the mechanical dog army. A team of firetail mechanical dogs, their mouths flashing dark red light, like burning flames. They walked with steady steps, their metal shells reflecting the dim light. Another team of icehorn mechanical dogs, equipped with small frost-launching horns on their heads, exuding a faint chill all over their bodies. The Sharp Fangs from before were also in the queue, forming an elite squad. Team Sharp Fong, clear out the digging worms. Pay attention to the control range and do not damage other lines. Lin Mo's instructions were clear and concise, without any unnecessary nonsense. Team Firetail and Icehorn, after the fangs are cleaned, perform low-temperature curing on the damaged circuits to prevent secondary short circuits. Lin Mo continued to issue instructions to ensure that every aspect of the mission was foolproof. After receiving the order, the mechanical dog team entered the underground pipeline layer one by one without any hesitation. Their figures disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the slight sound of metal friction. Art and the others held their breath, staring at the deep entrance. They are very curious about how these peculiarly shaped mechanical dogs will complete their tasks. After a moment, a slight crackling sound was faintly heard from underground, which was the sound of short circuit. Then, there was a flash of fire, illuminating the dark underground space. Then, a chill spread from the entrance, making people feel bone-chilled. During the entire process, there was no sound of fierce fighting and no roar of mutant creatures. There was only the slight sound unique to mechanical operation, as if a precision instrument was working. This was completely different from the bloody battle they had imagined, and instead revealed a kind of cold efficiency. About 10 minutes later, the Firetail, Icehorn, and Sharpfang teams came out one after another. They were stained with some dirt, the mud and oil unique to the underground pipeline layer. But the overall look is still brand new, as if it had just completed a routine patrol. They silently returned to the mechanical dog army, waiting for the next instruction. Art and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. They couldn't imagine what these mechanical dogs did in just over 10 minutes. Chapter 87, Deduction, Mobile Battle Fortress. Lin Mo knew that the following problem had been solved and said to Art, "Have the line maintenance personnel arrived? It's safe down there. My mechanical team will escort him down to ensure there is no danger." Art's eyes were almost glued to the deep entrance. Unbelievable, this is the end? The maintenance crew hadn't even arrived yet. Mr. Lin, the robot dog, just went down once. It was so fast that people couldn't react. When the maintenance personnel arrived wearing heavy protective clothing and carrying professional tools, as they carefully went to the underground pipelines to carry out repairs, there was still a bit of nervousness and confusion on their faces. They had anticipated the complex underground situation and were even prepared for sudden attacks by mutant creatures. However, what greeted them were several strange-looking mechanical dogs. These mechanical creations stood quietly on both sides, their cold electronic eyes scanning them. The invisible sense of oppression made the maintenance personnel dare not make the slightest movement. The Sharpfang team led the way, while Firetail and Icehorn guarded the maintenance personnel. The entire journey was incredibly smooth. The expected danger did not occur, and inside the pipeline layer, there was nothing but the remains of digging worms that had been cleared away. And the line areas that had been treated with low-temperature curing are no longer threatening. Maintenance personnel quickly got to work, replacing damaged parts and reinforcing the insulation. The mechanical dogs are like the most loyal sentinels, alert to any possible movement around them. At the Black Soil City Command Center, when the green indicator light indicating that the main line has returned to normal comes on, the energy supply problem that had plagued Black Soil City was thus solved. The news was quickly delivered to Owen, which was much faster than he expected. It seemed that Lin Mo was indeed good at it. Owen leaned back in his chair and looked at the assistant beside him. "Bring Mr. Lin to see me." When they came to the warehouse again, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than before, and Owen's face was a mixture of admiration and inquiry. "Mr. Lin Mo, your ability has indeed exceeded my expectations." He did not hold back on his praise. "You have gained the trust of Black Earth City. As a token of my gratitude and as a token of my sincerity in our future cooperation, I will provide you with the information you need." Lin Mo's eyes moved slightly. Intelligence was exactly the purpose of his trip. During the communication with Owen, information flowed silently between the two. Owen detailed the situation in District 7 and the current predicament of Black Soil City. Lin Mo listened carefully and asked one or two key questions from time to time. As the topic gradually deepened, Lin Mo once again turned the focus to the threat that was hanging over everyone's mind. "Mr. Owen, regarding the Hurricane Dragon Vulture, does Black Earth City have any way to deal with this aerial overlord? Or any intelligence related to it?" Owen was silent for a moment, and his tone became heavy. "Hurricane Dragon Eagle. It's hanging over the Black Earth City. No, it should be hanging over the 7th District. It's a huge shadow hanging over the heads of all the survivors. Although Black Soil City is hidden deep underground, it is theoretically relatively safe. But the electromagnetic storms of Hurricane Dragon Eagle will still intermittently penetrate the Earth, seriously affecting our city's energy system. Communications will also be interrupted or even paralyzed. Every time an electromagnetic storm passes through, it is a severe test for us." Owen's fists clenched unconsciously. More importantly, its existence has a great impact on our return to the ground and obtaining more survival resources. Any attempt to return to the surface on a large scale will become its prey. It is like an invisible cage trapping Black Soil City underground. Owen's eyes dimmed a little. "It's not like we haven't tried." His voice was low and full of powerlessness. "Black Soil City has organized several operations to try to drive away or hunt down that beast. We once dispatched our most elite team to risk our lives to repair the abandoned energy towers on the ground, hoping to rebuild the regional defense system. But," he sighed heavily, "all attempts have ended in failure. We lost too many good fighters and too much valuable equipment. The power of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle far exceeded our initial assessment and even our imagination." He paused, his tone containing a hint of deep-seated fear and uneasiness. Moreover, based on the fragmentary intelligence analysis brought back by the survivors of several failed operations, it seems there's more than one Hurricane Dragon Vulture. These words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in Lin Mo's heart. This means that the danger of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle will be greatly increased. The threat on the ground in the 7th District might be more complicated and more terrifying than he expected. Owen's words were like a heavy lead block, pressing on Lin Mo's heart. The intelligence obtained made the already difficult situation even more dangerous. He originally thought that the biggest threat was just a terrifying creature hovering over the 7th district. It now seems that the truth is far more cruel than we imagined. 2 or more. Lin Mo's brows were tightly locked. He originally wanted to rely on the power of Black Soil City to deal with the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. It seems that this road is temporarily blocked. Owen's anxiety was not a disguise. Black Soil City had indeed done their best. Lin Mo's eyes became sharp again. He was never a person who gave up easily. After obtaining the information he wanted, Lin Mo said goodbye to Owen and took Zhang Xuanjin and Su Xianwan with him. Left Black Soil City under the protection of 120 mechanical dogs. After carefully returning to the underground base, Lin Mo's tense nerves relaxed a little. Being with Hercules and mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Lin Mo felt very safe. Lin Mo tapped the metal panel with his fingertips. Relying on others was no longer feasible. He could only rely on himself. But how can we rely on it? The existing forces, whether it is the giant god or the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, are all ground units. Faced with a Hurricane Dragon Vulture that can fly freely in the sky and release terrifying electromagnetic storms, they appear clumsy and passive. We need a mobile firepower platform, one that can move quickly on the ground and has strong air defense capabilities. An idea gradually became clear in his mind again. A mobile battle fortress must be built. The most suitable base at hand was the Rhino Chariot. It was solid and stable, and was an excellent base for modification. But to transform a tank into a battle fortress capable of fighting against the Overlord of the Sky, the amount of modification required is extremely large. This is almost a redesign. The structural strength must be greatly improved so that it can withstand the recoil of heavy weapons and enemy attacks. Weapon systems have to be reconfigured, energy supplies must be stable and efficient, and consideration must be given to how to maintain defense while on the move. It's like building a prototype of an aircraft carrier on land, capable of roaming the apocalyptic wasteland. A mobile fortress that provides powerful fire support while maintaining high mobility. He activated the blueprint deduction function. Based on the Rhino tank, carry out maximum deduction and transformation. Driving target, mobile battle fortress. This deduction is expected to consume 10,000 points. Do you want to start the simulation? The system prompt sounded in his ears. 10,000 points? This expense was huge. But he did not hesitate at all. Confirm the deduction. Lin Mo's finger pressed the confirmation button steadily. Points were deducted instantly. The Rhino Chariot model kept changing in a blue light. Chapter 88, I Can't Afford It. I Can't Afford It. As Lin Mo anxiously waited, every second seemed to be infinitely stretched. The progress bar of the blueprint deduction is as slow as a snail. 2 hours later, the reminder tone finally sounded. Blueprint deduction is complete. A beam of light is projected into the air, constructing a complex three-dimensional model. It was a mobile fortress that shone with cold metallic light, with a ferocious outline and full of power. The vehicle body is covered with thick armor with clear edges and corners, as if it can crush all obstacles. Turrets stand in rows, with the black muzzles pointing into the void, silently telling of destruction. Lin Mo looked closely at the manufacturing requirements, scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Mobile Battle Fortress, primary form. Require materials, refined iron X 1,000 units, copper-nickel alloy X 200 units, titanium tungsten alloy X 200 units, electromagnetic pulse protection technology X1, star energy core X1, energy core X8. 1,000 units of refined iron equals 100,000 basic metal units. Fortunately, he had gained more than 30,000 from his search of the 8th district. Including what I have collected in the past few days since I came to the 7th district, I have already collected 60,000. It will be enough if I try harder. The star energy core, the one dropped by the boss in the 8th area, comes in handy. 8 normal energy cores are not a problem either. But the copper-nickel alloy behind it is 200 units, and the titanium tungsten alloy is 200 units. And what about electromagnetic pulse protection technology? His heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of it. Lin Mo quickly opened the system mall and started searching. Copper-nickel alloy, 2,000 points per unit. Titanium tungsten alloy, also 2,000 points per unit. Electromagnetic interference technology requires a full 150,000 points. Lin Mo took a breath of cold air. 200 units equals 400,000 points. Adding the two together, 800,000 points. Add to that the 150,000 points for electromagnetic pulse protection technology. It's almost 1 million. What a joke. This is simply robbery. Even if he put all his wealth into it, it wouldn't be enough to cover a fraction of it. I can't afford it. I can't afford it at all. Lin Mo cursed in a low voice. He waved his hand irritably and closed the tempting yet unreachable blueprint interface. The heat in my chest quickly cooled down. No matter how tempting the mobile battle fortress is, it is just a pie in the sky at this stage. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. He forced himself to calm down and turn his attention back to more realistic issues, the construction of the underground base. Since we have decided to take root in the 7th District, a safe and reliable rear base is a must. This damn place is full of dangers, and the threat of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle is hanging over our heads. We have to have a decent nest. It's a good opportunity. While collecting materials, I can also ask Owen for clues about those special alloys. After Lin Mo made up his mind, he first sent a message to Owen to ask for clues about the alloy. Then he led the mechanical dog army to search the ground for usable supplies. Because of the threat from the sky, Lin Mo only brought out 500 mechanical dogs. Pouring out of the base entrance like a tide, cold electronic eyes scanned the ruins on the ground. They are not afraid of the sporadic flying zombie birds, and their actions are efficient and precise. It is the best pathfinder in Porter. Soon, large amounts of steel, cement, cables, and pipes appeared. These basic building materials were dragged back to the base in a steady stream. Lin Mo didn't know how long he would stay in the 7th District. This underground base must be as perfect as possible. The technological legacy of the 7th District is indeed much stronger than that of the previous districts. Lin Mo bought power generation equipment from Owen, but unexpectedly Owen was quite generous. After listening to his needs, he simply waved his hand and gave him a small nuclear power generator set. Although it is not large, it is a timely help for the current base. The power problem was solved instantly, and the lights inside the base suddenly became much brighter. Groundwater is not difficult to find, and the urban planning of the 7th District was quite complete before it was abandoned. Although the groundwater circulation system is damaged in many places, the key nodes are still there. Lin Mo brought a few mechanical dogs and connected them to his own pipeline network. After being processed by several purification devices removed from the factory, clean water flows out. In the next few days, the entire underground base was under busy and orderly construction. The sounds of hammering, cutting, and installation never stop. When Lin Mo stood in the space again, it had completely changed. The entrance was replaced with a heavy alloy door, which is cold and solid, giving people a sense of security just by looking at it. The interior space was replanned and divided using recycled metal sheets and composite materials. In the corner is the living area, with several beds found in the ruins neatly arranged. On the other side is a workbench and equipment area with various tools and parts. Deep inside are the storage areas and energy control rooms. The ground is also made of steel smelted by Lin Mo. It feels solid to step on and is easy to clean. The soft lighting overhead dispels the inherent gloom of the underground. The air circulation system makes a slight humming sound. It delivers filtered, fresh air, taking away the dullness of the enclosed space. There is no luxurious decoration here, but every corner is neat, practical, and safe. This is Lin Mo's first nest in the 7th District. The initial completion of the underground base made Lin Mo feel a little relieved. But the manufacturing materials of the mobile battle fortress blueprint still pierced his heart like a thorn. Materials, technology, points, each one is like a mountain. Just when Lin Mo completed the construction of the base, news came from Owen. Intelligence points to the site of a small abandoned research institute. It is said that cutting-edge research in high-energy electromagnetism was conducted there. Perhaps you can find relevant technical information there. It may even be possible to discover some rare special alloys. Research Institute. Lin Mo quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Such places often mean higher risks and potential unknowns, but it could also lead to greater gains. It is enough to make up for the huge investment and is worth a gamble. He quickly assembled an elite team of mechanical dogs. A total of 200 Type 2 mechanical dogs. The team has specially added 5 newly manufactured electromagnetic mechanical dogs. They are extremely sensitive to electromagnetic fluctuations and can provide early warning and interfere with electromagnetic waves. The institute was located on the edge of the ruined city, away from the main streets. The half-collapsed concrete building was tightly entangled by thick mutant vines, as if they were tentacles extending from the earth. The entrance was littered with rusted metal fragments, and the shriveled skeletons of some unknown creatures were on the ground. There was a faint smell of escaping energy in the air, carrying with it an indescribable, ominous omen. Lin Mo stood outside the entrance and did not rush in rashly. He ordered Sharp Fong to lead a team of mechanical dogs to explore the way ahead. The sensor on the Fong's head emits a faint blue light. Cold electronic eyes scanned the darkness ahead. The team advanced cautiously and had just entered the hall a short distance. Sizzle. A dazzling arc of electricity suddenly exploded in the air. A strong electric current instantly filled the space. An invisible energy barrier instantly appeared in the passage. It was emitting a faint blue light, like a transparent wall, blocking the way. Immediately afterwards, several shriveled figures suddenly jumped out from the shadows on both sides. They were wearing tattered research suits and were extremely skinny, but their movements were incredibly fast. The exposed skin had a sickly pale color. Visible beneath the skin were flickering electrical sparks and crudely implanted metal wiring. Obviously having undergone some kind of inhuman transformation, they made strange, hoarse cries that were sharp and piercing. Chapter 89 Money-Making Operation. The high-energy electromagnetic traps and the obstruction of mutant zombies made Lin Mo understand. This research institute is indeed not simple as Owen said. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he quickly gave orders. The heavily armored mechanical dog immediately stepped forward, using its thick armor and sharp alloy claws to confront the mutant guards. The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the hall, and sparks flew. The 5 electromagnetic mechanical dogs quickly adjusted their positions. The magnet devices on their heads began to rotate at high speed, emitting a low and continuous buzzing sound. The electromagnetic dog accurately captured the energy nodes of the energy trap. Start releasing directional interference radio waves. It was visible to the naked eye that the electric arc on the energy barrier became obviously unstable. The flashing frequency became faster and faster, and the light flickered as if it would collapse at any time. A few seconds later, there was a slight explosion. The energy barrier completely disappeared, and the energy fluctuations in the air subsided instantly. Well done, Lin Mo praised. The Type 2 mechanical dog has decent combat capability and is not blocked by any energy traps. These mutated zombies can't stop the advancement of the mechanical dog army. They were quickly slaughtered and continued to go deeper into the research institute. The internal space of the institute is much larger than expected, and the structure is relatively complex. Along the way, they cleared out several similar waves of mutated zombies. These zombies seem to be former staff members of the institute. Their bodies are transformed by some kind of high-energy electromagnetic radiation. Becomes aggressive towards machines. At the same time, the electromagnetic mechanical dog also successfully solved several traps of various forms. These are energy traps hidden in passages and rooms. Some trigger local electromagnetic storms, and some create powerful electromagnetic pulses, cause interference or even damage to the mechanical dog. But with the addition of electromagnetic mechanical dogs, these obstacles are no longer fatal. After some searching and cleaning, they finally arrived at the core area of the Institute. A relatively well-preserved main control room, covered with thick dust. The air was filled with an air of oldness and decay, and most of the equipment was completely broken. The wires were exposed, and the metal casing was charred, obviously having suffered severe damage. Lin Mo's electronic eyes caught a glimpse of unusual light. It was a metal cabinet in the corner. He walked forward and opened the cabinet, inside which were some special alloy plates neatly stacked. The surface reflects a strange light. There's also a storage hard drive next to it, which does not appear to be damaged. I hope there are really good things in there, Lin Mo said silently in his heart. After successfully obtaining the information, Lin Mo led the team back to the underground base. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him, isolating him from the ruins and roars of the outside world. Lin Mo didn't stop for a moment and walked straight to the main console. The storage hard drive taken out of the metal cabinet seemed particularly heavy in his hand. With a click, the hard drive is plugged in. The screen lights up. The dark green data stream began to scroll rapidly, and the progress bar crawled forward slowly but steadily. Damaged document fragments, incomplete experimental logs, and blurry design sketches flashed on the screen. Lin Mo leaned forward and looked through the information attentively, trying to find some usable technology. Suddenly, a special document title was successfully restored and popped up: Resonance Lightning Attraction Technology. He immediately concentrated his computing power to speed up the cracking of the document. The text and diagrams gradually became clear, using specially tuned electromagnetic fields. Actively induce and absorb high-energy charges in the atmosphere for storage and conversion. This technique, Lin Mo stood up straight suddenly. If it could be mounted on a mobile battle fortress. The electromagnetic attack of the flat-haired beast, the hurricane dragon vulture. Wouldn't it be like a mobile power bank? At the critical moment, you can also give them a hard blow. The huge surprise hit him and almost made him want to start the transformation immediately. However, when he lowered his eyes, the words "technical requirements" quickly cooled his newly ignited excitement. To achieve resonance lightning attraction, its core guidance and storage unit must use a superconducting metal with extremely abnormal properties. This electrical metal needs to maintain absolute structural stability under unimaginable high-energy impacts. Lin Mo immediately checked the metal materials he had. I scanned, compared, and screened them one by one, and the result was that there was no such material. He frowned and accessed the system mall, searching for superconducting energy metal. Soon, a product popped up: one electric metal, 5,000 points. Fuck. A low curse sounded with uncontrollable anger. 5,000 points just for one material. The amount needed to build a war fortress cannot be just one portion. Points must be earned as soon as possible. It seems that we have to act separately. Lin Mo made a quick decision. He mobilized mechanical dogs representing different models and reorganized them into teams. The mission of Team 1 is to consolidate the existing base while expanding outward. Increase the collection of basic metal resources and clear out nearby zombies. And he himself will personally lead an elite assault force. All Type 2 mechanical dogs, mechanical Tyrannosaurus, etc. were incorporated. The target is those higher-risk areas, hunting down the powerful aberrations entrenched there. Seize the energy cores in their bodies and search for any rare materials that may exist. Of course, the most important thing is earn points. The electronic map of the 7th District unfolded in front of Lin Mo. The scarlet high-risk area mark looks like a drop of solidified blood, shocking to the eye. According to the information, it is the nest of giant beetles. High risk, high reward. Lin Mo whispered to himself with sharp eyes. He needed points, and he needed that superconducting metal even more. The order was quickly issued through the mental link. Target, beetle nest, codename, Purgatory. Heavy metallic footsteps echoed in the underground base. The giant mecha started up first, and its huge body was full of oppression. Dozens of Type 2 claw-type mechanical dogs followed closely behind, their agile figures forming a sharp arrow formation. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus let out a low roar, and its sturdy limbs stepped on the alloy floor, following the rear. This elite team represents Lin Mo's strongest ground assault force at present. They passed through layers of gates, drove out of the underground base, and entered the war-torn wasteland. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with burnt and decayed odors. The deeper we went, the more disturbing the vibration became. Stay alert, detection units at full power. Lin Mo's voice was transmitted to every combat unit through encrypted communications. The electronic eyes of the Type 2 mechanical dog flashed red, constantly scanning the surrounding environment. The tank's eagle-eye scanning system is also running nonstop. High-energy reaction detected. Huge quantity. The ground in front suddenly collapsed, and a huge pit appeared. Then 1, 2, 3. Countless giant beetles swarmed out of the pit. These beetles are about the size of a small car. They are covered with thick, dark brown carapaces that gleam with an oily sheen. 6 thick limbs support its heavy body, and every movement makes the ground shake. The most frightening thing is the pair of huge compound eyes on their heads, flashing with bloodthirsty red light, and the ferocious energy muzzles on their backs. Buzz, a sharp sound of energy gathering was heard. Chapter 90: Unexpected Gains. Dozens of beams of blazing white light shot out from the beetle's back. It intertwined into a web of death, covering Lin Mo's team. Avoid. suppressed with fire. Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet with a hint of solemnity. The Type 2 mechanical dogs displayed amazing agility and scattered in all directions. At the same time, the rapid-fire machine gun on the shoulder spewed out dense tongues of fire. The bullet hit the beetle's shell, splashing a series of sparks. Most of them were bounced off, leaving only shallow white marks. A few bullets hit the beetle's joints or compound eyes, causing some damage. Boom! A Type 2 mechanical dog was unable to dodge and was hit head-on by the energy cannon. Its energy shield shattered instantly. Its thick armor was torn apart like paper, and its entire body exploded into a pile of scrap metal. The energy cannons of these beasts have too strong, penetrating power. Lin Mo's brows were furrowed. Send the giant mecha to the front. Ding, ding, ding. Several energy cannons bombarded the heavy breastplate of the giant, causing dazzling flames to burst out. The mecha's huge body shook a few times, and its energy shield fluctuated violently, but finally held up. Well done, Hercules, Lin Mo praised. The particle-cutting blades on Hercules' left and right arms let out a piercing roar and rushed towards the swarm of insects. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, charge forward from the left wing and disrupt their formation. Roar! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus let out an earth-shaking roar and slammed its huge body into the swarm of insects. It has a heavily armored head and a powerful bite, and the huge tail covered with bone spurs has become a deadly weapon. A giant beetle was knocked over by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Before it could struggle to get up, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's bloody mouth had already bitten down fiercely. Crack! Half of the beetle's body was bitten off, and dark green body fluid gushed out. The light of the energy cannon flickered, tearing through the air, and the sound of explosions was endless. Type 2 mechanical dogs used their speed to form a fulcrum with Hercules and mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Keep interspersing attacks, looking for the beetle's weaknesses. Lin Mo's attention was highly focused, and the Starry Sky AI was rapidly analyzing the battlefield data, the damage of each mechanical unit, and the enemy's attack pattern. The utilization of the wide terrain was all within his calculations. Focus your fire on that leader. Lin Mo discovered a beetle that was slightly larger and had a darker shell. It seemed to be directing the actions of the other beetles. Several Type 2 mechanical dogs immediately turned their guns around. The Hercules also gave up on the enemy in front of him, and the cutting blade slashed towards the leader beetle with the sound of wind and thunder. The leader beetle obviously also sensed the danger. It let out a sharp hiss, and the energy cannon on its back shone brightly. A beam of energy that was several times thicker than that of other beetles shot towards the giant. Energy shield, maximum power, Lin Mo shouted. The energy shield on Hercules' chest suddenly lit up and took the blow head-on. The violent explosion caused Hercules to retreat half a step, and the light of his shield dimmed a lot. But was blocked after all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several attacks landed accurately on the leader beetle. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus also abandoned the miscellaneous soldiers around it, and with a flick of its tail, it blew the leader beetle away. The leader beetle rolled over and knocked down a piece of stone wall. After struggling for a few times, it stopped moving. Its death seemed to cause a bit of chaos in the insect swarm. Now is the time to expand our victory. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and commanded his troops to attack fiercely. After killing dozens of giant beetles, the pressure on the battlefield was slightly relieved. Lin Mo immediately ordered several mechanical dogs to come forward and cut open the dead beetles. A fist-sized piece was found inside the beetle's shattered chest cavity. The metal emits a faint blue light and sparkles with a strange luster. Lin Mo was refreshed and immediately used metal deconstruction. Obtained super alloy X0.01. Lin Mo was overjoyed that this beetle actually contained a super alloy in its body. Although the quantity is a bit small, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Just as Lin Mo was immersed in joy, more black spots appeared on the distant horizon. More beetles were coming from all directions. The vibrations underground became more and more violent, as if the entire nest had been alarmed. There are too many. Lin Mo's electronic eyes quickly calculated the casualty ratio of both sides. If the battle continues, the possibility of annihilation of the entire army is more than 70%. Retreat. His unwilling voice spread throughout the battlefield through the communication channel. Lin Mo is not a gambler. Knowing the value of the beetle, he can kill it slowly. Hercules and mechanical Tyrannosaurus immediately turned around and began to provide cover alternately. The Type 2 mechanical dogs quickly gathered together, firing to delay the pursuers while retreating in an orderly manner. The beetle swarm chased them relentlessly, and energy cannons kept exploding behind them, raising a cloud of dust. After paying the price of several Type 2 mechanical dogs, Lin Mo finally led the mechanical dog army out of the beetle's pursuit range. Standing in a relatively safe area, Lin Mo looked back at the still turbulent area. The number of beetles was much greater than he had expected. In the brief battle just now, Lin Mo obtained more than 3,000 points, and they learned about the existence of super energy metals, although in very small quantities. It seems that there's still a long way to go to collect all the materials. Lin Mo's eyes were deep. Points, materials, each one was like a mountain pressing on his heart. Although clues to the target materials were found in this operation, the gains were not proportional to the efforts made. At least he confirmed that there are indeed rare resources in the high-risk areas. I also have a more intuitive understanding of the strength of these deformed beings. We have to find a more efficient way to get it. After returning to the base, Lin Mo immediately started repairing the machinery, then used the Star Dome AI to continuously replay the battle record just now. Star Dome AI faithfully executes instructions, classifying, comparing, and analyzing massive amounts of data. Every attack and every dodge of the beetle, even the charging time of each energy cannon, was transformed into a cold data stream. Their patterns of movement don't seem to be completely chaotic. Lin Mo's fingertips tapped lightly on the virtual console. Call up the sequence of behaviors of the leader beetle before it is targeted. When the leader beetle was giving orders, the energy fluctuations on its back were extremely obvious. The actions of other beetles also vaguely echoed this fluctuation. Energy fluctuations are key. A bold idea gradually became clear in his mind. If we could simulate some kind of energy signal that they would be unable to resist, could we lure them to the preset battlefield and confuse their actions? This not only allows you to take the initiative, but also maximizes firepower output and reduces unnecessary losses. Bait device. Lin Mo thought of Owen. Black Soil City, which controls the 7th District, always has a way to get scarce supplies on the market. Lin Mo turned on the communication channel and contacted Owen. Owen showed me that I need an energy decoy device that can simulate the fluctuations of a high-intensity energy source. I wonder if you have such a device here. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the communicator, and then Owen's slightly hoarse laughter was heard. Mr. Lin Mo, you always come up with some interesting requests. It seems that you do have such a device. Yes, this device is rarely used. If you need it, you can come to Black Soil City. Okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 91, Let's Taste the Fire. Lin Mo didn't stop and went to the black market impatiently. R was already waiting for him at the entrance. After installing an engine-sized lure device onto the tank, Lin Mo returned to the underground base. Now that we have the bait device, we also need a high-purity energy block as the lure core. Lin Mo continued to search in the mall, trying to achieve the effect of bait. The energy must be pure enough to drive the beetle crazy. Soon, he found a high-purity energy block called Arcane Crystal Fragment. Each small piece is valuable, and just one small piece requires 10,000 points. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, Lin Mo whispered to himself. A trace of heartache flashed across his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and bought 2 pieces of arcane crystal fragments. This investment would be worth it if it could bring in a large amount of super alloys. The next step is to choose a suitable ambush location. Lin Mo called up a detailed topographic map of the area surrounding the beetle. That area, with its broken rock walls and deep ravines, is a beetle's happy zone. Finally, he chose a nearby basin area with open terrain and not much cover. Once the beetles were drawn in by the bait, his mechanical army could form a crossfire and destroy them all. Lin Mo led most of the mechanical dog army and arrived at the preset location in batches quietly. The mechanical dog army followed the instructions and quickly dug out hidden shooting positions on both sides of the basin. The Hercules and mechanical Tyrannosaurus will be deployed inside and hidden. Type 2 mechanical dogs are scattered across various firing points to ensure no blind spots in shooting. Lin Mo carefully placed the bait device under a huge rock in the center of the basin. When everything is ready, the mechanical dog army is ready to go. He inserted 2 arcane crystal fragments into the device's energy slots. Buzz, the device made a low startup sound, a wave of energy that is barely there but extremely penetrating. With the huge rock as the center, it quietly spread in all directions. This wave of fluctuations in the air was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It stirs up ripples that are invisible to the naked eye. It penetrates the rock. It sweeps across the sand. It penetrates deep into those dark ravines. Lin Mo hid in the distance, observing the center of the basin. Time passed by. About 5 minutes later, on the distant horizon, some tiny black spots first appeared and then gradually expanded. Here it comes, Lin Mo said silently in his heart. Those were beetles that were attracted by the extremely pure energy of the arcane crystal fragments. Rustle, rustle. A fine friction sound came from a distance. The black spots converged into black lines, and the black lines expanded into a black tide. Dense swarms of beetles, like sharks smelling blood, swarmed into the basin from all directions. Their shells gleam with a cold, hard metallic luster, and their compound eyes flash with greedy red light. They have only one goal, the energy source in the center of the basin that exudes deadly temptation. The swarm of beetles stepped into the ambush circle carefully arranged by Lin Mo without noticing. The mechanical dog army at the edge of the basin remained motionless. Like a cold steel sculpture, it waits for the best time to attack. More and more beetles are pouring into the basin. They huddle together, even trampling on each other to get closer to the energy source. The density of beetles in the center of the basin has reached an alarming level. Right now, Lin Mo gave the order decisively. In the central area of the basin, the ground, which had been excavated and cleverly camouflaged by mechanical dogs in advance, suddenly collapsed. Boom! A dull, loud noise broke the restlessness of the beetle swarm. A large area of ground disappeared in an instant, forming a huge, deep pit. The beetles were caught off guard and fell into the deep pit like dumplings, screaming. Dust flew up, gravel scattered everywhere, and at least 1/3 of the beetles fell into the trap instantly. They pressed against each other at the bottom of the pit, trying to climb up. Fire! Taste of fire! In an instant, the mechanical dog armies that had been ready on both sides of the basin erupted at the same time. Countless beams of energy burst out from the hidden firing positions. A deadly crossfire was formed. The Type 2 mechanical dog's rapid-fire cannon poured dense rain of bullets onto the beetles trapped in the trap. The honeycomb fire net carried on the shoulders of Hercules emitted a deafening roar. Each shell could blast a bloody mess among the beetle swarm. A torrent of energy also spurted out of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's ferocious mouth, sweeping across the targets in the pit. The beetle trapped in the trap became a living target, howling under the intense fire, being torn apart, being blown to pieces. Shell fragments and body fluids flew everywhere. The attack efficiency has reached an unprecedented level. At the edge of the basin, beetles that have not yet fallen into the trap. After a brief moment of confusion, there was an angry roar. Some beetles began to turn their guns and fired energy cannons towards the firing points. A blue beam of energy whizzed towards the position of the mechanical dog army. Be careful to avoid it. Lin Montauk reminded calmly. The mechanical dog army moved nimbly. Use the preset cover to avoid the beetles' sporadic counterattacks. The energy cannon bombarded the rock wall, creating charred holes. The actual damage caused to the mechanical army was minimal. The battle was a one-sided massacre. The beetles in the trap dwindled rapidly under the concentrated fire. The beetles on the periphery tried to attack the position, but were accurately killed by the mechanical dog army. The firepower of nearly 2,000 mechanical dogs continued to suppress the enemy. Hercules and mechanical Tyrannosaurus are like meat grinders on the battlefield, constantly cleaning out any beetles that try to get close or resist. The battle lasted for about half an hour, and the sound of gunfire in the basin gradually became sparse. The pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. The entire basin has turned into a messy slaughterhouse. The trap was filled with beetle remains inside and outside. The ground was stained with various colors of body fluids. Clean up the battlefield, Lin Mo ordered. The mechanical dog army immediately took action. Most of them began to collect the beetle carcasses. These corpses are precious resources, especially the special alloy components contained in them. On Lin Mo's bracelet, the points number was also slowly rising. This is the reward for killing the monster itself. But the big deal is the materials obtained from decomposing these corpses. Soon, all the beetle carcasses were collected. Lin Mo activates the metal deconstruction skill. Decompose these bodies on a small scale. A large amount of alloy was extracted, forming different light yellow spots, which slowly merged into the bracelet. This is the key material for the copper-nickel alloy and titanium-tungsten alloy needed to synthesize the Fonlay Battle Fortress. After half a day of non-stop decomposition, Lin Mo looked at the alloy number displayed on the bracelet. It reached more than 180 points, which is equivalent to 18,000 beetles being killed. The amount of super energy metal obtained in this ambush was not enough to build a mobile war fortress. But 2 more times would definitely be enough, and the points would increase by 180,000. The only regret is that the energy core explosion rate is still not high. However, the main purpose of this trip is super metal. The energy core was a pleasant surprise. Return to base. Lin Mo put away the bait device. Leading the fully loaded mechanical army, he drove towards the underground base. Chapter 92. Hercules transforms. Falcon form. Lin Mo did not rest for long. The brilliant result of the previous ambush ignited his fighting spirit. He immediately decided to repeat the effective trapping strategy. This time the action was faster. The mechanical dogs set up their positions and the traps were activated. Everything fits together perfectly. Once again, a huge swarm of beetles was successfully lured away. They poured into the death basin one after another, like moths to a flame. In an instant, the mechanical force that had been well ambushed exploded. Energy beams and bullet rain intertwined into an impenetrable firepower network, pouring down from both sides of the basin. The Type 2 mechanical dog's rapid-fire cannon screamed, spraying dense ammunition at the beetle in the trap. The honeycomb fire net on the shoulders of the giant Hercules made a deafening roar. The trapped beetle was like fish on a chopping board, wailing and struggling under the violent fire, being torn apart and shattered. Hard shell fragments and dark green body fluids splattered everywhere. After repeating this process of luring the beetle swarms twice, Lin Mo reaped a huge harvest. The amount of special alloys has fully met the needs of building the Wind and Thunder Battle Fortress. There was even a lot of surplus. Watching these pale yellow dots of light merge into the bracelet, Lin Mo smiled widely, and his metal deconstruction skill was also upgraded. Metal Deconstruction LV5 can decompose metal objects within 5,000 kilograms, with a small chance of obtaining refined iron and super alloy. This time, the upgrade can actually obtain super energy metals during the decomposition process. A little bit of accumulation is a big gain. +1 for the surprise. Metal Deconstruction, a new ability derived from LV5. Metal Conversion, 1:1 conversion of existing metals. Fine iron, super alloy, titan metal, etc. requires materials of the same grade. In other words, using super energy alloy solid can be transformed into super energy alloy sharpness, inspiration, and other types. That's great. In this way, he does not have to buy all the copper-nickel alloy and titanium-tungsten alloy, but only needs to buy 1 unit of each of the 2 alloys. Metal transformation can be used to transform super alloys obtained from the beetle's body. Just do it. The alloys obtained from 3 ambushes on beetles are definitely enough. Lin Mo returned to the base and bought 1 piece of copper-nickel alloy and 1 piece of titanium-tungsten alloy. Then activate the skill, Metal Transformation. The pale yellow light is constantly converging and merging. The wait was short but full of anticipation. Lin Mo looked at the synthesized copper-nickel alloy and titanium-tungsten alloy. It is exactly the same as the one purchased from the system mall. He successfully created 2 key cores. 200 units of each core were successfully synthesized for a total of 400 units. These cores are the key materials for mobile battle fortresses. At the same time, the points obtained from these 2 ambushes were equally astonishing. It brought him nearly 500,000 points in total. This number far exceeded his initial expectations, and with a huge amount of points in hand, he had more options. Mobile battle fortresses require not only powerful hardware, but also electromagnetic interference technology. Purchasing the electromagnetic interference technology cost him 150,000 points. It can generate a strong electromagnetic field, which can effectively disrupt the enemy's electromagnetic attack. It can also destroy energy shields. It is an important strategic weapon when facing enemies in the future. Next is floating engine technology, which costs 250,000 credits. This was also Lin Mo's later idea, to free the huge war fortress from the constraints of the ground, gain unprecedented strategic mobility, and evolve into a true floating battleship. These two techniques almost used up most of his points. But he did not hesitate. Technology is the fastest and most fundamental way to improve strength. He also needed some other auxiliary materials, which he also purchased with the remaining points. After completing all the transactions, his points balance was only 30,000 points. Although most of the points were spent, what was gained was real technology and core. There are quite a few energy cores accumulated, with a total of more than 400. These are valuable energy reserves that can provide strong energy support at critical moments. The resources are in place. The technology is in hand. The core is ready. Lin Mo felt a strong sense of urgency. He wanted to build the Fonglei battle fortress as soon as possible. That was his guarantee for survival in the 7th district and the cornerstone of his future expansion. After completing all the preparations, Lin Mo felt exhausted from the inside out. Continuous high-intensity combat, resource collection and processing. The mind is always tense. He walked into his lounge. Without any extra movements, he fell asleep. It was a deep sleep. No dreams, just pure rest and relaxation. The body was like a dried-up sponge, desperately absorbing the recovery that sleep brought. When I woke up, I felt refreshed and full of strength. After a simple wash and meal, Lin Mo began to process the metal materials collected by the remaining mechanical dog core. They follow instructions and continuously explore and collect metals around the base. Lin Mo came to the area where metal materials were stored. There were piles of metal blocks as big as a hill. This is the result of the mechanical dog's hard work day and night. He activated the metal deconstruction skill to decompose these basic metal units. A pale blue light lit up, and the metal shrank rapidly in the light. Eventually, it turned into pure energy light spots, which continuously flowed into the bracelet. The decomposition process lasted for several hours. The final statistical results are shown. This decomposition yielded more than 70,000 basic metal units. Combined with previous accumulation, the total number of metal units reached about 140,000. This is a huge number, providing sufficient basic materials for the construction of mobile battle fortresses. Special alloys, energy cores, technology, metal units. All the key elements to build a mobile battle fortress have been collected. Lin Mo knew that it was time to start building the mobile fortress. But before that, there is an even more crucial step. The blueprint of the mobile battle fortress was extremely clear in Lin Mo's mind. But the cramped space of the underground base cannot be used as a manufacturing site for mobile battle fortresses. Even if we dig deeper and expand the underground base, it will be time-consuming and laborious. There was no good way to transport the huge battle fortress to the ground. Tizke, what trouble? Lin Mo scratched his hair irritably. We can't just carry out construction slowly under the enemy's nose, can we? A thought flashed through my mind like lightning. Since we can't handle the big one for now, let's upgrade the strongest one on hand first. Hercules, his most trusted fighting partner. First, install a levitation engine on Hercules. Let him guard Lin Mo and find a secluded place to build a mobile battle fortress. Lin Mo's breathing quickened slightly, and he thought of his mechanical shaping ability. If you add the technology and materials exchanged from the system all, the heavy steel body of Hercules may really be able to break free from the constraints of the earth. Flying, transforming, a wild idea took shape in his mind. That's it. Let me give you a taste of flying, old friend. Lin Mo whispered, his hands clenched, as if he had already grasped the reins that would take him to the sky. Lin Mo did it as soon as he thought of it. He bought superfluid memory metal in the mall and used the remaining super energy alloy in the beetle's body to synthesize it. Use metal smelting to refine 200 units of refined iron. The floating engine even made 6 formation matrices in one go. Half a day passed, and everything was ready. Lin Mo used mechanical creation and selected the cold metal shell of Hercules. He took out the levitation engine, superfluid memory metal, fine iron, etc. one by one. Under the guidance of supernatural powers, he began to merge with the huge body of the giant god at the deepest level. The light blue spots of light enveloped the Hercules, and the Hercules' originally thick armor was peeled off piece by piece and reassembled. The internal structure is also constantly changing, evolving and transforming into a completely new form. After half an hour of constant changes, the originally solid and heavy Hercules. In the dazzling light of energy, its form completely changed. Hercules, in the form of a war falcon, coming to the world in a ferocious manner. The original 15-meter-long Hercules has turned into a fighter jet with smooth lines. The wings are about 23 meters long when spread out, and can switch between two forms. The powerful head of the Hercules folds back and forth. The muzzle of the divine punishment railgun extended forward ferociously, forming the nose of the machine. A 30-meter-long dark matter spear protruded from it, flashing a heart-pounding light. In scattering mode, the main spear will be arranged radially around it. It transformed into several shorter spears of light, forming a deadly firepower network. Chapter 93, Mobile Fortress. Start manufacturing. The wings of the giant god were also transformed, and the flame-burning spear on his left arm was completely disintegrated. The metal fragments reshaped like quicksand, transforming into a huge plasma pulse wing. The particle knife on his right arm was also not idle, extending and unfolding. It turned into a streamlined, deployable cutting fin, extremely sharp. Under the belly of the aircraft, 6 sets of brand-new anti-gravity engines are arranged in an inverted pentagram array. The faint blue halo indicates its surging power. As for the tail part, the original Sky hand hook rope was cleverly woven and integrated. It forms a vector nozzle with the texture of biological tendons, which is flexible and deadly. Giant God, Falcon form, special evolution. Material, refined iron, 55%, Titan alloy, 20%, superfluid memory metal, 10%, super energy composite metal, 15%. Cruise speed, up to Mach 5. Ultimate combat altitude, 20,000 meters in the stratosphere. Loading capacity, divine punishment railgun, aerospace mode. After integrating the energy of the airborne engine, the range is increased to the edge of the atmosphere, and a gravitational collapse bomb can be launched to create a temporary black hole, radius 50 meters. The flame spear is upgraded to solar whip. The pulse wave of the left arm is transformed into a controllable plasma whip with a length of 1.2 kilometers and a temperature of 9,000 degrees Celsius. Phase shift shield dual form difference. Mecha form, hemispherical shield, defense focuses on ground attacks. Falcon form, streamlined deflector shield, optimized aerodynamics plus energy defense. Orbital bombardment matrix. In the fighting Falcon mode, the back honeycomb missile pod is deployed, which can release tungsten steel rain. 2,000 self-sharpening armor-piercing nails covering 3 square kilometers. Sky Strangler. In the Falcon form, the Falcon uses the solar whip to wrap around the target, while activating the anti-gravity engine to climb at high speed, tearing the enemy vehicle into pieces in the sky. Awesome. Too strong. Lin Mo felt the powerful ability of the evolved Hercules. A sense of pride filled my chest, and I couldn't wait to try it out in practice. Take off, at Lin Mo's command. The vector nozzle at the tail of the Hercules in the form of a war falcon suddenly ejected a blazing flame. 6 sets of anti-gravity engines roared at the same time. The huge body shook slightly, and then it took off into the air like a bird of prey that had broken free from its shackles. Speed up again. When the flight speed breaks the sound barrier, a purple-red quantum rift is at the edge of its pulsating wing. Constantly torn and mended, magnificent and deadly. Search for the enemy, open fire. Dozens of blind, flying enemies in the air followed the energy fluctuations. The armor on the back of the Hercules suddenly flipped up piece by piece. It was like a ferocious beast spreading its scales, revealing the honeycomb-like array of launch holes below. A scarlet light lit up inside each launch hole. Like countless demon eyes, they locked onto the incoming enemies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense missiles, with their tails of flame, instantly engulfed the flying deformities. The flames of the explosion merged into a piece in the air, and flesh and metal fragments flew everywhere. God's punishment cannon, charge. The 30-meter-long dark matter, focusing spear tip at the nose of the aircraft. Energy began to gather frantically. 3 scarlet positioning beams penetrated the clouds, accurately locked onto an extremely large flying deformer that was trying to escape. The monster let out a desperate roar, but was locked by the divine punishment cannon. All evasive actions seemed futile. The next moment, a destructive beam of light flashed by, the flying aberration and the airspace around it. It directly turned into nothingness, and then exploded into a bloody rain all over the sky. Lin Mo took a deep breath, feeling the surging power coming from the fighting falcon form. That's more like it. The feeling of invincibility is back. Full of confidence, Lin Mo no longer hesitated and carefully selected a place. The area is open and there are several shaky building ruins, making it a good hiding spot. Lin Mo waved his hand and mobilized most of the mechanical dog army. Only part of the army was left to guard the underground base, with Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin also nearby. Watch Lin Mo's big move this time, building a mobile battle fortress. Manufacturing materials worth millions of points were taken out one by Lin Mo. Directly activate the mechanical creation skill. The blueprint of a mobile battle fortress emerged in my mind. Manufacturing requires refined iron x 1,000 units, copper-nickel alloy x 200 units, titanium tungsten alloy x 200 units, electromagnetic pulse protection technology x1, star energy core x1, energy core x8. The long list of manufacturing materials was the result of Lin Mo's hard work during this period of time. But Lin Mo didn't feel sorry at all. Worth it. It's damn worth it. As he said, okay, firmly, a huge light blue light burst out from his hands. The piles of materials rushed to the ground like living things. The metals, circuit boards, power cores. As if it were given life, it began to gather, twist, and complete itself. A huge frame rose from the ground, with complex energy circuits jumping and flashing inside, expanding rapidly like a network of blue blood vessels. The mechanical dog army was on guard at the periphery, and from time to time, there were flying enemies coming over. They were blasted into pieces by lasers and bullets before they even got close, ensuring that the manufacturing process was not interrupted. However, the overlord of the skies in the 7th District is the notorious Hurricane Dragon Vulture. It seemed to have sensed the unusually strong energy fluctuations here. It did not approach rashly, but hovered at a higher altitude farther away. The huge wingspan cast a shadow beneath the clouds. An invisible pressure came, and faint electromagnetic interference filled the air. That was the Dragon Vulture releasing a small-scale electromagnetic storm to detect the situation on the ground. It wants to find the source of this strange energy. Lin Mo's heart tightened as the construction progress bar moved forward bit by bit. But the speed was not fast enough. He anxiously stared at the manufacturing progress, fearing that the beast would find out. Time passed by minute. The main body of the mobile battle fortress was almost completed. It only needed the final finishing touches. Just at this moment, the Hurricane Dragon Vulture, hovering in the sky, suddenly let out a shrill scream. The voice was filled with violent anger, as if it had locked onto a target. It captures it. The Dragon Eagle no longer hesitated and was wrapped in a violent electromagnetic storm that was visible to the naked eye, leading thousands of mutant zombie birds and aberrations. Like a huge dark cloud, it rushed towards the mobile battle fortress that was taking shape. It came too fast, with enough terrifying force to paralyze all electronic equipment. Obviously, they wanted to destroy the battle fortress before it was fully activated. All anti-aircraft units, concentrate your fire. Attract it. Lin Mo shouted and gave orders decisively. The dense anti-aircraft artillery fire instantly formed a fire network, shooting at the diving Dragon Eagle. But this was just a drop in the bucket, and the electromagnetic storm swept in like an invisible giant hand. The mechanical legion that was hit first trembled violently, and the outer energy shield dimmed and disappeared in an instant. Some mechanical dogs and turrets emitted harsh electrical sounds, and their movements became sluggish or even completely malfunctioned. At the critical moment, Lin Mo did not hesitate at all. Hercules, transform into a war falcon. Take off. The huge mecha switched forms in the electromagnetic storm. The friction sound of metal deformation was accompanied by the hum of surging energy. The streamlined fighting falcon form took shape instantly, and the vector nozzle at the tail shot out blazing flames. It rushed into the sky like a flash of purple lightning. Face the sky, overlord with a storm of destruction. Chapter 94. The War Begins. Hurricane Dragon Vulture. High in the sky, the Hercules vs. the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. The two are facing each other in a grim confrontation. The prelude to an unprecedented three-dimensional air battle was suddenly opened. The terrifying air pressure almost froze the air. The Hercules transformed into a war falcon and fought rapidly with a hurricane dragon vulture in the sky. It flipped its fuselage and cut the air with its flanks, trying its best to avoid the opponent's deadly electromagnetic breath. Every dodge was fraught with danger, as purple arcs of electricity passed by the edge of the machine. The speed of the dragon vulture is beyond imagination, and its lightning-fast figure shuttles through the clouds. The huge wings flapped, causing violent airflow, and the sharp claws tore through the sky. There was a harsh friction sound, and the hard beak pecked violently with terrifying force. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening sound of metal clashing. The heavy armor endured the violent impact, and sparks flew everywhere. Relying on its powerful power output, Julius Hin tried to close the distance. But the dragon vulture was extremely agile and always maintained a distance that made it difficult for Hercules to attack effectively. The power of the dragon vulture far exceeded expectations, not only in terms of speed and strength, but also in the pervasive electromagnetic storm. The invisible energy field continued to cut through Hercules' energy shield, and the shield's light rapidly faded. There began to be a subtle lag in Hercules' movements, and the control feedback became sticky. It gradually fell into a disadvantage. On the ground, Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin looked up at the sky with serious expressions. The mechanical dog army's movements were restricted by electromagnetic interference, and they could only barely maintain their defense line. Su Xianwan clenched her fists, hoping that the mobile battle fortress could be completed quickly. Lin Mo's brows were furrowed and beads of sweat appeared on his palms. On the ground, buzz! A dull but extremely penetrating resonant sound resounded throughout the battlefield. That was proof that the superconducting metal circuit was functioning. The huge battle fortress opened its eyes like a sleeping steel behemoth. Its huge body exudes a heavy sense of oppression. There was a faint blue light flowing around his body. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. It's done. He immediately called Su Xianwan and Zhang Xuanjin into the battle castle. Activate the special device on the top of the mobile battle fortress, Resonance Lightning. A powerful invisible force rose from the battle fortress, pointing directly at the raging electromagnetic storm in the sky. High in the sky, the violent electromagnetic energy released by the dragon vulture seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. They're no longer chaotic energy fields, but have converged into purple energy torrents visible to the naked eye. It fell from the sky like a waterfall and was forcibly pulled toward the ground. The scene is extremely spectacular, yet has a strange beauty. The electromagnetic interference to the mechanical dog army was significantly reduced, and its movements returned to smoothness. All of this energy is channeled into the energy storage circuit at the core of the battle fortress. Chaotic energy is quickly broken down, tamed and guided in complex circuits. Eventually, it transforms into pure, controllable lightning power. The energy readings inside the battle fortress soared wildly, and the reserve value climbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the 8 ferocious cannons on top of the mobile battle fortress lit up at the same time. The dazzling blue-white electric light gathered wildly at the muzzle of the gun, making a crackling sound of electricity. The air is violently distorted by the high concentration of energy, creating a blurry halo. Fire! Lin Mo growled. 8 thick energy beams, carrying an unparalleled aura of destruction, tearing apart the electromagnetic storm covering the sky. They accurately locked onto the overlord of the sky, the hurricane dragon vulture. The energy cannon hit the dragon eagle's body accurately, revealing its indestructible dark armor. It also shattered, revealing charred flesh and blood. It let out a shrill wail of pain that shook the sky. The huge body shook violently in the air, and its flying trajectory became unstable. The flock of zombie birds that looked like dark clouds in the sky also became sparse under the energy beam. Blood and flesh fell to the ground like rain. But this attack failed to completely defeat the hurricane dragon eagle. The severe pain completely ignited its ferocity. The scarlet eyes were fixed on the mobile battle fortress below. His eyes were full of cruelty and hatred. There was a deafening roar. The voice was filled with pain and rage. The electromagnetic energy around the huge body instantly expanded several times. An even more violent aura burst out from it. The surrounding electromagnetic storm became more intense, forming a more violent electromagnetic pulse storm. The storm was like a materialized purple tsunami, sweeping towards the mobile battle fortress below. It tried to directly destroy the steel behemoth that had injured it. An invisible pulse energy shock wave instantly hit the mobile battle fortress. The battle fortress emitted a low hum. The entire, huge metal body began to vibrate violently. It was like a huge ship tossing in the rough sea. Inside, Lin Mo watched the red warning lights flashing wildly. The energy circuit was instantly overloaded. Countless data streams jumped on the screen in garbled form. The metal frame creaked under the weight. The enormous force tried to tear the battle fortress apart from the inside out. But the core structure, made of superconducting metal, tenaciously withstood the impact. They're like tough bones, wailing under extreme pressure. The main structure of the battle fortress was deformed under the terrifying energy impact, but it did not break. It then quickly recovers due to the characteristics of superconducting metals. Lin Mo clearly felt the tremendous pressure coming from the battle fortress in the command room. The ground beneath my feet was shaking and my eardrums were buzzing. The data screen in front of him showed that the energy circuit was on the verge of collapse. But he was not at all flustered and stared sharply at the feedback from the core system. "Hercules," he growled. "Activate the Divine Punishment Railgun, space mode." The Hercules in the sky was experiencing stronger electromagnetic interference than before. The energy shield on the surface of the body was almost completely suppressed. But after receiving Lin Mo's order, the core energy furnace of the Hercules exploded instantly. The power readings soared at an alarming rate. In order to store energy for the Divine Punishment Railgun, it must operate at its limit. The mechanical dog army on the ground. As the electromagnetic interference is strengthened again, the movements became slow again, but they still formed a line of defense. Pour firepower on the Hurricane Dragon Vulture and the flock of zombie birds in the sky. Anti-aircraft guns roared. Energy cannons fired beams. The mobile battle fortress was under tremendous pressure. The weapon system on top did not stop either. The electromagnetic guns and missile launchers continued to fire. Divert the Hurricane Dragon Eagle's attention and limit its range of movement. By precious time for Hercules. The streamlined body of the Hercules Falcon form moves at lightning speed. It keeps adjusting its body shape, trying to execute the sky stranglehold tactic. This is a special entanglement tactic developed to deal with giant aerial units. It quickly closed the distance with the Hurricane Dragon Vulture, wandering on the edge of the Dragon Eagle's violent electromagnetic storm. A pair of special weapon systems on the body of the giant god were activated. That is its solar prominence whip, made of high-strength superconducting metal wire and energy beams. At the moment of startup, two dazzling golden lights popped out from the sides of the giant. Like two living fire snakes, they drew tricky arcs in the air. With extreme speed, it avoided the Dragon Vulture's waving claws and pecking beak. It precisely wrapped around the base of the Dragon Eagle's huge wings and its neck. The prominence whip tightened instantly, and the superconducting metal wire made a harsh friction sound. The energy beam burst out with a powerful binding force. The flying posture of the Dragon Eagle was instantly destroyed. It wailed even more miserably and tried to break free with great force. But the solar prominence whip was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, wrapping tighter and tighter. It squeezed into its charred flesh, forcibly restricting its movements, creating an opportunity for the next fatal blow. Chapter 95: Hurricane Dragon Vulture. D. The Hurricane Dragon Vulture let out a heart-wrenching scream, the sound waves almost piercing the eardrums. The violent electromagnetic energy and blue-purple arcs were like out-of-control poisonous snakes. Energy gushed out crazily from its charred body, a visible energy shock wave. It exploded with it as the center, sweeping in all directions. It was trying desperately to break the solar prominence whip that was tightly wrapped around it. "Hold on," Lin Mo said in a low voice, his palms feeling a little slippery. After receiving the command, the power of the energy shield on the surface of the machine soared to the limit. It withstood the energy fluctuations of the electromagnetic explosion. Countless fine electric arcs jumped wildly on the surface of the shield, making crackling sounds. At the same time, the honeycomb ammunition launcher on the shoulders suddenly opened. Dense rain of bullets whizzed out like a surging torrent of steel. It smashed towards the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. Inside the mobile battle fortress, various indicator lights flashed steadily. The energy circuit only fluctuated slightly under the impact, just now, and quickly returned to normal. Lin Mo adjusted the parameters calmly, and the electric energy absorption resonance device at the bottom of the battle fortress was running at full capacity. The humming sound was deep and powerful. It was assisting the divine punishment railgun in its final charge. At the muzzle of the gun, destructive energy was gathering at an astonishing speed. It was like a star of death that was about to be born, ready to take off. The time has come, he whispered to himself, as if to himself. It is also the final judgment on the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. A brilliant beam of light, condensed to the extreme, tore through the chaotic sky. It is silent, but carries terrifying energy that is enough to annihilate everything. The divine punishment railgun locked onto its prey with pinpoint accuracy. The beam of light was like a spear of divine punishment, instantly piercing through the body of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. Puff! A muffled sound came out. The Dragon Eagle's huge body suddenly stiffened, and a strong burnt smell was emitted. Mixed with the pungent smell of blood, it quickly spread along with jumping electric light. The Hercules will not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The originally smooth, fighting falcon form quickly disintegrated and reorganized in the air. Amid the roar of metal, it switched to a more powerful melee mode. The engine roared, tearing through the air like a black lightning. Instantly rushing towards the crumbling Dragon Eagle, the particle-cutting blade on the right arm popped out. The high-frequency vibrating blade made a teeth-grinding buzzing sound, and the air seemed to be cut through by it. Die for me! Lin Mo's roar echoed in the command cabin. The Hercules rushed to the Dragon Vulture with the force of thunder. The particle-cutting blade flashed with cold light and chopped down mercilessly. Crack, puff! First there was the horrifying sound of hard bones being forcibly broken. This was followed by the dull sound of flesh being violently cut. A huge resistance came from the blade, trying to stop the fatal blow. But the power of the core engine of the megahertz has already been pushed to its limit. The overwhelming force pressed the particle-cutting blade down inch by inch, until it penetrates completely. The head of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture was cut off with a sound. At the fracture, there was a blur of charred flesh and blood, and electric light and dirty blood gushed out like a fountain. The huge, headless body lost all support and was like a bag of broken garbage, carrying with it the residual lightning that had not yet dissipated and the bloody rain that was pouring all over the sky, falling straight down from a high altitude. Bone! The mountain-sized body of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture fell heavily to the ground. There was a terrifying roar that shook the entire valley. The earth shook violently, and hideous cracks spread in all directions like a spiderweb. The huge impact force caused the dust to soar into the sky. A yellow cloud of smoke formed that covered the sky and the sun. The sky of the 7th District had the same heavy and oppressive feeling as before, shrouded by the electromagnetic storm. As the giant beast fell with a loud bang, it seemed to be wiped out in an instant by an invisible hand. Instead, there was a brief, heart-pounding silence. Lin Mo let out a long breath, and his tense body relaxed slightly. Clear the battlefield. He issued new orders, his voice a little hoarse after the battle. After the battle, some of the mechanical dogs that were still intact cleaned up the battlefield in an orderly manner. The huge corpse of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture lay there. The charred flesh was still flickering with residual electric arcs, mixed with a strong smell of burnt and blood. The Mechanical Legion decomposed the body of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture, looking for usable resources. In the command cabin of the battle fortress, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. My tense nerves relaxed a little, and I remembered to check the data of the mobile fortress. Mobile Air Defense Mobile Battle Fortress? Thundercloud Fortress. Integrating multiple composite super-energy alloys and electromagnetic pulse protection technology. The irregular circle, with a total height of 25 meters and a diameter of 35 meters, can accommodate up to 300 people. The 6-legged hydraulic walking system enables maneuvering in complex terrains, and the 8 mounted phase-guided electromagnetic guns form an all-weather air defense network, which is specially designed for strategic defense in extreme electromagnetic environments. Material: composite super energy alloy, 65%, Faraday endoskeleton, 15%, electric energy alloy, 10%, star energy power core, 5%. Honeycomb armor, Boron nitride ceramic balls are embedded in the titanium tungsten alloy sandwich to disperse kinetic energy impact, and the outer layer is sprayed with a graphene-based energy dissipation coating to effectively resist a 30 kilograms TNT equivalent explosion. Electromagnetic shield. The circular superconducting coil surrounding the battle fortress generates a deflection magnetic field that can deflect metal warheads and ion beam attacks. Dual-mode propulsion system. 6-legged hydraulic legs. Each leg is equipped with three 2,000-horsepower hydraulic joints, climbing 45-degree slopes and crossing 5-meter ravines. Loading capacity. Iron Curtain of the Sky. 8 Thunder Trident electromagnetic cannons are deployed radially, launching conductive carbon fiber nets into different airspaces, forming a temporary no-fly zone with a radius of 5 kilometers. 3 types of ammunition to switch between: armor-piercing bullets, shotgun shells, and EMP bullets. Ground anchoring. The 6 legs are inserted into the ground to form a closed loop, which directs excess electrical energy into the ground to prevent the electromagnetic gun from overloading and burning. Phased array guidance system. 128 micro-radar units form a spherical detection network, simultaneously locking 48 air targets within 200 kilometers, and the fire control AI calculates the interception priority. Electromagnetic resistance. Entangled photons transmit instructions, making it immune to electromagnetic interference and signal hijacking, ensuring normal operation in an EMP electromagnetic storm. The powerful Thundercloud Battle Fortress will allow you to dominate the 7th District. Lin Mo came down from the Thundercloud Battle Fortress and watched the mechanical dog army busying itself. Use metal deconstruction on the metal armor cut from the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. The decomposed metal flashes a faint blue-purple light and contains powerful electromagnetic energy. Super metal electromagnetic is an excellent material for making mechanical units with lightning attributes. It is rare and precious. This batch of super metals has been decomposed into 400 units, enough to build a lot of new things. Immediately afterwards, another system prompt popped up. Unlock advanced blueprint. Floating battleship. The new blueprint unfolded, revealing an indescribably huge, streamlined hull, densely packed with gun muzzles and a huge engine below for suspension. The floating battleship possesses terrifying firepower and is also a powerful transport platform. It is the foundation for building a true aerial army. Lin Mo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. If it was made. In his eyes, the sky over District 7 was no longer a threat, but a territory that was about to be conquered. That strong desire burned in my chest like a flame. Floating battleship, he muttered in a low voice, with uncontrollable excitement in his voice. With this thing, who could stop me? Lin Mo always remembered that Owen said there was more than one Hurricane Dragon Vulture in the 7th District. Lin Mo's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious thought. One Hurricane Dragon Vulture is so difficult to deal with if there are a few more. Chapter 96 Type 3 Mechanical Dog is coming. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Mo led the large army back to the underground base. That huge monster, Thundercloud Battle Fortress, cannot enter the underground base. It stood quietly outside the base, guarded by several teams of mechanical dogs. Back in the familiar underground space, Lin Mo reviewed the post-war gains and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. All damaged mechanical dogs have been repaired, and there are still 36,000 metal units remaining. The points also soared to more than 60,000, and the number of energy cores jumped from 300 to more than 700. My family's financial situation has become much more solid now. Lin Mo muttered to himself, his nerves finally relaxing after being tense for several days. Sufficient resources gave him confidence. He was thinking about which targets to prioritize. Naturally, there were the Type 2 mechanical dogs that had performed so well in previous battles. Although they perform well, they are still insufficient in number. Now, whether it is the energy core or that batch of super energy metal electromagnetic, they are all sufficient to support a large-scale enhancement and expansion. Lin Mo sent a text message to Owen, informing him that the Hurricane Dragon Vulture had been dealt with. On the other end of the communication, Owen's ecstasy almost broke through the signal barrier. He told Lin Mo not to publicize it to the outside world, as Black Soil City would create momentum for it. Owen said that Lin Mo would be given generous compensation. Lin Mo didn't care about that, so he agreed and ended the call. After a tiring day, Lin Mo just wanted to have good sleep. The next day, Lin Mo woke up in the underground base and didn't know which day it was since he arrived in the 7th District. In the early days, he was busy collecting materials almost every day. My nerves were always on edge, but now that the powerful enemy has been eliminated and resources are abundant, I can finally take a breath. He safely and steadily carried out a thorough upgrade and reinforcement of his mechanical dog army. Lin Mo has no plans to expand the original 3,000 standard mechanical dog for the time being. He focused his attention on the Type 2 mechanical dogs, ready to kill them all in one go. The increase from 400 to 1,000 will be a huge leap. Lin Mo uses mechanical creation and selects the blueprint of Type 2 mechanical dog. Heavy armor type, blade type, flame type, ice type, electromagnetic type. The 5 models have been expanded to 200 each, totaling 1,000, forming a more balanced and more deadly combat cluster. After doing all this, Lin Mo did not stop. He selected 5 of the most elite individuals from each of the 5 models. Prepare to evolve them into more powerful Type 3 mechanical dogs. This decision will bring about a real qualitative change in the overall combat effectiveness of the mechanical dog corps. Use the blueprint deduction function to deduce the blueprint of each Type 2 mechanical dog. Then use energy cores and refined iron to strengthen and upgrade. Under the convergence and fusion of light blue metallic light spots, a brand new giant mechanical beast appeared in front of Lin Mo. The Type 3 mechanical dog has expanded significantly in size. Their height generally reaches an astonishing 3 to 4 meters. The appearance has also evolved to become more ferocious, full of functional violent aesthetics. Their respective abilities have also evolved dramatically. First up is the heavy armor Type 3 mechanical dog. Its entire body is covered with even thicker super alloy armor. The surface of the armor was no longer smooth, but had hardened into countless sharp, dark, cone-shaped arrays. It gleams with the cold and hard luster of metal, like a prehistoric ferocious beast wearing heavy armor. Just standing there, he exuded an extreme physical protection ability. What is even more eye-catching is its back, which is equipped with a foldable explosion-proof wall generator. Once unfolded, it can quickly form a 5-meter-high dark blue energy barrier. These barriers can be interconnected with heavy armor and shield guards. In the blink of an eye, an indestructible shield wall defense can be built. In terms of armament, the end of its thick tail has turned into a hydraulic impact hammer. Lin Mo had no doubt that if this thing hit the ground, enough to produce a terrifying impact force of 200 tons, it can easily crack the hard rock ground. Its head can generate a fan-shaped deflection force field shield, enough to deflect live ammunition attacks with a caliber of less than 30 millimeters. This guy is simply a mobile fortress. Lin Montag secretly admiriert. Next is the Blade 3 mechanical dog. It has an extremely smooth titanium silver shell, full of speed and cutting edge. Every joint cleverly extends out with extremely sharp carbon nanoblades. The spine is lined with spikes that can vibrate at high frequencies. You can imagine when it rushes at high speed. All these blades and spikes unfolded, creating a chilling whirlwind of killing. Its tail blade has also been specially strengthened, becoming longer and more deadly. And there is also the newly added Blade Storm ability. The launch port on the back can instantly eject 108 high-speed spinning razors, forming a terrifying meat-mincing area with a diameter of 20 meters. Any target that is unfortunate enough to break into it will be torn into pieces in an instant. What surprised Lin Mo even more was that its thrusters actually had the ability to make short-distance phase jumps. It can teleport a distance of 8 meters in 0.3 seconds. This extreme mobility makes it a ghostly assassin that appears and disappears suddenly on the battlefield. The Flame 3 robot dog is a walking disaster. Its appearance is a deep dark red, covered with high-temperature resistant ceramic scales. In the gaps between the scales, there are faint dark red light patterns like lava flowing slowly. The nozzle of its respiratory system was designed to be in the shape of a ferocious fire dragon skull. The fangs are made of incandescent tungsten steel, emitting a suffocating burning breath. The incinerator plasma throat can eject a gel-like incendiary agent at a temperature of up to 3,000 degrees Celsius. This incendiary agent has extremely strong adhesion. It will continue to burn for a full 120 seconds, which is enough to turn all the steel into molten iron. Not only that, Its feet can also release circular heat shock waves when it hits the ground. It forms a terrifying heat wave area, instantly igniting the oxygen within a 10-meter radius. Causes a double blow of suffocation and burning to the enemy. The Frost-type 3 mechanical dog is the exact opposite of the Flame-type. It exudes a bone-chilling chill. Its appearance is a deep blue, covered with specially made condensation armor. There is even a thin layer of ice crystals on the surface of the armor that can repair itself. The structure of its compound eyes has also changed, with the addition of a deep blue laser condenser. When it moves, it will drag thick frost fog behind it, and the temperature will drop suddenly wherever it passes. Absolute zero biting jaw. When it bites the target, it can inject ultra-low temperature liquid helium from its fangs. Instantly freezes biological tissue, making it as brittle as glass. There's a small blizzard generator on its back, capable of releasing low-temperature clouds as low as minus 195 degrees Celsius. The visibility in the area was drastically reduced to less than half a meter. Create a combat environment advantage for your own units. Finally, there's the electromagnetic type 3 robot dog. It is covered in a purple-black conductive piezoelectric shell. The whole body is covered with static conductive fibers visible to the naked eye. The tips of the foreclaws are inlaid with superconducting crystals that shimmer with a faint light. When it moves, the ground will produce fine electric grid patterns due to strong electromagnetic induction. Strands of electric current flowed and jumped restlessly on its body surface. Million-volt claw strike. The name alone exudes a sense of dominance. Every time it makes contact, it can release a powerful pulse of electricity of up to 500,000 volts to the target, enough to effectively paralyze conventional energy shields and enemy electronic units. It can also spit out a special kind of charged nanometal wire from its mouth. These metal wires can quickly weave into an electromagnetic cage in the air. Once it entangles the target, it will trigger continuous high-voltage electric shock. What Lin Mo values most is its overload assimilation ability. This ability allows it to actively absorb a portion of the charge from enemy energy weapon attacks and cleverly convert it into its own shield value. This undoubtedly greatly enhances its survivability in complex energy battlefields. When 25 ferocious-looking type 3 mechanical dogs lined up neatly, a strong aura came over them. The entire mechanical dog army has undergone a complete transformation after this reorganization and upgrade. Their combat effectiveness has undergone a qualitative change. They are no longer ground units that rely solely on numbers. Instead, it evolved into an elite force capable of dealing with all kinds of complex battle situations. Lin Mo inspected this brand new Iron Army. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and control surged in my chest. At the same time, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the vaster realm, the sky. Well, next, a thought became extremely clear in his mind. He called up the exciting blueprint. Floating Battleship, Chapter 97, Carnival in Black Soil City. The reinforcement of the mechanical dog army has just been completed. Lin Mo's mind has been completely occupied by the blueprint of the floating battleship. The blueprint slowly unfolded in front of Lin Mo. Every complex structure, every line of energy flow. They were like a huge magnet, attracting all his attention. The construction of floating battleships requires a huge amount of metal materials. What is needed is a high-strength alloy that can withstand the enormous structural stresses in the air. What it needs is special heat-resistant material that can withstand terrifying energy output. Lin Mo, who had just drained his family fortune to build the Thundercloud Fortress. In the face of such demands, the available resources seem insignificant. The Mechanical Legion, these steel beasts that have just been reborn, they immediately began new tasks, flooding into every corner of District 7 like a tide. The incinerator plasma, throats spewed out orange-red flames. Burn the mutant nest entrenched in the ruins to ashes. The extremely cold mist released by the frost-type mechanical dog. Some low-flying mutants that are resistant to fire are frozen into ice blocks and fall from the sky. Electromagnetic robot dogs are responsible for clearing out threats hidden in the wreckage of electronic equipment. Under the million-volt claw attack, all interference and resistance turned into charcoal. The ground was consolidated under their iron hooves, and threats in low-altitude areas were eliminated one by one. The amount of basic materials collected is considerable, but it is still a far cry from the special alloys needed to build battleships. At the same time, Black Soil City, the underground city of survivors in the 7th District, we are experiencing unprecedented noise and carnival. The Black Soil City released the news that they had solved the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. This was the shadow that once hung over everyone's head. Its death was like a boulder thrown into a stagnant pool, causing ripples. The news spread throughout the nearby wasteland like wings. A large number of wild survivors, with their families. With a faint hope for the future, people flocked to Black Soil City from all directions. The population explosion brought labor, but also chaos. Among this surging crowd, there are countless individuals with unknown purposes. Maybe he is a spy from other forces. Perhaps he is a lone villain with ulterior motives. The city's defense system and internal management face new challenges. But this is not something Lin Mo needs to worry about. His thoughts now have already flown to a farther place. He called up Owen's latest summary of intelligence. Deeper in the 7th zone, it is said that there are large metal veins. There are even relics from the industrial age. Perhaps the answer he urgently needs is buried there. The reconnaissance unit is composed of agile, blade-shaped mechanical dogs. Their figures quickly disappeared into the fog deep in the 7th area. 2 days later, the sharp-blade mechanical dogs returned one after another, bringing the latest reconnaissance reports. This report boosted Lin Mo's spirits. Far away from the core area, in a hidden valley surrounded by rugged mountains, the reconnaissance team discovered an unusual location. A huge artificial entrance, half hidden between collapsed rubble and wildly growing mutated plants. Judging from its structure and scale, it is most likely a large underground factory. More importantly, the mechanical dog detected a strong energy reaction near the entrance. This energy reaction is far beyond the ordinary. Underground factories, rich reserves of industrial metals. These two words combined instantly ignited hope in Lin Mo's heart. If there are indeed large deposits of industrial finished metals, even high-strength alloys, there is a good chance that they will be there. Then most of the material needs for building floating battleships can be solved. However, strong energy reactions also indicate unknown dangers. Could it be that a powerful aberration has taken over that place and turned it into a nest? Or is the factory's automatic defense system still operating, alerting any intruders? Everything is unknown. A gleam of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. For the sake of that huge steel ship that can soar into the sky, any risk is worth taking. He decided to lead the main force to explore in person. 25 ferocious-looking Type 3 mechanical dogs quickly gathered, and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex followed, leading a legion of 800 Type 2 mechanical dogs and 1,000 standard mechanical dogs. The flame-shaped mechanical dog's mouth flickered with incandescent light, emitting suffocating heat. The condensation armor of the frost-type mechanical dog reflected a cold glow under the dim blue light. On the surface of the electromagnetic mechanical dog, dense electric currents moved like snakes, making slight crackling sounds. The mechanical dog army is already ready to go. Lin Mo stood at the front of the team, his eyes sweeping over this powerful force that belonged entirely to him. The whole army is on the move. The team passed through the perimeter of Area 7, which had been initially cleared. Head towards the coordinates marked by the reconnaissance unit. The deeper the Rhino tank convoy went, the more desolate and dangerous the environment became. Among the ruins, sporadic mutants would occasionally try to launch sneak attacks. But under the violent firepower of the mechanical dog army, it was turned into ashes in an instant. A few hours later, the hidden valley appeared at the end of their sight. The entrance to the valley is narrow, with steep rock walls on both sides, like the open throat of a giant beast. Deep in the valley, there was an entrance that was obviously man-made and was blocked by a heavy alloy gate. The gate was covered with rust and dents from impact, and there were cracks at the edges that were forcibly torn, revealing the pitch-black interior. Just as the reconnaissance report said, there was a faint energy fluctuation in the air. Lin Mo signaled the troops to stop. Break it open by force. Lin Mo gave a brief order. The flame-shaped mechanical dog took a step forward and aimed its ferocious fire dragon skull at the gate. Laugh! The gel-like combustible agent, with a temperature of up to 3,000 degrees Celsius, is like the breath of an angry fire dragon. It sprayed violently on the cold alloy gate. The metal surface quickly turned red and groaned as it was overwhelmed. Immediately afterwards, ice rays from two Type 3 frost mechanical dogs fell. A huge gap appeared in the heavy gate. A smell mixed with motor oil, metal rust, and some indescribable corruption. It rushed towards me from the dark cave. Lin Mo frowned slightly and waved his hand to signal the heavy armor and blade-type mechanical dogs to walk in front. A huge beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the scene before us. This is an extremely huge underground space. You can vaguely see some thick pipes and cables crisscrossing. The abandoned production line, like the skeleton of a prehistoric monster, stands quietly in the darkness. The strong mixed smell of engine oil and metal in the air was almost suffocating. Squeak! A slight sound of metal friction came from the depths of darkness. Everyone's nerves were instantly tense. The compound eyes of the mechanical dog army flashed with vigilance, and the weapon system was quietly charging. Several strong lights shone simultaneously in the direction of the sound. In the darkness, several human silhouettes slowly emerged. They came staggeringly, their steps stiff and strange. They were zombies. The bodies of these zombies were strangely fused with various mechanical parts. Some zombies' arms are replaced by crude metal pipes with sharp cutting blades at the ends. Some zombies had their chests ripped open, filled with sparking wires and gears. Some zombies even had their heads cracked open, revealing not rotten brain tissue, but a mechanical, eye-flashing red light. Their exposed flesh combined with the cold metal in a sickening way. It seemed like a crude and crazy patchwork. Seeing these deformed bodies, Lin Mo's mind. The words I saw in the Pioneer ruins came to my mind involuntarily. Metal will eventually consume flesh. Chapter 98, Mechanical Guardian. This cold prophecy seems to be becoming a reality step by step in the twisted underground space. Quit! Bang! A heavier, more oppressive metallic friction sound, coming from behind the huge wreckage of the production line ahead. This sound was completely different from the movements of the previous patchwork zombies. It is a more sophisticated and powerful mechanical structure at work. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp. He raised his hand, signaling the mechanical dog army behind him to stop advancing. The faint energy fluctuations in the air suddenly intensified at this moment. It was as if a sleeping giant was disturbed and began to emit dangerous warnings. The red light in the eyes of the mechanical dog army lit up, locking onto the direction from which the sound came. The heavy footsteps were getting closer. Several huge and ferocious silhouettes slowly walked out of the dark corridor. They're no longer the crude mixture of flesh and metal they once were. These are real war machines, guardians of the factory. Their bodies are completely covered in thick metal armor, shining with a cold metallic luster. The surface of the armor is not smooth, but is covered with complex structures. Some of the defenders are like mobile fortresses with strong legs. On his shoulder was a huge energy cannon barrel, with a dangerous glow flashing from the muzzle. Their degree of fusion far exceeds that of previous aberrations. The metal seemed to grow out of their bones. It has become an inseparable part of the body. These defenders are the final victory of metal over flesh. Fire bombardment. Lin Mo's voice was calm. The Iron Guard mechanical dog quickly moved forward, and the railgun on its shoulder made a slight charging sound. Whoosh! 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 Several dark blue electromagnetic projectiles broke through the air with a sharp sound. Shoot accurately at a fortress-type guardian in the front. Dang! 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 Dazzling sparks exploded on the guardian's breastplate. The electromagnetic projectiles were like hitting an indestructible barrier, deforming and bouncing away. Only a few shallow white marks were left on the thick armor. Most of the mechanical dog's attacks can't even break through their basic defenses. The armor strength of these guards exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. The energy barrel on the shoulder of the attacked fortress-type guardian began to rotate. The light inside the muzzle quickly accumulated, emitting a heart-pounding buzzing sound. Boom! A thick beam of crimson energy suddenly shot out from the muzzle. Wherever the beam of light passed, the air became distorted. The defense line, consisting of heavy armor and shield guard mechanical dogs in the front row, was also blasted open. The bodies of dozens of mechanical dogs were instantly melted by the high temperature and turned into a pool of twisted metal liquid. The energy beam finally hit the rock wall in the distance. Stone chips flew everywhere, leaving behind a terrifying hole with a highly vitrified edge. The entire underground space trembled. This power is enough to pose a substantial threat to the giant power mecha. All units disperse immediately. Lin Mo's voice was solemn. Use the terrain, alternate cover, and look for weaknesses. The huge numerical advantage of the mechanical dog army was revealed at this moment. They spread out like a tide, nimbly shuttling behind the huge abandoned pipes. At the same time, the muzzle flame kept flickering. Bullets and energy beams interweave into a deadly web of fire. Try to cover the slow-moving Bastion Guardians. However, although the number of Guardians is small, each one is extremely difficult to deal with. Their armor is capable of withstanding most conventional attacks. The energy cannon carried on the shoulder made the earth tremble with every strike, forcing the mechanical dog to constantly change its position. Those ordinary mechanical fusion zombies also took the opportunity to advance forward. The swarming zombies came like a tide. The mechanical dog army continued to retreat under the firepower of the defenders. Hercules switched to war falcon form. Lin Mo ordered in a deep voice. Move with high mobility and prioritize clearing out the enemy's heavy firepower points. The Hercules mecha, standing at the rear of the team, began to move its heavy armor plates. Crack! Boom! The loud noise of metal friction and mechanical parts meshing echoed in the underground space. The originally human-shaped Hercules changes his form. A pair of huge wings gleaming with cold metallic light spread out from the back. The head of the fuselage was also changed into a more streamlined fighting falcon head. The powerful engine nozzles under the wings and at the tail lit up in turn, emitting faint blue flames. The Hercules in the form of a war falcon slowly rose into the air like a giant steel bird that had awakened. It deftly dodged the crisscross of pipes and cables overhead. It circled around the fortress-like defenders at high speed. The multiple missile nests under the wings opened, and micro-homing missiles poured down like a swarm of bees. Boom, boom, boom. The flames of the explosion continued to explode on the defenders. Although most of them were blocked by the heavy armor, the continuous attacks successfully attracted their attention. The muzzles of several energy cannons turned toward the sky, trying to lock onto the fast-moving Hercules. On the ground, the pressure on the mechanical dog army suddenly decreased. They took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack from all corners. The Type 3 flame robot dog spews out a gel combustion agent at a temperature of 3,000 degrees, covering the Guardian's armor seams. The Frost-type mechanical dog outputs cold air at all costs, trying to make the overheated metal fragile. The blade-shaped mechanical dog roams around the Guardian's feet like a ghost, looking for an opportunity to attack. Hercules did a beautiful roll in the air to avoid a beam of energy that was sweeping over him. The Star Dome AI quickly analyzed the Guardian's structural data. We found an abnormal structural stress point in the target's right shoulder joint armor. In front of Lin Mo's eyes, a tiny red dot flickered on the three-dimensional structure diagram of the Guardian. Hercules swooped down suddenly, with his solar prominence whip wrapped in lightning, accurately tore the red dot of the Guardian. The armor on the defender's right shoulder shattered. The internal mechanical structure and sparkling pipelines are exposed. At the same time, the orbital bombardment matrix was launched. 2,000 self-sharpening armor-piercing shells smashed the defender's formation. Several blade-shaped mechanical dogs that had been waiting for a long time. Like a shark smelling blood, it pounced forward. The sharp blade and cutting disc were madly twisting towards the gap created by the armor-piercing bullet. Sparks flew everywhere. The Fortress-type Guardian let out a dull roar. Then the entire body fell to the ground, emitting black smoke. All units, focus your fire on the marked weak points. In his war falcon form, Hercules is like a falcon on the battlefield. Constantly exploit its high-speed maneuvers from every angle. Use the cover of terrain to create attack opportunities for ground forces. Or it could pass by at high speed from the flank, using the honeycomb armor-piercing projectiles mounted under the wing. Strike the Guardian's weak points with precision. The battle was extremely fierce. The Guardian's energy cannon is extremely powerful, and each shot is enough to vaporize several mechanical dogs. Their melee combat capabilities were equally terrifying, and they used brute force to tear the heavily armored mechanical dogs into pieces. But Lin Mo's mechanical army wins in numbers and coordination. The Hercules tied down most of the heavy firepower in the air. The mechanical dogs on the ground were fearless and kept fighting, one after another. After paying a certain price, the factory defenders fell one after another. Their remains were emitting thick smoke and scattered on the cold factory floor. When the last guardian was pierced through the core by Hercules, he let out an unwilling whine, fell heavily to the ground, and was silent again. The entire underground factory finally became completely quiet. All that was left was the low hum of the mechanical dog army's engines and the smoke and burnt stench that filled the air after the battle. Chapter 99: Evil Invasion. Lin Mo ordered some mechanical dogs to guard the surroundings. The other part began to clean up the battlefield and recover valuable parts. The Hercules slowly landed on the ground and switched back into human form. The strong mixed smell of engine oil and metal in the air seemed less pungent at this moment. Lin Mo's eyes swept across the huge, abandoned production lines. He signaled several reconnaissance mechanical dogs to explore deeper. A moment later, the reconnaissance mechanical dogs sent back exciting images. Behind the factory is a wider area. Behind several heavy alloy gates, there was not a new enemy, but a warehouse. A huge, unimaginable warehouse. Lin Mo led the team personally and came to one of the gates. This gate had been damaged by the shockwave in the previous battle, leaving a large gap. Several engineering mechanical dogs stepped forward and easily destroyed the gate. When the gate slid open to both sides, a blinding white light shone out from inside. That's because the warehouse's own lighting system is still working. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. When he adjusted to the light, the sight before him made his breathing slow. Metal. Endless metal. Mountains of metal ingots are neatly stacked on huge shelves. The titanium alloy ingot, which is as big as a hill, sparkles with a unique dark silver luster. There are also various rare minerals that have been preliminarily refined, piled up in different categories. In addition to these basic materials, there are countless parts and components packaged in standard shipping containers. Precision and complex mechanical joints. Weapon modules of various calibers. There are even unassembled robotic exoskeletons. The metal reserves here far exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. This can no longer be described as a lot. It's simply a huge treasure trove, a strategic resource point that is sufficient to equip a larger army. Lin Mo slowly walked into the warehouse. The footsteps echoed clearly on the cold metal floor. With these resources, his mechanical army will be greatly supplemented and strengthened. Most of the materials for making floating battleships have also been solved. The losses from the previous battle seemed insignificant at this moment. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly, barely perceptible. This was a huge surprise. Immediately count the types and quantities of all supplies. Establish a temporary defense line. We will be here for a while. There was a hint of uncontrollable excitement in Lin Mo's voice. The brilliant results of this battle brought Lin Mo nearly 10,000 points. More substantial are the countless metal units piled up like mountains. At this moment, Lin Mo was fully devoted to this grand metal decomposition operation. The metal ingots continuously transform into light blue light and lead you into the bracelet. Every now and then, a surprising specialty alloy is successfully isolated. Each piece of special alloy appears with a unique luster. All of these made Lin Mo's mouth curl up unconsciously. These high-value materials are crucial to his next plans. Lin Mo here was immersed in the joy of the harvest. However, he didn't know that a secret gaze had quietly fallen on him. In an extremely hidden underground base in the 7th District, everything here is in order, and the solid alloy walls isolate the dangers from the outside world. Bright lights illuminate the wide passages and huge functional areas. The survivors wore uniforms and performed their duties in the base. Some teams are undergoing rigorous physical and combat skills training. Shouts and the sounds of instruments colliding came one after another. Some patrol teams marched in neat steps, vigilantly guarding every corner of the base. The strength and discipline they demonstrated were far beyond what ordinary survivors could achieve. This base seems to operate efficiently under a highly unified management model. Most of the survivors moved in precise and coordinated steps, like cogs in a precision machine. But beneath this efficient appearance, there is a hint of weirdness. If you observe carefully, you will find that the eyes of some of the survivors appear a little dull. Their mode of action also has an indescribable mechanical nature. They lack the vitality and agility that an individual should have, like machines with fixed programs. Deep inside the base, in a heavily guarded secret room, In the dim light, there are several figures wearing black cloaks. They were sitting around a long table, talking in low voices. Their voices were hoarse and deep. One of the voices spoke first. Have you found any results from the investigation into the people who infiltrated Black Soil City? Does Black Earth City really have the ability to deal with those hurricane dragon vultures? Another voice responded, with a hint of uncertainty. It's not entirely clear at this point. Our personnel are still on the periphery and cannot penetrate into the core area. I only know that this news was released by Owen, the current manager of Black Soil City. The authenticity of the news needs further verification. The cloaked man who spoke earlier suddenly turned cold in his voice, with an unquestionable commanding tone. We must find out as soon as possible. We must never allow the people of District 7 to return to the sunlight. Their existence will seriously interfere with our Lord's great plan. His words were filled with contempt and hostility towards the survivors of Black Soil City. Yes, Your Excellency. The voice that responded was full of awe. There was a brief pause in the secret conversation, and the leading bishop seemed to be thinking. After a moment, he turned to a figure on the other side. Go and arrange for people to lure more hurricane dragon vultures to the airspace of the 7th district. I want that sky to be covered by the shadow of death again. Let them live in fear and despair forever. His tone was filled with cruel pleasure. Yes, Your Excellency the bishop. The figure bowed slightly and accepted the order. Then, the bishop turned his attention to the man who had previously reported the situation in Black Soil City. As for Black Soil City, since they are such an eyesore, let's make them disappear completely. Those who infiltrated took control of the important personnel in Black Soil City. Implant neural control chips into the selected targets. I want them to become our most loyal servants and to trigger chaos from within at the critical moment. Find the right opportunity, cooperate with the outside forces, and destroy Black Soil City in one fell swoop. Understood. The man answered respectfully, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. The secret talk ended here. Several cloaked men stood up one after another, their wide cloaks making no sound as they moved. Behind them, several tall guards followed closely. These guards looked identical to the dull-eyed survivors in the base. Their eyes were empty and their faces were stiff. The movements were like those of a precision machine. Each action was extremely accurate, yet lifeless. They had long lost their own will and had completely fallen into the hands of these evil believers. Became the most loyal and pathetic puppet. Chapter 100, Riotous City. Several days passed quietly. Lin Mo was still in the abandoned factory, far away from the hustle and bustle. Focused on breaking down the mountains of metal materials. Completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. However, at this moment, Black Soil City is full of dangers beneath its peaceful appearance. An invisible undercurrent is quietly surging in every corner of the city. The atmosphere in the meeting room of the Chishui gang was somewhat solemn. The third hall master, Iron Arm Zhou Kuei, was reporting on several small conflicts encountered by the patrol team last night. These are all frictions caused by the new influx of migrant workers. In the past, when gang leader Xiong Gang heard about such trivial matters, he would most likely wave his hand impatiently and let him handle it on his own. But today, Xiong Gang's eyes seemed unfocused, and his fingers tapped the table unconsciously. Boss, Zhou Kuei asked tentatively, do you want to teach these guys a lesson? Xiong Gang slowly raised his head, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes that was imperceptible to others. His voice was a little deeper than usual. No need. Let them make noise. It will be more lively with more people. Zhou Kuei was stunned. This was not like Xiong Gang's style. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Xiong Gang raised his hand to stop him. There are a lot of people in the city these days, so keep your men in check and don't cause trouble. As soon as Xiong Gang finished speaking, he stood up and left the meeting room with a slightly stiff movement. Zhou Kuei was left with full of doubts. He always felt that there was something wrong with the gang leader today. In the production workshop of Firebat Industry, machines used to roar, but now several production lines have inexplicably stopped. Chief Engineer Wang, who is in charge of technology, is meticulous and known for his rigor. At this moment, he was staring at a production report with even a strange smile on his lips. A subordinate reported cautiously. Engineer Wang, the energy supply module in Area B has broken down again. This is the third time this month. Do you want to overhaul it? Chief Engineer Wang did not even raise his head and spoke in a flat voice. No need, just keep observing. But If this continues, it will affect the end of the month. I say, keep observing. Chief Engineer Wang's voice suddenly rose. There was an unquestionable cold light in his eyes, which made the subordinate shudder. He didn't know it. A tiny chip. It had already been quietly implanted into Mr. Wang's neck. The Blackstone Association, which is responsible for the defense of Black Earth City, also began to show abnormalities. Some members who were usually taciturn suddenly become proactive. Frequent requests to be transferred to some key defense nodes. Some other captains who were originally smart and capable seemed absent-minded. Turn a blind eye to some obvious safety hazards. Owen, one of the rulers of Black Soil City, was completely unaware of this. The threat of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle was lifted and a large number of survivors poured in. Black Soil City seemed to have ushered in a new spring. Look, this is hope, Owen exclaimed to the assistant beside him. It won't be long before Black Soil City will reappear on the ground of the 7th District. The assistant agreed with a smile and handed over several reports on small disturbances in the city. Owen ignored it because of his excitement. The shadow of the evil god's followers quietly enveloped the core of these forces. When a mysterious evil god bishop came, he was wrapped in a thick and cold aura. When he stepped silently into the preset stronghold in Black Soil City, all the latent believers were cheered up. There was a fanatical and bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. The glory of humanity is extinguished in them and replaced by bestial cruelty. The bishop glanced at the core believers who were standing in front of him with their heads bowed. Is everything ready? The bishop's voice was hoarse, but with unquestionable majesty. Yes, Your Excellency. All targets have been controlled and key nodes have been infiltrated. We're just waiting for your order. A believer answered respectfully, with undisguised fanaticism in his eyes. Night falls as expected, and the city lights turn on as expected. The transition between day and darkness comes, and the lights go out one by one. The bishop's deep voice rang like a death knell in the hearts of every believer. The time has come. Let's begin. Let this city howl in despair. The order was quickly transmitted through secret channels, driving a bloody feast that had been brewing for a long time. In an instant, the members of the forces controlled by the neural control chip showed their ferocious claws. Several leaders of the Chi Shui gang suddenly drew their swords and slashed at their loyal subordinates. The executives of Firebat Industries personally activated the self-destruct device inside the factory. The controlled members of the Blackstone Society quietly destroyed the once impregnable fortifications. Swords and supernatural powers attacked their former companions and confidants without warning. Some people were attacked without warning in their homes while they were still asleep. The indiscriminate slaughter instantly lit up the night sky of Black Soil City. The shrill screams and sudden alarms intertwined together, tearing apart the false tranquility. At the same time, key facilities that maintained the city's operation were destroyed one by one under the precise guidance of the traitors. The main water supply valve was forced open, and the huge water pressure broke the pipes, turning the clean water into a turbid stream. Violent explosions occurred one after another at the core power hub, plunging the city into darkness and chaos. The defense system of Black Soil City was once a strong shield against foreign enemies. However, due to the precise manipulation of the insider, the firepower points and monitoring facilities in various areas were paralyzed one after another. The solid fortress began to crumble from within, and the strongest line of defense collapsed. Boom! A loud noise came from the edge of the city, shaking the ground. That was the only passage connecting Black Soil City with a wasteland outside, a giant elevator. Detonated from within, the steel wreckage twisted and deformed, falling into bottomless darkness. The only way out was completely cut off. All the survivors were trapped in this prison that was about to become a city of death. The once prosperous streets in Black Earth City suddenly turned into a river of blood. The bright red liquid stained every inch of the land. The once peaceful home is now filled with misery. The cries, pleas for mercy, and desperate roars merged into a melody of death. This city of survivors once stood tenaciously in the wasteland, under the careful planning and cruel execution of the evil god's followers. It is rapidly sliding towards the abyss of destruction. It is about to turn into a real hell on earth. The light of the explosion tore through Owen's vision. The thick smoke choked his throat, causing him to cough violently. He leaned against the broken bunker, his chest heaving violently. Every breath smelled of blood. In my ears, I could hear the whistling of bullets and the explosion of energy weapons. Hold on, hold on, Owen roared, his voice hoarse from the smoke and despair. The barrel of the energy gun in his hand was overheated. A familiar figure suddenly pounced upon him. It was his former adjutant. Owen pulled the trigger subconsciously, and the energy beam pierced the opponent's chest. The fallen figures of former companions did not bring any relief. More enemies came from all directions. Their eyes were empty, but their movements were precise and deadly. These are puppets controlled by the followers of the evil god. The core area of Black Soil City almost completely fell into the hands of the enemy. Despair was like an icy tide, drowning his will bit by bit. He knew that Black Soil City was falling quickly. Lin Mo, can you hear me? Lin Mo. Owen used the bracelet to contact Lin Mo and roared with all his strength. Chapter 101. Rush to help. On the other side, Lin Mo was decomposing metal materials. Answer the call amid Owen's rapid voice. Owen, what's wrong? Black Soil City is over. Owen's voice was tearful, full of unwillingness and fear. The followers of the evil god, they control everyone. We can't hold on any longer. Come and help us. He could sense the desperation in Owen's words. Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all. Hold on, Owen. I'll be there soon. Lin Mo immediately assembled the mechanical dog army. 25 type 3 mechanical dogs lead 800 type 2 mechanical dogs. And a legion of 1,000 standard mechanical dogs quickly assembled. The huge numbers converge into a torrent of steel. Target Black Soil City. Set off immediately and rush to help at full speed. They carry Lin Mo's unquestionable will, transformed into a torrent of steel at the fastest speed, rushing towards the Black Earth City that was shrouded in despair and blood. Even the darkness of night could not conceal the cold light flashing on their bodies. The entrance to Black Soil City was in a mess. The huge elevator is now a pile of twisted scrap metal. The charred wreckage betrayed the brutal battle that had taken place not long ago. Owen, the ruler of Black Soil City, did have a backup plan. A hidden passage, almost imperceptible under the cover of rubble and shadows. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo led his iron army and quickly approached the secret passage. The interior of the passage is narrow and deep, and the air is filled with a slightly fishy smell mixed with rust and dust. Lin Mo led the mechanical dog army through this passage that could only accommodate a few people walking side by side. Moving forward quickly, light gradually appeared at the end of the passage. The exit is located in a remote alley in the city. The alley was lined with tall buildings on both sides, casting large shadows that just concealed their presence. The heavily armored mechanical dog was the first to step out of the passage. Their heavy metal feet made a dull sound as they stepped on the stone road. These steel behemoths had clear goals and quickly spread out, advancing towards the chaotic streets outside the alley. On the streets, some citizens had red eyes and looked crazy. They waved their weapons wildly and launched indiscriminate attacks on the people around them. The heavily armored mechanical dog was merciless, yet it controlled its strength precisely, using its sturdy armor to block attacks. The electromagnetic mechanical dog troops followed closely behind. Their bodies were more flexible. Blue arcs of electricity jumped on the coils on their body surfaces, making slight crackling sounds. Prioritize those survivors who were clearly controlled by some force. The survivors had empty eyes and stiff movements. Sizzle. Waves of range-directed, paralyzing electric currents were released from the electromagnetic mechanical dog. The light blue electric net spread in the air, covering an area of dozens of meters. The survivors who were controlled were the first to be hit, with the electric current shocking their bodies. They froze suddenly, as if bound by invisible chains. Under the skin on the body, a faint red light can be seen flashing, which is the trace of the implanted chip. At this moment, the signals of those chips became extremely chaotic under the strong electromagnetic interference. Temporarily, they lost all ability to move, falling stiffly to the ground or leaning against the wall, twitching slightly. The situation changed in a flash. The Black Soil City was originally in chaos and was being manipulated by the followers of the evil god. Suddenly, the powerful third-party force of Lin Mo took control of the situation. The evil god's followers hiding in the dark clearly saw this scene through the vision of the puppets they controlled. Lin Mo's mechanical army was like a sharp scalpel, cutting into the battle with precision. What frightened them even more was the control methods they were so proud of. In front of those mechanical dogs, flashing with electric light, they were so fragile that they could withstand no attack. Panic quickly spread among the believers. Their plans were disrupted. Completely disrupted. It was originally expected that Black Soil City would be another perfect sacrifice for the evil god. Now this sacrifice is about to grow legs and run away. The bishop, dressed in a black robe and a hood, looked livid. He stared at the efficiently operating mechanical dogs through the observation screen. "My lord bishop, our servants are ineffective," one of the men reported in a trembling voice. The bishop clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. He didn't expect that in this underground city where electricity was scarce, they will encounter so many electromagnetic mechanical dogs that are specifically designed to restrain their abilities. "Retreat." The bishop's voice was hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable determination. "Take the core personnel with you, and let's get out of here immediately." He knew very well that the situation was hopeless, and there was no point in staying. Several core believers immediately took orders and began to organize their men, preparing to escape through the preset secret route. Inside Black Earth City, the electromagnetic mechanical dog troops quickly adjusted their formation. The coils on their bodies burst out with even more dazzling blue lightning. Thick, paralyzing electric currents interweave. They have set up an invisible electric fence between the narrow streets and alleys. This special line of defense effectively divided the chaotic battlefield. There was a faint smell of ozone in the air, evidence of the electric current tearing the air apart. The crackling sound of electricity was incessant, shocking every creature that tried to get close. The survivors who were controlled by implanted chips were twitching violently. They uttered meaningless roars intermittently. His limbs were flailing uncontrollably, but he could no longer form any effective attacking moves. Finally, under the continuous strong electromagnetic interference, it completely dimmed. They collapsed to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. The few with stronger willpower could only lean against the cold wall and spasm in vain. "Mr. Lin Mo." A slightly hoarse but surprised voice came from the side. Owen rushed out from behind a dilapidated building with his remaining men. Their clothes were tattered, and their faces were covered in smoke and blood. His eyes were burning with relief at surviving the disaster and the flame of revenge. Seeing Lin Mo and his huge mechanical army, Owen's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He knew that Black Soil City might still be saved. How was it going? Lin Mo's eyes quickly swept over the exhausted soldiers behind Owen. There weren't many people, only about 100 or so. But everyone has a fearless determination. Those who can still fight are here. Owen smiled bitterly and then straightened his back. "Those bastards want to escape. We can't let them succeed." His men quickly joined up with the outskirts of Lin Mo's mechanical dog army. Human warriors stand side by side with steel beasts, forming a more solid force. The remaining city defense forces, under Owen's call, they began to launch a resolute counterattack against those evil god believers in areas that had not yet been affected by the electric current. Because of Lin Mo's intervention, the evil god's believers instantly turned from hunters to prey. Their numbers do not constitute an absolute advantage, and they rely more on the puppets that are controlled. In the chaos, several followers of the evil god with fanatical eyes quietly left the front battlefield. There was a look of madness on their faces, determined to destroy themselves along with them. Although the bishop has evacuated, the glory of God must not be tarnished. One of them growled, his voice changing in pitch with excitement. "Black Earth City must become a sacrifice to our Lord." The other had the same crazy light in his eyes. "Activate the final plan and detonate the power core. Even if it's just ruins, we must bury them together." These fanatics are the death squad left behind by the bishop. Their mission is to destroy Black Soil City at all costs when the plan completely fails. They followed the hidden path and quickly sneaked towards the core power area that maintained the operation of the entire Black Soil City. There's the heart of Black Soil City. Once detonated, the entire underground city will be reduced to a veritable scorched earth. Chapter 1, Oak 2, anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The flame god mecha worn by Lin Mo is connected to each mechanical dog. The information captured by their sensors is gathered in his mind. A mechanical dog discovered the sneaky figures of the fanatics. A small group of enemies has broken away, and their target is unknown. Lin Mo didn't know which direction they were heading. Quickly asking Owen, Owen saw their location. He was horrified and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Oh no, their target is the power core. Lin Mo instantly understood the sinister intentions of these evil god believers. They actually wanted to perish together with Black Earth City. Damn it, these lunatics. Owen cursed angrily and immediately dispatched the most elite team around him. Stop them at all costs. Everyone else, follow me to continue clearing out the remaining enemies and cover Mr. Lin Mo's troops. Owen quickly gave orders, and the focus of the battle quietly shifted. An offensive and defensive battle around the power core is about to begin deep in Black Soil City. Lin Mo's eyes were cold as he sat in the cockpit of the Yinshin mecha and gave orders. All Type 3 mechanical dogs, lead a team of Blade Type, target the power core area, and eliminate all threats. 25 huge Type 3 mechanical dogs took heavy steps. Hundreds of more flexible and agile Type 2 blade-shaped mechanical dogs followed closely. The sharp alloy forelimbs flashed with cold light. This elite steel squad was separated from the main force, amid the roar of metal friction. They turned quickly and rushed towards the core power area. The speed was increased to the limit, and the metal feet stepped on the broken streets, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil, dust, and a faint burnt odor. This is a race against time, and every second may determine the fate of Black Soil City. The team passed through the neighborhood that had long since become a ruin at high speed, with broken walls and ruins flying past on both sides. The sounds of gunfire and explosions from the main battlefield were gradually left behind and became increasingly distant. Near the core power area, the outline of a tall building complex appears at the end of the field of vision. Thick metal pipes are entangled on the surface of the building like a spider web. 5 heat signals detected at the street corner ahead. Xingqiang AI reported in Lin Mo's ear. Lin Mo also saw several figures through scanning inside the mecha. They were wearing tattered robes and were moving quickly along the shadows of the wall. One of them also seemed to be carrying a device that flashed an ominous red light. They obviously also noticed the huge noise coming from behind. His pace suddenly quickened, trying to get into the deep gap of a building in front. Assault. Prioritize eliminating armed targets. Lin Mo's order was concise and cold. Dozens of blade-shaped mechanical dogs suddenly accelerated like black lightning. The sharp blades of the alloy forelimbs created sparks on the rough concrete floor. They were moving so fast that they left blurry afterimages in the air. In an instant, the retreat route of those fanatics was blocked. As the high-speed mechanical dogs approached them, a trace of panic flashed across the faces of the believers. It was then replaced by a twisted frenzy. They did not surrender, but instead let out meaningless roars, whispering strange and blasphemous spells. In an instant, the air around seemed to become sticky and the ground began to move faintly. Lin Mo felt a slight mental shock, but the protection system of the flame god mecha offset it. In front of the believers, the ground suddenly heaved and tore apart. Monsters made of rotten flesh and twisted metal forcibly emerged with a roar. They come in all shapes and sizes, some dragging thick metallic tentacles. Some have ugly lumps all over their bodies. There were even a few rusted steel bars sticking randomly out of the mass of flesh. It gave off a strong stench of decaying matter mixed with waste oil. There's only pure pain and endless aggression in the eyes of these monsters. He let out an inhuman roar and clumsily, but fiercely stood in front of the believers. Obviously, he was using his body to delay time. The assault formation of the blade-type mechanical dogs was therefore hindered. Their sharp blades chopped at the flesh monsters. It makes a teeth-grinding, cutting sound and a dull impact sound. Smelly blood, flesh, and tissue fluid splattered everywhere. But these monsters seem to have no sense of pain. Even if its limbs are severed, it will still frantically wave the remaining parts to attack. Type 3, clear the area. Lin Mo's order was without any emotion. The huge body of the Type 3 mechanical dog arrived at the battlefield. Faced with these twisted creatures of flesh and blood, the Type 3 mechanical dogs were too lazy to even dodge. Rushed directly into the group of monsters in the most brutal way. The huge metal claws trampled down, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones and metal being crushed. The sturdy hydraulic mechanical arm can easily tear a monster in half with a swing, or smash it hard against the wall, turning into a pool of blurred flesh and blood. They are not fighting, but rather carrying out an efficient crushing. Those monsters that can still hold out for a moment in front of the blade-shaped mechanical dogs. It seems vulnerable in the face of the absolute power of the Type 3 mechanical dog. The energy cannon on the shoulder began to charge, and a dazzling light gathered at the muzzle. Boom! 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 There were several deafening roars in succession, and the energy beam hit the monster accurately. It was blown into pieces, with flesh and metal debris splashing everywhere. The Type 3 mechanical dog, firing at full power, cleared all obstacles. Their target quickly locked onto the panicked believers, especially the leader who was holding a suspicious device. The Type 3 mechanical dogs quickly formed a siege. The huge metal figure completely cast shadow over the believers. There was a glimmer of despair in the eyes of the leader of the believers, but more of it was the madness before death. He raised the device in his hand high, as if trying to make a final struggle. Disarm them and try to capture the leader alive. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The hydraulic claws of a Type 3 mechanical dog are precise and swift. He reached out instantly and knocked the device out of the leader's hand. The device drew an arc in the air and was caught steadily by another mechanical dog. The rest of the believers shouted in dissatisfaction, and a few tried to take something out of their arms. But what greeted them was the merciless and accurate shooting of the Type 3 mechanical dogs. In an instant, the spine was broken or the head was pierced, and the body fell limply. The distorted expression on his face froze. The believers chose to resist to the end and were tied up tightly with steel cables by mechanical dogs. Let Owen interrogate him thoroughly. Maybe he can dig out some information. The battle ended quickly and effectively. The danger of the power core explosion was temporarily resolved. Lin Mo's attention once again turned to the melee in Black Soil City. With the help of thousands of mechanical dogs, I wonder if Owen has the situation under control. Chapter 103 Mechanical Consciousness Network. Irving did show good leadership skills. When Lin Mo returned to the main urban area, the smoke had not yet dissipated. Broken walls and ruins can be seen everywhere, and the air is mixed with burnt stench and a faint smell of blood. Owen has commanded the surviving guards and some of the awakened people. The chaotic situation was initially brought under control. Sporadic resistance was quickly suppressed. The catastrophe in Black Soil City has finally come to an end, but the trauma this city suffered was too severe. The damage to the buildings was shocking. The survivors' faces showed a mixture of fear and numbness. If you want to restore your former vitality, it will probably take a long time to recuperate. The riot was completely quelled, and Lin Mo immediately ordered the huge army of mechanical dogs to take over the battlefield cleanup. Damaged mechanical units are recycled and disassembled. The bodies of the victims were properly handled. Obstacles on the streets were cleared one by one. Owen appeared in the command center. He looked tired, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. He reported the latest progress to Lin Mo. At the same time, from the survivors who were controlled by the evil god's followers, a considerable number of neural control chips were collected. The chips are carefully stored in a special anti-static box. Owen handed the box to Lin Mo. These are the things that were taken out of their brains. I left some for follow-up research. These are for you. Perhaps you can parse out some useful information from it. Lin Mo took the box and opened it. Dozens of chips the size of a fingernail lay quietly inside. The structure of the chip is extremely precise and complex, with fine lines engraved on the surface. It's not the familiar style of technological lines, but more like some kind of ancient and twisted rune. Extremely precise and astonishingly complex. A faint wave of evil energy emanated from the chip. Cold, twisted, with a heart-pounding malice. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately developed a keen interest in these neural control chips. This is a terrifying technology that can directly interfere with or even control the thinking of living things. Once its core principles are grasped, its potential strategic significance will be immeasurable. He could imagine if this technology was applied to a core of mechanical dogs. It will bring you huge advantages. Lately, he has been spending most of his time in abandoned factories breaking down metals. It's a good time to return to the underground base, rest, and recover your tired spirit. Inside Lin Mo's underground base, the lights were bright and cold. Lin Mo placed a neural control chip on the precision control console. Carefully touch the surface of the chip and begin to analyze its internal structure layer by layer. However, the chip's complex encryption algorithm is layered like a maze. What's more troublesome is the evil god's energy coming from inside the chip. It has caused strong interference to the cracking work. Every attempt to analyze it in depth will trigger a counterattack from that energy. They are like venomous snakes with their own consciousness, trying to follow the mental link and drill back into the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness. Lin Mo's mental strength was highly concentrated, and his consciousness was like an indestructible fortress, resisting the erosion of that evil energy. Every attempt to force a crack leads to a more violent counterattack. The mental power felt like being hit by a blunt object, causing waves of pain. Lin Mo was not surprised that the cracking progress was extremely slow. This technology that is ahead of its time cannot be easily conquered. He was not discouraged. He just became calmer. The next few days, Lin Mo devoted almost all his energy to the research of chips. He kept trying new ways to crack it. Start with structural analysis and try to bypass the encryption algorithm. Fail. Starting from energy fluctuations, try to find its patterns. Failed again. Start with the known information about the evil god's followers and try to connect any possible clues. Still failed. Every failure is a drain on one's mental strength and a test of one's will. Lin Mo realized that relying solely on the existing analytical methods and his own mental power, the efficiency is too low and may even lead to a deadlock. He needs more power and more computing power. He took a deep breath and activated the mechanical God-making ability in his body. A mysterious and powerful force flowed through his body. The cold and efficient data flow of Star Dome AI began to converge. Then he extended the consciousness link to the entire underground base, connecting a massive army of mechanical dogs that all obey his commands. Connect to Megatron, Mechatyrannosaurus, and even Thunderbolt, all mechanical units with computing capabilities. At this moment, it is integrated and converged into a vast torrent of data. Through the bridge of supernatural powers, it is infused into the work of cracking the chip. These are all the resources Lin Mo can mobilize. The huge computing power began to operate at unprecedented efficiency. They are like countless tiny drills attacking the chip's encryption barriers at the same time. The analysis speed increased exponentially, and the counterattack of the evil god's energy was still fierce. But faced with such a huge torrent of computing power, their resistance seems somewhat powerless. Star Dome AI analyzes energy patterns at high speed, looking for logical loopholes. Layers of camouflage were peeled off, and the complex structure gradually became clear. Hidden deep within is the chip's core control protocol. That is the key to controlling the mind and the entrance to the power of the evil god. The last barrier was broken, and a huge flow of information instantly poured into Lin Mo's consciousness. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Mechanical God-conferring ability detected compatible technology. Integrating, a new sense of power sprouted within his body, and his connection with the machine became closer than ever before. It is no longer a simple instruction and execution, but a deeper resonance. Unlock branch ability. Mechanical consciousness network. The system prompt sound echoed clearly in my mind. Mechanical God-conferring ability detects compatible technology. Integrating, an unprecedented sense of power, like a newborn star, quietly sprouted in his body. This power was completely different from his connection with the machine. It is no longer a simple matter of issuing orders and executing them mechanically as in the past. It's more like a deep resonance at the soul level. A strange feeling of activation spread between him and the mechanical creation. Unlock branch ability. Mechanical consciousness network. Mechanical consciousness network. Able to directly and completely integrate your consciousness into the entire mechanical army, achieving complete synchronous control of all mechanical units. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened slightly. What did this mean? This means that he no longer needs to go through any external device. He can do it as naturally as breathing. Just like controlling your arms and fingers, you can do whatever you want. Directly control every mechanical unit under his command. This ability far exceeds the crude, one-way infusion of previous neural control chips. Neural control chips are essentially still a form of external, imposed control. The mechanical consciousness network is an intrinsic two-way link, a true sense of moving the body as it pleases. Lin Mo can receive all data captured by sensors on each mechanical unit in real time, share a visual of them, share their auditory information, share all their environmental awareness. Chapter 1:04 The Evil God's Brand. An irresistible impulse surged into Lin Mo's heart. He wanted to test this new power immediately. Lin Mo closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly extended out like invisible tentacles. He first chose a target, a mechanical dog patrolling inside an underground base. Link. The moment the thought arose, a strange transformation occurred. Lin Mo's perspective suddenly switched. A second ago, he was in the brightly lit control room. The next second, what his eyes saw was a cold and hard alloy channel. The blue indicator light reflected off the metal wall. He could hear the slight clicking sound of the mechanical dog's metal paws stepping on the ground. Able to feel the subtle vibrations produced when the energy core in the robot dog's body operates smoothly. Lin Mo tried to lift his right front paw. There are no instructions, no deliberate drive of any intention. Almost at the same moment, he had this thought. The mechanical dog raised its right front leg with incredible precision. Smooth, natural, as if it was a part of his body. This feeling is extremely wonderful. Lin Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to try more complicated operations. Go forward, go backward, turn left, turn right, run, jump. Every movement is perfectly synchronized without any delay. An even stronger intention rose from the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness. He was no longer satisfied with a single link. Lin Mo's consciousness surged out like a torrent that broke through a dam. It transformed into a huge, invisible, and intangible net with him as the center. It covers every corner of the entire underground base at a very fast speed. His mental power penetrated the thick alloy walls and swept across the cold metal pipes. The signal access of the second mechanical dog caused almost no additional burden. The touch of cold metal, the steady hum of an energy core. It is identical to the first one, yet has subtle differences that are unique to its own location. The third one followed closely. Its feedback is equally clear and stable, with another patrol route in sight. Lin Mo's consciousness is like a precise probe. The mechanical dogs patrolling different areas inside the base were locked one by one. The fifth one, the 10th one, when a number of links reaches double digits. Lin Mo's mind sensed a slight fluctuation. It was as if a handful of pebbles were thrown into a calm lake. But this wave was then repeatedly tempered by his energy that had passed through the evil god. The extremely tenacious spiritual core suppressed it steadily. 50, 100. The flow of information began to become complex, and various perspectives, sounds, and vibrations began to intertwine. 500, 1,000. Finally, when the last mechanical dog on standby was also incorporated into this giant network of consciousness. The entire underground base is filled with a legion of mechanical dogs, thousands of cold steel creatures. All of them established a connection with Lin Mo's spirit. Thousands of visual images transmitted simultaneously. Thousands of sets of synchronous feedback auditory data. The flow of information is so huge that it is unimaginable, like a torrent of cosmic explosion. It surged towards Lin Mo's spiritual core. If these data floods directly impact an ordinary person, its cerebral cortex will completely collapse within 0.1 second. Thinking stagnates. Consciousness fades. Even brain death occurs. But Lin Mo's mental strength is no longer that of a simple person. The erosion and backlash of the evil god's energy brought endless pain. It also tempered his spirit into something as strong and indestructible as fine steel. Coupled with the auxiliary computing capabilities of Stardome AI, it played a crucial role. Countless points of light flashed in Lin Mo's consciousness and were quickly integrated by the powerful computing power of the Starry Sky AI. Real-time noise reduction, optimization, and reorganization of those complex and chaotic raw data streams. The huge amount of information that could have caused a mental storm was sorted out in an orderly manner. These thousands of mechanical dogs have become extensions of Lin Mo's body and tentacles of his thoughts. The entire mechanical army truly became a part of him at this moment, and he could control it as if it were his own arm. No, it's more flexible and more arbitrary than that. The acquisition of this capability is not just a simple upgrade at the tactical command level. It greatly enhanced Lin Mo's battlefield perception ability. It has pushed the coordinated combat capabilities of the entire mechanical army to a new level. He could even easily distract and control several of them at the same time. Even dozens of mechanical dogs, performing completely different complex tasks. Lin Mo's mind moved slightly. A team of mechanical dogs located at the eastern edge of the base immediately adjusted their patrol formation. The search changed from a column to a fan-shaped one, silently expanding the alert range. At the same time, another team on standby in the west zone activated infrared thermal sensing. Carefully scan every inch of space in a specific area, looking for any possible abnormal heat source. This kind of control and freedom is far beyond what could be achieved through instructions in the past. Lin Mo took a deep breath slowly, his chest filled with a sense of satisfaction as power surged. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up into a slight arc, just as Lin Mo was immersed in the shock and joy brought by this new power. An encrypted communication request was connected to his personal bracelet. It was Owen. Lin Mo answered the call directly. Owen's voice came. Lin Mo, we conducted a preliminary inspection of the bodies of the evil god believers who were killed. He paused, as if trying to organize his words. There is an important discovery. On every corpse of the evil god's followers, an identical strange mark was found at the same location. We have tentatively named it the evil god's mark. Mark of the evil god. Lin Mo repeated it silently in his mind. The name itself exudes an unsettling aura of evil. Tell me more about this brand. Lin Mo's voice was calm. The pattern of this brand is extremely complex and twisted, full of blasphemous and chaotic meanings. Just staring at the high-resolution images for a while caused me to feel dizzy and nauseous. Others have reported hearing whispers that aren't there, and saying it feels like looking into the abyss. Spiritual pollution? Lin Mo keenly grasped the key. Very close, Owen confirmed. More importantly, it is directly imprinted on the flesh and blood, deep into the texture. It contains a weak but extremely pure and active evil energy fluctuation. We try to analyze the energy characteristics of this mark. Owen's voice continued to come. The preliminary conclusion is that its energy spectrum is completely different from any energy in the 7th sector. We have reason to believe that its source is not in the 7th district. It should come from a higher region. A higher region? The 6th region? Or the 5th or 4th region? The evil god's tentacles have actually grown so long. This is not good news. It means the enemy may have more resources and power than they expected. Got it. Send me a copy of all the information about the evil god's mark. Okay. Owen replied. You should be careful too. This kind of thing is evil. Don't worry. Lin Mo ended the call. His consciousness sank back into the huge sensory network composed of thousands of mechanical dogs. Chapter 105. Transformation. Zhang Xuanjin's Cyber Cultivation. During this period, Lin Mo did not stop decomposing the metal resources near the abandoned factory. However, the decomposed metal is useful for building that ship. For the floating battleship on which he placed so many hopes, it was still a drop in the bucket. They could only send out a large number of mechanical dog legions to explore for metal materials. After the riots in Owen's Black Earth City, a lot of information was received and lost. This is very unfavorable for the collection of metal materials, but Owen is already doing his best to repair it. That day, Lin Mo's consciousness once again sank into the huge network composed of thousands of mechanical dogs. Suddenly, a sudden, heart-pounding sense of disconnection pierced Lin Mo's perception. The mechanical dog army he sent out to collect metal materials encountered an accident. Large swaths of connection signals seemed to be devoured by a giant beast, quickly fade and disappear in the perception network. Completely annihilated. Lin Mo's face was cold. What happened? He immediately retrieved the combat data and blurry images sent back by the lost mechanical dog team at the last moment. The image quality is extremely poor, full of severe shaking and snowy interference. But it can be vaguely recognized that it is located in an open area. The mechanical dogs seem to be constantly exploring the surrounding environment, searching carefully both on the ground and underground. Suddenly, the sky darkened. No, not the sky. It was some kind of huge shadow passing by at an astonishing speed. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling flash of lightning burst out. In the picture, those usually sturdy and reliable mechanical dogs seemed to be grasped by invisible big hands. There was a sudden tremor, and the indicator lights on the body surface flashed wildly, and then all went out. The sophisticated electronic components in their bodies were instantly destroyed by the terrifying electromagnetic storm. Then, there was a blurry, terrifying image of a giant claw tearing through metal, and the signal suddenly stopped. Hurricane Dragon Vulture, and there is more than one. Lin Mo's brows were tightly furrowed. This is a big trouble. Lin Mo's fingertips tapped the table unconsciously. According to previous intelligence, the Hurricane Dragon Eagle in this area should have been killed by Lin Mo. It is impossible to restore to such a scale in a short period of time. Why did they return so quickly and attack his resource-gathering force with such precision? There is definitely something wrong here. Is it coincidence? Lin Mo doesn't believe in coincidences. Could these beasts be related to those followers of evil gods? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Mo's heart was overshadowed. If this is true, it means that the enemy not only has unknown means, it may even have reached out to the dangerous creatures native to the 7th District. This is much more difficult than simply dealing with those fanatical believers. Owen, Lin Mo answered the call again. What's wrong, Lin Mo? Are there new discoveries about the evil god's mark? So soon. Owen's voice held a hint of surprise. No, Lin Mo's voice was a little low. My mechanical dog army was attacked by a Hurricane Dragon Eagle in the abandoned factory area and was completely wiped out. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Hurricane Dragon Vulture? They are not. Irving obviously thought of the same question. Yes, they shouldn't come back so soon, and they shouldn't be so organized. You also have to be careful and check the personnel again. It's better to be cautious. The appearance of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture is like a lingering haze. It once again loomed over Lin Mo's plan to collect materials. This shadow is much thicker and more suffocating than before. They're no longer sporadic threats. They are the undisputed overlords of the skies of the 7th region. Their iron wings and sharp claws tightly strangled Lin Mo's access to metal resources. Every action in the future will be exposed to their sharp eagle eyes. The progress of collecting materials for the floating battleship was therefore cast under a heavy shadow. Without dealing with these predators in the sky, nothing can be achieved. Lin Mo's fingertips stopped tapping. The cold touch of the table seemed unable to calm the turmoil in his heart. These Hurricane Dragon Vultures must be dealt with as a priority. Other plans can then be implemented. Lin Mo's thoughts were racing. He began to calmly analyze the current situation and look for the key to breaking the deadlock. A head-on confrontation is obviously the stupidest option. He clearly realized that the existing basic mechanical units, although numerous, in the face of the devastating electromagnetic storm of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle, they all seemed vulnerable. The Thundercloud Battle Fortress and the Hercules can work together to resist a Hurricane Dragon Vulture. But now there is more than one Hurricane Dragon Vulture. If they act together, Lin Mo will not be able to resist. Lin Mo's gaze finally fell on a special existence. Zhang Xuanjin. That supernatural power is the inheritance of cultivation, and he's an anomaly that fights alongside him by chance. In this world full of cold machines and doomsday wasteland, the existence of cultivators themselves is like an inappropriate joke. However, at this moment, he became the only ray of hope for a breakthrough in Lin Mo's eyes. He made a decision and prepared to mobilize all the cutting-edge resources he could to carry out a thorough and complete transformation for Zhang Xuanjin. He wanted to forge Zhang Xuanjin into a real war machine, a being that can stroll leisurely in a violent electromagnetic storm without being affected in the slightest. One with tremendous explosive power, enough to cooperate with the mechanical army. Hunt down the overlords of the sky, the cyber-enabled cutting-edge combat force of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. Lin Mo also has a batch of special materials in his hands. Super energy metal electromagnetic. This metal can conduct energy efficiently and also allows it to remain stable under strong magnetic field interference. It is almost a natural electromagnetic barrier. It can be used as the core of building a new warframe. Lin Mo draws inspiration from electromagnetic pulse technology and resonance lightning technology. We have a deeper understanding of electromagnetic guidance, confrontation, and even fusion. These technologies will be used in the new armor tailored for Zhang Xuanjin. By then, the armor will go far beyond the scope of physical protection and will become a stabilizer in electromagnetic storms. Actively neutralize, deflect, and even absorb external electromagnetic shocks to ensure that its core is not disturbed. At the same time, Zhang Xuanjin's original combat power must also undergo a subversive upgrade. Lin Mo planned to modify and upgrade his Xianlei sword. Incorporates precise electromagnetic pulse emission units and micro force field generators. After the transformation, every attack of a Xianlei flying sword will be accompanied by a high-intensity, directional electromagnetic pulse. Not only will its power be doubled, but its flight trajectory will also become more bizarre with the assistance of the force field. How can a cultivator's spiritual power operation system be perfectly integrated with the cold mechanical structure? This is the boldest and most challenging part of Lin Mo's entire concept. Although previous attempts have failed, the technology is more mature this time. He wanted to forge Zhang Xuanjin into an unprecedented cyber cultivator, a new form of combat force that can not only use the methods of cultivation, but also perfectly control cutting-edge technological creations. One who can move freely in electromagnetic storms, without being bound by the power of heaven and earth. A powerful fighter with thunder-like, explosive power that can tear the sky apart. A war machine built to hunt those damn hurricane vultures. This is not just a simple upgrade at the equipment level. This is more like a semi-cyberized, deep transformation of life forms. Chapter 106. Mechanical Cultivation Combined Armor. Lin Mo told Zhang Xuanjin the complete transformation plan and the huge risks involved. This is not a simple upgrade, but a transformation that is almost a reconstruction. Lin Mo's words were not hurried, but every word was of great significance. He described the properties of super metal electromagnetism. It tells the story of the combination of electromagnetic pulse and resonance lightning technology. Outline the outline of the new suit of armor. Cold mechanical structure. Violent electromagnetic energy. How to achieve an unprecedented fusion with the spiritual power of cultivation flowing in Zhang Xuanjin's body. The risk is put at the forefront, the possibility of integration failure. The threat of the collapse of the spiritual power system and even unknown impacts on life forms. Lin Mo didn't hide anything. Zhang Xuanjin listened quietly. Every word Lin Mo said was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. This was not the path of cultivation that he was familiar with. It was full of unknowns and coldness. But the burning determination in Lin Mo's eyes made him unable to look away. It is the desire to break through and the cry for survival. The threat of the hurricane dragon eagle was like a dark cloud pressing down on one's head, making it hard to breathe. He, Zhang Xuanjin, as a cultivator, in this world full of wasteland and machinery, it is out of place. But at this moment, he felt Lin Mo's determination to go all out, and the absolute trust in him. Lin Mo placed his last hope on him. I understand. Zhang Xuanjin's low voice broke the silence. His eyes were clear and sharp, without the slightest hesitation. I trust you. Just go for it. This is a heavy responsibility and also an unswerving trust. In the apocalypse, trust is more precious than gold. After getting Zhang Xuanjin's response, Lin Mo took action immediately. Preparations were carried out quickly and efficiently. Instructions were issued one after another, and various rare materials were produced. They were continuously transported to Lin Mo's exclusive manufacturing room. There was a tense and exciting atmosphere in the air. Lin Mo stood in front of the huge, special alloy casting platform. The surface of the platform has a cold metallic luster. His expression was extremely focused. Mechanical godhood supernatural power is activated. The invisible spiritual force field instantly enveloped the entire platform. A large amount of super energy metal electromagnetic slowly floated up. They exude a cool breath and contain violent energy. Under Lin Mo's control, the metal block began to decompose. It's not simply melting, but deforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then they're reassembled at the atomic level. This is the deepest control over matter. The dazzling electric arc jumped on the metal surface, making a fine crackling sound. They did not leak out accidentally, but were perfectly restrained by an invisible force. Under Lin Mo's mental force field, the molten metal flowed along a predetermined trajectory. Under the interweaving of purple lightning, they are slowly merging. Finally, according to the blueprint in Lin Mo's mind, precise shaping began. A new set of armor, shining with metallic luster and lightning glow, gradually took shape. The purple-black matte armor seemed to absorb light. Liquid spiritual medium flows on the surface, like a network of blood vessels. Deep purple lightning surged in the nanoscale grooves. Outline the ancient and mysterious Thunder Department's Law Rune Array. The joints are inlaid with brilliant psychic crystals that flicker like stars. With every breath, the crystal sparkles. The overall lines of the armor are smooth and powerful. It combines the violent aesthetics of science fiction with the artistic conception of Oriental metaphysics. A line of small words was engraved on the mecha. Use thunder to forge the path and transform lightning into veins. This is Lin Mo's vision of Zhang Xuanjin's future path. The total height of the armor is 2.5 meters, including the enhancement of the combat boots. The combat weight is 480 kilograms, but it is extremely light due to the presence of the anti-gravity suspension engine. The core is a complex system that integrates quantum electromagnetism and spiritual power circuits. The dual energy conversion of lightning and spiritual power is realized through superconducting spiritual pattern plating. This system can absorb the violent lightning force from the outside world. After layers of filtration and special transformation, it is simulated into the pure spiritual energy required by cultivators for practice. Although this conversion inevitably involves a certain degree of energy loss. For Zhang Xuanjin, it means being in a thunder and lightning environment. He can continuously absorb energy to replenish his own spiritual power consumption, and his endurance is almost unlimited. The maximum sustained combat time of high-intensity combat can reach 9 hours. The instantaneous burst speed can last for 12 seconds and reach 3 times the speed of sound. With this set of armor, Zhang Xuanjin has directly entered the great perfection of the Golden Elixir. Even stronger, a pure war machine, a being that can move freely in electromagnetic storms. A cyberized cutting-edge combat force capable of hunting down Hurricane Dragon Vulture. Thunder Spirit Armor. Material, refined iron alloy, 60%. Super energy metal electromagnetic, 30%. Meteorite black iron gold, 10%. Energy center, double vortex reactor. Thunder Shoe. A magnetic fluid container that restrains electrical energy, absorbing natural lightning and filling it with spiritual power. Spiritual Core. An artificial spiritual root matrix that devours the free spiritual energy on the battlefield and converts ionized energy into pseudo-spiritual power. Weapon Module. Chidori, wrist-mounted lightning gun, which fires 20 charged metal beads per second in burst mode, forming a 5-meter wide lightning chain. In charging mode, it can condense the energy of the Thunder Hub and launch a plasma ball with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Thunder Dragon Whip Blade. A retractable weapon composed of 128 pieces of electric knife scales, with a maximum length of 15 meters, which can be switched between high-frequency vibration cutting state and 500,000-volt current binding state. Tiangang Thunder Talisman. Projects Taoist Thunder Talismans on the surface of the armor, summoning 5 spherical lightning bolts to automatically search for enemies. Generates a golden light technique that generates a spiritual mirror to refract lasers. Spirit Resonance Sword. A particle blade formed by extracting the energy of the spirit core, which can penetrate mental defenses with a single strike. Thunder Tribulation Matrix Backpack can be expanded into 4 forms. Evil Slayer, 32-unit electromagnetic pulse darts, interference radius 300 meters. Demon Slayer, superconducting coil railgun, fire speed Mach 7. Pajuan, ring-shaped plasma shockwave launcher, range damage. Goeishu, release a small man-made catastrophe, covering a diameter of 1 kilometer. Special combat form. Thunderstorm mode. Insert your feet into the ground, releasing a thunderstorm that turns an area of 500 meters into electrified scorched earth. Spirit Armor Devouring Thunder mode. Actively attract enemy energy attacks and convert them into your own use through spirit cores. Conversion limit. Tactical nuclear bomb equivalent. Zhang Xuanjin looked at the Thunder Spirit armor in front of him with burning eyes. Seeing the small words, use thunder to forge the path and turn lightning into veins, a warm current surged in my chest. This is not just a set of armor, but also the future that Lin Mo has planned for him. Lin Mo, this Zhang Xuanjin's Adam's apple rolled, excitement and agitation intertwined, and he didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Lin Mo patted his shoulder with a faint smile on his face. Try it on. It's tailor-made for you. Zhang Xuanjin took a deep breath and walked towards the Lei Ling armor. With a slight mechanical sound, it separated and unfolded, revealing the interior space of the armor. He stepped in, and the metal parts closed smoothly, feeling a cool touch. Then, the armor fit his body perfectly. The initial feeling of heaviness lasted only a moment before it was offset by the activation of the anti-gravity levitation engine. The 480 kilograms combat weight became as light as a feather, and an unprecedented feeling enveloped him. A soft light lit up inside the Lei Ling armor. The tactical interface of the AI-assisted system appeared before his eyes. The parameters were clearly marked for Zhang Xuanjin. Chapter 107 is so damn powerful. He could clearly feel the smooth operation of the double vortex reactor lightning core behind him. It is a powerful source of energy that can be called upon at any time. Try to mobilize your spiritual power. Lin Mo's voice came through the built-in communication system, clear and steady. Zhang Xuanjin followed his instructions and concentrated his mind to guide the spiritual power in his body. In an instant, he felt a wonderful resonance between his own spiritual power and the electric current in the armor. The lightning runes on the surface of the armor suddenly glowed brighter, flickering with the flow of his spiritual power. His spiritual power became more condensed and violent under the amplification of the armor. He tried to move his fingers, and the metal-covered gauntlets were very flexible. There was no sense of sluggishness at all. There was a faint flash of electricity at the interface of the Chidori wrist module. "How does it feel?" Lin Mo asked. "Unbelievable." Zhang Xuanjin's voice trembled, which was a manifestation of extreme excitement. This power is both familiar and countless times more powerful. He subconsciously performed a basic lightning-inducing gesture. Normally, if one does not use the spiritual power in one's body, one can only produce a faint electric spark at most. But at this moment, as his mind moved, the armor runes suddenly lit up, and a purple electric snake as thick as an arm condensed out of thin air. It jumped happily in his palm, making crackling sounds. Wow! Zhang Xuanjin was shocked by the power. "This is much stronger than the thunder I worked so hard to attract before." Lin Mo looked at his slightly childish excitement, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This is just the beginning. The Thunder Hub can absorb natural lightning, and the Spirit Core can transform the free spiritual energy on the battlefield. In theory, as long as there is lightning or a sufficient energy source, your endurance is almost unlimited. Unlimited endurance. Zhang Xuanjin repeated these 4 words, his eyes shining. He slowly clenched his metal-covered fist, feeling the explosive power contained within. The mystery of Taoist runes and the coldness of cutting-edge technology are no longer 2 mutually exclusive extremes. But in him, at this moment, an unprecedented integration was achieved. He turned to Lin Mo, his eyes full of gratitude and determination. "Lin Mo, thank you very much. Get familiar with it." Lin Mo's tone remained calm. "It will be your most reliable partner." Zhang Xuanjin nodded heavily. He stretched his body. The joints of the armor made a deep and powerful mechanical sound. He could feel that every movement and every bit of strength he made had been amplified several times. He couldn't wait to try out the power of this new outfit. Lin Mo used the mechanical consciousness network to connect to the auxiliary AI of the Lei Ling armor. 3 kilometers to the northeast, there is an abandoned industrial area that can be used as a temporary testing site. I will monitor the Warframe parameters throughout the process and continue to debug the connection between the Warframe auxiliary AI and the mechanical consciousness network. This will make the communication more timely and smooth, and avoid interruptions during Hurricane Dragon Eagle's electromagnetic storm. "Understood," Zhang Xuanjin responded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. The armor's power system made every step he took extremely easy, yet contained tremendous power. After a few jumps, his figure was already dozens of meters away. Only a few burnt marks on the ground and a faint smell of ionization in the air were left. Soon, an abandoned factory area with broken walls and ruins appeared before our eyes. Several half-rotten zombie birds were disturbed by his movement. It let out a hoarse and shrill cry and rushed over with the flapping of its tattered wings. The one in the front was particularly swift, and it rushed straight to his face with a fishy wind. Zhang Xuanjin's eyes fixed, and he didn't even make any big evasive movements. He just casually raised his right hand, covered with metal gauntlet, and pointed his index finger in the distance. In an instant, Chidori's lightning gun rapidly charged. An extremely condensed and dazzling beam of lightning shot out. Hit the zombie bird with absolute accuracy. There was no violent explosion. The zombie bird was vaporized directly in the lightning. It turned into a cloud of flying ash and drifted away. Zhang Xuanjin looked at his empty fingers and was unable to react for a moment. Is this the end? He had to work hard to deal with this kind of thing in the past. He took a deep breath, concentrating his energy and activating the thunder technique. The spiritual power in the body resonates with the energy of the thunder hub again. He tried a slightly more complicated 5 thunder strike back spell. In the past, with this spell, he could at most barely attract 3 electric snakes, and the consumption was quite high. At this moment, his mind moved slightly. The thunder runes on the surface of the armor suddenly burst out with dazzling light. 5 bolts of violent lightning as thick as his arms gathered from nowhere, circling and roaring above his head. The pressure emanating from it made the air around it seem to freeze. "Go!" he growled and pointed forward. 5 bolts of lightning roared out like angry dragons. In an instant, all the zombie birds wandering within 10 meters ahead were covered. Lightning flashed, burning stench filled the air, and then the lightning faded away. All that was left on the ground was a charred area and a few wisps of smoke. Zhang Xuanjin grinned. This power has increased by more than several times. It is simply a world of difference. He was still not satisfied and tried to move faster. His figure flashed, and he shuttled between the broken walls and pillars like a ghost. After each short burst of displacement, a residual image of lightning will be left at the original place, dragging out a dazzling trail of lightning. These rakeages were lifelike, like another hymn, but they quickly collapsed after 0.3 seconds. It turned into countless tiny electric sparks, crackling, and finally dissipated in the air. Zhang Xuanjin stopped and felt the extreme speed and agility brought by the armor, and was amazed. Be prepared to receive a low-intensity energy shock. Lin Mo's voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Xuanjin was stunned for a moment, then stood firm. "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, a light blue energy shock wave shot out and hit him in the chest. The expected impact did not occur, and Zhang Xuanjin only felt a slight shock. A layer of bluish-white spiritual light ripples out like water waves. Mysterious runes circulated in the light, eliminating the energy impact into nothingness. He looked down at the breastplate and found it was intact, without even a trace of a burn mark. "How does it feel?" Lin Mo asked. "No harm at all." Zhang Xuanjin touched his chest, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. "This protective aura is truly indestructible." He clenched his fists, feeling the energy flowing through the armor. The explosive sense of power brought about by the perfect fusion with one's own spiritual power. An unprecedented strong sense of self-confidence arises spontaneously. The thunder is powerful and indestructible. This is the real thunder method. He raised his head and looked towards the distant sky, where there seemed to be an even more powerful shadow lurking. With this set of armor, he not only has more powerful lightning output capabilities, the body's ability to resist impact and interference has also made a qualitative leap. Against the Hurricane Dragon Vulture, he now felt that he could at least be a main force. The data feedback is good, and the AI synchronization rate has increased by 7%, reaching a maximum of 96%. Lin Mo's voice was calm. But don't be too happy too soon. The comprehensive combat capability of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle far exceeds these test targets. More testing is needed, and don't get complacent. Got it. Zhang Xuanjin raised the corner of his mouth and moved his wrist. You can test it any way you want. I love this armor. Chapter 108 to control the sky. Above the sky, the shadow of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle is still hovering. Like a sword hanging over one's head, it always indicates the threat of doomsday. However, Lin Mo's demand for specific metal materials did not stop. For this reason, many shadow guards were sent out despite the numerous risks. Go to the ruins to carry out the task of exploring metal materials. On this day, a message sent by a shadow guard jumped into Lin Mo's mechanical network. 7th District, remote area, Shadow Guard Team 7 detected an unusual gathering. Initially judged to be followers of the evil god, numbering about 12 to 15. Their actions are secretive. The surveillance footage then cuts in, showing a long-distance image. Amid the broken walls, several figures were sneaking around, their postures revealing a strange piety. This kind of secret activity in a remote place is extremely unusual in itself. The actions of the evil god's followers made him alert. Was this a prelude to another sabotage activity? He decided to let Zhang Xuanjin go and see what the evil god's followers were up to. By the way, test it again and make him familiar with the capabilities of the new armor. Zhang Xuanjin. Lin Mo's voice consciousness network was transmitted directly into Zhang Xuanjin's ears. Here, Zhang Xuanjin was refreshed. The new armor made him feel like he had endless energy. Where are you going to test again? Come on. There was an irrepressible excitement in his voice. There is a mission, Lin Mo said concisely. We found a small group of evil god followers, about 15 people. Their whereabouts are secretive and their intentions are unclear. A tactical map unfolded on Zhang Xuanjin's tactical screen, and the target area was clearly marked. A bunch of ghosts. You wanted to clean them up. With the new armor, his confidence in dealing with these things is unprecedentedly high. The primary goal is to eliminate, and the secondary goal is to collect as much intelligence as possible. It is also a further test of your combat ability. Don't let me down. Don't worry. I'm incredibly strong now. Lightning flickered faintly between Zhang Xuanjin's fingers. A team of Type 2 electromagnetic mechanical dogs and sharp blade mechanical dogs will act with you. They are responsible for communication interdiction, battlefield information gathering, and non-lethal suppression. Your mission is to kill the enemy while cooperating with the mechanical dog team in battle. Prepare for future large-scale mechanical army battles. Okay, I will cooperate. Zhang Xuanjin grinned. The new mission made Zhang Xuanjin feel excited again. This is not only a further practical test of the new armor, but also a preparation for killing the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. Zhang Xuanjin led the mechanical dog team and set off quickly. Inside the underground base, Lin Mo's consciousness has completely sunk into the mechanical consciousness network. The real-time vision and battlefield sounds of Zhang Xuanjin and each Type 2 electromagnetic mechanical dog. Even the most subtle environmental parameters around him were clearly and accurately reflected in his mind. It forms a holographic battlefield simulation map. Target area reached. Covert infiltration begins. Zhang Xuanjin's low voice came, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. On his tactical screen, the mechanical dog squad was scattered around the evil god's believer stronghold. Occupies advantageous terrain and entrances and exits. All units, prepare to charge in. 3, 2, 1. Two electromagnetic mechanical dogs, occupying high points, release invisible electromagnetic pulse waves. It instantly covered the entire area, cutting off all possibility of external communications. The blade-shaped mechanical dogs spread out like ghosts and began to conduct non-lethal suppression tests on the interior. Target found, 12, no, 14. Zhang Xuanjin shouted in a low voice, and the Thunder Spirit armor flashed with lightning, and the whole person rushed in like an arrow. A dozen evil god believers dressed in simple black robes were gathered together, performing some kind of ritual. Their expressions were even crazier than those encountered in Black Soil City, and they were muttering to themselves. There was an inhuman fanaticism flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Faced with the sudden intrusion of Zhang Xuanjin and the mechanical dog, they did not disperse. Instead, he rushed forward brandishing a rusty weapon. A bunch of lunatics. Zhang Xuanjin snorted coldly, lightning flashing at his fingertips. His figure moved swiftly in the narrow space, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Every punch and every kick contains the terrifying power bestowed by the new armor. As the lightning flashed, the believers screamed and fell to the ground as if struck by lightning, instantly losing their fighting ability. The mechanical dog then accurately follows up with electric shocks to ensure that all threats are completely eliminated. At the same time, it records combat images and data in all directions. The entire cleaning process takes less than 3 minutes and is clean and neat. Done. Zhang Xuanjin waved his hands. The energy core of the new armor still outputs steadily. Brother Lin, did you see that? These guys are not even warmed up enough. He reached out and brushed off the non-existent dust, then reported to Lin Mo with some ease. In Lin Mo's consciousness, the combat data stream refreshed like a waterfall. The efficiency of target elimination is extremely high. Energy consumption is precisely controlled, and the fluency of coordinated operations has been significantly improved. He spoke highly of the performance of Zhang Xuanjin and the mechanical dog team. Collect intelligence. Lin Mo gave a concise order through the internet. Zhang Xuanjin restrained his smile and began to inspect the scene with the robot dog. Soon, next to the body of a believer, the mechanical dog picked up a tattered cloth bag. There were a few crude runes painted with unknown pigments scattered inside. The pattern is distorted, but the ferocious outline of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture can be vaguely recognized. In addition, there were several crumpled pieces of paper with mixed writing on them. Some crazy ramblings about Stormbringer and Gift from the Sky, and the like. It's this damn beast again. Zhang Xuanjin frowned and picked up those things. Zhang Xuanjin brought the mechanical dog team back to the underground base. He put away the Thunder Spirit armor, revealing a slightly tired but bright-eyed face. He handed the twisted runes and crumpled pieces of paper to Lin Mo. It's all here. Those believers' stuff makes me uncomfortable just looking at it. Lin Mo took them and did not check them immediately. Instead, he sent them directly into the analysis warehouse next to him. His consciousness connected to the terminal, and the Star Dome AI began to operate at high speed. Complex energy fluctuation models and text structure analysis diagrams flashed rapidly on the screen. The rune structure is abnormal and contains a weak residual energy. The text on a scrap of paper is a mixture of fragments of various ancient languages, with the main part being some kind of encrypted church language. Xingqiang AI has powerful analytical capabilities and can be completed in just a few minutes. Those seemingly disorganized ramblings were peeled off layer by layer. Stormbringer refers to the hurricane dragon vulture. Gift from the sky, possibly referring to some source of power or ritual medium. Lin Mo's voice was a little low. These letters have a clear purpose and are deeply related to the hurricane dragon eagle. It seems that the 3 hurricane dragon vultures that appeared this time were indeed attracted by them. The relaxed look on Zhang Xuanjin's face disappeared, replaced by solemnity. I knew it. Those guys who were playing tricks. The Hurricane Dragon Eagle is a key chess piece deployed by the evil god forces in the 7th District. Their goal is not just to create chaos and hunt. More importantly, they want to control the skies of the 7th District. Control the sky? Zhang Xuanjin frowned. Control the sky and indirectly control the ground. Lin Mo replied. They may be trying to monopolize the surface resources of the 7th District, or prepare for some larger evil to come. Zhang Xuanjin clenched his fists. Before, he just felt that these believers were disgusting. Now I feel a chill deep in my bones. They're not only lunatics, but also an organized enemy that threatens the survival of the entire region. Let the survivors never have a chance to rise again. These beasts, Zhang Xuanjin gritted his teeth and said, want to nail us to the ground forever? Dream on. He realized that killing the Hurricane Dragon Vulture was not just for revenge. It is also a crucial step in breaking the evil force's control over the sky. This is a war that concerns the future of all survivors in District 7. It seems that my warm-up is about to end. We must get rid of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle as soon as possible. Zhang Xuanjin looked at Lin Mo, his eyes flashing with determination. Chapter 109 Attract 3 at a time. Can't beat them. The night was as dark as ink, and the lights in the underground base cast a cold halo on the metal walls. The previous solemnity and chill have not yet completely dissipated. There were not many emotions in Lin Mo's deep eyes, only the high-speed running light of his thoughts assisted by the Starry Sky AI. It is necessary to conduct a probing attack against the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. His voice remained steady. Lure and try to kill one of them. At the same time, it is also an assessment of your combat potential under extreme conditions. Zhang Xuanjin grinned with a bit of wildness. Okay, let them evaluate it carefully. The survivors of the 7th District are not so easy to bully. He understood what Lin Mo meant. This was not just a hunt, but also a more comprehensive plan for the future. I have chosen the battlefield. Lin Mo called up the 3-dimensional map, and a vast area of ruins appeared before them. The terrain is relatively flat, suitable for the dive and attack of large air units, such as the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. But the edge of the ruins is connected to a complex of broken viaducts and collapsed buildings. The view here is good, which is convenient for us to observe. At the same time, the complex terrain around here can provide cover and detour space for some mechanical units. Zhang Xuanjin looked at the map and nodded. Lin Mo's tactical arrangements are always flawless, taking all possibilities into consideration. The number of mechanical dog corps will be further increased, and they will serve as auxiliary and diversionary forces. Lin Mo continued. As for the bait, he paused, thinking of the several evil god believers who were still imprisoned in Black Soil City. Lin Mo contacted Owen and asked him to implant neural control chips into several evil god believers. Then we were taken to the underground base, where they huddled in a corner with empty eyes and slow movements, completely reduced to a puppet without independent consciousness. Let them perform the summoning ritual. Lin Mo's tone showed no mercy. To deal with these inhumane lunatics, any means would be sufficient. A hint of disgust flashed across Zhang Xuanzhen's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Using their rituals to summon their god, and then slaughtering him with their own hands, there's nothing more ironic than this. The action was quickly launched, and several teams of mechanical dogs quietly sneaked into the designated battlefield. Temporary firing points and detection posts were built using the ruins. Lin Mo sat in the mobile command center at the rear, controlling each unit in real time through the mechanical consciousness network. Zhang Xuanzhen, wearing the Thunder Spirit armor, arrived at the battlefield area in advance. Hiding near the ambush point, like a cheetah ready to pounce, sensing every energy fluctuation around it. Under Lin Mo's remote command, the few controlled evil god believers were like puppets. They stumbled to the center of the open space, mumbling something. He uttered meaningless syllables and made distorted symbols with his hands in front of him. It is an enlarged version of the simple rune analyzed before. As the ceremony progressed, a faint scent filled the air. Mixed with weak energy fluctuations, it spreads towards the sky. Time passed by minute, and Zhang Xuanzhen held his breath. Perfectly blend your own breath into the environment. He could feel that some invisible connection was being established, and the air seemed to become sticky. In Lin Mo's command center, various monitoring data began to fluctuate abnormally. The energy reaction at high altitude is intensifying, and a large organism is approaching at high speed. The Stardome AI's prompt sound rang out. In the distant sky, a small black dot first appeared and then quickly enlarged. The sharp and violent cry pierced the night sky, as if tearing people's eardrums. However, what neither Lin Mo nor Zhang Xuanzhen had expected was, immediately after the first black spot, two more identical black spots appeared almost at the same time. 3 hurricane dragon vultures. Their massive figures blocked out the moonlight, casting a suffocating shadow. The wingspan is tens of meters, and every flap of the wings stirs up a violent airflow, blowing up sand and rocks on the ground. They hover in the sky above the summoning ceremony, their scarlet eyes scanning the area below like searchlights. Their deafening roars one after another. The voice was full of doubt, tyranny, and a kind of condescending scrutiny. 3. Zhang Xuanzhen felt his scalp tingling. The original plan was to lure one out for a precision kill and ability test. When 3 of them appear at the same time, the variables and danger factors of the battlefield increase exponentially. Lin Mo's brows slightly furrowed. He absolutely couldn't take action in this situation. Stardome AI is calculating frantically, assessing the current risk level and response plan. On the screen, red warning lights representing threats kept flashing. 3 hurricane dragon vultures circled in the air for several circles, as if looking for something. The believers who served as bait had already collapsed to the ground the moment they appeared. His body was shaking, and he completely lost the ability to move. Even with chip control, they can no longer execute any complex instructions. Lin Mo's instructions were clearly transmitted to Zhang Xuanzhen through the mental link. Keep hidden and don't attack. His voice was calm, without any panic. Faced with the enormous pressure brought by the 3 hurricane dragon vultures, his first choice was to avoid risks. Instead of rashly executing the original plan, the core of this operation was probing rather than decisive battle. Zhang Xuanzhen gritted his teeth and forced himself to suppress the desire to fight. He understood that Lin Mo's judgment was correct. If he faced one alone, he was confident that he could deal with it and even inflict severe damage. But facing 3 at the same time, the chances of winning are too low. The 3 hurricane dragon vultures in the sky did not seem to notice the hidden enemy. They neighed at the limp believers as if to vent their anger. The voice was filled with impatience and a hint of annoyance at being teased. Perhaps the summoning ritual was incomplete, or perhaps the sacrifice they were expecting did not appear. After circling for a while, seeing that there was no movement below, the 3 huge monsters seemed to have lost their patience. They let out a few unwilling roars again and flapped their huge wings violently. It whipped up an even stronger gale and then changed direction. It flew off into the distance angrily and soon disappeared into the thick night. Only when the heart-pounding pressure completely faded away did Zhang Xuanzhen slowly breathe a sigh of relief. A layer of fine beads of sweat had unknowingly seeped out of his forehead. Damn it, these beasts actually came together. He cursed in a low voice. There was a hint of fear and regret in his tone for not being able to fight. Lin Mo came to Zhang Xuanjin and looked up in the direction where the hurricane dragon eagle disappeared. They respond to the summoning ritual very quickly, and they act in groups. This is trouble. Zhang Xuanjin's face became solemn again. We originally thought we could defeat them one by one, but now it seems that they are more alert and more united than we thought. It's not necessarily all bad. Lin Mo's voice was calm. At least we have confirmed the effectiveness of the summoning rituals and their general patterns of activity. Moreover, they don't seem to have discovered our true intentions and hidden powers. He paused and continued his analysis. The simultaneous appearance of 3 of them indicates that they are closely connected, or that this area is extremely important to them, and any disturbance will arouse their collective vigilance. Zhang Xuanjin nodded. Lin Mo could always analyze valuable information from seemingly unfavorable situations. So what should we do next? We can't just expect them to fly away on their own every time, right? This exploration exposed the inadequacy of our understanding of their habits. We need more accurate intelligence and a more complete hunting plan. A direct confrontation is not the best option. He looked at the evil god's followers who were lying on the ground, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Perhaps we can dig out something useful from these devout believers. The night wind blew through the ruins, bringing a hint of coolness. A carefully planned exploratory operation failed to achieve its original goal due to unexpected changes. Chapter 110, there's only one this time. Let's get rid of it. After a day of rest, Lin Mo decided to perform the ritual of summoning the hurricane dragon eagle again. After confirming that all deployments and adjustments had been completed, Lin Mo once again directed the evil god's followers to start the ceremony. Dark energy fluctuations spread like ripples, and the air was filled with a fishy sweet smell similar to the previous 2 times. Zhang Xuanjin was lurking in the preset position, his muscles tense and his breathing suppressed. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the altar on the roof. Here it comes. Lin Mo's spiritual connection was solemn. In the night sky, a familiar whistling sound came from far away. 3 more huge shadows tore through the clouds and circled down with suffocating pressure. They were more alert than last time and hovered at a higher altitude. His sharp eyes scanned every inch of land below like a searchlight. Lin Mo frowned slightly, but still remained absolutely calm. Keep hiding and wait for the opportunity. 3 hurricane dragon vultures circled above the altar for a long time, as if confirming something. They didn't vent their anger as easily as last time. It just let out 1 or 2 low neighs from time to time, full of vigilance and scrutiny. In the end, perhaps they still haven't found a target worthy of their attack. The 3 giant beasts flapped their wings unwillingly again, stirring up a gust of wind and disappearing into the depths of the night. Left again, Zhang Xuanjin poked his head out from his hiding place. There was disappointment and anxiety in his tone that was hard to conceal. They seem to have learned their lesson. If this continues, when will we get our chance? Lin Mo walked up to him with a deep look in his eyes. Patience is a hunter's best friend. The more alert they are, the more it proves that we are on the right track. Every time I try, I'm wearing out their patience and numbing their vigilance. Time passes slowly in silent waiting. Lin Mo and Zhang Xuanjin analyzed the subtle changes every time the hurricane dragon eagle appeared and adjusted the ambush plan. Finally, after another long period of silence, Lin Mo's eyes flashed and he gave a decisive order. Ready. The 3rd ceremony begins. The same ceremony started again, and this time, everyone's heart was in their throat. Zhang Xuanjin held the weapon tightly in his hand, and even his breathing became cautious. The shrieking sounded again in the night sky, but this time it was completely different from the previous 2 times. Just a shadow, a lonely but huge figure that still exudes terrifying pressure. Cautiously poking its head out from the clouds, it headed towards what Lin Mo had carefully selected. And the area, full of traps, slowly approached, constantly circling in the sky. Now, Lin Mo's voice exploded in Zhang Xuanjin's mind, carrying a hint of cold, murderous intent. The hurricane dragon vulture had apparently let down its guard. Perhaps it was confused by the 2 previous safe experiences. Or maybe it was the fact that it was going alone that made it bolder. It slowly lowered its altitude, and its huge head turned left and right, as if searching for something. Just when it approaches the predetermined height, boom! A huge figure suddenly rose from the ruins. It is the Hercules war falcon form that has been waiting for a long time. Its speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. A long whip that shines with the same hot light as the sun. Solar Prominence Whip. Like a living snake, it shot out from the hands of the war falcon. With high temperature and destructive power, it entangled the hurricane dragon eagle with incredible precision. The thick neck and the base of one wing were locked tightly. A shrill scream resounded through the night sky. The hurricane dragon eagle had no idea that there was such a terrifying murderous intent lurking below. It only felt an irresistible force coming suddenly, followed by severe pain of burning skin and flesh. Solar Prominence Whip tightened tightly, and the high temperature burned its feathers and flesh, making a sizzling sound. At the same time, the Thundercloud Battle Fortress, that had been hidden for a long time, finally revealed its hideous face. Countless gun muzzles extended from every corner of the fortress, flashing blue electric light. Fire! Lin Mo's order was cold and efficient. In an instant, dense energy beams and physical ammunition were like a steel storm, pouring towards the hurricane dragon vulture that was temporarily trapped by the solar whip. The mechanical dogs hidden in various places also launched attacks at the same time. Accurately direct deadly firepower at the weak points of the hurricane dragon eagle's body. Unintentionally, this aerial overlord, who was used to being high above and hunting at will, did so. The moment it landed, it suffered an unprecedented saturation attack. The hard scales were torn apart and the wings were tattered in the explosion. Blood gushed out from the wounds on its body like a fountain. Its proud flying ability was restrained by the solar whip. The huge wings were unable to flap, summoning hurricanes that swept away everything. The huge body struggled frantically in severe pain, but could only raise clouds of dust in vain. However, just when Lin Mo and Zhang Xian really thought they had victory, a flash of madness and blood flashed in the eyes of the dying hurricane dragon vulture. It suddenly raised its head and made a sound that was not possible for any living creature to make. A scream filled with despair and will to destruction. Buzz! A visible energy wave suddenly spread out in all directions with the hurricane dragon eagle as its center. It was an electromagnetic storm, with a larger range, higher intensity, and more complex interference pattern. Lin Mo's consciousness network felt an unprecedented huge impact in an instant. It was as if an invisible hammer had struck his spiritual core. Thousands of nodes connected to the mechanical units instantly became disordered and jumpy under the severe electromagnetic interference. The indicator lights representing the various combat units on the screen flashed wildly and then went out in large numbers. Warning, warning. The command link is under strong electromagnetic pulse attack. 70% of the combat units have lost connection. 30% of the combat unit systems collapsed and were directly paralyzed. The cold alarm sounded frantically in the command center of the Thundercloud Battle Fortress. Those mechanical dog armies that were originally fearless and had accurate shooting skills. At this moment, they were like puppets whose souls had been taken away. Some of them were stiff on the spot, emitting bursts of black smoke. Some completely lost control and began firing indiscriminately or even attacking each other. The situation on the battlefield reversed in an instant. The violent energy of the devastating electromagnetic storm raged in the air. Lin Mo groaned, and his face turned pale instantly. The auxiliary system of Stardome AI sounded the highest level alarm in his mind. Countless interference signals like snowflakes hit his consciousness. However, his mental strength, which had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, showed amazing resilience at this moment. Like a reef in the raging sea, it will be beaten by the raging waves. The core flame of consciousness has never been extinguished. The mechanical consciousness network was shattered by the impact of the electromagnetic storm, but the most core command authority and deep links with a small number of elite units. With his force stabilization, it was miraculously maintained. Most units are paralyzed. Lin Mo sensed the battlefield with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly. In the field of vision, there are those mechanical creations that were once as easy to use as arms and legs. Many have turned into cold steel ruins, waiting to be recycled and repaired. This was undoubtedly a huge loss, but he had no time to dwell on it, because he sensed another, completely different energy that was rising wildly. In the chaotic electromagnetic environment, a figure is as agile as a swimming fish. Zhang Xuanjin was wearing the Thunder Spirit armor, and fine arcs of electricity flowed on the surface of the Azure armor. Chapter 1:11 I-Type Mechanical Griffin Manufacturing Blueprint. Not only was Zhang Xuanjin not affected by the electromagnetic storm, but he was like a hungry beast, devouring the violent lightning energy dissipating around. The electromagnetic storm, released by the Hurricane Dragon Vulture, before has now become the source of his power. The runes on the armor lit up one by one, emitting brighter and brighter light. A heart-pounding aura of oppression emanated from him. Lin Mo, watch me defeat this evil creature's last resort. Zhang Xuanjin's voice reached Lin Mo's ears clearly, with an unquestionable determination. He could feel that the Hurricane Dragon Eagle's breath had been weakened to the extreme after releasing that desperate attack. But the trapped beast will still fight, and no one knows whether it has more bizarre cards up its sleeve. At this moment, we must kill it with one blow and not give it any chance to breathe. Zhang Xuanjin took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. The Thunder Matrix backpack on his back suddenly unfolded. The complex metal structure deforms and reorganizes, forming countless tiny energy conduits. It bulged like a blood vessel, flashing with dazzling lightning. The huge amount of electromagnetic energy absorbed before was now all being channeled into it. Thunder Tribulation Matrix, return to the ruins mode, activated. As he shouted softly, an aura far more terrifying than any previous attack suddenly erupted. It is no longer a simple energy shot, nor is it a physical slash. Above Zhang Xuanjin's head, the sky was originally in chaos due to the electromagnetic storm. Suddenly, it was torn apart by a higher power. Boom, boom! The dull thunder rolled in from the sky above. It was not an hallucination, but real thunder. A small cloud of disaster gathered right above the Hurricane Dragon Vulture at a speed visible to the naked eye. The clouds were as black as ink, but the edges were flashing with terrifying silver-purple electric snakes. It was a small heavenly calamity, carrying with it a breath of destruction, a lightning generator. The Hurricane Dragon Eagle's single eye was flashing with crazy blood the moment it felt the might of heaven. Finally, a hint of incredible fear appeared. It wants to struggle and escape, but the solar whip still tightly bound its remaining body. Lin Mo's previous attack and the overdraft of electromagnetic force had already exhausted too much of its power. It let out a final, unwilling wail, its voice filled with despair and fear of death. Zhang Xuanjin's face was stern, and he pointed his right hand at the dying aerial overlord. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. Fall! In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts gathered into an extremely thick pillar of destructive lightning. It carries with it the mighty power of heaven that can purify all evil, and it carries with it an unrivaled, terrifying might. It fell straight from the sky and hit the head of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle with incredible precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extreme white. The lightning swallowed everything, completely covering the huge body of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. That destructive force is not just physical destruction. It also contains the shock and annihilation of the soul. The high-pitched wail came to an abrupt end. The only sound left was the sizzling sound of electricity running wildly in the air. And there was a subtle sense of distortion in the space of that area. The extreme white light gradually faded, and the air was filled with a strong burnt stench and pungent ozone. Zhang Xuanjin's figure swayed slightly, and the Thunder Tribulation Matrix backpack, unfolded behind him, slowly closed. The lightning flashing on it has become much dimmer. Obviously, that attack of Guishi was also a huge drain on him. He was breathing heavily, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and sliding down his determined cheeks. But his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the scene below. The Hurricane Dragon Eagle that was pierced by the lightning pillar and was already dying. The huge creature looked extremely miserable at this moment, with its charred and broken wings. The huge body was covered with hideous electric burn marks. The originally ferocious one eye also lost its focus at this moment. Only the last faint spark of life remained, swaying in the wind. Good opportunity. Lin Mo's mind raced. The power of Senior Zhang Xuanjin's return to the ruins has completely crippled the ferocious beast. But as the senior said before, a trapped beast will still fight and must be killed with one blow. Without any hesitation, he immersed his mind in the connection with the giant god. Hercules, target the head of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. Particle shock blade. Maximum power. The moment the order was issued, Hercules, who had been on guard to prevent the Hurricane Dragon Eagle from counterattacking before its death, switching to human form, the heavy metal body suddenly burst out with powerful propulsion force. It drew a swift straight line and rushed straight towards the huge figure falling helplessly from the air. Buzz! A particle vibration blade suddenly popped out from the right arm of Hercules. The silver-white blade vibrated in the air, emitting a high-frequency buzzing sound that made one's teeth ache. Energy particles visible to the naked eye flow and converge rapidly on the blade surface. It forms a thin energy field that contains terrifying cutting power. The Hurricane Dragon Vulture also seemed to feel this deadly threat. Its remaining instincts made it try to let out a final cry. But the only sound that came out of his throat was a ho-ho sound like a broken bellows. Its charred head turned slightly. In its cloudy single, I seemed to want to see clearly this last enemy. However, it was too late. With the force of thunder, Hercules cut into the neck of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture with great precision. Sizzle. There was no imagined sound of metal clashing, nor the high-frequency vibration characteristics of the particle vibration blade. When it comes into contact with the tough scales and bones of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle, as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter, charred flesh and broken bones. Under the action of particle energy field, it is instantly decomposed and vaporized. A huge, charred eagle head was completely separated from its huge body and fell rapidly downwards. Almost at the same moment, the head was chopped off. Several cold system prompts sounded in succession in Lin Mo's mind. Kill elite mutant creature, Hurricane Dragon Vulture. The conditions for the second kill of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle have been met. Blueprint Acquisition Ability Activation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare blueprint. Type 1 Mechanical Griffin Manufacturing Blueprint. An irrepressible ecstasy surged into Lin Mo's heart. Mechanical Griffin is a flying mechanical unit. This is exactly the link in his current combat system that he most wants to make up for. Although it is only Type 1, its strategic value is self-evident. With it, reconnaissance, pursuit, and air-fire support will be greatly improved. Zhang Xuanjin let out a long breath. Watching the headless corpse fall, my tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He turned and looked at Lin Mo with a hint of approval in his eyes. Lin Mo was able to decisively and quickly finish off the enemy without giving them any chance. This kind of combat quality is extremely rare. Lin Mo met Zhang Xuanjin's gaze and nodded slightly in greeting. There is no need for too many words at this moment, as we have experienced a life and death struggle together. The trust and tacit understanding between each other have deepened invisibly. The Hurricane Dragon Vulture can control electromagnetism, and last time a lot of super energy alloys were decomposed from it. Command the mechanical dog to bring the body of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle back to the underground base. A fierce battle here will attract the other two Hurricane Dragon Vultures. The feathers of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture are actually natural lightning conductors. The amount of super energy metal contained far exceeds that of ordinary mutant creatures. This batch of super energy metals is enough for him to carry out a large-scale equipment upgrade. A batch of powerful mechanical griffins have been produced. Chapter 112. Two eagles in the sky. Thunder fills the ground. The night was as dark as ink, and the core research room of the underground base was brightly lit. The air was filled with a unique scent of cooling metal and energy core. Lin Mo stared at the complex data stream, scrolling rapidly on the virtual screen in front of him. His brows were furrowed, then slowly relaxed the next moment. He is working with Starry Sky AI to overcome the biggest technical challenges. The two Hurricane Dragon Vultures were an elusive electromagnetic storm. Stardome. Simulate Plan 731, focusing on testing the data redundancy and link switching speed of the honeycomb nodes under extremely high-frequency electromagnetic pulses. Lin Mo's voice was steady, with a hint of unquestionable determination. Electromagnetic storms are not just simple interference. They can instantly paralyze traditional command systems. He would never let the mechanical army become a mess and be slaughtered at will. Instructions received. Simulation of Plan 731 started. Node stability assessment in progress. Data redundancy check passed. Average response time for link switching 0.003 seconds. The cold and efficient voice of the Starry Sky AI rang in Lin Mo's consciousness. This new combat system was named Distributed Anti-Interference Collaborative Mode by Lin Mo. This is the result of his hard work during this period. It completely subverts the previous command model that relied on a single control center. The entire mechanical army, whether it is the mechanical dogs on the ground or the mechanical griffins that are about to be born, all are woven into a complex network that is decentralized, adaptive, and self-healing. Each combat unit is an independent node, which is both a receiver, transmitter, and processor of information. Even if some units are temporarily disconnected due to strong electromagnetic interference, the area and tasks it is responsible for will also be quickly taken over and replicated by neighboring units within milliseconds, just like an endless beehive, reorganized through group intelligence and rapid network. Minimize the impact of electromagnetic storms. There is a gleam of confidence in Lin Mo's eyes. This is more than just a means of combating electromagnetic storms. It is also an evolution of the mechanical army's combat philosophy. With it, his legion will be like a giant beast with countless nerve endings, flexible and tough. The biggest hidden danger of the command system has been solved. The next step is to create claws sharp enough to tear the sky apart. Lin Mo turned his attention to the manufacturing blueprint of Type 1 mechanical griffin. A lot of super energy metals were extracted from the corpse of the hurricane dragon vulture. These metals naturally have a strong affinity and conductivity to electromagnetic energy and are excellent materials for manufacturing anti-electromagnetic equipment. It can be used to create a team of electromagnetic mechanical griffins, specifically targeting hurricane dragon griffins. A few days later, when the last mechanical griffin was completed, inside the huge underground base, 800 Type 1 mechanical griffins and 200 Type 2 electromagnetic mechanical griffins stood quietly. Their wingspan is close to 5 meters, and their smooth lines are full of power and speed. Each piece of wing-shaped armor is engraved with fine, energy-conducting patterns. The core part is inlaid with special armor reinforced with super energy metal. They are not only flying units, but also deadly weapons in Lin Mo's hands against the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. Type I Standard Mechanical Griffin. Material: alloy skeleton 60%, carbon steel armor 30%, nano muscle bundle 10%. Loading weapons: sharp beak, retractable tungsten steel beak that can penetrate steel when pecking. Electric claw blade, alloy claws can release ultra-high electromagnetic lightning. Feather blade shotgun, can fire 200 tracking microblades. Self-destruction protocol, detonate the energy in the body, and the explosion will destroy an area within a 5-meter radius. Evolution template, scorching cutter, the temperature of the wing blade is increased to 2000 degrees Celsius, adding a slight melting effect when cutting. Dazzling interference type, the wing reflector creates a directional strong flash, blocking the enemy's vision. Ionized mist type, spraying charged nanoparticles to form a conductive aerosol cloud. Type 2 electromagnetic mechanical griffin. Material: alloy skeleton 65%, composite ceramic 25%, super metal electromagnetic 10%. Loading weapons: magnetic cage, releases an electromagnetic net to bind enemies in the area. High-frequency radio waves, release high-frequency electronic pulse waves, forcing electronic equipment to overload and explode. Steel bomb, fires 300 homing projectiles covering a cone-shaped area. Electric explosion, electric energy explodes, destroying an area of 8 meters, and can also release electromagnetic pulses. Evolution template, magnetic rail launch type, uses electromagnetic coils on the wings to launch magnetic rail energy cannons. Slag jet type, it ejects 800 degrees Celsius semi-solidified magma balls, which form a burning barrier zone after contact. Flame propulsion type, the back nozzle releases a short-term flame boost, increasing the sprint speed and the lethality of the wings. Lin Mo walked slowly in the steel jungle, composed of 1,000 mechanical griffins. Feel the surging energy fluctuations in their bodies. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the cold metal head of a mechanical griffin. The pair of eyes that flashed with a faint blue electronic light seemed to respond to his gaze. These cold steel creations are now endowed with unprecedented electromagnetic resistance, enough to maintain efficient combat capabilities in the electromagnetic storm that the Hurricane Dragon Eagle is proud of. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This time, he invested almost all of his super energy metal reserves and went all out. The previous attempts have already incurred enough cost and collected enough intelligence. Now, everything is ready. This time, our goal is to completely eliminate them. The new ambush point chosen by Lin Mo was located in a forgotten and desolate valley. It is dozens of kilometers away from the last battlefield. The terrain here is more complex and is surrounded by mountains. Dozens of evil god followers twisted their bodies around the dim campfire, chanting blasphemous prayers. A scarlet light shone eerily from them, interweaving with the campfire. As the ceremony progressed, an evil and obscure energy wave began to spread into the sky. Like an invisible tentacle, it reaches into the unknown distance. Lin Mo hid in a carefully camouflaged cave, watching all this with indifference. His heart was not as calm as it appeared. The air force of 100 mechanical griffins, combined with Hercules and Thundercloud Fortress. There is also Zhang Xuanjin's fighting power. If he loses this battle, he'll have no trump card left. As time passed, the scent in the valley became stronger. Finally, two sharp and high-pitched cries were heard from the distant sky, like tearing silk. Here it comes. Lin Mo's spirits perked up, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Two huge shadows tore through the clouds. Hurricane Dragon Vulture. They were more alert than last time and hovered at a much higher altitude than usual. His sharp eyes scanned every inch of land below like a searchlight, as if searching for any possible threats. They did not immediately swoop down on the evil god's followers, but seemed to be communicating with each other in low voices from time to time. He has become much more cautious indeed, Lin Mo murmured to himself. Suddenly, the two hurricane dragon vultures let out a long roar that pierced the clouds and split the rocks. The wings suddenly spread to the extreme. They no longer hesitated or tested. Instead, they chose the most direct and violent way, joining forces to release their strongest electromagnetic storm. In an instant, the skies seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, leaving a hideous gap. The terrifying electromagnetic energy that cannot be described in words poured down like a torrent breaking through a dam. In an instant, the entire valley, along with the Iron Army deployed by Lin Mo, was completely swallowed up. Dazzling blue-purple electric snakes danced wildly, interweaving into an electric grid of destruction. Chapter 113. Arrogance and Domineering. It won't work this time. The air was filled with the smell of burning and the sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other. Every inch of space was filled, squeezed, and torn apart by violent energy. The rocks collapsed. The grass and trees turned to ashes, even the evil god's believers who were used as bait. He was immediately turned into charcoal by the terrifying electric current and was unable to even scream. The electromagnetic storm instantly swept through Lin Mo's carefully arranged mechanical army. The sky seemed to be really torn apart, and terrifying electromagnetic energy filled every inch of space. A veritable zone of death was formed. The mechanical legions, standing quietly, waiting for orders, were attacked by the electromagnetic storm. Lin Mo felt uneasy, feeling the suffocating breath of destruction. Although he has developed a distributed anti-interference collaborative mode. Many tests have been conducted, but none of them were as violent as the electromagnetic storm at this moment. The spiritual connection between him and the mechanical legion was severely disturbed at this moment. It was as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing into my brain. The severe pain made him groan, and veins on his forehead bulged. This is the true power of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. The wrath of thunder that is enough to destroy everything. They obviously wanted to use this absolute power to turn the area into a scorched earth, leaving no room for any enemy to fight back. Lin Mo clenched his teeth, and there were turbulent waves in his sea of consciousness, but his eyes became more and more intense. The excruciating pain that almost tore his soul apart did not make him retreat. Instead, it aroused the bravery and indomitable spirit in his bones. Stardome AI Extreme Overload. Hold on. Along with his low roar, his tremendous mental power erupted like a volcano. Pour into the invisible network without reservation. At the same time, this Stardome AI that had been assisting him also burst out with an unprecedented torrent of computing. Countless data flashed by like streams of light, blending perfectly with his mental power. Trying to reweave an indestructible command network in this devastating electromagnetic storm. Buzz! It was as if a low hum from eternity was echoing deep in Lin Mo's consciousness. The spiritual connection that had become chaotic and broken due to the strong interference suddenly shook at this moment. Countless fine golden threads emerged, intertwined, and reorganized in his mental perception. Led by Lin Mo's mental power, it spread and connected madly. Just like an extremely sophisticated neural network that tenaciously repairs and extends itself in the storm. Those mechanical units that were temporarily disconnected due to electromagnetic shock were activated through backup lines. Like a spider web, it bypasses these failed nodes. Reconnect most of the still functional units closely. Control instructions are no longer transmitted through a single path, but are transformed into countless information fragments. Through these redundant links, nearly parallel diffusion transmission occurs in the network. Even if one path is interfered with, other paths can deliver instructions quickly. This distributed anti-interference collaborative mode showed its true fangs at this moment. Lin Mo groaned, but the severe pain did not disappear immediately. But the panic of being completely isolated and helpless is quickly fading. He could see clearly in that violent ocean of blue and purple electric light. His mechanical army is resisting in an amazing way. Their bodies trembled slightly in the electromagnetic turbulence, and fine sparks burst out from their joints. Electric arcs jumped on the alloy armor on the body surface from time to time, making a sharp, sizzling sound. However, they did not fall down, nor did they collapse. Very good, very good. Lin Mo's mouth curled up into a sinister arc. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He could feel that his mechanical army was adapting. Just like a pack of wolves struggling in rough seas, they may be a little panicked at first, but under the unified command of the alpha wolf and the tacit cooperation of the pack, they are relying on their tenacious vitality and collective wisdom to gradually stabilize their position. The excruciating pain was still there, but there was a sense of control, a tenacity that came from being connected to the bloodline of one's own creation. It returned to his heart. This was not only a victory of technology, but also a victory of will. The electromagnetic storm of Hurricane Dragon Eagle is still raging. The devastating power seemed to wipe this valley off the map completely. But in this endless destruction, a faint but firm flame of resistance has been lit. Lin Mo suppressed the stinging pain in his head and sent mental commands through the network that had just been stabilized, clearly delivered to every combat unit that is still able to function. Maintain minimum energy consumption, maintain a defensive posture, and wait for instructions. High in the sky, the two Hurricane Dragon vultures seemed unaware of the abnormality below. Their attacks were so violent that any life form of flesh and blood, even steel creations, would be reduced to dust in an instant. So it slowly circled downwards, wanting to take another close look. Inside the valley, the dead silence was replaced by a suffocating expectation. Lin Mo's consciousness was like a taut bowstring, sensing the gradually lowering height of the two huge monsters. Their huge shadows cast down, covering almost half of the valley. They apparently believed that no enemy could survive that electromagnetic storm. The flight altitude was constantly decreasing, 500 meters, 300 meters, 150 meters, up to a height of 50 meters. Now, do it. Lin Mo's command exploded in the mechanical consciousness network. In an instant, the originally silent mechanical army all woke up, erupting with astonishing energy fluctuations. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the Hercules who had been lurking in the shadows of the rocks. Its heavy armor made a harsh metallic friction sound the moment the command was given. Countless tiny modules flip and reorganize rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the originally solid fortress quickly stretched and deformed. The huge alloy wings suddenly spread out, with a sharp roar that tore through the air. Hercules, fighting falcon form. Attack! Lee! Among them was a Hurricane Dragon vulture that was circling and descending triumphantly. I never expected such a swift counterattack from below. The huge mechanical creature in the shape of a war falcon was like a black lightning. It soared into the sky with an agility that was totally inconsistent with its huge size. The huge particle-cutting blade rushed straight to its chest and abdomen. This sudden change made the Hurricane Dragon vulture's sharp eyes see. Finally, there was a clear flash of surprise. What followed was the extreme brutality of being provoked by ants. It let out a sharper, more angry cry and tried to flap its wings to rise. Blue and purple arcs of electricity gathered on his body, trying to blast the invader into pieces. However, the goal of Hercules' falcon form is very clear: to block. Its alloy wings flapped violently, stirring up violent airflow and withstanding the wind pressure created by the dragon vulture. At the same time, the solar whip quickly wrapped around the wings of the hurricane dragon vulture. Use your own body to tightly restrict the flexibility of the dragon eagle. Clang! The collision between metal and scales caused a deafening roar and dazzling sparks. The hurricane dragon eagle felt the pain, and its attack stagnated, causing the concentrated electric arc to become unstable. At the same time, the Thundercloud Fortress has always been the core of the Stablefront. Under Lin Mo's command, an unprecedented light also burst out. Countless runes flowed on the surface of the shield, actively guiding the remaining electromagnetic turbulence. Importing it into a specific module inside the battle fortress will turn these chaotic lightning storms into thunder and lightning storms, all converted into its own energy storage. It provides the most solid backing and possible firepower support for Hercules' raid. Chapter 114, Thunder Tribulation Beheading. Both died. On the other side of the sky, an even more dazzling scene was unfolding. Zhang Xuanjin was wearing the Thunder Spirit armor, and at this moment it shone brightly. It seemed to have absorbed all the thunder between heaven and earth. Thousands of mechanical griffins are like the most loyal knights. A tight net was set up around the other hurricane dragon eagle. They don't attack head-on, but instead fly back and forth at extremely high speeds. Utilize its own anti-interference ability and electromagnetic binding net, constantly harassing the hurricane dragon vulture, forcing it to constantly adjust its posture and consuming its attention. Lei Shu start. Zhang Xuanjin shouted in a low voice. The Thunder Hub energy core, specially made by Lin Mo, inside the body was running wildly. The electromagnetic storm caused by the hurricane dragon vulture was a devastating blow to other units. But for him who was wearing the Thunder Spirit armor and possessed the Thunder Core energy, it was like a feast for the gluttons. The violent power of thunder and lightning is now being continuously absorbed into the armor. Then it is transformed into extremely pure thunder power through the Thunder Hub. He clenched his hands in front of his chest, and countless tiny electric snakes jumped and gathered in his palms. The sky seemed to darken for a moment, and all the light was drawn between his hands. The energy condensed at a very fast speed and with great intensity. Even the air around it groaned as if it was overwhelmed. Thunder Tribulation Matrix, destroy demons. A clear shout resounded through the sky. Henry Zhang's arms suddenly pushed forward, a flash brighter than the brightest lightning. A huge pillar of lightning, more condensed and solid than the sharpest laser, shot out from his palm. This lightning column is not a simple straight-line impact, but countless mysterious runes are wrapped around its surface. It forms a constantly rotating and compressed energy matrix. This is the most powerful attack that could be unleashed by the combination of the Thunder Spirit armor and the Thunder Hub energy. The principle of the superconducting coil railgun, with the blessing of mysterious power, sublimated to a whole new level. The Hurricane Dragon Vulture seemed to have also sensed the fatal crisis. It flapped its wings frantically, trying to avoid the devastating blow. However, they were restrained by thousands of mechanical griffins and the extremely fast speed of this Thunder Tribulation Matrix, making all its struggles seem futile. Puff! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull sound as if piercing through rotten leather. The lightning matrix, which was condensed to the extreme, hit the neck of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle with incredible precision, a relatively weak position in the scales. At the same time, Lin Mo also analyzed countless data. One of its most likely fatal weaknesses. The lightning passed through the body and exploded a small energy storm on the other side of the Dragon Eagle. Li, Ga. The high-pitched cry of the Hurricane Dragon Vulture came to an abrupt halt. Instead, there was a short, painful wail. Its huge body suddenly froze in the air. The wings flapped weakly a few times, and then fell like a kite with a broken string. With thick smoke and burning stench, it fell straight toward the valley below. The huge body fell heavily on the hard rock ground like an out-of-control meteorite. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust and rubble, which temporarily blurred the vision. The majestic energy field that once lingered around him was now like a popped balloon. It quickly waned, disintegrated, and finally disappeared into thin air. The suffocating pressure also disappeared. The dust had not yet completely settled, but the sound of dense metal friction and heavy footsteps could be heard from the ground. Thousands of hideous-looking mechanical dogs are like a school of sharks that have smelled blood. They came rapidly from all directions, moving swiftly and methodically. Without any hesitation, the sharp alloy claws and high-frequency, vibrating cutting blades flashed with cold light. He pounced on the collapsed beast without mercy. The sounds of tearing, cutting, and metal colliding were intertwined. The broken body of the hurricane dragon eagle was quickly decomposed under their siege. The hard scales were forcibly stripped off, and the bones were violently broken, completely deprive it of any remaining vitality. In the blink of an eye, the once invincible overlord of the sky turned into a pile of scattered wreckage. High in the sky, another desperate fight is still going on fiercely. The metal wings of the Hercules falcon form shine with a cold luster. It was tightly entangled with the only remaining hurricane dragon vulture. The particle-cutting blade was deeply embedded in the wing bones of the dragon vulture, and the solar prominence whip was tightly wrapped around its wings. No matter how it rolled and roared in the air, it could not escape the iron maggot. Flames and energy beams continued to explode between the two, and each collision caused a shrill scream. When the loud noise of companions falling below and the feeling of emptiness as the energy field completely dissipated were heard, the hurricane dragon vulture, which was fighting bloody battle, suddenly stopped. It suddenly turned its head, and its scarlet eyes reflected the tragic scene of its fellow creatures being ruthlessly dismembered. The primitive fear and extreme anger instantly swept through its mind. Lee! A shrill, desperate roar filled with rage. It exploded between the clouds like thunder, and the sound waves even formed ripples visible to the naked eye. The air was filled with violence and unwillingness, and it no longer tried to break free from the clutches of the giant god. Instead, he twisted his body even more frantically, trying to launch a final counterattack with the attitude of dying together. The remaining energy in the body explodes without reservation, forming a chaotic energy turbulence. Death struggle, not knowing what to do. Zhang Xuanjin was suspended not far away, and the lightning on the Lei Ling armor had subsided. The operation of the Thunder Hub energy core requires time to stabilize, but his eyes were still as sharp as a hawk. He stared coldly at the ferocious beast that was in a frenzy. The Thundercloud Battle Fortress has absorbed enough electrical energy, and its 8 gun muzzles are flashing with energy light. The muzzles of the fully charged guns were raised and aimed at the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. Heart-pounding destructive energy gathered in the deep muzzle, a thick pillar of dark blue light with unrivaled power. Tearing through the sky, it accurately blasted towards the Hurricane Dragon Vulture that had temporarily lost its mind due to anger. At the same time, Hercules, War Falcon form, also quickly evacuated to avoid being accidentally injured by the giant cannon. Boom! The main gun of Thundercloud Battle Fortress hit the target accurately. The violent energy exploded on its back instantly. The tough scales were blown to pieces, leaving a bloody mess. The shrill wail sounded again, but it was much shorter than before. After being bombarded by 8 energy cannons, the Hurricane Dragon Eagle's body was badly damaged. The alloy wings of Hercules suddenly accelerated and approached the Hurricane Dragon Vulture. The particle-cutting blade slashed fiercely at the relatively fragile neck of the Dragon Eagle. Although it failed to cut off the head with one blow, it did tear open a huge wound deep enough to see the bone. In the end, they were ruthlessly suppressed by the giant god and suffered a devastating blow from the Thundercloud Fortress. And the mechanical griffin and Zhang Xuanjin joined forces to encircle and suppress them. The madness and anger in the eyes of this Hurricane Dragon Vulture were gradually replaced by despair and deathly silence. Its struggles became weaker and weaker, and its huge body twitched weakly in the air. Finally, with a dull wail, the breath of life was completely cut off. The huge corpse lost all support and fell from the sky like a rotten wood. It hit the valley hard, stirring up thicker smoke and dust than its companions. It also announced the complete end of this air encounter. Chapter 115. Send a big gift package to clean up the remaining cancer. The smoke and dust in the valley slowly settled, revealing 2 huge and twisted corpses of Hurricane Dragon Vultures. The former ferocity and violence are now only broken bones and charred flesh. The air was still filled with a faint smell of burnt and blood. Witness the thrilling fight just now. High in the sky, Zhang Xuanjin restrained the electric light flowing around the Thunder Spirit armor. The intricate golden patterns on the surface of the armor also dimmed. He hovered quietly, his eyes sweeping across the devastated battlefield below with a deep look in his eyes. The 8 ferocious gun barrels of the Thundercloud Battle Fortress have cooled down, and the flickering energy lights have gone out one by one. Like a giant beast that is temporarily dormant, it silently enters standby mode. Just wait for the order, and then you can show your thundering power again. Lin Mo's voice was transmitted to every mechanical creation through the Mechanical Consciousness Network. Clean up the battlefield, prioritize dealing with damaged units, and ensure the core components are intact. Drag the bodies of the 2 Hurricane Dragon Vultures back to the base. They are good materials. The super energy alloy decomposed within the body of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle can be used to transform into metal for manufacturing floating battleship. This can save some material costs. The intact mechanical dogs on the battlefield acted quickly, swiftly, and orderly. One part began to search for and recover the wreckage of their own mechanical units that were damaged in the battle. The other part extended out thick alloy, dragging arms to fix the mountain-like body of the Hurricane Dragon Eagle. The engine roared low, struggling to drag it toward the mountains where the base was located. Several mechanical griffins were hovering at low altitude, alert for any unusual movements. Zhang Xuanjin's figure landed smoothly on the wide-top platform of the Thundercloud Battle Fortress. With a series of delicate mechanical sounds, the Thunder Spirit armor on his body quickly folded up and turned into a metal box. When the armor left his body, he felt a strong sense of fatigue coming over him. His face also looked a little pale, and he just forced himself to activate the Thunder Hub Energy Core. The release of the devastating Thunder Tribulation Matrix consumed a huge amount of his mental and physical energy. Even with the assistance of armor and cores, it is not something that can be easily endured. Xinjun, how is your health? Lin Mo appeared at the edge of the platform. He took a few steps towards me, his tone full of natural concern. Zhang Xuanjin waved his hands and moved his slightly stiff cervical vertebrae. It's okay, but I'm a little exhausted. This Thunder Spirit armor and the energy core are really powerful. If it weren't for them, I would have really been lying down after resisting the last electromagnetic storm. He let out a breath, feeling somewhat relieved after surviving a disaster. It's our common victory. Lin Mo's tone remained calm, but there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. However, I'm afraid the current troubles have not been completely resolved. Zhang Xuanjin followed Lin Mo's line of sight and looked downwards. The decomposition and recycling work was proceeding in an orderly manner. The wreckage was quickly cleared, and everything seemed in good order. But he felt a little uneasy, as if some important clue had been overlooked. You mean, those followers of the evil god? Lin Mo's voice suddenly turned cold, with a hint of chill. We killed the Hurricane Dragon Eagle again. They will definitely make other moves. Indeed, but those guys are like rats in a gutter. They are very good at hiding. They can't get far. Their target is the 7th Aerial District. They failed to lure the Hurricane Dragon Eagle this time, so they will definitely not give up. If these cancers are not completely eradicated, our subsequent actions will inevitably be hampered, and we may even fail. He paused, his voice getting deeper. I don't want to be stabbed in the back by them at the critical moment of building the floating battleship. Zhang Xuanjin nodded, with a stern look in his eyes. You are right. Letting these crazy people wander around outside will eventually be a disaster. Let them jump around for a few more days. Lin Mo's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Lin Mo patted Zhang Xuanjin's shoulder and said, You have consumed a lot in this operation. Go back to the base and rest well. Leave the follow-up tracking to me. After returning to the base, Lin Mo first ordered the dismantling of the damaged mechanical units recovered from the battlefield. Then the metal of the 2 Hurricane Dragon Vulture corpses was deconstructed. Under the cover of the deconstruction force field, the Dragon Eagle's tough biological tissue and super energy alloy were accurately separated. In the end, more than 1,300 units of super energy metal were decomposed. These precious materials can be transformed into the materials needed to build floating battleships. The preparation period of warships was greatly shortened. Evil God followers, now it's your turn. Lin Mo selected a group of Shadow Guard mechanical dogs and mechanical griffins. begin targeted upgrades to their perception systems. A highly sensitive psychic sniffer has been installed, which is specifically used to track the signal fluctuations emitted by the neural control chip. As long as they are still controlling the survivors, it will be impossible to completely erase the traces. If we find the controlled survivors, then the evil god's followers are not far away. After Lin Mo finished modifying the last mechanical griffin, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. 300 Shadow Guard mechanical dogs and 100 mechanical griffins will be transformed. 20 independent search teams were organized to thoroughly comb through all areas of the 7th District. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will pull them out. Commands are given through a network of mechanical consciousness. Teams of elite mechanical soldiers quietly dispersed from various exits of the base. Like an invisible net, it covered the vast 7th area. The search was monotonous and boring for several days. The mechanical team worked tirelessly. Their sensors scanned every inch of land, from the ruins of bustling cities to the uninhabited Gobi Desert. Several false alarms had interrupted the tracking line, but Lin Mo's algorithm quickly eliminated the interference. Finally, on the edge of the 7th District, deep in an industrial ruin forgotten by the war, a Shadow Guard robot dog squad captured a continuous and encrypted neural control chip signal. The signal source is stable and points underground. Found it. Lin Mo looked at the flashing red dot on the map and felt a little refreshed. He immediately assembled a mechanical army, 20 Type 3 mechanical dogs as the vanguard. 500 Type 2 mechanical dogs led 1,000 standard mechanical dogs to form a torrent. 500 mechanical griffins are responsible for aerial reconnaissance and pursuit. Henry Zhang had just recovered from his breathing exercises, and when he heard the news, he came over. Count me in. These guys are always troublesome if they are kept around. Lin Mo glanced at him and nodded. Okay, you take charge of the battle, just in case. The huge mechanical army quietly arrived at the target ruins. The electromagnetic mechanical dog started to interfere, to prevent being discovered by the evil god's believers' base reconnaissance system. The mechanical griffins spread out like ghosts, forming a blockade network hundreds of meters in the air. Their wide-area scanners monitor every possible escape route. We arrived at the exact location of the underground entrance, which was a secret passage disguised as an abandoned ventilation duct. Lin Mo did not hesitate at all. Type 3 team, clear the obstacles. The rest of the units, break in. The ramming horns of 20 Type 3 mechanical dogs flashed with energy light as they slammed heavily into the disguised alloy gate. With a harsh sound of metallic twisting, the gate sank inward and tore apart. Following closely behind was a horde of mechanical dogs that poured in like a tide. The alloy claws under their feet made rapid scraping sounds in the passage. Chapter 116, the sky is clear and the earth is bright. Let's start the floating battleship. The alarm suddenly sounded in the underground base, and the defensive fortifications of the evil god's believers' base began to defend against the enemy. The automatic machine gun turret and energy barrier were almost instantly destroyed by the concentrated fire of the mechanical dog army. In the narrow passage, the evil god's followers tried to organize resistance. Some people had a strange dark red light on their bodies, which was the manifestation of the power of the evil god. But in the face of the steel torrent, these individual forces seem insignificant. The sharp tail blade and alloy claws cut through their makeshift shelter. Dense energy cannons tore through their bodies. Most of the believers were killed in the initial chaos or were restrained and controlled by mechanical dogs. The few who reacted quickly fled deeper into the base. Among them was the evil god bishop wearing a dark purple robe. Don't let anyone go. Lin Mo's voice came through the command channel. The mechanical griffins in the sky continuously transmitted the real-time location of the fugitives. Lin Mo personally led an elite pursuit team consisting of 10 Type 3 mechanical dogs and 200 Type 2 mechanical dogs, following closely behind. Zhang Xuanjin stayed at the entrance of the base to deal with the captured survivors and count the results of the battle. The pursuit team traveled at high speed through the rugged mountains, stepping on gravel and rotten wood, making a low roar. Ahead, a dozen followers of the evil god, including the bishop, were panicking and at a loss as to what to do. They fled to a group of deep natural caves, apparently hoping to use the complex structure of the caves to escape their pursuers. Want to dig a hole? Lin Mo's mouth showed a barely perceptible arc. You're overthinking it. The mechanical griffin had already scanned the structure of the cave complex. The three-dimensional image is transmitted in real time to Lin Mo's tactical eyepiece and the processor of the mechanical dog. As soon as the fleeing followers of the evil god entered the cave, they heard the sound of a torrent of steel approaching behind them. They desperately launched a counterattack in the cave passage, and even tried to use the power of the evil god to corrode the rock wall and cause a landslide. However, the Type 3 mechanical dog at the front was too powerful to charge. The final resistance of the evil god's followers seemed pale and powerless. The narrow environment makes it an ideal place for the robot dog to fight at close range. The alloy claws tore through their protective energy, and the sharp tail blade easily cut through flesh and bones. "For my lord!" A fanatical believer roared and pounced on a Type 3 mechanical dog, with rich blood-red energy erupting from his body. The mechanical dog reacted faster and dodged sideways, while the tail blade precisely cut off his head. "No, no!" The evil god bishop watched his confidants fall one by one. His face distorted, and he let out a sharp roar. He bit his tongue hard, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, raised his hands high, and chanted an obscure spell. "With my flesh and blood, I welcome the coming of God. Devour these blasphemers." The ground beneath his feet suddenly swelled, and a bloody light flashed. A 5-meter-tall flesh construct, made of twisted flesh and broken metal, stood up and roared. This deformed creature exuded a strong stench and waved its two huge claws around, smashing rocks and causing strong winds. Dozens of energy beams instantly poured down on the flesh and blood construct. The explosion created clouds of blood mist and charred holes, and the construct let out a painful roar. Tried to rush towards the group of mechanical dogs, but the Type 3 mechanical dogs dispersed flexibly and continued to output. A Type 3 mechanical dog seized the opportunity and accelerated suddenly. It charged from the relatively slow side of the construct, and the horns on its head pierced fiercely into the construct's legs. Boom! With a dull sound, one of the construct's legs was cut off. The huge body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. Before it could struggle, more attacks covered its head and torso. After a few seconds, the summoned monster stopped moving completely and turned into a pool of wriggling rotten meat. The evil god bishop watched all this in a daze, and his last hope was shattered. God will judge you. All of you blasphemers will die without a burial place." He uttered hysterical curses. A Type 3 mechanical dog slowly stepped forward, its cold electronic eyes locking onto him. The bishop wanted to say something, but the mechanical dog's alloy claws had already grabbed his neck and twisted it gently. Click! The world is quiet. The cold wind swept through the mountains and forests, making a whistling sound. The bloody smell at the entrance of the cave has not yet completely dissipated, but a kind of silence after the solemnity has already descended. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the cave, and no one could see his expression under the flame god mecha. After taking off his mecha uniform, Lin Mo breathed in the slightly chilly air outside. From now on, there are no more followers of the evil god in the 7th District. Clean up the battlefield, notify Xuanjin, and withdraw the troops. The cleansing operation against the evil god's followers in the 7th District has come to an end. The trouble has been solved, and his eyes turned to the construction blueprint of the floating battleship. After a period of recuperation, Owen Black Soil City is slowly recovering in all aspects of the city. More regional resources can be provided, and the intelligence is quite accurate. Based on this information, the Mechanical Dog Legion located several metal mines and abandoned metal factories. This is indeed good news. The gradual restoration of Black Soil City is like the awakening of a sleeping behemoth. The vast amount of intelligence that Owen possessed began to provide Lin Mo with a steady stream of information, giving the Mechanical Legion's resource collection operations an even greater boost. In the past week, Lin Mo's mechanical army has hardly stopped for a moment. Countless mechanical dogs are like hardworking worker ants, running around to various resource points day and night. They dig deep into the earth to mine rare metals. They cut with precision to collect high-strength alloys. Their footprints once again covered every corner of the 7th District, burning hard for Lin Mo. Looking at the materials that were constantly being put into the warehouse, plus the super energy alloy provided by the 3-headed Hurricane Dragon Eagle earlier. It greatly supplements the rare resources necessary for building strategic level air units, such as floating battleships. Lin Mo kept taking inventory of the status of various resources and saw that the progress bar had almost reached saturation. Omega alloy, sufficient reserves. Refined iron metal unit, sufficient reserves. Super liquid self-healing metal, sufficient reserves. Anti-gravity engine array materials, sufficient reserves. Finally, with efficient scheduling and unremitting efforts, the materials for building this huge ship were completely complete. Lin Mo's heart is filled with anticipation and determination for the grand project that is about to begin. He seemed to be able to see a giant steel beast that blocked out the sky and the sun. Breaking free from the shackles of the earth, it heads towards the sky. Looking down from the sky of the 7th District, countless mechanical units began to change direction. The steel torrents gathered together and moved toward the common goal. At this moment, Lin Mo has already started choosing a construction site. The blueprint of the floating battleship unfolded, looking at the huge ship that was nearly 500 meters long. The construction site needed to be wider, so Lin Mo chose a basin area. The terrain here is hidden and the soil is solid, which is large enough to accommodate the construction of battleships. Following Lin Mo's order, the mechanical army poured into the basin from all directions. The Hercules took heavy steps, and his huge mechanical arms easily removed the huge rocks blocking his way and threw them far away. The particle breath of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus flattened the stubborn dirt mounds, and the high temperature even melted some of the sand and rocks, forming a glazed ground. The enhanced mechanical dogs were like the most sophisticated scavengers, meticulously cleaning up every piece of debris while building 3 layers of cordons on the periphery. The Thundercloud Fortress monitors all movements within hundreds of kilometers around to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Chapter 117, Patrolman. Completed. In just 2 hours, a flat area of more than 500 meters was opened up, and the ground was compacted like steel. After completing the operation, all the mechanical units involved quickly dispersed according to the preset formation. This area is guarded in the center, and a solemn and murderous atmosphere permeates the newly cleaned-up space. Lin Mo stood in the middle of the cleared space, surrounded by the Iron Legion on standby. Their cold metal shells reflected the dim skylight. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Activate the skill, Mechanical Creation. In an instant, the supernatural power in his body erupted with unprecedented intensity. A dazzling blue light emanated from him, not just a simple flash. It is a deep, blue light that seems to contain the mystery of the birth of the universe. It expanded outwards rapidly. Wherever the light reached, the air was slightly distorted. The extremely dense energy spots are like living stardust. It completely covered a vast area of more than 500 meters in front. Various rare materials have already been classified and piled up in designated locations. Under the guidance of the blue light, it floats silently. Omega alloy ingots, refined iron metal units, and containers for super liquid self-repair metal, and a complex array of anti-gravity engines, thousands and thousands of tons of supplies. It was as if being lifted up by an invisible giant hand and slowly rising into the air. They begin to break down in the blue light and are reduced to a strange particle state. Then, under Lin Mo's precise control, they began to merge and converge in an orderly manner according to the blueprint. There is no deafening industrial noise, only the low hum of energy flowing, and the subtle crackling sound as matter reconstructs. In the light, a magnificent structure was moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. From nothing to something, it condenses and grows bit by bit. Time passed by minute. Beads of sweat oozed out of Lin Mo's forehead. Maintaining such a large-scale material reconstruction would consume a huge amount of his mental energy. But his eyes remained calm, like an ancient well with no bottom to its heart. He could sense the forming of each component, the laying of each energy line, and the riveting of each structural unit. Nearly 2 hours, which may be just a short afternoon for ordinary people. But in this area shrouded in blue light, earth-shaking creations are taking place. As the last batch of materials merged into the huge shadow, the blue light began to slowly recede, retreating into Lin Mo's body like a tide. When the light faded, a veritable steel behemoth was revealed. It hovered quietly in the air, about tens of meters above the ground. Its size far exceeded the Thundercloud Fortress, which served as a reference below, and the shadow it cast almost covered half of the valley. The smooth and powerful lines of the ship, covered with extremely thick armor, exude a cold metallic luster. This huge ship, only just beginning to take shape, already exudes a suffocating sense of oppression. Lin Mo raised his head slightly, looking at his creation, an indescribable excitement welling up in his heart. This is not simple satisfaction, but a joy of creation and a sense of solidity in mastering power. He began to examine this war machine that had cost him countless resources and efforts. The ship is 428 meters long, 78 meters wide, and 62 meters high, and its empty weight reaches an astonishing 18,200 tons. Its designed maximum ceiling is 25,000 meters in the stratosphere. The dark silver ship's sharp outline points directly to the sky, carrying an imposing manner that seems to split the sky. The streamlined shell is covered with dense, scaly armor forged from omega alloy. Between the armor plates, the blue energy veins are clearly visible, flowing slowly like the blood vessels of life. At the front end of the bow are three extremely aggressive angular rams. Inside the ram, the particle lance launcher has a sophisticated structure. The tip of the launcher was flashing a scarlet halo, foreshadowing its terrifying destructive power. On both sides of the hull, the portholes are not of traditional style, but are arranged in a tight honeycomb matrix structure. Through these specially made windows, one can see the cold green glow emitted by the internal star vein crystals. Observing from a distance, this honeycomb matrix of portholes emits a faint light. It forms a strange visual array, giving the warship a unique perception ability. On the back of the battleship, there are 8 groups of huge railgun turrets. The barrels have a unique spiral nesting structure, and when in dormant mode, they are tightly contracted. The stacked barrel structure presents the eerie appearance of a bush of steel thorns, full of the hideous beauty of metal. Once in combat, these gun barrels will unfold layer by layer. The huge metal structure opened to both sides, revealing the majesty of judgment. In order to support this huge ship and give it excellent maneuverability, as many as 120 sets of anti-gravity engines are densely arranged under the belly of the ship. When they are suspended, turbulent streams of indigo ions gush out from their nozzles. A brilliant sea of light formed under the hull. At the stern of the ship, a huge thruster array occupies the main space. At the core of its spout, the energy sheen presents the dynamic texture of molten gold. The light converges at the core, forming a rotating vortex. It can be imagined that when they are moving at full speed, they will drag out magnificent light trails up to 1,000 meters long. The light streak passed through the clouds, leaving a blazing trail, and the sight was enough to shock people. Lin Mo's mind moved, and he issued the command to activate the shield. Buzz, a low-energy resonance sound was heard. The hexagonal Colossus force field energy quickly interweaves through the precise gaps in the ship's armor. Eventually, the entire battleship was completely enveloped. A translucent blue-black, prism-shaped shield appeared. In the not-so-bright sunlight, an indescribable rainbow is reflected. This creates a strange optical pollution phenomenon, making it difficult for observers to accurately judge its outline. Very good. Lin Mo's mouth corners slightly raised. Let's call this Floating Battleship Patroller. Floating Battleship Patroller. Material, Omega alloy frame, 30%. Composite refined iron alloy, 30%. Quantum ceramic coating, 20%. Super liquid self-healing metal, 15%. Super energy metal, 5%. Energy core, black sun antimatter confinement ring. Star vein conduction crystal. Anti-gravity airborne engines. 120 airborne engine array matrix. Equipped with pulse plasma propulsion module, normal speed, 0.8 Mach, maximum speed, 1.5 Mach. Weapon system. Main weapon, Sky Punisher, super energy electromagnetic railgun. Twin gun mounted 1,200 kilometers to ground, 800 kilometers to air. Armor piercing mode, fires 1.2-ton black gold projectiles. Interception mode, spraying intelligent fragmentation cloud with a coverage radius of 800 m. Secondary weapon, Corona phased laser array, 8 sets of rotatable turrets, capable of intercepting and destroying missiles with speeds below Mach 5. Strategic weapons, Meteor particle beam projector, a fixed launcher at the bow with a core high-temperature zone diameter of 200 meters. Defense system, Colossus energy shield, made up of hexagonal force field units, it deflects suborbital kinetic attacks. Bloodthorn anti-landing system. A 200M superconducting electric whip pops out from a secret compartment on the deck, releasing a 100,000-volt electric shock for 3 seconds to any unit it touches. Omniscient quantum radar. Detection radius. 1,500 kilometers for surface targets / 4,000 kilometers for space targets. It can track 1,200 targets simultaneously, including friendly force identification and threat classification. Evolution template. Quantum reconstructor. Particle recombinant armor that could devour the enemy's body energy and reshape it. Space blade breaker. A huge energy blade cuts through the void and can trigger a space storm. Light prisoner ruler. Capture photons to weave a cage, freezing all kinetic energy within range. Chapter 118 Attack. Flesh and Blood, Lord Gundatil. Construction of the patroller is complete. All systems are functioning normally, and the energy core is fully charged. There was an imperceptible fluctuation in Lin Mo's voice. He stood on the bridge, his eyes sweeping across the countless lit indicator lights. Xuanjin, are you ready for the final test of the 7th District? Zhang Xuanjin was wearing the Thunder Spirit armor, and the electric light flowing from the runes on his body was brighter than ever. He stood on the wide deck of the patrol, feeling the touch of metal through his combat boots. His eyes turned to the area shrouded in thick black fog deep in the 7th District. There is the end of this place. Anytime, Zhang Xuanjin clenched his fist, lightning flashed between his fingers, and the fighting spirit surged from within his body. Lin Mo nodded slightly. The regional boss of the 7th District had actually appeared already. However, in order to collect enough materials and completely eliminate those followers of the evil god who were spreading chaos, he stayed in the 7th District for much longer than a month. It seems that the appearance time of the boss in each area is not fixed. Perhaps it is related to the overall strength of the survivors. Now, he has conquered the 7th District without leaving any space behind. It is time to gather all the strength and accomplish the goal in one fell swoop. His mind moved slightly, and a huge mechanical army began to gather from all directions. The patroller, floating battleship, was quietly suspended, and at the 120 sets of anti-gravity engine nozzles below the hull, indigo-purple ion turbulence was faintly surging, making its outline appear blurred. Following closely behind was the Thundercloud Fortress, a mobile land firepower platform with gun muzzles all over its thick armor. The Titan mech. Hercules took heavy steps, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, and a huge mechanical arm demonstrated its primitive power. A ferocious mechanical Tyrannosaurus let out a low roar. Its metal scales flashed coldly, and a beam of energy was faintly visible in its mouth. 25 Type 3 mechanical dogs, with sturdy bodies and sensors flashing red lights. 100 Type 2 mechanical dogs followed closely behind, like a tide of steel. 200 Type 2 mechanical griffins circled in the air with a wide wingspan. 800 Type 1 mechanical griffins and 3,000 Type 1 mechanical dogs constitute a huge mechanical army. Lin Mo did not blindly expand the number of low-level units, but instead invested more resources in these large war machines and elite units. Lin Mo looked at the neatly arranged steel torrent in front of him, and a feeling of being in control of everything arose spontaneously. His cold voice spread to every mechanical unit through the mechanical consciousness network. Mechanical core, assemble. We will destroy the boss with our strongest posture and open the passage to the 6th District. The order was given, and the huge hull of the patrol emitted a low hum. From a muzzle of the ferocious twin-mounted Sky Punisher orbital gun at the bow of the ship, dark blue energy gathered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light became brighter and brighter, and the spot of light at its core was almost too bright to look directly at. It was like a small star about to explode, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. Amidst the whistling sound, the mechanical griffin formation arrived first, its wings stirring up the airflow and landing precisely in the parking area reserved by the patrol. Immediately afterwards, dense metallic footsteps were heard on the ground, and the mechanical dog army rushed in from all directions as if attracted by an invisible magnetic force. They quickly arranged themselves into neat square formations on the wide hull of the patrol, and every movement was as precise as if it had been programmed, without any error to the millimeter. Lin Mo assigned some mechanical units, including the Thundercloud Battle Fortress, which was relatively slow in movement but had fierce firepower. Order them to serve as the second echelon, slowly move toward the target area, and ensure the safety of the flanks. Then, the floating battleship, Patrol, was used as the sharp arrow. Heavy units, such as the Titan mech, Hercules, mechanical Tyrannosaurus, etc., followed closely behind, forming the core of the assault. Further out are densely packed mechanical dogs and mechanical griffins of various models, forming an irresistible torrent of steel. It marched towards the thick black fog deep in the 7th District, which exuded an ominous aura. The sounds of the entire mechanical army's actions converged into a depressing overture, so powerful that it seemed to crush all obstacles ahead. Arriving at the area where the regional boss of the 7th District is entrenched, an indescribably huge and distorted shadow slowly emerges in the black fog. Just that vague shadow exudes a terrifying pressure that can almost freeze the soul. The black fog gradually thinned, revealing its true appearance. The Lord of Flesh and Blood, Gundatil. It was a 5-story hill of flesh and blood. Rather than being a living organism, it was more like a pile of haphazardly piled up, constantly wriggling living tissue. Its gray body is covered with a network of pulsating dark blood vessels. There were also tumor-like organs of varying sizes that looked like they would burst at any time, emitting a strong mixed smell of rust and decay. Within this disgusting flesh and blood, there grows a cold mechanical structure. A thick steel spine runs through its trunk. Several large hydraulic joints support its disproportionate limbs. Alloy claws flashing with cold metallic light pierced out from the piece of flesh. The most terrifying thing is its so-called head. 3 huge, distorted, and fused human faces. A face with eyes wide open and mouth stretched to the ears, showing pure pain. A face with drooling mouth and greedy eyes represents endless hunger. The last photo shows wrinkled facial features, bulging veins, and filled with anger that wants to destroy everything. These 3 faces simultaneously let out meaningless roars that were disgusting to hear. According to the intelligence previously gathered, 90% of this guy's body is highly mutated flesh and blood tissue, a kind of living biomass that can proliferate indefinitely. The other 10% strengthens the mechanical structure of key parts, such as bones, joints, and nerve conduction systems. There is no doubt that this is an ancient mechanical behemoth that has been deeply corroded by the power of the evil god and has a strange symbiosis with it. Target locked. Patrol main gun fire. Lin Mo issued an attack order through the mechanical consciousness network. In an instant, a dark blue energy beam appeared that was several times thicker and more violent than the Thunder Tribulation Matrix that Zhang Xuanjin had previously used with all his strength. With the aura of destroying everything, it was fired out from the muzzle of the Sky Punisher orbital cannon of the Patroller. Wherever the light beam passed, the air was torn apart by the high temperature and high pressure, making a shrill scream. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion resounded throughout the entire area. The terrifying energy of the main gun accurately bombarded the huge body of the flesh and blood Lord Gundatil, exploding a huge energy vortex. The shock wave instantly vaporized, twisted, and melted the flesh and blood tissue on its surface and part of the metal armor. A huge, bottomless hole appeared in its chest. Chapter 119. The final blow sent it on its way. However, a terrifying scene occurred. The granulation tissue at the edge of the cavity rolled and proliferated wildly, as if it was catalyzed. Countless flesh threads intertwined and entangled, and in just a few minutes, the huge wound was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the severe injury just now was just an illusion. This regenerative ability is too strong. Zhang Xuanjin frowned as he watched from the deck. At the same time, the Titan mech Hercules switched to a high-speed war falcon form. The huge body displayed flexibility that was inconsistent with its size, and the ion-cutting blade flashed a cold light in the sunlight. It passed by at high speed and successfully cut off one of Gundatil's thick arms that was made of a mixture of flesh, blood, and machinery. But the severed limb did not lose its vitality after falling to the ground. Instead, it twisted like an independent, strange creature, trying to crawl back to the mother body to merge. Roar! The 3 faces of the giant beast roared in pain and anger at the same time, the sound hurting people's eardrums. It waved its remaining limbs around recklessly, grabbing the debris, boulders, and even the corpses of small mechanical units around it, and smashed them indiscriminately in the direction of the patrol. The surface of the patrol ship flashed with light, and the Colossus energy shield was activated in time. Those heavy projectiles hit the light blue shield, causing ripples but unable to shake it at all. Immediately afterwards, the countless secondary guns and missile silos throughout the patrol opened fire simultaneously. Psionic beams, physical shells, and tracking missiles formed a dense firepower network that poured down like heavy rain. In an instant, Gundatil's huge body was completely submerged in the flames and smoke of the explosion. Zhang Xuanjin did not hesitate, and the lightning spirit armor on his body suddenly glowed with electricity. The whole person turned into a swift thunder and jumped out from the deck of the patrol. They joined up with the mechanical griffin formation that had already taken off and launched harassment and precision strikes on Gundatil from the flank. He made full use of the high mobility granted by the Thunder Spirit armor, shuttling between Gundatil's clumsy and violent attacks. The Thunder Dragon whip blade in his hand condensed, and he sent sharp bolts of lightning accurately into the wound on the giant beast that had just been torn open by the secondary guns, trying to expand the results of the battle. Unfortunately, Gundatil's almost abnormal recovery ability is really amazing. These attacks, which were enough to severely injure ordinary mutant creatures, only caused insignificant trouble to it, and the wounds began to heal rapidly the moment the lightning dissipated. This guy's flesh and blood regenerates too quickly, Zhang Xuanjin said to Lin Mo through the armor communication, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. Gundatil seemed to be completely enraged, and the tumor-like organs on its huge body suddenly burst open. Thousands of disgusting tentacles of varying lengths and covered with mucus suddenly stretched out from it. At the same time, it opened the huge mouth on its fused face and sprayed out large amounts of highly corrosive acid, launching an indiscriminate range attack. Many mechanical dogs and mechanical griffins that tried to get close to attack were unable to dodge and were instantly crushed by the tentacles or melted by the acid, turning into a pile of iron and parts. Recalibrate the target. Lin Mo observed the battle situation calmly. Thundercloud Fortress, Patroller, recharge the main guns, switch to electromagnetic pulse mode, and prioritize attacking the exposed areas of its mechanical structure. The order was given, and the huge gun barrel of the Thundercloud Battle Fortress in the rear, together with the main gun of the Patroller, once again accumulated destructive energy. This time, the muzzle of the gun gathered strong electromagnetic pulse energy mixed with jumping arcs. Two even more violent beams of light hit each other crosswise, and under the devastating fire suppression, large pieces of flesh and blood on Gundatil's body were forcibly peeled off and torn apart. More mechanically reinforced parts hidden deep beneath the flesh and blood were revealed. Those bones, joints, and energy conduction circuits that gleamed with metallic luster. When attacks landed on these purely mechanical structures, sparks still flew. However, Gundatil's recovery efficiency has obviously been greatly reduced, and the broken metal parts are repaired much more slowly than flesh and blood tissue. Found it! Lin Mo's eyes flashed. Its weakness is its purely mechanical structure, and its flesh and blood are just a renewable shell and energy source. All troops, listen up. Concentrate your firepower and attack all exposed mechanical structures. After receiving clear instructions, all mechanical units immediately adjusted their attack targets. However, Gundatil seemed to have sensed the crisis, and its disgusting tentacles suddenly changed direction. Like a venomous snake hunting its prey, it accurately rolled up the wreckage of the destroyed mechanical dogs on the ground, and even some of its own small mechanical units that were still active. Then he roughly stuffed it into the constantly opening and closing cavities on his body. It's devouring machinery? Zhang Xuanjin said in astonishment. The devoured mechanical wreckage made a teeth-grinding sound inside Gundatil's body. After a moment, its damaged mechanical bones and joints began to emit the luster of metallic repair, and the recovery speed was visibly accelerated. Even machines could be devoured and transformed to repair themselves. This guy really has taken waste utilization to the extreme. Lin Mo looked at this scene with a frown on his face. This indeed caused him a lot of trouble. We can't let it continue to recover. Lin Mo made a prompt decision. Patrolmen activate the meteorite particle beam and break its main load-bearing bones. Under the hull of Patrol, a hidden weapon unit was activated. A red particle beam that was much thinner than the main gun, but had an astonishingly high energy density, was instantly shot out. It hit Gundatil's thick mechanical leg bone accurately, and the leg bone broke with a sharp sound of metal breaking. All enhanced mechanical dogs, elemental attacks, coverage. Following Lin Mo's order, the mechanical dogs equipped with special weapon modules immediately stepped forward. The flamethrower spews out high-temperature flames, and the frost launcher creates an extremely cold area. The electromagnetic cannon continued to bombard, preventing the mechanical self-repair at the broken part. At this moment, Zhang Xuanjin also completed the accumulation of energy for his strongest attack. The lightning blade in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the lightning core on the chest of the Thunder Spirit armor, which shone brightly. Countless electric snakes swam around his body and gathered between his palms. Thunder Tribulation Matrix, return to the ruins mode. Zhang Xuanjin shouted loudly and pushed his palms forward suddenly, releasing a beam of lightning that was condensed to the extreme. It was as if a small calamity from the nine heavens had descended, bringing with it tremendous divine power. It hit hard on the three ugly fused heads of Gundatil. Oh! This time, Gundatil let out a wail full of despair and pain, completely different from his previous angry roar. The Guishu mode of thousands of falling lightnings pushed the power to the extreme, directly damaging its core that was infected by the power of the evil god. Its huge body began to shake violently, and the flesh on its surface began to collapse and peel off uncontrollably. The exposed mechanical skeleton was also covered with marks of electric arc burns. Lin Mo seized the opportunity. Boundary Patrol, the final blow, sent it on its way.